Remember, this is just fictional. Your likes and subscriptions help the continuous work. Thanks. Now let's get it started. Chapter 1: Elevator. Alex Hunt truly believed that good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to overly good people after his life had turned to hell, all because he decided to be generous. He had seen a man standing before a vending machine, confused as to how it worked. Alex was in a good mood that day, after getting paid his salary, so he decided to get a drink for himself and another for the stranger. But when he handed it over, the stranger's expression contorted in disgust and swatted it to the ground. "Ew, are you looking down on me?" the man asked in an arrogant tone, and Alex was confused. Alex would later find out the man was the new owner of the company, Ethan Hunt. The previous owner, the man who hired him, had fallen ill, and Ethan, his grandson, was to be the new boss. The next day, while Alex was leading a meeting, when Ethan appeared and publicly announced that Alex was to be demoted with immediate effect. His reason: Alex was a poor bastard who graduated from a lowly university and had no idea of his place. After that, things started to become worse. More work kept being handed to him, to the point where he was assigned menial tasks like making coffee, making photocopies, or going to a restaurant to get his coworkers' orders. The workload left him working late into the night, only to return early the next day, still drowning in unfinished tasks. Alex contemplated resigning, hoping to escape this ordeal. However, when he attempted to hand in his resignation letter, Ethan tore it to shreds, issuing a warning that he held the power to ensure Alex didn't get a job anywhere else. Alex panicked. If he couldn't work in an organization, how was he going to pay the massive loan his drunk excuse for a father had left him? How could he keep up with his bills? Survival seemed possible only in a big corporation with a steady monthly income. Alex quickly apologized, stating it was a mistake, but Ethan kicked him on his shin, causing him to kneel, and said with a mocking grin, "If you're going to beg, don't do it half-heartedly, you bastard." Ethan then placed his shoes on Alex's fingers, twisting them. "Son of a bitch, treating me like a beggar. Who's on their knee pleading now, huh?" Alex's knuckles were burning in pain, but he didn't so much as wince. He didn't want to give Ethan the satisfaction of seeing him in pain. All this suffering because he showed kindness to the wrong person. In the present, Alex came early to work as usual, his eyes heavy from little sleep. As usual, he had so much work to do, and he wasn't able to finish the ones from the previous day. His manager had kept adding the task of his coworkers to his, and when he complained it was too much, he received a slap on his face. Alex was tempted to fight back, but he held back. If he acted out now, he was sure to lose his job. As much as it hurt him, he would hold on. Getting ridiculed was better than losing all of your organs to loan sharks. But for how long? Alex didn't know. His father's debt was way too massive, and he hadn't even paid up the half yet. He wondered if he could do this forever. Sometimes, he wished an apocalypse would happen. In that scenario, his debt would be meaningless, and he could finally get his revenge on his rich boss. But it was all his imagination. He entered his office and began his work. Later, Alex glanced at the time on his computer and realized it was already afternoon. He hadn't even realized none of his coworkers were in the office and had gone for lunch break. They kept their distance from him, afraid they'll also be targeted if they got close. Besides, due to Alex getting most of the workload, their work life was lax, and they weren't about to sacrifice that by standing up for him. Alex didn't mind this, especially not today, because his girlfriend, Katie, finally wanted to have lunch with him. Katie was a receptionist in the building. Usually, she didn't have lunch with Alex, but today she had invited him to the office cafeteria to eat with her. Alex had once suggested they had lunch together, but she had told him she wanted to keep their relationship a secret in the name of professionalism. So the sudden invitation now came as a pleasant surprise. Alex got ready and headed to the elevator with a hearty grin. Katie was one of the few sources of happiness in his life, along with movies, video games, and football. As Alex waited for the elevator, he noticed his worn-out shoes and sighed, realizing he needed to set aside some money to get new ones. The elevator door then arrived, and Alex walked in with a sigh. But as he looked up, he saw two people inside locked in a passionate kiss. Who in their right mind would dare to do this in public, at work at that? Alex thought with a frown. The elevator descended, and Alex thought they would stop, but they going at it even more aggressively. Alex hurriedly faked a cough to get their attention before they pulled a 50 Shades of Grey with him inside. Now that would just be wrong. The two of them separated, and Leo shook his head. He then got curious and peeked to see who they were. No surprise the man was Ethan, his boss. Of course it is. Who else in their right mind? Alex frowned. He then turned towards a flustered lady and was forced to take a double look. His eyes widened as he realized who it was. It was his. Chapter 2 Breakup. It was his girlfriend Katie, the same lady he was on his way to meet. Alex stood there frozen, unable to believe his own eyes. His girlfriend was cheating on him with his boss. Katie, catching sight of Alex, gasped in shock. What are you doing here? Ethan moved away from the two and leaned casually on the elevator wall, folding his arm with a sly grin on his face. Alex struggled to find words amid the whirlwind of emotions crashing over him. Why? What was going on here? Alex sputtered, his voice quivering from the shock. It was as if his whole world had been turned upside down. Katie had a guilty look on her face, but she quickly brushed it off and looked right at Alex with confidence. All trace of shame on her expression was gone. That's right, Alex. I cheated on you. I was only with you because I thought you had potential, that you'd achieve greatness. But you've disappointed me. Reduced to a mere coffee boy, you're nothing but an embarrassment. Each word Katie uttered was like a dagger through Alex's heart. It was the most excruciating pain he had ever felt. No amount of mistreatment or harsh insult he faced had hurt this much. Alex had attempted to conceal the extent of his mistreatment from Katie. He had thought since Katie worked on the top floor and him on the 13th, he would keep her in the dark about his plight. He had hoped she wouldn't discover the truth until he had a chance to change his circumstances, but she ended up finding out. Alex's gaze then turned to Ethan, and he saw him grinning. He frowned, figuring out that Ethan must have been the one behind his secret been revealed. Ethan then affirmed with a nod, as if reading Leo's mind. He had seen Alex and Katie on a dinner date wearing a couple shirt and felt resentment. He couldn't understand why a beauty like Katie would date a poor, useless bum like Alex. Then he thought she mustn't have known Alex had been reduced to a pathetic slave. So Ethan decided to expose him. Ethan had called her to the 13th floor, and there she saw Alex mopping a coffee spill while his manager berated him. In a hurry to clean up the mess, he tripped and fell to the ground, causing the whole office to erupt into laughter. Katie covered her face in embarrassment. She couldn't believe she was dating such a loser. Alex hadn't even told her he had gotten demoted and wasn't the manager anymore. Ethan seized the opportunity and asked her if she knew Alex. Katie denied it, and Ethan proceeded to woo her, offering her riches and luxury. Katie couldn't resist, seeing a chance to ascend the social ladder by dating the owner of the company. She accepted Ethan's advances and had been waiting for the right moment to break up with Alex. That's why she had invited him to lunch, to tell him it was over. But Ethan had called her earlier to give her a gift and offered to treat her to an expensive meal. She had immediately decided her meal with Alex would have to be postponed. On their way down, the elevator stopped on the 13th floor, and as soon as the doors opened, Ethan suddenly started kissing her. Katie knew Ethan had done it on purpose because he knew she had a thing with Alex, but she didn't care. The luxurious bag Ethan had just gotten for her was 12 times the entire money Alex had ever given to her. I'm breaking up with you, Alex. I don't want to date a loser who can't even take care of me. I need to survive as well, and you look like you're barely hanging, Katie said coldly. Alex couldn't deny the truth in her words, but the fact that she was cheating on him with the very person responsible for his suffering was a bitter pill to swallow. I know I'm lacking, Alex painfully admitted, and I can't provide for you like you can, but you should have broken up with me before jumping into his arms. Of all people, why him? Alex said, pointing at Ethan. Hey, watch where you point those hands. I think you've forgotten your place, you bastard. Ethan gave him a threatening look, but Alex refused to be intimidated. This was his breaking point. Things were never going to get easier. Things would never get better. Why would you date this bastard of all people? Alex yelled, unable to control his anger, but Katie slapped him hard on the cheeks. How dare you talk to him like that? Katie exclaimed. Alex's cheek stung with pain, and he felt humiliated. Fine, let's break up. It seems I was so blinded by my feelings for you. I didn't see you were just a shallow opportunist. Alex spat, unable to control his anger. His insult earned him a kick to his stomach from Ethan, and he crumpled to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. You son of a bitch. How dare you talk to my woman that way? You're worth nothing, and you don't mean anything to her anymore. So know your place. Alex groaned, feeling shitty that he said such awful words. He knew he couldn't work here anymore, that for sure. He couldn't live like this any longer, one where he'd lose all his dignity, so Alex made his choice. Hey, Ethan, do you know the most painful thing you can do to a man? Alex asked, standing up with a wicked grin on his face. Ethan frowned, wondering if Alex had gone insane, but then Alex suddenly moved, delivering a well-aimed kick to Ethan's groin. Ethan yelps with a pained grunt as he collapses to the ground. His expression turned into an ugly visage of pain as he placed both hands on his crotch. Katie was shocked by Alex's audacity and rushed to Ethan's side, cradling him as he groaned in pain. "Alex, have you mad? How dare you hurt him?" Alex ignored her. He felt liberated. He flung off his glasses and loosened his tie, taking a heavy breath. He could finally breathe. Katie looked at Alex like he was a different person. She didn't think he was someone capable of hitting someone. You'll pay for this. I'll make sure you pay," Ethan managed to say, but he was still in obvious pain. Alex didn't reply and left with a snort. He didn't care what would happen. Worst case scenario, he gets thrown in jail for assault. At least that would spare him from the loan shark. As he walked towards the exit, he ran into the manager, who seemed surprised to see him. Where are you going here? Don't you have work to do?" "Work? What work? I quit just a few minutes ago." Mr. Thompson blinked in disbelief. "Is this a joke? Do I look like I'm joking?" Alex said and walked past him, but then a voice caused him to pause. It was of Ethan yelling for security to catch him. Alex looked back and saw a pair of burly men hurry toward him. He clicked his teeth in frustration and turned to run, but then a text suddenly appeared in his field vision, startling him. Initiating connection to the new world, Earth. Connection successful. Integrating system. Chapter 3 Anomaly. "What is this?" Alex asked, staring at the words written on the screen in front of him, but since security was chasing after him, he ignored the message and ran. As he raced towards the exit, Alex saw everyone was staring into the air with amusement. Alex stopped and looked back to see the security man had stopped chasing him as well. Alex's gaze then fell to the words hovering in front of him. He realized he wasn't the only one seeing the strange words, but everyone else. The words then changed with a mechanical ding, and the message read, "System integration will begin soon. Those who survive will become denizens of the new world, and those who fail will become abominations. Brace yourself. Brace yourself." Alex repeated, confused, but then he felt a sharp pain sear through his head. He winced and clutched his temples, shutting his eyes as he endured the torment, but then the pain slowly dissipated, and Alex felt relief. Alex cautiously opened his eyes, wondering what was really going on, but his confusion was interrupted by the agonizing screams of those around him, writhing in pain on the floor. "What in the world is happening?" Alex asked, and the text on the screen changed once again, delivering a new message. "Congratulations, Alex Knight, on becoming the first player of the planet Earth. The tutorial is now available. You will be transported to a special location for a brief introduction. Brace yourself." Again, Alex hurriedly shut his eyes, expecting a headache to hit him just like the first time, but then nothing happened. Upon reopening his eyes, Alex found himself in a different location entirely. It resembled a sterile white room, with a desk and chairs in the center, reminiscent of an interrogation room in a police station. The sheer peculiarity of the situation left Alex wondering if he had fallen into some bizarre dream or illusion. "I assure you, you're not hallucinating." A voice broke the silence, startling Alex. He turned to see nothing but a white wall. "Over here," the voice urged from behind. Slowly turning, Alex finally laid eyes on the source of the voice. A short humanoid rabbit in a suit, with a hat on, was seated on the opposite side of the desk, staring at him. Alex paused for a second, wondering if he was in some sort of bizarre dream. "You're not dreaming. I can assure you I'm real," the rabbit said. "Can you read my mind?" Alex asked, baffled. He was more intrigued by the situation than scared. The rabbit shook his head. "No, I can't, but your expression says everything." "Have a seat," the rabbit gestured. Alex hesitated for a while before deciding to sit. He crossed his arms and then spoke. "So, who are you?" "I'm Oracle, the overseer of the first tutorial zone." Alex frowned at the vague explanation, but the rabbit continued. "The tutorial is a place where humans slay monsters to get stronger. It's like a training ground for humanity, so they become strong enough to survive the new world. Your current world is among the lowest of the low, and magical deities have deemed it ready to join the great realm, but to achieve that, your world needs to be upgraded. Alex took in the lengthy explanation before probing. So, who are these magical deities, and what is this great realm? I can't answer that question at the moment, but the more you progress, the more information will be revealed. So in summary, Alex said, the world is about to be upgraded, and for humans to survive it, we need to be trained by slaying monsters in the tutorial. Is that what you're saying? Yes, Oracle nodded. Alex sighed and rubbed his temples. It all sounded like nonsense to him, but at the same time, it felt eerily real, too real for a dream. Okay, let's say I believe this is all true. Then what happens to the old world? Does it remain the same? Absolutely not. Everything changes and a new world order will be formed. One with a strong rule. It's that simple. Alex asked with a brow raised, and Oracle nodded in reply. You don't have to believe me. My goal is not to convince you, but to provide you with access to my tutorial zone. So you're saying I don't have a choice but to go to this tutorial place? Yes, Oracle affirmed. Your current world will undergo a transformation, and only those who adapt will survive. That's the purpose of the tutorial. Alex contemplated a situation, a serious expression on his face. According to Oracle, the old world would perish, replaced by an evolved one. This meant he didn't have to go back to be arrested for almost making his boss impotent, nor deal with his father's loan. Although he knew the tutorial would present its challenges, it promised a fair chance for everyone, unlike the unjust world he had known where the wealthy held all the power. As Alex pondered, one question lingered in his mind. Before I left, I saw everyone else writhing in pain, clutching their heads. Can you explain what that means? Oracle hesitated, his brows furrowing as he gazed into the distance. Alex recognized the look. It mirrored the confusion everyone had experienced when the strange text had first appeared. Wait, you mean the integration hasn't finished? Integration? Alex pressed. Ignoring Alex's question, Oracle consulted a floating panel that was invisible to Alex's eyes. As he reviewed the list of humans assigned to his zone, he noticed that all but one remained grayed out. That single exception shone with white light, Alex himself. He refused to believe it. How could one assimilate with a system so fast? A human at that. Oracle, are you all right? Alex asked, seeing the confusion on its face. Oracle then leaned forward and said in a serious tone, the rest of the humans were in pain because they hadn't finished integrating with the system, which is expected, but you managed to integrate with the system in seconds. Is that a bad thing? Alex asked, furrowing his brow. Yes, it is, Oracle replied with widened eyes. You're an anomaly, and you shouldn't exist. Alex's heart raced, and he leaned backward, contemplating whether Oracle's words were a discovery or a threat. The rabbit, noticing Alex's unease, calmed himself and clarified. It seems like you've misunderstood my intention. I don't intend to get rid of you. Even if I wanted to, I couldn't, as I'm not allowed to hurt the players. Alex frowned. What the Oracle said didn't ease his worries. It only made him more cautious. But you will if you could? Alex asked, but Oracle simply shrugged. Alex then sighed. There was no point in panicking over something he had no control over or understood. He didn't even know how he appeared here, and just a few minutes ago he thought this was all a dream. So what you're saying is, I'm a freak because I'm the first to integrate with the system? No. Oracle shook his head. You're an anomaly because you're the fastest to sync with the system. The fastest I've ever seen since I became an overseer, and that was a long time ago. As the fastest, you will probably be granted a privilege like a special title that enables you to power up faster than the norm. Then you get an ability, which you'll find out more about as soon as you explore the tutorial. I also get an ability? Does it have anything to do with me breaking a record? No. Everyone gets abilities, unique to each individual. You'll get yours once you start the tutorial. This special title, it wouldn't attract the wrong attention like those deities you mentioned now, would it? Alex probed. I can't guarantee it will not. But you don't need to worry, just like I can't hurt you. No other higher being can touch you during the tutorial. After that, well, it's up to whether you do something rash to get their attention. Alex sighed, feeling both relief and dread at the same time. My luck is bullcrap as always. Alex shook his head. You will be beginning the tutorial alone. Wait, why am I going alone? Alex interrupted. Oracle sighed wearily before speaking. Time in the tutorial runs slower than that of your world. To be exact, a week in the real world is 1 year in the tutorial. It'll take a few minutes before the rest of the humans integrate with the system, which means you have a couple of days to yourself before humans start popping up. If anything, you get ahead, start to level up before the others, and with the privilege, you will be given, Rising to the top should be easy. Oracle explained. The thought of venturing into a dangerous world filled with monsters terrified Alex, but he was also excited as well. His old world was painful, and he suffered a lot, but the new world offered opportunity, a chance to begin anew and make something of himself. All right, when do I start? Alex said, a determined expression on his face. Oracle nodded at this, then snapped his finger, causing a floating panel to appear in front of Alex. You will be transported to the tutorial zone in 10 seconds. Brace yourself. Alex's chest began to thud. In 10 seconds, he would be in a world filled with monsters, drastically different from his office work. No pressure. Alex exhaled, placing his hand on his chest. It's good to be afraid, just don't let it cripple you when your life is in danger, Oracle advised, and Alex nodded. It was nice meeting you, Alex, Oracle said as he stood on the chair. His height was like that of a toddler, very cute looking. Likewise, Alex grinned before he blinked away from the white room. Chapter 4 Tutorial Danger. A young man materialized in a green and lush forest, dressed in a white shirt, neatly paired with a black tie and tailored black pants, his attire starkly contrasting his surroundings. He looked around at his surroundings with curiosity and muttered in awe. So this is the tutorial. This young man was Alex, and the tutorial was a far cry from the hellish landscape he had imagined. He had expected dark, menacing woods, with creepy noises and roars, or a grim cave with weathered bones and skulls, where vicious bats jump at you from nowhere. But Alex found himself surrounded by a sea of vibrant green foliage, where towering trees created a dense canopy, and dappled sunlight filtered through. The serene ambience reminded Alex of a date he once had with Katie, but he shook his head, wanting to erase the memory. Ding! System is now available. The holographic interface notified Alex. Finding a nearby tree, Alex settled down to explore the system and grasp its mechanics first before he took any action. With a thought, Alex accessed the system, and the floating panel updated. Name, Alex Knight. Rank E. Title, Apocalypse Baby. Class, None. Level 1. HP, 100. MP 10. Apocalypse Baby. Alex frowned at the silly name. According to Oracle, this title was supposed to be a privilege, and he wondered what its effect was, which prompted the description of it to pop up. Apocalypse Baby. This is the title given to the first player to arrive in the tutorial. Effect. Any reward gained will be doubled. Alex's eyes widened at this. Twice the reward of everything was an incredible advantage. He then scrolled down further and saw his stats. Stats. Strength, 10. Agility, 10. Intelligence, 10. Vitality, 10. Stats points, 10. It looked exactly like a video game interface, and since Alex played a lot of them, he understood the mechanics. Alex scrolled down even more and saw a section for skills, but he only had one. Ability frowny face exploding touch. This is my ability? Alex muttered. The Oracle had told him every human would get a unique ability as soon as they entered the tutorial. With a thought, Alex summoned the description. Exploding touch. Rank E on using the ability. The area you touch would explode in 30 seconds. Cost, 5 mana. Oh, Alex was stunned. He could turn anything he touched into a deadly explosion. And though he didn't know how powerful the explosion would be, one thing was sure. It'll do a lot of damage. But how much damage? To find out, he turned to a nearby tree, placed his hand on it, and activated the ability. A bluish circular light marked the spot he touched, displaying a countdown from 30. Stepping back, Alex watched as the timer counted down, and immediately it reached 0, it exploded. Boom! The force of the blast sent Alex tumbling backward. Alex groaned and coughed up smoke, berating himself for not moving farther away before the countdown ended. He rose to his feet and then turned towards the tree, marveling at the damage he had caused. The tree now bore a burnt hole, barely holding on to life. And it seems like a single push should be enough to send it to the ground. Alex checked his HP and saw it had been reduced by half. That's a lot. Alex winced. The force of the explosion had almost killed him, but he could see his HP was starting to regenerate along with the mana he had just used. Alex thought the ability was remarkable, and he could already think of ways to use it to his favor. But the fact that he had to touch his target bothered him. It simply meant close combat was necessary, but with no weapon or armor, he thought it wouldn't be a good idea. System, put all points in agility, Alex commanded, and immediately the system complied, raising his agility points to 20. He had decided the best place to put his free stat point was in his speed. His style of combat would be touch and flee to cover for his current lack of armor. You can't hurt what you can't catch. Alex nodded with a grin, feeling he made the right decision, but then a sudden noise caught his attention. Alex quickly rose to its knee and peeked to see what it was. It was a cat-like creature with horns on its head like a unicorn, walking towards the charred tree to investigate. Fellowhorn, rank D. The name floated over its head. Alex figured the noise of the explosion must have attracted it, and once again scolded himself for not being cautious. Alex thought the Fellowhorn would probably find him if he stayed there, so he decided to move. Alex didn't intend to fight against a monster he knew nothing about. He was about to take a step away when he saw something surprising happen. A chicken-like creature, the size of an ostrich with a scorpion-like tail, charged at the Fellowhorn. Its talons trapped the creature, and with a single strike of its eagle-like beak, the Fellowhorn's life ended. Alex was left in shock, unable to move. The gruesome scene was hard to take in due to its realism of it all. He slowly turned towards the attacker and glanced at the name over its head. Cockrace, rank D. The monstrous bird began feasting on the cat's body, and Alex's heart began to race as he watched. This place was dangerous. The cockatrice ranking also got Alex's attention, as it was a rank D monster, while he was rank E, which he deduced meant the cockatrice was more powerful. Damn you, Oracle. You should have spawned me in an area with E-rank monsters. Alex cursed, glaring at the sky with a balled fist. The cockatrice suddenly stopped eating and turned his head towards Alex's direction, and immediately, Alex drew back his head, his back leaning on the tree, and his heart was pounding like a drum. It didn't see me. It didn't see me. It didn't see me. Alex repeated to himself, his heartbeat racing so hard it hurt. He couldn't hear any sound, not even that of the creature munching, which made him more tense. He slowly peeked out from the left side of the tree, only to see the monstrous bird was gone. Alex then sighed in relief, holding his chest, but then he saw the cockatrice's beak slowly poke out from the right, and he froze. The cockatrice had approached from his blind spot, which had prevented him from spotting it had gotten so close. Alex had thought the cockatrice was quite intimidating from a distance, but up close the creature was downright terrifying. Its purple feathers quivered as it exhaled, its beak stained with blood and entrails, and its eyes glimmered with the cold, predatory gaze of a serpent. Alex froze in fear, unable to move his body, only his arm, so he used it and pinched himself hard on his thighs, which loosened him a little. As he did that, the cockatrice drew downward and it noticed Alex. Hi. Alex greeted the cockatrice awkwardly, but he was met with disrespect. The cockatrice's sharp beak headed towards his head. Alex reacted, immediately moving fast enough to evade. He rolled away from the piercing attack and sprang up to his 2 feet. The points he had put into his agility showed its worth. The cockatrice's beak smashed into the tree with great force, causing branches to shake and its beak to get stuck. The cockatrice's body writhed, and its tail flailed about as it struggled to pull itself free. Alex, seeing this, thought it was a perfect opportunity to use his exploding touch before the cockatrice broke free. So he quickly drew closer and touched the bird's legs and then its slender neck. A bluish circular light appeared on the areas he had touched, and the countdown began. Alex wasted no time and executed a Chapter 5 System Shop. Alex wasted no time and executed a 180-degree turn before sprinting off. As soon as the cockatrice felt Alex touch its neck, it wriggled with even more intensity and finally yanked its beak free. The cockatrice, feeling wronged, screeched loudly and immediately gave chase, taking powerful strides, with each step kicking up a cloud of dust as it rapidly closed the distance to Alex. Alex could hear the cockatrice thundering footsteps, and his eyes widened in shock. Even with the head start and his agility being at 20, he still wasn't fast enough to outrun the cockatrice. He just needed 30 seconds. 30 seconds, and his ability would take effect. He was panting wildly and his chest burned in exhaustion, but he kept pushing. You stop, you die, he yelled to motivate himself, but he could feel the cockatrice's presence loomed behind him. It would catch him before the timer ended, unless he did something about it. Alex veered sharply toward the tree, and the cockatrice followed, kicking up the gear, its beak snapping viciously inches away from the back of his head. Just as it was about to strike, Alex leaped to the side, rolling across the dirt as the cockatrice's beak missed him by a hair's breadth. The cockatrice raised its head, confused as to what had happened, and suddenly saw a gnarled tree looming in front of it, far too close to avoid. The beast screeched, talons digging deep into the ground as it desperately tried to slow down. But it was too late. With a thunderous crash, the cockatrice slammed headfirst into the tree, the impact sending a violent shudder through its body. Dust and leaves exploded into the air as the beast crumpled against the trunk. Alex, on the ground, quickly sat up, his chest heaving as he tried to catch his breath. He turned his gaze toward the cockatrice, watching intently. The beast lay sprawled against the base of the tree, its body twitching as it tried to rise, but the aftershock of the collision was still rippling through its body. It staggered to its feet, wobbling as it stood tall again. Its scales quivered, and its wings flexed as if trying to shake off the daze. As soon as its bloodshot eyes caught Alex, it screeched in a hateful manner, pawing the ground. Alex's heart pounded in his chest, but he didn't flinch. Instead, he glanced at the countdown ticking away in the corner of his vision. A slow grin of satisfaction spread across his face as the timer 4, exploding touch, hit 0. It's time. The cockatrice, still blinded by rage, was about to charge. But just as it lunged forward, its feet erupted in an explosion. A burst of blood and dust filled the air, and the beast let out a gut-wrenching screech as it collapsed, its body crashing to the ground in agony. Before the cockatrice could even comprehend its fate, the second detonation followed, this time along its neck. The blast was fierce and unforgiving. The cockatrice's head shot off its body with brutal force, soaring through the air before landing with a dull thud in the dirt. Alex's grin widened, his breath steady, as he whispered to himself, "Game over." He watched as the cockatrice's charred body fell to the ground, smokes oozing out of the seared flesh, the burnt skin giving off the smell of roasted chicken. Alex stood to his feet, feeling a sense of victory. He hadn't died, and his plan had worked perfectly. He knew it was a close call, as he would have lost his head if it wasn't for the tree. The cockatrice's body dissipated into the light, and then a familiar mechanical sound chimed. Ding! You have defeated cockatrice. Level up. You have been rewarded with +5 stat points, 1 power stone, +5 coin, 2 pieces of meat, scale walk boots. Nice! Alex grinned, but then the system rang again. Title: Apocalypse Baby is now taking effect. Reward doubled. You have received an additional +5 stat point, +1 power stone, +5 coin, 2 pieces of meat, and another pair of scale walk boots. So this was the effect of the Apocalypse Baby. Alex grinned heartily. His title was really a privilege, giving him double every reward one would normally get. All rewards are available in your inventory. Inventory? Alex asked, and the system brought up a wide box in response. This box was made up of an even smaller box. In the first row, all his rewards were lined up. Alex first took out the Power Stone. It looked like a regular stone, but this one had a deep crimson glow with a glassy feel. Power Stone D-Intelligence. Break to raise intelligence by 5 points. Alex's lips parted and he grinned. Before he hurriedly used it, the Power Stone looked solid, but the moment he squeezed, it cracked like an egg. Alex watched as his previous 10 mana points rose by 25. It seemed a single point in intelligence equates 5 points to his mana point. Since his title gave him an additional Power Stone, he used the second one as well and watched as his MP rose and sat at 60 points. Name: Alex Knight. Rank E. Title: Apocalypse Baby. Class: None. Level 2. HP: 100. MP: 60. Stats: Strength: 10. Agility: 20. Intelligence: 20. Vitality: 10. Stats points: 10. Next, Alex took a piece of meat and realized it was the cockatrice meat from the smell, and it was already cooked too. He wondered whether the cockatrice explosion cooked the meal or if the system handled it. He was hesitant to eat it, but his stomach grumbled, urging him on. In the real world, he hadn't eaten that morning and didn't get to eat lunch either because of his cheating girlfriend and the descent of the system. Alex bit into the meat, and his eyes widened as the rich, savory flavor flooded his senses. The tenderness of the meat melted in his mouth, carrying a perfectly balanced blend of spices that danced on his tongue. It was so delicious, he knew it had to be the system at work. He ate 2 more pieces of meat and left the last one for later, even though the temptation to consume it now was strong. Alex then took out the golden coins and, as usual, A description popped up. Coins could be used to buy items, equipment, consumables, or weapons in the shop. Shop. There's a shop? Alex exclaimed, and the shop panel opened. There was an option to buy or sell, which Alex thought was pretty convenient as he had another boot to dispose of. He focused on buy and saw there were 5 different categories of things he could get: consumable, clothing, weapons, equipment, and items. Alex scanned through and saw different things like blankets, sweaters, a bowl of rice, soup, swords, and daggers, all in their own category. But when Alex's eyes fell on the prices, his expression soured. Buy. Categories. Consumables. Bowl of rice, 500 coins. Hot soup, 600 coins. Healing potion, 1,500 coins. Clothing. Wool blanket, 750 coins. Sweater, 1,000 coins. Leather jacket, 2,500 coins. Weapons. Iron sword, 8,000 coins. Steel dagger, 10,000 coins. Bow and arrows, 7,000 coins. Equipment. Steel armor, 20,000 coins. Wooden shield, 5,000 coins. Iron helmet, 4,000 coins. Items. Empty backpack, 2,000 coins. Camping tent, 3,000 coins. Cooking set, 1,200 coins. Bowl of rice, 500 coins. Sweater, 1,000 coins. Dagger, 10,000 coins. Alex shook his head in dissatisfaction. They were way just too expensive. The numbers felt unfairly steep, especially for something as basic as a bowl of rice. Killing a single cockatrice had earned him a mere 10 coins, and this was even because he had the special title. If he wanted to eat a single bowl of rice, he was going to have to kill 50 cockatrices to get the coins he needed. Was a bowl of rice worth going through all that danger? Chapter 6 Upgrade Stone. Alex figured it only seemed hard because he was still a low-level player, but once he leveled up, killing so many cockatrices wouldn't be that big of a deal. And with his special title, he would eventually reach a point where he would get enough coins to go on a shopping spree. Stronger monsters would drop more coins, so if he wanted to enjoy the comfort of the system, he had to power up quickly. Guess Oracle saying the strong will dominate wasn't wrong, Alex muttered. For the time being, the cheapest item in the system shop was a simple bottle of water, which cost 10 coins, the exact number of coins Alex had. After consuming some meat earlier, his thirst had grown unbearable, and he also wanted to test if the shop was the real deal, so he decided to make a purchase. As soon as Alex's 10 coins disappeared from his wallet, a sparkling bottle of water appeared in his inventory. Alex casually took it out and examined it closely. The bottle of water looked just like a typical one from Earth, except for the label that read Tutorial Water. Alex uncorked the bottle and eagerly tilted it back, gulping down the refreshing liquid in a couple of quick swallows. As he finished, he let out a satisfied sigh and squeezed the now empty bottle. Despite water's usual lack of flavor, this was the most refreshing drink he had ever tasted. His thoughts then shifted to the 10 free stat points he had accumulated. The only stat he was focused on boosting was speed. He recalled how the cockatrice had outpaced him, even with his agility, set at 20. With 10 additional points, bringing his total agility to 30, he felt confident he could finally outrun one of those creatures. After adding the 10 points to his agility, Alex set off through the forest, his eyes scanning the surroundings for potential prey. Within a few minutes, he spotted another cockatrice. However, this one was not alone. It had a companion, and together they were feasting on the carcass of a slain creature. Alex was confident he could take down one, but 2 cockatrices would pose a problem. From what he had observed, the cockatrices were intelligent creatures, and he couldn't dismiss the possibility they might work together to take him down. Alex figured that would be the worst-case scenario for him, so he decided to play it safe. He had an idea that he had been itching to try since he tested his ability out with the tree, so he picked up a piece of rock and thought out loud. Is there a limit to what he could be turning into a bomb? According to his ability, anything he could touch could become a bomb, so it was fair to say a rock was fair game. He gripped the rock firmly, using Exploding Touch, and a blue circular marking appeared on it. Alex grinned, excited that his ability had worked, but he overlooked one crucial detail: the timer. The countdown for the explosion had begun, indicating that the rock would detonate in just a couple of seconds. Alex, noticing this, hastily threw the rock towards the pair of cockatrices and quickly sought cover. He knew the cockatrice had good detection sense, and if he got too close, they would discover him. The rock landed just in front of the cockatrices, and they paused, their alert eyes scanning the surroundings, wondering where the stone came from. Curiously, the 2 creatures approached the rock, with one cockatrice edging closer to poke at it with its beak. Big mistake, Alex muttered as he watched the countdown reach 0. Boom! The rock exploded, taking off the cockatrice's head, and the blast force hit the second one, knocking it to the ground and leaving it disoriented. This is where Alex decided to make his move. With his 30 points in agility, he was super fast and had managed to reach the injured cockatrice in less than a second. The creature, still reeling from the explosion, could barely lift its head when it suddenly found a human standing directly in front of it. A moment of surprise hung in the air as they locked eyes, but Alex wasted no time. With a swift motion, he slapped the cockatrice across the face. Pah! Not once. Pah! Not twice. Pah! But 3 times. As by Pub Future. The consecutive slaps didn't do much damage to the cockatrice physically, but it was enough to injure the cockatrice on a psychological level. The cockatrice screeched in a fury, its rage boiling over as it swung its tail in a desperate counterattack. However, Alex with swift grace evaded the blow, then executed a quick 180-degree turn before sprinting off. Fueled by anger and humiliation, the cockatrice gave chase, determined not to let its assailant escape. Not only had it lost its mate, but it had also been slapped in the face 3 times. Oh, the disrespect. There was no way it was going to let Alex live. But it didn't matter what it wanted. No matter how fast the cockatrice ran, it couldn't close the gap with Alex, whose speed had been significantly enhanced. But out of nowhere, Alex suddenly stopped and turned to face the cockatrice. The cockatrice, seeing this, lunged forward with more vigor. It could almost taste the blood of the being in its front. But before it could reach its target, it met its doom. Exploding touch detonated on its face, not once or twice, but 3 times, the same number of times Alex had slapped his ability onto the cockatrice's face. The explosion obliterated the cockatrice's upper body, leaving only bloody remnants of its lower half behind. Grinning, Alex relished in his victory. He knew 3 explosions were overkill, but he wasn't taking any chances. You have killed 1 cockatrice. You have killed 2 cockatrices. Level up. His rewards poured in, plus 5 stats point, a power stone, a cockatrice shirt, for pieces of meat, and 10 coins. Then, Apocalypse Baby kicked in, doubling the rewards and causing Alex to grin with delight. Totally worth it. Alex then ventured into the forest to find more cockatrice pairs to hunt them down. He had managed to find and hunt 4 more cockatrices, earning him level up before he decided to call a night. However, as he searched for a place to take refuge, something golden caught his eye, a treasure chest nestled at the base of a tree. Alex knelt before the golden box, placed his hand on it, and then a notification appeared. Treasure chest found. Would you like to open it? Yes, please, Alex eagerly replied, and with a click, the chest opened and revealed its contents, which promptly vanished into his inventory. Alex checked his storage and couldn't help but gasp at the rewards. You have received weapon, Eclipse Edge. You have received Vitality Stone. You have received an Upgrade Stone. You have received 1,000 gold coins. A weapon, yes. Alex shouted as he took out the Eclipse Edge, a sword with silver engraving that pulsated with a faint aura, and a blue leather hilt that made the sword convenient to grip. Before he could read the sword description, another notification flashed before him. Apocalypse Baby taking effect. You have received another Eclipse Edge, Vitality Stone, Upgrade Stone, and 1,000 coins. Oh, Alex chuckled in surprise. He didn't think it would work on the treasure chest too. He took out the second sword, noting it was identical to the first, and attempted to wield both, but the result was a somewhat awkward display. Alex was an office worker in real life. Alex had never handled a weapon before, so there was no way he would suddenly know how to use one. Acknowledging his inexperience, Alex put the swords away and turned his attention to the Vitality Stones. He used them, and his vitality rose by 4, causing his HP to rise by 400. Unlike intelligence stats, which increases MP by 10 when 1 point is added, vitality increases his health by 100 points. Next, Alex took out the Upgrade Stone, and the description made his jaw drop. Upgrade Stone. Raise one of your abilities to a higher rank. What kind of luck is this? He wondered aloud. He had gotten such amazing rewards from doing absolutely nothing. His Exploding Touch ability was currently E rank, and with the Upgrade Stone, he could elevate it to D rank. But here's the thing. He had not 1, but 2 Upgrade Stones. How much stronger would Exploding Touch become after he uses both? Chapter 7 Chaotic Brouhaha. Alex's anticipation bubbled as he clutched the upgrade stone in his hand. He hurriedly used it, unable to wait any longer to discover the effects it'd have. He squeezed, expecting the upgrade stone to crack like the stat stone, but instead, a simple notification materialized before him. Would you like to use the upgrade stone on Exploding Touch? Yes. Alex mumbled, feeling a bit embarrassed that he had enthusiastically tried to break it. Responding to his consent, the upgrade stone in his hand disintegrated into a radiant light. Exploding Touch is now upgrading. Upgrade successful. Exploding Touch is now rank D. Alex didn't check its effect, though, as he swiftly took out the second upgrade stone he had gotten thanks to Apocalypse Baby and used it as well. Exploding Touch is now upgrading. Upgrade successful. Exploding Touch is now rank C. Alex then checked its description to see what effect his unique ability had gotten for jumping 2 ranks. And not surprisingly, the changes were remarkable. Exploding Touch, rank E, the area you touch would explode in 20 seconds, cost 6 mana. Amp, damage output can be amplified up to 3x at a cost, increasing both the explosion's power and the area of effect. 2 mana per increase. Pause. The timer can now be paused and resumed, delaying explosion, cost 1 mana. Dismiss. The user can now remove Exploding Touch set on an object, cost 2 mana. The countdown had been reduced to 20 seconds, and the mana cost had increased since he could now cause more damage with it. The power-up had also promised better manipulation of the ability, and Alex grinned evilly as thoughts of how to use the new perks to his advantage flooded his head. He picked up a small rock to experiment with and used Exploding Touch. The usual bluish circular light appeared with the number 20 over it, and the countdown to explosion began. Alex then hurled the rock forward and crouched low, hiding beside a tree. Though he could hold in his arm using pause to stop it, he didn't want to risk anything. He'd learned his lesson the first time when he tested his ability with the tree and wasn't blindly trusting of the system. Once the timer reached 1, Alex used pause, halting the countdown, then approached the rock and picked it up, seeing the number 1 on it. He then used another upgrade perk, Dismiss, and the bluish light disappeared, leaving nothing but an ordinary rock. Alex's lips curled into a broad grin as excitement coursed through him, causing him to sweat. He could wreak havoc with this upgrade he's gotten. Haha. The Oracle calling it a privilege didn't make it sound like much, but on experiencing it was nothing short of mind-boggling. A super ability, crazy cheat title, haha, he uttered, looking upwards, unable to contain the exhilaration he felt. The sky had darkened and Alex dismissed the idea of hunting at night. Though he wanted to test the amplification effect, he knew a loud explosion would attract unwanted attention. He valued his life now more than ever, especially because for once in his life, he was genuinely fortunate. If he died now, it would just be too wasteful. Alex then took refuge in a nearby tree, trying to get comfortable amid the branches and leaves. It felt strange sleeping somewhere that was not his home. The rustling leaves, the chirping of insects, and the distant, animalistic roars echoing through the underbrush made it hard to relax. And the rough bark pressing against his back was anything but convenient. He checked the system shop to see if they had a bed, but found they didn't sell one, which made him sigh disappointedly. Not that he could use a bed in the middle of the forest. It would simply be him presenting himself to the monsters on a platter. Alex observed his stats window, and overall he was satisfied his growth. Tomorrow was another day to grind, and thought of testing out his enhanced ability on the poor cockatrice made him excited. He would make use of this privilege he had gotten. Abuse it. So anyone, be it beasts, gods, or man, who tries to mess with him will regret it. But one thought lingered on his mind, though. The treasure chest. It was just laying there, almost too conveniently, and had given Alex a massive boost for free. Alex hoped he could find more of the same treasure chest. If Oracle was there, he would have coughed blood. There were only 3 golden chests throughout the entire tutorial, and they were all concealed in secret locations. Alex was just lucky to find one lying in his path. The next morning, Alex woke up with a loud yawn and then wiped the drool that had gathered on the corner of his mouth. He didn't think he would sleep so deeply in an unfamiliar environment, and was grateful no danger came. It was like he woke up a second after he closed his eyes, and it was morning. He ate a few pieces of cockatrice meat, savoring each bite as he washed it down with sips of bottled water. And though he had enough coins, thanks to the golden chest, to browse through some food, he figured he would save it for later, planning to use it as a reward for himself once he successfully took down a formidable monster. Feeling refreshed, Alex climbed down the tree, an evil grin on his face as he scoured for his first prey. But about an hour later, his grin turned into a frown. He had been walking for almost 30 minutes and hadn't spotted any single beast. Where did they all go? Alex wondered, furrowing his brow as he scanned the empty woods. There was no trace of monsters anywhere. Did they perhaps know I've upgraded my ability and have fled in terror? Alex questioned, but then shook his head. He didn't waste his free time, though. As he walked, he picked up rocks and used his exploding touch on them. Then he used Amp to increase explosion damage, before using Pause to halt the timer, storing them in his inventory. Once he ran out of mana, he gathered more stones and stored them. And when his mana was refilled, he repeated the process of turning rocks into grenades, which he was going to call blast shards. As Alex walked a few more meters, his sharp ears caught an unusual commotion in the distance. There was no mistaking it. It was a shrill cry of a cockatrice. He grinned and sneaked close, hearing a primal noise from most likely another creature mixed with it. It sounded like a chaotic brouhaha, and from what Alex could hear, it was getting closer to his location. He took cover behind a tree to observe, feeling it was wise to see what he was up against, before jumping headfirst into action and putting himself in danger. The last thing he wanted was to lose his head, literally. As he watched from the cover, a group of greenish creatures burst out of the dense shrubbery, sprinting frantically as if pursued by something. Alex's eyes widened in surprise on seeing these creatures, and he didn't even need the system to help identify them as he recognized what they were. Goblins. Chapter 8 Speech. Goblin Troop. Rank D. The goblins were dressed in tattered rags, clutching wooden clubs with trembling arms, and only a single one holding a crude dagger. They had fearful expressions on their faces as they glanced back over their shoulder. In a few seconds, Alex found out what it was that was chasing them. A scorpion-like tail shot out from the shrub, impaling the slowest goblin in the group. The creature effortlessly lifted the corpse and hurled it towards its companions ahead, causing them to tumble to the forest floor in disarray. The cockatrice stepped out and closed the distance with the goblin. The green creature stood and gripped their weapons with trembling hands, showing their backs was suicide. They had no other option but to fight. Alex, watching the show, took out a piece of meat from his inventory and began to eat. It just felt like the right thing to do at the moment. The goblins, driven by a primal instinct to survive, let out a collective battle cry and lunged at the cockatrice, brandishing their crude weapons. But the scary bird was fast, effortlessly evading their clumsy attacks. With its razor-sharp beak, the cockatrice ruthlessly impaled one of the goblins in the chest, and with a swift motion of its tail, it sent another hurtling into its comrade. With a flap of its wings, the cockatrice gracefully leaped onto one of the goblins, its talons slashing mercilessly at its writhing victim. The unfortunate goblin's agonized screams pierced the air, and even Alex couldn't help but wince at the gruesome sight. Okay, now that's just unnecessary violence. Alex shook his head. The cockatrice could have ended it in a move. While the cockatrice was busy with its blood-seeking assault, one of the goblins crept from behind, its beady eyes locked on the cockatrice. With a swift and merciless strike, the goblin swung its club towards the bird's head, its malice evident in the grit of its teeth. The club found its mark, landing a clean blow on the back of the cockatrice's skull. The cockatrice staggered forward, a yelp escaping its beak, disoriented by the unexpected attack. The goblin, feeling emboldened by its success, charged at the cockatrice, hoping to hit it once again, but it didn't take account of its deadly tail. With a swift motion, the cockatrice took the goblin's head off cleanly from its body. The goblin's severed head went hurtling through the air, and its decapitated body crumpled to the ground. The cockatrice then began to shake its head vigorously, its eyes filled with pain. The goblin's club had inflicted significant damage. Alex then noticed one of the goblins climb from under the corpse of another. One more goblin was still alive, and the bird didn't seem to have noticed it. The goblin wasted no time. It picked up a wooden club and swung it with all its might, striking the back of the cockatrice's head. The cockatrice, now in a drunken stupor, swayed and swung its tail wildly, but it found no target. The goblin, fueled by determination and perhaps a touch of madness, stepped forward once more, delivering a decisive blow that landed squarely on the bird's face. With a thud, the cockatrice's massive body collapsed to the side, twitching in its final moments. The goblin discarded the bloodied club and produced a crude dagger, a glint of savagery in its eyes. It stood over the cockatrice's neck and plunged the dagger into its skull. But it didn't stop there. It began to struck the cockatrice's head continuously. The air filled with the gruesome sound of flesh tearing and blood spewing forth. The goblin's assault continued until, finally, it severed the cockatrice's head completely. It held the severed head to the sky and yelled in victory, its body drenched in blood. Alex shook his head at the barbaric scene. He hadn't noticed it before, but this goblin had a different name. Goblin Scout, rank D. No wonder it had a dagger, Alex muttered. He contemplated whether or not he should cut the goblin celebration short, but decided against it. It was a victory poorly earned at the sacrifice of its allies. The goblins and cockatrice seemed to be enemies, and Alex guessed it was more likely the bird's fault as they were aggressively territorial. The Goblin Scout began to move, and Alex decided to follow it. The goblins will be an enemy in the future. It was best to know their base of operation. Alex followed from a distance, as he didn't want to get close and alert it, but that made the goblin harder to track as it was small and nimble. After a few minutes of running, the goblin finally reached its destination. Alex stopped further away and watched as the little goblin approached what appeared to be the entrance of a cave, concealed beneath a canopy of trees. In the clearing before the cave's mouth gathered a lot of goblins. Some held clubs, others pitchforks, and a few daggers. It looked like they were going to war, and Alex figured it against the cockatrices. The gathered goblin made way for the scout to pass. The small goblin, heaving from exertion, walked towards a massive figure seated upon a wooden, throne-like chair. This huge goblin was as tall as a human, with muscles that rippled beneath its greenish skin and teeth that poked menacingly like that of a tiger. Goblin Boss, rank D. The boss goblin sat lazily on the chair, leisurely gnawing on a chunk of meat, relishing every bite. The scout goblin bowed deeply and gingerly laid the severed cockatrice head before the imposing leader. With a nod of acknowledgement, the goblin boss parted its gnarled lips, revealing a set of sharp, jagged teeth as it commanded. Speak. Alex's mouth dropped wide open. Among all the surprises he had gotten since beginning the tutorial, this tops it all. The goblins could talk. Chapter 9, Interspecies War. Goblin find chicken. Chicken far over there. Many chicken big and a big one, but dangerous. The scout said dramatically to the goblin boss, who nodded in response. Alex was baffled the scout could talk as well. The absurdity of it all left him speechless. He wondered if it was because the goblins being human-like in some ways was why they were capable of speech, which made sense as he hadn't heard any intelligent speech come out of the cockatrice's mouth. It seemed like the regular goblin troop couldn't talk as well, which meant only creatures with a title could speak. Suddenly, the boss goblin rose to his feet, its demeanor more serious as it announced with vigor. Today we hunt down chicken. Territory is ours, and when we kill them, and after we have feast, he declared, bawling his feast, and his words were met with enthusiastic cheers from his troops. Wow, what a motivating speech. You lead the way. The goblin boss commanded the scout and took its weapon, a crude, oversized axe that fits its size. Alex decided to flee before he got spotted. As he sneaked away, he couldn't help but ponder how strange his life had suddenly gotten. Just a day ago, he was working in his office with computers. Now, he was watching goblins fight over territories with cockatrices. It was a show he wouldn't miss. And as for picking a side, he was rooting for the cockatrice. Though the goblins were the underdog, they didn't stand any chance, judging from the fight he saw earlier, unless the goblin boss was strong enough to cause an upset. Either way, he wasn't too concerned about the outcome, as he was simply thinking of how he could take advantage of the chaos that would ensue and become the winner of it all. That's right, I'm the upset he. The scout goblin navigated, and the boss and the rest of the packs toward the cockatrice. While distancing himself from the goblins, Alex was suddenly assailed by the distinctive sounds of cockatrices in the distance. It seemed that the cockatrices, too, had decided to take the fight to the goblins. He hurriedly climbed a nearby tree to watch how the chaos would play out from above. The two groups, goblins and cockatrices, met in a standoff, glaring menacingly at each other. In a provocative display, the goblin boss hurled the severed head of a cockatrice toward the herd, eliciting angry screeches that reverberated through the forest. Despite their visible agitation, the cockatrices remained cool, unwilling to be provoked. Amidst the flock of cockatrices, Alex spotted one that stood out, larger, leaner, and exuding an air of undeniable authority. Its feathers gleamed like blades, its eyes radiated intelligence, and its every movement was regal. It was unmistakably the leader of the cockatrices, the reason the birds hadn't made their move, and the system identification confirmed his suspicions. Cockatrice Boss, Dread Feather, Rank D. Proceed with caution. Alex was surprised. This was the first time the system had issued a warning, which meant this cockatrice was the real deal. Great, we don't have to walk so far to find chicken. We kill the bird here and party here. The goblin boss yelled. Stupid goblin, you dare hunt one of our own in cockatrice territory. Today, you pay with your life, the cockatrice declared threateningly. Alex double blinked. The cockatrice could speak as well. His shock didn't linger much as he had earlier deduced that monsters with titles were capable of speech. He had to admit that hearing monsters talk was weird, but it wasn't too bad, as it could make things more interesting. The goblins had killed one of their own, and the cockatrice was here for revenge. He got the plot and was ready for the action. Chicken talk now. Chicken in my belly later. The boss goblin chuckled, undeterred by the cockatrice's warnings, and raised his axe defiantly. Troops attacked. The boss charged forth, and the rest of the goblins followed. If it were just a regular goblin troop, they would have been terrified by the cockatrice's size, but their boss's presence gave them confidence. They clashed with the cockatrice and began to fight, weapons clanging against beak and talon, tails stabbing into green toddlers. The skirmish erupted in a frenzy of chaos and fury. Alex sat cross-legged on the tree as he watched the battle. It was going exactly as he had imagined. A single cockatrice was able to take out about 3 goblins, and when one of the cockatrices was about to be surrounded, another came to its rescue. They covered each other back and gave the goblin no chance to utilize their numbers, which was the only way the green creature would ever be able to defeat one. One after another, the goblins fell, including the scout from earlier, lying motionless with a fatal wound to its head. Like Alex had predicted, they didn't stand a chance. Alex shook his head at the one-sided onslaught. He had to admit, the goblin fought bravely for some cockatrice meat, but it was foolish bravery. Only the boss goblin was able to hold its own, killing 2 cockatrice, but it was now engaged in a fierce duel with the cockatrice leader. Dreadfeather was fast, using its blade for feathers and scorpion tail to rain deadly assaults on the boss goblin. The goblin, battered and bloodied, continued to fight relentlessly, but it was only a matter of time before he too would succumb to his injuries. Enough time for Alex to carry out his plan. He opened his inventory, which was filled with blast shards made of the stones he had collected earlier in his search for cockatrices. He had stopped the timer all at 1, so they would explode a second after he resumed them. One by one, he took them out and swiftly hurled them onto the battlefield. Since the cockatrice and goblin were busy fighting, they didn't notice the stones dropping. One had even struck a goblin on its head, but it was too busy trying to survive to take it seriously. Once Alex had tossed enough to the battlefield, he seized a fistful of blast shards and aimed them at the battling bosses. Dreadfeather saw some projectiles hitting the ground, causing it to stop and glance around, wary of danger. But before it could make sense of the situation, the goblin boss charged at it, forcing the cockatrice to defend itself. With a swift move, Dreadfeather shoved the goblin backward, using the brief opening to glance upward. Something didn't feel right. Its sharp eyes quickly locked onto Alex, who was casually perched on a tree branch above, and it squinted its eyes in suspicion. Alex, unfazed by the piercing gaze, simply waved at Dreadfeather with a mischievous grin on his face. Then he snapped his fingers, and in an instant, the air erupted with a thunderous roar of explosions. The battlefield consumed in a storm of fiery blasts as the blast shards detonated, sending shockwaves that shook the ground. Chapter 10 Beast Slap. The whole battlefield erupted with a powerful explosion, consuming both cockatrices and goblins alike. Alex covered his ears so he wouldn't get deaf from the ear-splitting sounds. With his eyes shut, he grinned heartily, enjoying the sounds of system notification ringing in his head. The blast shards had finished exploding, and Alex opened his eyes to see the damage he had caused. His mouth shot open. The whole place was like a scene from hell. Trees fell and burned on the ground. Bushes caught on fire, and the body parts of goblins and cockatrices were everywhere. The explosion had killed about 80% of the monster below, and the remaining were far too injured to be a threat. He turned towards the cockatrice boss and goblin and saw they were still alive, but they resumed fighting with each other despite the chaos. He noticed the cockatrice. Dreadfeather was stealing glances in his direction while defending the attacks from the goblin. The cockatrice boss knew he was the source of the explosion, but it couldn't do anything about it as its opponent was a persistent brute who lacked reasoning skills. Alex made a mental note to keep an eye on the cockatrice boss. He did not to be caught off guard by any unexpected attacks from the avian beast, who seemed rather shrewd. The remaining cockatrices alive had either died, lost their body parts, or were burnt to a crisp and barely hanging. Alex could only see 2 of the goblin alive, and he could only consider them as lucky. Yep, my abilities are quite amazing. Alex nodded proudly at the result. Though the scene was horrific, Alex didn't care too much about it. These monsters exist to be hunted, to make players stronger, and they wouldn't hesitate to kill him if they got the chance, so he had no remorse. At first, he contemplated finishing them up with more blast shards, but he itching to get some experience with his weapon. He had no one to train him, so he decided to start working on his sword skills. The injured beasts were like practice dummies roaming around the field. So the situation was perfect. With a wicked grin, Alex equipped Eclipse Edge, and then put on Scale Walk Boot, which added 5 points to his agility. He leaped off the tree and landed on the ground with a heavy thud. System add 10 points to strength, he said as he charged towards the nearest cockatrice. The cockatrice could not even react, as Alex took the beast's head clean off his body. With his strength boosted, his sword went through the cockatrice's neck like butter. He turned to the next, a goblin with half its body burnt. It grunted at him in defiance, but Alex responded with a kick to its chest, which propelled the goblin's body into a tree with a fatal impact. Ding! You have killed Creature Goblin. Level up. Nice! With this, he was now level 7, adding the number of times he had leveled up from his Blast Shards massacre. This noise caught the attention of the cockatrice nearby, and they attacked Alex. But one by one they met their demise majorly due to their injuries. Meanwhile, the cockatrice and the goblin boss were still fighting, Dreadfeather with a worried expression on its face. It had taken glances and had noticed the human slaughtering his troop. However, the goblin didn't seem to have noticed this threat, and that pissed it off. You idiot, stop. There's a new enemy. No, this is all Chicken's fault. Chicken set trap. Kill everyone. Goblin must have chicken and be victorious. Make King proud. The goblin began to attack in a frenzy, and the cockatrice shook his head, realizing there was no getting through with the idiot. Its initial goal was to take down the goblin clan once and for all, so they wouldn't come back to claim territory. But he couldn't do that without his men, so his only option was to kill their leader, and the human, and then return with new troops to face the goblin once again, with a sigh and a plan to follow. The cockatrice's speed suddenly increased, faster than what the goblin was used to. Dreadfeather overwhelmed the goblin with a flurry of attacks, its wings, tail, beaks, and all its weapons dishing out relentless assault. The goblin bled, unable to move. As he had taken most of the brunt from the bombs and was weakened, now he was suffering from assaults and wasn't able to keep up with the cockatrice's torrents of attacks. The cockatrice's tail pierced into the goblin's shoulder, and he was forced to jump back. The stab area began to change into purple, indicating poison. The goblin groaned and fell on its knees, severely weakened and hurt. This fight is over. Surrender, and I'll make your death swift. The goblin grinned. It wasn't ready to tap out yet. With a thundering roar, it activated his special ability, Bloodlust, which doubled the user's strength for a few seconds. If I'm going down, I'll take you along with me. The goblin's skin began to turn red as strength flushed through its body. But the cockatrice was familiar with the goblin's skills and was prepared. It sucked in a deep breath, energy bubbling in its throat, and fire out a wave of sonic howl, a move that stuns and damages the enemy using sound waves. The goblin's skin that was turning red returned to normal, and it coughed out blood. The sonic howl had interrupted the goblin bloodlust, nullifying the power, and that caused a backlash. The goblin boss fell to its knees, coughing out blood. The last attack had sealed its fate. The cockatrice then appeared behind the goblin and took its head off. With a plop, the goblin's head dropped to the ground. But it was still conscious, so it said its last words before life left its eyes. I, Baron, a loyal boss to King, will be back and I will have meat. The The cockatrice simply shook his head at this, glad he was done with the goblin. Hey, Birdface. The cockatrice suddenly heard a voice and sharply turned, scanning the battlefield for the threat. The human was nowhere to be seen, and all of its troops were dead. Over here, Alex said, appearing behind it. And as the cockatrice turned, it was met with a powerful slap that sent it sliding to the side. Chapter 11, Mocking Defeat. So tough. Alex winced as he flexed his wrist, pain shooting through it. The cockatrice's beak was like solid steel, and he had hit it with so much force his bone creaked. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have done that, Alex thought, but he had no regret. Especially now that the arrogant look on the cockatrice's face had disappeared, utter shock replacing it. Dreadfeather, with its head turned to the side, slowly redirected its gaze toward Alex. Disbelief is etched on its avian features. It blinked, trying to process what had just happened, and when it finally spoke, its voice was laced with cold fury. How dare mere Ranky lay a hand on the mighty? Shut up, Alex interrupted. Shut up and let's get this over with. I don't want to waste too much time on you. I've got things to do before the tutorial begins. Dreadfeather was taken aback, baffled by Alex's audacity. The human was inferior, yet it dared speak as if it was the apex predator. The insolence. Dreadfeather gritted its teeth and dove toward Alex with terrifying speed, hatred burning in its eyes. Alex extracted a couple blast shards from his inventory and tossed them toward the fast-approaching cockatrice. The cockatrice boss, seeing this, recalled that it was the same kind of rocks that had exploded while battling with the goblin. Dreadfeather came to a halt and leaped backwards before the rock exploded. But Alex activated the detonation of the blast shards midair. Boom! The force of it hit the cockatrice, sending it sprawling to the ground. A part of his feather burnt by the flames. The cockatrice screeched in pain, glaring at Alex, who stood casually, watching the creature writhe with a satisfied grin. I amplified the force of the explosion 3 times. You should feel honored. You're an opponent I take seriously. Dreadfeather, despite being angry, cautiously distanced itself from Alex. It was now more wary of the foe it was facing, making sure its next attacks were carefully planned. You coward! You have to resort to such tricky means to battle, the cockatrice sneered. If it works, then it's effective. And besides, I didn't trick anyone. When I threw down these bombs, I didn't do any sneaking. You all were just too distracted to notice me. Alex responded with a shrug. You took advantage of our battle with the goblin. Like a coward. But no matter. Eventually, you'll run out of tricks, and then I'll have your head. I thought you were intelligent, but you're just as dense as the goblin. Alex said, but Dreadfeather wasn't listening. I'll give you a chance to surrender. Let me kill you peacefully, human, or fight me and die a slow, painful death, Dreadfeather said, and Alex frowned in confusion. Surrender? Why would I? I mean, look at you. You're the one on the verge of collapse here. If I were you, I'd be running for my life. But even if you healed up and came back, you still wouldn't stand a chance. So I'll show some mercy and end this in the next 2 minutes. The cockatrice's feathers flared in fury, and it panted heavily, rage consuming it. You bastard, I'll make sure you suffer worse than the green idiot. Despite its injuries, despite the exhaustion racking its body, the cockatrice was too blinded by hatred to retreat. So it lunged again, determined to fight until the bitter end. Alex sighed, shaking his head. If that's how you want to play it. He pulled out another set of blast shards. Then here, have some more rocks. Alex hurled the blast shard at the cockatrice, but Dreadfeather was quick, leaping back just as the explosion rocked the ground. Thick fumes filled the air, momentarily clouding the battlefield. The cockatrice darted backward, its sharp eyes scanning for movement through the haze. Suddenly, Alex burst from the smoke, his form a blur, which came along with a gleaming, eclipse edge, heading dangerously towards the cockatrice's neck. The cockatrice avoided the attack and whipped out its tail in a fierce counterattack. But it struck empty air, and the next thing the Dreadfeather felt was a powerful punch to its chest, the air knocked from its lungs. Then another hit to its face, which sent it reeling backward, its talons digging into the ground as its body skidded across the field. Come on now, don't disappoint me like this. Is this all you've got? After all that arrogant talk, Alex taunted. Dreadfeather's eyes flared with fury, humiliated by the mockery. With a sharp screech, it lunged forward, its razor-sharp blade-like talons slashing toward Alex. But Alex effortlessly darted backward in quick bursts, staying just out of reach. The cockatrice, enraged and desperate, attacked like a beast possessed, but Alex calmly deflected its furious attacks with Isekai'd, sword clanging against blades. He had to admit he was enjoying himself, as the more he used the Isekai'd, the more fluid and natural it felt in his hand. Meanwhile, Dreadfeather was starting to panic. Its stamina was rapidly depleting, and no matter how hard it attacked, it couldn't gain any ground. The cockatrice had fought its way to the position of boss, completing every mission the Cockatrice King had given it. Yet here it was, struggling against a mere E-rank human. Should the Cockatrice King find out that Dreadfeather lost to a lesser being, it will never grant revival. Unlike other monsters, such as goblins, second chances for cockatrices were much harder to come by because of how highly they valued their pride. To them, defeat wasn't just a setback, but a permanent stain on their reputation. Dreadfeather was seriously considering the thought of fleeing, but Alex's mocking voice cut through its frustration like a blade. Are you thinking of retreating? You'll still end up dead if you do that. Damn you, Dreadfeather screeched, its pride too wounded to walk away. It couldn't bear the idea of running from an E-rank human. No, it had to kill Alex at all costs, even if it meant its own death. You'll pay for underestimating me, Dreadfeather hissed, its throat swelling ominously. Alex could sense something was wrong, but before he could react, Dreadfeather unleashed a deafening sonic blast. The sound ripped through the air, and Alex barely had time to shield himself with his arms before the force of it hit him. The blast sent him skidding backward, his boots digging into the ground. Though it hadn't caused much physical harm, the wave of sound left his head spinning. His muscles felt drained, and his steps turned into a stagger as he struggled to stay upright. He wondered what was happening and checked his stats, only to see they had all been halved. What? Alex exclaimed in shock. He didn't think the cockatrice had an ability with such a crippling effect. Scared now, the cockatrice said with an evil grin. You should be. The cockatrice moved to attack, but Alex immediately threw blast shards at the boss, causing the cockatrice to halt. Dreadfeather leaped backwards, expecting an explosion, but nothing came. Shit, I'm out of mana, Alex exclaimed, and Dreadfeather heard. It found it made sense that Alex's mana had run out as he had caused so many explosions and damages. Dreadfeather watched Alex with its sharp eyes and noticed Alex slowly stepping away. This made it realize Alex had indeed run out of mana and was trying to flee. A coward's move when faced with a dilemma. Typical of an E-rank to overestimate their strength and fail to monitor their energy consumption, Dreadfeather taunted, strutting forward with a smug look on its face. Thinking you're invincible, only to crumble before the end of the fight. Don't come any closer, Alex yelled in panic. Stay away from me, unless you want to get blasted to smithereens. Dreadfeather chuckled at how hollow and fear-filled the threat sounded. This is how it's supposed to be, Dreadfeather said, savoring the moment. The prey, terrified of the predator. Drawing its feather blades, the cockatrice prepared to tear Alex apart, eager to repay the humiliation it had endured. But suddenly, Alex burst into laughter. Dreadfeather stopped and frowned. Have you gone crazy knowing your death is imminent? Death? Alex wiped the moisture from the corner of his eye. A grin still lingering. The only one dying here is you. Dreadfeather frowned, wondering if Alex had truly gone mad. When I said you're just as dense as the goblin, you didn't believe me. You were so blinded by the vision of your victory, you lost all caution against a tricky foe. What are you talking about? Dreadfeather demanded. I'm not the arrogant one here, you are, Alex said, and then gestured for the cockatrice to look downwards. The cockatrice followed and saw beneath its talon were rocks. The same rocks that didn't explode earlier. The blast shards Alex had thrown paused at 1 second. Dreadfeather's heart stopped. Its eyes widened in horror as it came to the realization. Yeah, it's too late. Alex sighed, about to flick his fingers. And to think I warned you of this exact moment. Chapter 12, A Rooster Curse. Alex activated his ability, and the stones exploded, swallowing the cockatrice. The creature didn't even get the chance to scream as the explosion consumed it, causing instant death. Alex watched emotionlessly as the charred body of the cockatrice fall to the ground. He fell on his butt and wiped the sweat off his forehead with the back of his hand. The battle had taken a lot out of him, especially his stamina. The debuff he had received from the cockatrice's last attack had made him even weaker. But when he checked his stats, he saw it had vanished when the cockatrice had died. He then read the notification flashing in front of him. You have defeated the cockatrice boss, Dreadfeather. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. 3 times nice. With this, Alex was now level 10. You have been rewarded with 15 stats points, 5 power stones, 20 coins, and new skill. Sonic Howl. Yes, Alex exclaimed, raising his bald fist to the sky in victory. He had taken advantage of the battle between the two different creatures and had reaped bountiful rewards. From leveling up, which netted him power points, to power stones, coins, weapons, and even a new skill, Alex was eager to check out the new ability. Sonic Howl. Unleash a powerful shockwave from your mouth, disorienting enemies and reducing their stats by 20%. The blast disrupts their balance, leaving them vulnerable for a short duration. Alex gasped in shock. It was the skill Dreadfeather had used against him to take half his stats, but this one was more downgraded. Nevertheless, it was useful. Not only did it stun and weaken the opponent, but it also decreased enemy stats by 20%. Alex wondered what would happen if he spammed it on an opponent. Would the reduction percentage increase? Or would it not be effective? Maybe not. Alex decided to test his ability, and, as usual, his test subject was the trees. He readied himself and activated the skill. Immediately, he knew how to use it. Energy bubbled in his stomach and then flowed to his mouth. Then he let out a scream, and shockwaves escaped his mouth, hitting the trees. When he was done, Alex took a deep breath and exhaled heavily, holding his chest that tickled slightly. That was freaking cool. Alex imagined himself looking like a banshee when he had used the ability. It was like something out of a movie. Alex walked towards the tree to observe the damage Sonic Howl had done. He could see the ability had caused only a small dent. The physical damage was not that high, but that wasn't where its strength lay. The tree was a bad experimental target, so Alex didn't test it anymore, knowing he would only get results against a living being. Maybe I shouldn't have used all my upgrade stones on Exploding Touch, Alex thought. If he had used an upgrade stone on Sonic Howl, then he was sure the percentage of stats reduction would have risen. But there was no point in complaining or fretting about it. The skill he had used the upgrade stone on was already overpowered. And with it, he had decimated the battlefield single-handedly and cooked the cockatrice boss in such a dominating manner. Now that he was thinking about it, Alex realized he had flexed hard on the cockatrice boss. Overconfidence might not be a good thing, as he hadn't expected the cockatrice's last attack. What this taught him was that he shouldn't be 100% sure of his victory until his opponent isn't breathing. Adds by Pub Future. But it was not like he hadn't prepared for any upset. With the first slap, he landed on the cockatrice he had plastered an Exploding Touch on its face, meaning the fight could have ended almost immediately if he chose. But Gray didn't want this, as he wanted to improve his sword skills. Ding! Apocalypse Baby taking effect. You have been rewarded with 15 stat points, 5 power stones, 20 coins, and a new skill. Slipstream. 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 You can easily escape a trap. Magical traps take time and may cost mana. The stronger the trap, the more time it will take. The skills certainly couldn't be compared to Sonic Howl and Exploding Touch, which were explosive abilities that would be useful in fighting against monsters. But Alex didn't disregard it, as it might show its use against humans. There was a chance he would get captured, and in that scenario, the skill might prove extremely useful. The system notification then rang, and Alex read the new pop-up. You have reached level 10. You have earned the chance to choose an ability from 3 options. Swift Strike, Arcane Aegis, Titan's Fury. Whoa, that came as a surprise. Alex had not seen it coming. He just kept getting abilities. He first checked out the skill. Swift Strike. Move at 2x speed for 5 meters, stunning any enemy in your path for 1 second. Your path is locked in a straight line, making it predictable to sharp opponents. Cool down 1 minute. Arcane Aegis. Blocks all attacks for 3 seconds, with a 30% chance to reflect damage back at the attacker, amplified by 50%. Great for defense and turning the tide of battle. The barrier slows your movement by 20%. Cool down 30 seconds. Titan's Fury. Double your strength for 30 seconds, making attacks nearly unstoppable and allowing you to break through defenses. Ideal for short bursts of intense combat. After the effect ends, you suffer a 50% reduction in both strength and stamina for 15 minutes. Cool down 1 hour. These are all amazing abilities, but each came with its flaws. Swift Strike was great for surprise attacks or quick escape, but your movement was locked into a straight line, meaning which would be predictable to a sharp opponent. With Titan's Fury, the The 50% reduction will leave one in such a vulnerable state. Not useful when facing multiple enemies, which Alex planned to do. The flaw of Arcane Aegis was the movement's 20% speed reduction, but it was great for defense, and a 30% chance of reflection attack was a gamble that made things interesting. They were all great skills, but Gray had made his decision, so he chose Arcane Aegis. There wasn't much regret with this decision, as he felt it was more of a risk not to have defensive skills when his close combat was so poor. Again, Alex couldn't help but wonder how strong the skill would get if he used an upgrade stone on it. The rate of reflection would increase, which would make enemies hesitate to attack him, afraid of the full counter that would proceed when they do. Done with choosing an ability, Alex decided to assign points to his stats, but then a flickering dark purple light rose out of the Dreadfeather's body. This caught his attention and he watched. But then all of a sudden, it wrapped itself onto Alex's arm, settling into a tattoo that had the disturbing image of the head of a cockatrice turned sideways. Ding! For killing Dreadfeather, you have been marked with a rooster curse. Cockatrices will now seek out your tainted aura, and as long as the curse exists, they will hunt you down. Curse can only be removed when the cockatrice king dies. Alex froze for a few seconds, taking in what he just read, and he concluded that the only way to react to this info was to scream, "What the hell?" So he did just that. Chapter 13, Goblin Cave. Alex let out a scream of frustration, his voice echoing through the dense forest. His heart pounded, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was mind-boggling that even after death, the cockatrice refused to stop being a problem. Breathing heavily, Alex sighed and swiped away the notification hovering in the air. Though frustrated, he decided to accept the situation. There was no point fretting about it, and certainly nothing he could do about it. There was no way he would have known he would get cursed. And honestly, even if he had known, he doubted he would have made a different choice. Alex forced himself to think more clearly and decided to look at it from another angle. Instead of a curse, I can just see it as a blessing. His original plan was simple: get stronger and gain an edge over the other players. But now he had another reason to push his limits, one with much higher stakes. He was literally standing in cockatrice territory, and with a rooster curse inflicted on him, once he was spotted by a cockatrice, he would become an instant target that would immediately be hunted down without hesitation. Not wanting to risk an encounter just yet, Alex turned away and began walking down the familiar path leading to the Goblin Cave. His plan was clear: raid the Goblin hideout, gain experience, and level up until he was strong enough to take on the cockatrices head-on. He recalled overhearing the Goblin boss mention to Dreadfeather that it would return, meaning there was a good chance the goblins had respawned. Alex smirked. He needed a break from hunting bird-like monsters, and goblins would provide a nice change of pace. Soon, he'd be dealing with cockatrices nonstop, so why not take the opportunity to face a different foe for now? Standing in front of the cave, he equipped Eclipse Edge. The front was eerily quiet, compared to the rowdy scene he had seen about an hour ago. As he stepped closer, a notification flashed before his eyes. Ding! Goblin Sub-Dungeon. Do you want to enter? Why in? Once you enter, you can't leave unless you defeat the boss. It turns out the cave was a dungeon like he had suspected. He knew the only explanation for what the goblin boss had said to the cockatrice was respawning. As long as the dungeon exists, the goblin boss could always come back, like an undead. No wonder the cockatrice was pissed with them. They were like annoying, chicken-loving cockroaches that just wouldn't die. Alex was quite confident he could handle whatever the dungeon would throw at him. He had leveled up a lot and gotten many power stones along with new abilities, so he was ready to unleash on the poor goblins. He accepted the prompt to enter and stepped into the dark cave. The air inside the cave was thick and damp, carrying the smell of decay and mold. Jagged rocks jutted from the uneven walls, casting shadows that flickered in the dim light of the bioluminescent fungi that clung onto the stones, illuminating Alex's path. 5 minutes inside, and Alex was starting to get pissed, his frustration growing with every step. Seriously, where the hell are the goblins? He had been walking with his nose covered, as the smell of the place left a putrid taste in his mouth, and hadn't found any single thing to kill but time. Seriously, I should send a complaint to the Oracle for the lack of monsters to fight. As if on cue, he heard a faint noise echo from behind him. He noticed it came from a distance, so he walked backward towards the noise. Peeking around a corner, he saw some goblins chattering gibberish, along with more appearing out of thin air, one by one. So that's why I found no goblins. Alex nodded, coming to a realization. The goblins had all died in their fight against the cockatrice, so the dungeon probably needed time and energy to respawn them back. He then saw the scout goblin from a forest. He too had been respawned. Alex wondered if the same applied to the cockatrice. Would they respawn after they died? He really wished they didn't. If that were the case, he would not only have to deal with a curse, but also an angrier Dreadfeather. Alex shuddered, but he was snapped out of his thoughts by a low grunt behind him. Turning quickly, Alex saw a goblin that had spawned right behind him, and without hesitation, he swung his blade, Isekai'd's edge, cleanly slicing through the goblin's neck. The decapitated head rolled into the open, and one of the goblins who spotted the rolling head let out a shrill scream, alerting the rest of the group. In an instant, the goblins were armed, ready for battle. Well, at least now I've got something to fight, Alex thought, tightening his grip on his sword. He stepped out of his hiding and waved to the goblins, grinning high. Two of the goblins charged at him immediately, as if provoked by the greeting, but Alex, with a single fluid motion, swung, Isekai'd's edge, slicing both of them in half at the waist. Their bodies dropped to the ground with a chilling thud, and the rest of the goblins weren't so eager to rush in. Instead, they moved cautiously, slowly forming a circle around Alex, their eyes glinting with malice. The goblin scout from amongst them stepped forward, and a notification blinked into Alex's vision. Goblin Scout, Ruzik, rank D. Ruzik raised its dagger and pointed it menacingly at Alex. Human drop weapon and all belonging. Human leave with head in one piece. Alex raised an eyebrow. Unlike the usual gibberish from the other goblins, he could actually understand Ruzik's words. That meant one thing. Named monsters could speak human language, or at least he could understand them. The rest of the goblins grunted, howled, and banged their weapons against the cave floor and walls, trying to intimidate him. The noise reverberated around the cavern, but Alex wasn't the least bit fazed. In fact, he found it all rather amusing. With a smirk, Alex addressed the scout. Ruzik, huh? I'm Alex. I've been watching you since you killed the cockatrice in the forest. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten so many treasures and skills. So, thanks for that. Ruzik paused, tilting its head as if processing the information. Then, completely catching Alex off guard, it asked, Human have chicken? Eh. Alex blinked, stunned by the sudden question. Ruzik, seemingly serious, stretched out its hand, palm up. Human have chicken. Hand it over. Alex chuckled, finding the gesture comedic. It was crazy that they thought of cockatrice meat as treasures. And though Alex could spare some cockatrice meat, he had no intention of handing over anything to them. If anything, he was here to take. I'm sorry, Ruzik, I can't do that. Ruzik's face twisted in annoyance. Human surrounded. No escape. Human die. Hand it over. From their viewpoint, they saw Alex as a fool, surrounded in their territory with little chance of escaping. But it was far from what they thought. Alex wasn't the prey here. He was a predator. And they would come to know that very soon. Chapter 14, Entrapped. Alex drew Isekai'd's edge, the sleek blade gleaming with a dark aura. The goblins grunted in alarm, but when they noticed his sword, their fear twisted into greed. Their grunts turned into excited snarls, and they looked eager to steal the powerful weapon. Alex shook his head, amused by their reaction. Seriously, how dumb can these creatures be? With a sigh, he suddenly vanished, moving so fast it seemed like he teleported. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared in the middle of a group of goblins, and before they could react, Alex swung his sword in a wide arc. The air whistled as Isekai'd's edge cut through them like paper, slicing several goblins clean in half. The scout goblin, frozen in shock, snapped out of it and screamed for the rest to attack. In an instant, the rest of the goblins rushed at Alex, weapons raised, snarling in rage. Energy gathered in Alex's chest, swelling up until his mouth bulged. With a roar, he unleashed Stun Howl, the sound wave tearing through the air with a deafening boom. The goblins caught in its path were blown backward, tumbling through the air like ragdolls. Those hit at close range froze mid-step, their bodies trembling. Blood oozed from their ears and mouths as they collapsed, dead on their feet. With a cold grin, Alex dashed toward the remaining goblins, his movements a blur. His sword swung with precise fury, each strike hitting its mark. Limbs flew, and goblin after goblin fell, unable to match Alex's sheer speed and power. He fought like a wild beast, slashing and hacking through his enemies, unstoppable in his rampage. It was a one-sided massacre, with each swing of his sword sending limbs and goblin corpses flying. But no matter how many he killed, more kept coming. Like all the goblins in the dungeon had gathered to take him down. The green beasts charged without hesitation, showing no fear, no concern for their own lives. Alex frowned as he fought, his mind racing. Why aren't they scared? Unlike when he had fought the cockatrice boss, the monsters had shown some caution, some survival instinct. But these goblins? They attacked like mindless drones, rushing him in waves, as if they were being controlled. Is it because we're in a dungeon? He wondered, as he swung his sword to meet two goblins leaping at him from above like wild monkeys. Their bodies hit the ground before they even knew what happened. A third goblin lunged at his legs, but Alex reacted quickly with a spin, kicking into a nearby wall with a bone-cracking thud. A Nathu'd group of goblins rushed him next, but Alex barely flinched as he opened his mouth, gathering energy, and unleashed a powerful stun howl. The sound wave hit the goblins head-on. Their bodies dropped to the ground, lifeless, as blood streamed from their ears. But while Alex was focused on the swarm, the goblin scout hung back, watching him with calculating eyes. It made a series of quick hand gestures, signaling some of the goblins to fetch nets. Without hesitation, the goblins obeyed, grabbing nets and preparing to spring the trap. Alex, too engrossed in fighting, didn't notice the goblins above, quietly positioning themselves with a net ready. He only realized something was wrong when it was too late. The net dropped over him in an instant. Goblins on all sides grabbed the edges, pulling it tight and trapping him. Alex cursed under his breath, struggling against the tough, tangled net. His movements were slowed, his sword arm pinned down. Before he could break free, he felt a sharp pain in his back. A goblin had stabbed him with a pitchfork, the crude weapon digging into his flesh. Snarling in pain, Alex gritted his teeth. With a pained yell, he swung his arm and backhanded the goblin behind him. The creature flew through the air like a rag doll, slamming into the cave wall with a sickening thud. But the sharp pain in his back made Alex groan, his hand instinctively clutching the bleeding wound. "Arg, that hurts," he muttered through clenched teeth. Just as he tried to catch his breath, a dagger came out of nowhere, burying itself deep into his thigh. "Gah!" Alex gasped, the sharp pain shooting up his leg. Before he could even react, another dagger was already flying toward him. Reflexively, Alex activated his Aegis Arcane, the invisible barrier flaring up just in time to block the deadly blade. It clanged off the shield and fell to the ground. His eyes shot up, narrowing in on the culprit. Ruzik, the goblin scout. The crafty goblin stood in the distance, a cold smirk on its face as it drew more daggers from its belt, aiming with sniper-like precision. Without missing a beat, Ruzik unleashed a flurry of daggers, each one zipping through the air toward Alex. Aegis Arcane held firm, but Alex felt the pressure building. Every dagger that struck the shield drained more of his energy. Worse, he was still stuck under the iron net, its weight pressing down on him like a vice. More goblins piled onto the net, pulling it tighter, keeping him pinned. This is bad, he thought, panic creeping in. He could feel his energy reserves depleting. The shield wouldn't hold much longer, and when it dropped, he'd be defenseless against the scout's relentless attacks. He needed a way out fast, and he found he had one. Slipstream. You can easily escape an entrapment. Magical traps take time and may cost mana. The stronger the trap, the more time it will take. It was the passive skill he had gotten as a reward for killing the cockatrice boss, Dreadfeather. Gritting his teeth, he deactivated Aegis Arcane, letting the protective barrier disappear, and the net landed directly on his skin. His muscles strained as he fought to stay upright, but his legs began to buckle. He was slowly being forced to his knees. He activated Slipstream and immediately felt the restriction ease, giving him enough time to raise Eclipse Edge, using the side of the blade to parry the daggers flying at him. Using his sword to block wasn't ideal, as his limited movement caused some of the daggers to graze his arms and legs, cutting him multiple times. But this was the only way he could escape the entrapment. Alex clenched his jaw, and with his free hand, Chapter 15, Shadow Goblin. Alex clenched his jaw, and with his free hand, he gripped the iron net, wrapping his fingers around it, then pulled hard, dragging the goblins, holding the net closer to him. His plan was simple. Pull the net in, get closer to the edge, and then break free in one powerful move. But the goblins weren't going to make it easy. More of them piled on, tightening their hold, their weight pulling Alex down even lower. His muscles burned, and he found himself struggling to stay upright as the net pressed him further into the ground. The sudden shift in weight made him lose balance for a split second, just enough time for a dagger to fly straight for his neck. His eyes widened, and at the last moment, Alex jerked his head to the side, but the blade still grazed him, slicing the back of his neck. Pain shot through him, and his vision blurred for a moment. Anger flared inside him. His blood pounded in his ears, and with a furious and desperate shout, Alex unleashed Stun Howl, aimed directly at the Goblin Scout. The force of the blast shook the air, sending debris flying in all directions. Ruzik, the Goblin Scout, tried to leap away from the attack, but the edge of the blast caught its arm, sending the creature tumbling to the ground. Its arm hung limp, useless, leaving the scout temporarily out of the fight. Alex took a deep breath, feeling the burning pain in his body. But he wasn't done yet. Using the chance he had created, he dropped Isekai'd and used both hands to grip the iron net firmly. And with a fierce yank, he pulled the goblins closer, dragging them along as he inched toward the edge of the trap. His muscles strained, but he kept pulling the net and its captors along towards him. As he got closer to the edge, Alex reached into his inventory and pulled out a blastard. A quick glance around the cave reminded him of his biggest fear, that a powerful blast could bring the entire cavern down on him. But he weighed his options and made a decision. One blastard should be fine. Without hesitation, he threw the blastard into the midst of the goblin troop and triggered the explosion immediately. The cave shook, and multiple goblins were hurled through the air, their bodies flailing like ragdolls. The explosion cleared an entire side of the net, leaving an open path for Alex to escape. Without wasting a second, Alex grabbed Isekai'd and dove out of the net, rolling back to his feet. As soon as he was free, a few goblins tried to rush in to replace the fallen ones. But Alex was ready. With a furious swing of his sword, he cut them down, his blade flashing in the dim light as he hacked through the remaining goblins. Breathing heavily, Alex glared at the goblins' troop and then at the scout, Ruzik. He had to admit he had underestimated them, especially the goblin scout. He hadn't seen the trap coming as he was less focused on his environment. "You," Alex muttered, his eyes narrowing. "I should have taken you out first." He raised Isekai'd, pointing it directly at Ruzik. Determined to finish the fight, Alex surged forward with terrifying speed, his body blurring as he dove toward the goblin scout. But just as he was about to strike, Ruzik disappeared into thin air. Alex skidded to a halt, eyes wide in shock. What? The goblin had vanished, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Alex scanned the area, realizing that Ruzik must possess roguelike abilities, stealth, and shadow manipulation. This explained why the goblin was a named monster, as only monsters with abilities had names. Alex clenched his sword tighter, his eyes scanning the darkness for any sign of the scout. But his attention snapped to the goblins, trying to utilize the iron net once again. Yeah, not going to happen. With a furious roar, he unleashed a sonic howl that tore through the goblins holding the net, instantly killing them. His rage boiled over, and without hesitation, he turned his wrath on the rest of the goblin troop. His sword became a whirlwind of death as he hacked and slashed through the creatures, the sharp blade of Isekai'd cutting through their bodies like butter. The goblins screamed in agony, their cries filling the cave, turning the space into a chaotic, blood-soaked nightmare. Minutes later, Alex stood alone, panting heavily, covered in the blood of the fallen goblins. His muscles ached, and his energy was nearly depleted. The toll of his frenzied attack had left him exhausted, and as he caught his breath, he couldn't shake the lingering sense of fear. He had to admit it to himself. He'd been scared. The moment the goblins trapped him, panic had crept in. He had gotten too confident after wiping out enemies with exploding touch in previous battles. And that overconfidence had almost cost him his life this time. Alex shook his head, realizing how reckless he'd been. Walking into enemy territory without a plan had been a mistake. And now, his wounded thigh was a painful reminder that this could have gone very wrong. "I need to be smarter," Alex muttered, his grip tightening on his sword. This wasn't just about strength. It was about thinking things through. He couldn't let his guard down again. Determined to proceed with caution, Alex stayed on high alert. He knew there was still one enemy left. Suddenly, a sharp noise echoed from above. Instinct kicked in, and Alex dove into a barrel roll just as a volley of daggers rained down from the shadows. He looked up and saw the goblin scout, Ruzik, emerging from the shadows, grinning with rotten teeth. In a place where lights was quite dim and darkness was all over, this was his domain. Winning without exploding touch will not be easy, but it was certainly not impossible. Chapter 16, I'm no cockatrice. Alex knew he had to stay sharp to take down the goblin scout. He didn't know where the next attack would come from, so every sense was on high alert. He felt the weight of exhaustion pull at his muscles as he had used up so much energy just escaping the earlier trap, and now he was paying the price. He would have felt confident about facing this goblin one-on-one if he hadn't used so much energy earlier. Now, he had to be careful. As Alex scanned the dimly lit cave, he couldn't help but wonder if the goblin had planned this all along. It had sent its troops to exhaust him, forcing him to burn through his strength before the showdown. The goblin scout was more than just a mindless monster. It was smart, strategic, maybe even as cunning as the cockatrice he had faced earlier. If these tutorial monsters were this intelligent, humanity was in more danger than they had realized. A distinct noise came from behind like a burst bubble, and the goblin scout darted out from the shadows behind him. With quick movement and with a flick of its wrist, the goblin launched a volley of daggers, each one aimed right at Alex's back. He reacted instantly, twisting his body to the side, dodging the blades by mere inches. Using his momentum, Alex dashed forward, aiming straight for the goblin, hoping to catch it off guard. But just as he was about to strike, the scout melted back into the shadows as if it had never been there. TCCH. Alex clicked his tongue, his eyes darting around, searching for any sign of movement. Suddenly, the goblin scout dropped from above like a shadow, its dagger aimed right at the back of Alex's neck. With a quick step backward, Alex dodged the deadly strike, feeling the breeze of the blade pass just inches from his skin. He watched the goblin land lightly before him, its yellow eyes gleaming with a taunting challenge. Without hesitation, Alex lunged forward, hands outstretched to make contact. One touch was all he needed to use his exploding touch. But the goblin was ready. It twisted its body with surprising agility, spinning out of Alex's reach and bolted toward the nearest shadow. Whoa, Alex thought, his heart racing. The goblin moved faster than he expected, almost like it was dancing on air. Gritting his teeth, he chased after it, refusing to let the creature slip away. But then, the goblin whirled around mid-sprint, launching a pair of daggers at him. Alex managed to duck and weave, the blades whizzing past his head, and he saw the goblin was about to vanish into the shadows again. Desperately, he grabbed the hilt of Isekai'd, his trusted blade, and threw it like a javelin, aiming right at the retreating goblin. But Ruzik was too quick. It melted into the shadows at the very last second, and Isekai'd plunged harmlessly into the dirt. Damn it! Alex's frustration boiled over as he clenched his fists. He had been so close. A few more inches, and the goblin would have been caught in his exploding touch. He hurried over to retrieve Isekai'd, yanking the blade free from the ground. But at that instant, a flicker of motion caught his eye. The goblin scout had already taken advantage of his distraction, launching another dagger. A glint of metal was headed straight at him. Alex's body froze, his eyes widening as he watched the blade cut through the air. At the last possible second, he activated Aegis Arcane, and a shimmering magical shield deflected the attack. The impact drained the last of his mana, and the shield shattered in a burst of light. There goes the last of my mana, Alex muttered, his breath ragged. He had reacted just in time, but now he was out of energy. The goblin's hit-and-run strategy was wearing him down, and he knew if this kept up, it was only a matter of time before the goblin landed a real hit. Alex's eyes narrowed as he analyzed the situation. The goblin's tactics were clever, using speed and stealth to chip away at him. It was no wonder it had taken down the cockatrice earlier in the woods. But he wasn't about to go down like that. He was no cockatrice, and he certainly wasn't helpless. He had noticed an opening he could exploit. The goblin's shadow ability had a clear limitation. It could only attack once it fully emerged from the shadows, and every time it did, there was a distinct bubble-like sound. If he timed it right, he could strike before the goblin scout even have a chance to react. With a deep breath, Alex steeled himself, his mind racing with a plan. He wasn't going to let the goblin slip away. Not this time. The faint bubbly sound echoed from behind him, and Alex immediately spun, bolting in the direction of the noise. As he ran, he pulled a blastard from his inventory and hurled it high into the air above where he expected the goblin to appear. As Ruzik, the goblin scout, was caught off guard as Alex charged. Its eyes widened in shock, and it tried to retreat back into the shadow. But it was too late. The blastard detonated overhead with a blinding flash and a deafening boom. The explosion lit up the darkness, forcing the shadows to scatter and exposing the goblin's hiding spots. Panic flashed across the goblin's face as it scrambled to flee to a darker area. But Alex was ready. He activated Stun Howl, unleashing a sonic wave that rippled through the air. The sound wave hit the goblin from behind, and it stumbled, crashing to the ground in a daze. It lay there, disoriented and vulnerable. Seizing his chance, Alex rushed forward, Eclipse Edge raised high above his head, ready to deliver the final blow. The goblin desperately lifted its dagger to block, but... Chapter 17, Goblin Boss. The goblin desperately lifted its dagger to block, but Alex's strength was overwhelming. The sword struck the dagger with a powerful crack, shattering the flimsy blade and continuing through to slice off the goblin's arm. Ruzik howled in agony, clutching the stump of its arm as blood spilled onto the forest floor. It tried to crawl away, but Alex didn't give it a chance. With a fierce glare, he lunged forward and swung his sword in a swift, merciless arc, cleanly severing the goblin's head from its body. The scout's head hit the ground with a dull thud, its eyes still wide with shock. Alex stood there, breathing heavily, the tension in his muscles finally relaxing. He exhaled slowly, feeling the weight of relief settle over him. The fight was over. Ding! You have killed a goblin scout. You have leveled up. You have been rewarded with 5 stat points, 1 power stone, 5 coins, weapon Shadow Fangs, and a new ability, Stealth Walk. Stealth Walk. Erase your presence from the senses of your enemy, blending seamlessly into the air and evading detection for 20 seconds. Ineffective against beings of higher rank or with those with advanced detection skills. Ding! Apocalypse Baby taking effect. You have been rewarded with 5 stat points, 1 power stone, 5 coins, weapon Shadow Fangs, and a new ability, Blade Barrage. Blade Barrage. Hurl daggers with heightened accuracy and speed, channeling a burst of energy into the throw, which gives the dagger extra momentum to pierce through armor or hit fast-moving targets. Alex allowed himself a small smile of satisfaction as he read the notifications. He was still panting from the fight, but he couldn't help but feel a surge of accomplishment. The Goblin Scout's strengths weren't in raw power, but in speed, precision, and stealth. It had been a tricky opponent, especially in a dark environment where shadows gave it the upper hand. And its ability to command other goblins had made the earlier skirmishes a real headache. Alex lowered himself to the ground to catch his breath. The fight had taken everything he had, and he needed a rest. The new ability, Stealth Walk, sounded promising. Unlike the Goblin Scout's method, he didn't have to jump into a shadow. Instead, he could cloak himself and become nearly invisible to weaker foes. But it came a price. Using it would drain a huge chunk of his mana, so he'd have to be careful when and how he used it. There was also Blade Barrage, which would only be effective using blades. He had 2 dual blades which he had gotten for killing the Goblin Scout, but Alex doubted he would be using it much as he preferred using swords rather than daggers. But he didn't dismiss it, as the skill could end up being what saves his life, depending on the situation. Alex sat there, letting his energy replenish. He closed his eyes, listening to the silence of the cavern. His health and mana were slowly creeping back up. He knew what was coming next, and it wasn't going to be an easy battle. The goblin boss was ahead, and it was bound to be tougher, stronger, probably with more brute force, and possibly less cunning. But if there was one thing Alex had learned, it was not to underestimate any of these tutorial monsters. They were more than they seemed, and each one carried its own set of deadly surprises. When he felt his strength return, Alex pushed himself off the ground, taking one final deep breath. His muscles ached, but he was ready. Time to move. He approached the massive stone door that marked the entrance to the boss's lair. It towered over him, a solid barrier of rock with strange carvings etched into its surface. Gripping the rough edges, he heaved with all his might. The door groaned in protest, but finally, it slid open, revealing a vast chamber beyond. Inside, the space opened up into a wide, arena-like room, the ceiling jagged and rocky, towering impossibly high above him. Faint torchlight flickered from the walls, casting long, shifting shadows across the ground. The air was thick with a strange, musty smell, and a low, ominous rumbling echoed from the far end of the chamber. Alex felt a wave of relief wash over him. This arena gave him enough space to use his exploding touch rather freely. Here, he could go all out. He took a deep breath and moved deeper into the chamber, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. At the far end of the room, he spotted the goblin boss, Baron. It was standing on a crumbling altar, gripping a glowing orb tightly in its clawed hand, a deep scowl of concentration etched on its green face. It was taller and bulkier than any goblin he had faced so far, its muscular form draped in ragged armor. The creature radiated a sense of raw power and danger, but Alex didn't let it intimidate him. Instead, he casually started stretching, rolling his shoulders, bending down to touch his toes, and shaking out his arms. He wasn't too concerned about whatever ritual the goblin boss was performing with the orb. All he cared about was finishing this fight and getting out of the dank, suffocating cave. This action caught the attention of the goblin boss, who glanced at Alex and took a double look when it saw Alex doing jumping jacks. His nonchalant attitude seemed to throw the goblin boss off. Alex stopped mid-jump and waved casually, grinning as if he were greeting an old friend. Yo! But the goblin boss didn't seem to share his sense of humor. With a guttural roar, it flung its arm forward. And in a blur of motion, a massive spinning axe shot out from the altar, hurtling directly at Alex's face. Chapter 18, Let's Dance. Alex arched his back, bending like a bow just in time to let the axe whistle inches above his nose. The weapon sailed past him, its sharp edge close enough to feel the rush of air on his face, and slammed into the stone wall behind him, shattering rock with a thunderous crack. Alex's eyes widened, his heart beating like a drum. That attack had power, real power. If he had reacted even a second slower, he would have been done for. He pushed himself back upright, breathing hard, his muscles tensed and ready. The goblin boss's roar echoed through the cavern, its red eyes glowing with fury as it growled. You miserable worm, do you know how much energy I wasted because of you? I don't know. How much was it again? The goblin's fury burned in its eyes as it glared at him, but instead of another axe, it reached down and pulled out a massive great sword, the blade nearly as tall as the goblin itself. Human, you're dead. With a deafening roar, the goblin boss charged, covering the distance between them in a flash. Alex barely had time to react as the goblin brought the greatsword down with brutal force. For a split, dumb second, he thought about blocking it with a clip's edge, but he quickly changed his mind. Not doubting that the sheer power in the swing was enough to shatter his weapon, and probably him along with it. At the last moment, he leapt to the side, the blade crashing into the ground where he'd just been standing, sending a shower of dirt and rock flying. The goblin snarled, lifting the greatsword for another strike, and yelled, "Stay still, you coward!" But Alex was already in motion. His body became a blur as he shot forward with lightning speed and aimed for the goblin's neck, hoping to end the fight with a single, decisive strike. The goblin boss, however, reacted with shocking speed, tilting its head just in time. Alex's blade whizzed past its neck, and instead, he adjusted his aim mid-strike, bringing his sword down hard on the goblin's wrist. There was a sickening crunch as the blade cut deep, severing muscle and bone. Blood sprayed into the air as the goblin's wrist was torn open, and the greatsword tumbled from its grip. The goblin boss roared in agony, clutching its injured arm, blood pouring from the ragged wound. Alex landed a few feet away, his breathing steady and his eyes focused. He knew this creature was different, stronger, faster, smarter, and he should finish it off quick, but he couldn't resist the temptation of facing such a terrifying creature head-on. Alex muttered, wiping the blood from his cheek with the back of his hand, and teased with a grin. You're tougher than you look. Fucking human. The goblin snarled, rage dripping from every word. Wow, you've got quite the potty mouth for a goblin. Where'd you learn to talk like that? Anyway. Silence. The goblin growled and picked its weapon with its second arm, charging forward. It swung the greatsword in a deadly arc, but Alex jumped back just in time to avoid the blade. Come on, what did I do to make you so angry? I thought we could have a civil conversation, but you're giving me this silent treatment. Ads by Pub Future. You bastard. Son of a bitch. The goblin spat, his words more vulgar. Alex couldn't resist chuckling. You have no idea, human. Do you know how much energy I wasted resurrecting my fallen soldiers because of you? Now they're all dead. Again. And I can't bring them back this time. Why not? Baron can't. Baron failed King once by letting them die. Can't fail him again. Alex's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Wait, you have a king? Like a goblin king? Don't you dare speak of Baron King. The goblin yelled, charging again with fury. Alex barely managed to block the attack, their blades clashing violently. The force of the blow sent him stumbling backward until his back slammed into a rocky outcrop. He was pinned. Crap. The goblin raised his greatsword high above his head, ready to finish Alex off. But Alex's used Aegis Arcane, and an invisible barrier shimmered above him, stopping the blade just inches from his face. The barrier cracked under the pressure, sending spiderweb-like fractures through the air. Alex's eyes widened as he wondered how much strength was baying that swing for Aegis Arcane to begin to crack. Not wasting time, he leaped out of danger just as the barrier shattered. But the goblin charged again, but Alex reacted fast, thrusting face forward and releasing a sonic howl. The shockwave hit the goblin square in the chest, sending him sliding backward across the rocky ground. The goblin's eyes narrowed. You have the same power as chicken. You one of them. What? Do I look like a giant chicken to you? You might be chicken in disguise. Me no. Alex placed his palm on his forehead, shaking his head. I hate to break it to you, but I'm just a regular human. No matter cockatrice, human, it doesn't matter. You'll all pay with your lives. The goblin's voice was a furious snarl. Your essence will revive my army, and we will hunt the cockatrice king. I'll bring its head to my lord, and then, finally, I'll earn the rank of commander and escape this cursed cave. Yeah, that's not happening, Alex said, shaking his head. You really think you have a shot against the cockatrice? You're out of your mind. You talk too much, human. The goblin raised his sword, the air around him growing thick and heavy with power. His body began to glow with a sinister red light, his skin steaming and boiling as dark energy poured off him like smoke. But he growled, his voice twisted with raw fury. Bloodlust. Alex's eyes went wide as the goblin's power skyrocketed. He could feel the heat rolling off the goblin's boiling skin. With a mental shout, he activated his system, dumping all of his free stat points into strength. He barely had time to react before the goblin was suddenly right in front of him, moving almost as fast as him. The goblin's blade came crashing down, and Alex managed to block it with a clip's edge, but the sheer force of the blow sent him flying. His feet left the ground, his body rocketing through the air until he slammed into the cave wall with a bone-rattling thud. Stars danced in his vision, and the impact knocked the breath from his lungs. What the hell was that? Alex gasped, blood dripping from his mouth. His whole body ached, and his chest burned from the impact, but he didn't have a second to catch his breath as. Chapter 19 Now You See Me, Now You Don't. Alex's whole body ached, and his chest felt like it was on fire from the goblin's last attack. There was no time to catch his breath. The goblin was already charging at him again, eyes burning with rage. Move! His instinct screamed, and he dove to the side, just in time. The goblin's axe whistled past, missing him by inches. It crashed into the cave wall behind, sending a shower of stone fragments into the air as deep cracks split the rock. Okay, he muttered under his breath, heart pounding, definitely not blocking any more of those. He darted away, catching a glimpse of the destruction the goblin had caused. His arms throbbed with a dull, relentless pain from the strain of defending against earlier attacks. Every step made his muscles scream. One good hit from that goblin, and it's over. For a brief moment, he regretted not using Exploding Touch when he had the chance. He'd been close enough to lay a hand on the goblin multiple times, but he had decided against it. Somehow during the fight, he'd unknowingly placed restrictions on its use. He wondered why he held back as dodged another blow. His mind searching for an answer. He had told himself it was about practice, about getting used to the pressure of real danger. But as he narrowly ducked a wild swing, he realized the truth. He was doing this because he liked the feeling. The thrill of the fight, the adrenaline of being on the edge, the satisfaction of outsmarting and overpowering an enemy. He enjoyed it. The thought hit him like a punch to the gut. Am I a maniac? Maybe he was. Maybe something about being in this brutal, unforgiving world, fighting monsters alone, had changed him, had brought out this fierce, almost feral side. But he couldn't deny the rush that surged through him whenever he was in a life-or-death struggle, facing an enemy that could kill him with a single mistake. The goblin swung again, faster this time, but Alex's instincts took over. He sidestepped and countered with a quick slash, the blade biting into the goblin's shoulder. It roared in pain, staggering back, and Alex's grin widened. He knew he was playing a dangerous game. If it were anyone else, they would have blown the goblin boss to bits by now, ended the fight, and saved themselves. But he couldn't stop himself. There was something about the danger, the thrill of risking his life, that brought a twisted kind of joy. It was almost like he was rediscovering a part of himself he'd buried long ago. He remembered being a teenager, prowling the hallways of his high school, hunting down bullies like some kind of self-appointed vigilante. He had told himself back then that he was fighting for justice, but even he knew that was a lie. He fought because he loved it. One day he went too far. He had picked a fight with a whole group, 20 guys from a rival school, all armed with metal pipes, ready to turn him into a bloody mess. But instead of fear, he felt a thrill, an electric excitement coursing through him. He remembered grinning at them, practically daring them to come at him. He didn't care about the injuries he left with. Cracked rib and bruises that took weeks to heal. What stuck with him was the look of terror on the faces of those 20 guys. One of them had lost an ear, and Alex's own teeth had been the culprit. He was more beast than boy back then, a wild animal who couldn't be tamed. But the thrill came at cost. His constant brawling brought trouble down on his family, and his parents were always bailing him out. One night, when they got a call from the police station about another one of his fights, and they rushed out to get him. But they never made it home. A car accident took them both, and the guilt settled like a stone in his chest. After that, Alex swore off fighting. He went from being the feared rebel to the quiet loser, letting people walk all over him till adulthood. He was treated like thrash in his workplace, and his girlfriend had cheated on him. He truly had become a shell of the person he used to be, drowning in guilt and regret. But right now, none of that mattered. As he stared down the goblin, a spark of the old fire flared in his eyes. He could feel it, the rush, the thrill, the excitement of a real fight. For the first time in years, he felt alive. System add 10 points to all stats. Alex had been hoarding his stats points and hadn't used any in a while. He had 80 free stats points, which was reduced by half when he added 10 to all his attributes. Alex felt rejuvenated, like he had been reborn. A small, determined smile tugged at his lips, and he rolled his shoulders, feeling the tension leave his body. The goblin roared, charging at him with a wild fury. But Alex didn't flinch. He stood his ground, eyes locked onto his opponent. He wasn't a prey here. He wasn't some weakling waiting to be crushed. He'd lost everything once because of his love for fighting, but now he was going to use that same hunger to take back his life. And he was going to do it without his trump card. Why? Because he was a maniac. The goblin charged, its eyes wild and frenzied, moving faster than ever. Its berserk state had pushed it past its limits, and in seconds, it was in front of Alex, raising its massive greatsword high above its head. The blade seemed to shimmer with deadly intent as it whistled downwards. Alex stood firm, his gaze unblinking, waiting for the perfect moment. As the goblin's blade came down, he sprung into action. With a swift, fluid motion, he flipped forward, palms hitting the ground. He used the momentum to kick upward with both legs, his boots slamming into the goblin's jaw. The goblin stumbled back, momentarily stunned. The kick didn't do much damage, but it gave Alex the opening he needed. The instant his feet touched the ground, he moved his head and used Stun Howl. A sonic wave shot out from his mouth, hitting the goblin square in the chest. The creature jerked back, stunned, and without hesitation, Alex fired again. And again. The blast kept coming, one after another, relentless. Each howl rippled through the air, slamming into the goblin's chest with brutal force, forcing it back with every hit. Dust and debris exploded from the cave walls as the shock waves carved into the rock, filling the air with a cloud of grit. Alex could feel his mana draining with each attack, but he didn't care. He could see the effects now. The goblin's powerful movements were slowing, its once frantic roars turning into pained grunts. The goblin howled, fury and pain twisting its face. It rushed forward, swinging wildly in a blind rage, but Alex was no longer there. The goblin bellowed, its voice booming and desperate. "Where did you go?" It swung its greatsword in wide, sweeping arcs, hoping to hit anything that moved. But the only answer it got was the sound of its own frantic breaths. Suddenly, a blur appeared inches from the goblin's face, and the creature barely had time to register the movement before there was a flash of silver. A searing pain tore through the goblin's skull, and it staggered back, a scream of agony ripping from its throat as blood poured down its face. Its hands flew to its ruined eyes, now nothing but bloody pits. Blinded, the goblin wailed, stumbling wildly as it clutched its face. Alex landed lightly, his feet barely making a sound on the rocky floor. In his hand, the dark blade of the goblin scout's dagger, shadow bites, dripped with blood. He'd used stealth walk to disappear and his agility to close the gap in an instant, driving both daggers straight into the goblin's eye sockets. The goblin's shrieks echoed off the walls, filling the cavern with its desperate, agonized roars. Alex, with a cold, confident grin on his face, strode forward, his voice low and taunting as he toyed with his daggers. Now, let's see how you kill something you can't see, you piece of shit. Chapter 20, Another Curse. Slice, slice, slice. Each cut tore through the goblin boss, its pain-filled grunts echoing off the cave walls. Alex darted around his blind opponent, slashing and striking with precision. The goblin swung its massive arms wildly, its movements frantic, like a cornered beast that had lost all sense. Even with the goblin boss thrashing in its berserk state, Alex kept his distance, carefully staying out of reach of its deadly, random swipes. Every time he got close, he dodged away, making sure it couldn't grab or hit him. He knew that getting too close while it was berserk would be a mistake. Instead, Alex relied on his speed and agility, darting in and out with his sword in hand, landing quick, shallow cuts that weren't fatal but were enough to cause pain. Not because he wanted to torment the creature, but because the goblin still had enough strength to react quickly to any direct attack. If he tried going for a finishing blow, the goblin might catch him off guard. So, he attacked unpredictably. Sometimes he struck from the left, sometimes from the right, and sometimes he feinted, letting the goblin's swings miss wide. The goblin couldn't see him, couldn't land a hit, and couldn't even guess when the next strike would come. The creature's mind was breaking under the pressure. Every missed swing and every unexpected cut made it scream and lunge blindly, more desperate each time. Its rage and confusion pushed it to the edge of madness. With a sudden, precise strike, Alex targeted its shin, slicing deep. The goblin howled, its leg buckling as it crashed down onto one knee. Not wasting a moment, Alex followed up with a brutal swipe to the side of its neck. Blood poured from the wound, thick and dark, and the goblin's second knee hit the ground with a dull thud. Its roars faded to weak groans, the berserk fury dying out as its skin turned from fiery red back to its natural green. The creature's huge frame shrank, its body now looking frail and broken. The goblin boss slumped forward, covering cuts and bruises, its body trembling as it clung to the last shreds of life. With so many wounds, it looked more like a corpse than the fearsome beast it had been just moments before. Alex stepped forward slowly, crouching before the defeated goblin boss. The goblin's empty eyes stared blindly forward, its breaths ragged. Just kill me already, so you can resurrect and get another chance? All right, but just so you know, even if you came back, you die again. Better you stay dead. With that, Alex raised his blade, eclipse edge, and with a swift stroke, sliced through the goblin's neck. The goblin's head fell, and its body crumpled to the ground, bursting into a flash of light that scattered into particles. A cheerful chime sounded as Alex's inventory filled with his reward. You have leveled up. He grinned and opened his window to check out the loot. Plus 5 stat points. Power Stone, Strength. Fury Gauntlet. Gauntlet that boosts strength and physical defense by 10% with one chance to triple the power of a blow every 10 minutes. Alex gasped. This meant he could unleash a blow backed by 2 times his normal strength, which would make his attacks significantly more powerful. The best part? He could use this ability every 10 minutes. It was quite impressive. And best of all, the final reward, a skill similar to the goblin's own Bloodlust. Titan's Fury. Double your strength for 30 seconds, making your attacks nearly unstoppable and allowing you to break through defenses. After the effect ends, strength and stamina are reduced by 50% for 15 minutes. It was one of the skills he'd initially passed on when he chose Aegis Arcane. As powerful as Titan's Fury was, the drawback was intense. But now, as a backup skill, it wasn't bad at all. He smirked, tucking the new skill into his mental arsenal. Titan's Fury. Not bad for a last resort. Guess I'll save it for when things get really intense. Ding. Apocalypse Baby taking effect. You have been rewarded with plus 5 stat points, a Vitality Power Stone, another Fury Gauntlet, and a new skill, Vigor Drive. Vigor Drive. Stamina passively increases during drawn-out battles, allowing the user to engage in combat for a long period without succumbing to fatigue. The thought of being able to fight longer filled Alex with confidence. Even if he ran out of mana to use his skills, he could always resort to physical attacks and outlast opponents. Alex felt like he was a walking cheat with the skills he had obtained. Literally, all his skills would be useful going forward. He truly was privileged, but he was still greedy for more. Alex began to search the boss's room, scanning every corner for hidden loot. Then his eyes landed on something tucked beneath the massive goblin throne, a small, shimmering orb. It was the same one he'd seen the goblin holding when he first entered the cavern. Curious, he picked it up, and a system notification appeared. Ding! Evolution Orb, Creature. Used to raise the rank of any lower creature to the next tier. Alex's brow shot up. Creature. Does that include humans? With a spark of excitement, he pressed the orb against his chest, hoping he could use it to evolve himself. Ding! Would you like to use the orb on a creature? Alex replied, barely able to contain his eagerness. Yes. No creature found. Orb can only be used on monsters. Worth a shot. Alex sighed, a little deflated. He figured the goblin must have been using it to try to rank up, but he had interrupted, halting the process. With nothing left for him here, he stuffed the orb in his bag and decided to leave the damn cave. But before he could turn away, a flicker of light filled the room. His gaze snapped back to the center of the cavern. Out of nowhere, Baron, the goblin boss, was reassembling, pieces of its body forming together like a horrifying jigsaw puzzle. Muscles stretched over bone, skin knitted over muscles, and soon the goblin was whole again. Alex grinned. He didn't give Baron a chance to blink. As soon as the goblin was fully formed, he drove his blade straight through its chest. The goblin gurgled in shock, and its eyes went wide as it slumped back, collapsing to the ground once more. Minutes later, the goblin reappeared, only to fall yet again as Alex stabbed him in the chest without hesitation. This became a rhythm. Baron would reappear, only for Alex to end him in one swift, practiced motion, over and over. The goblin's spirit was breaking. The next time he resurrected, Baron's hand was raised as if to beg for mercy. Alex didn't even flinch, driving his blade into the creature's heart. Eventually, Baron appeared again, looking exhausted and defeated. He croaked, eyes pleading. Wait, if a human kills me, I really die this time. Alex tilted his head, a playful smile on his face. Not my problem. Kill. Baron resurrected once more, his form weaker, more desperate. Button. Baron can't keep coming back. Essence runs out. Still not my problem. Kill. The goblin appeared, frantic. Human, goblin. Let's deal. No thanks. Kill. Baron's voice cracked as he reappeared. You bastard, I'll fucking. Kill. Finally, Baron dropped to his knees. Please. Wait, please hear me out. Just 1 second. No more resurrection after this. Alex paused, intrigued. The goblin's strength had noticeably weakened with each death, barely resembling the boss that had once been a challenge. Now, he felt like dealing with a regular goblin. Figuring it couldn't hurt to hear him out, Alex crossed his arms. All right, one chance, but make it good. The goblin raised his head, a glint of hope flickering in his eyes. Deal. Baron will not hunt humans after this. Let the human go. Truce. He shook his head, unimpressed. You don't get it, do you? The goblin flinched as Alex lifted Eclipse Edge, eyes wide with fear. Wait, this time I won't come back. Baron wants to come back. Please. Alex chuckled darkly. If you challenge me to one last fight, despite knowing this would be your last life, I might have prolonged your death. But instead, you cower and beg. You're a terrible leader. Ruzek was more of a threat than you. The goblin whimpered, its body trembling. It tried to speak, but Alex shushed it with a finger to his lips. And with one clean strike, he ended it. This time, he was sure it was over. A burst of light filled the room, swirling around him and settling on his skin. A faint glow wrapped around him, pulsing with energy. As the radiant light circled him, Alex's heart skipped a beat. This glow, it looks familiar. His mind flashed back to the fight with Dreadfeather, that cockatrice boss, and how it had left him with a lingering curse that gave him a tiny panic attack whenever he thought about it. Seriously, not another curse. Chapter 21:1 versus an army. Seriously, not another curse. Alex blurted, expecting the worst. The tense feeling whenever he remembered he still had a lingering bother. But now he has to deal with another. No, please. But then, the system chimed, revealing a notification that made him breathe out a sigh of relief. It wasn't a curse this time, but rather it was a blessing. A tattoo began to appear on his wrist, spiraling into intricate, dark patterns. Ding! You have received Goblinoid tattoos. Status increases by 20% every time you face a creature from the Goblin family. Goblin family? Alex recalled what he knew about similar creatures from games he'd played. The Goblin family were called Goblinoid, and they included hobgoblins, bugbears, kobolds, orcs, and even ogres. A grin stretched across his face as he realized what this meant. From now on, every time he faced one of these creatures, his stats would increase by 20%, which was a massive advantage that would make him more powerful in fights with them. He guessed that the system had awarded him this skill because he'd defeated so many goblins in such a short time, especially the goblin boss he had killed repeatedly. Suddenly, a low rumble shook the ground. Alex glanced at the walls as cracks snaked up, dust trickling down in small streams. The cave was starting to crumble as the dungeon couldn't sustain itself without its boss. Then, a small crystal appeared in front of him, glowing faintly. Curious, Alex reached out, placing his hand on it, and a notification popped up. Ding! Do you want to leave the dungeon? Yes, no. Alex muttered with a smirk. How convenient. He'd been wondering if he'd have to sprint out of here, dodging falling rocks and collapsing ceilings, but the crystal had offered a shortcut. Yes, I like to leave, he said in response, and the crystal glowed brighter. A burst of light enveloped him, so intense he had to shut his eyes. When the brightness faded, Alex opened his eyes and found himself standing outside at the cave's entrance, greeted by the cool breeze of the open air. The full moon cast its silver glow over everything, lighting up the night like a scene straight out of a movie. The dark blue sky, scattered with clouds, gave the whole area an eerie, otherworldly feel. Alex heard a rumbling sound and turned to see the cave entrance collapse, crumbling into a heap of dust and rock. Seeing it fall gave him an odd, hollow feeling. His adrenaline had faded, and he felt the weight of what he'd just done. He'd invaded the goblins' home, crushed their leader's dream of rising to power, and brought their whole world crashing down. To the goblins, he was the monster, a force that came out of nowhere and destroyed everything they knew. This so-called tutorial world was brutal, a place that didn't care if he lived or died. Waiting around would only get him killed. He had to be smart and had to use every advantage he could to survive. Taking the fight to them meant he'd be the one to make it out alive. And in this strange world he'd been dragged into, surviving was the only thing that mattered. Alex shook off his thoughts, snapping his focus back to the present, and opened his stats window. His eyes widened a bit, seeing the improvements since his last check. Name, Alex Knight. Rank E. Title, Apocalypse Baby. Class, None. Level, 12. HP, 200. MP, 150. Stats, Strength, 30. Agility, 30 plus 5. Intelligence, 30. Vitality, 20. Stat points available, 50. Power Stones, 20. Skills, Exploding Touch, Sonic Howl. Aegis Arcane Slipstream, Stealth Walk, Titan Fury, Vigor Strike. Weapons, Items, Accessories. Eclipse Edge, Scale Walk Boots, Shadow Bites. Alex grinned, taking in the changes. Ads by Pub Future. His level had shot up to 12, and he'd earned some new skills to boot. Best of all, he now had a whole 50 free stat points waiting to be used. Time to put these to work. He quickly allocated the points, spreading them across his stats, but giving agility a boost. With 10 points each to strength, intelligence, and vitality, and a solid 20 points to agility, his stats now looked like this. Stats: Strength, 40. Agility, 50 plus 5. Intelligence, 40. Vitality, 30. Stat points, 0. Power Stones, 20. Satisfied, he closed the stat window, feeling a noticeable shift in his energy and movement. He still had power stones left to use, but he postponed the usage for later. His priority now was to figure out where to rest and recover. But then a rustling noise caught his attention. He spun towards the sound, only to find two cockatrices stepping out of the forest shadows. Their eyes glowed red in the moonlight, fixated on him with a menacing intensity. Seriously? Alex clenched his fists in frustration. All he wanted was a break, but two cockatrices had appeared out of nowhere. He took a deep breath. Okay, just two more cockatrices, and I can finally rest. But as he took a step forward, another cockatrice emerged from the shadows. And then another, and another. Within seconds, a dozen pairs of blood-red eyes stared at him under the moonlight, and within minutes, the number multiplied to nearly 100. Alex's pulse raced as he took in the sight, a crowd of cockatrices all fixated on him, their eyes blazing with hatred. What the hell is happening? It was almost surreal, the way they gathered around him, like a nightmarish festival of feathers and fury. The way the moonlight hit them, illuminating the sea of scales and wings, was strangely beautiful. If only he weren't glaring at him with murder in their eyes. Alex's mind raced as he tried to piece together what was going on. And then, a horrible thought crossed his mind. He quickly opened his status window, eyes scanning for the description of that dreadful curse he'd earned after defeating the Dreadfeather. Yep, this was the reason. There was no other explanation. Rooster's curse. Cockatrices will now seek out your tainted aura, and as long as the curse exists, they will hunt you down. The curse can only be removed when the cockatrice king dies. Alex sucked in a shaky breath. So, that's what this is about. The curse had drawn every cockatrice in the area to him, and now their numbers were overwhelming. Each one glared at him, their collective hatred almost palpable in the cold night air. But then he spotted a cockatrice that stood out from amongst the crowd. This one was larger than the rest, its feathers an iridescent blend of blue and green, shimmering under the moonlight like a peacock's tail. But its feathers weren't just decorative. They looked razor-sharp, humming with an energy that made Alex's skin crawl. The creature stepped forward, its piercing gaze locked onto him. And then, impossibly, its beak twisted into a sinister smile, and it screeched, its voice hoarse and commanding. Kill the cursed one. The screeches of the cockatrices filled the night as they charged forward, talons pounding against the ground in a deafening rhythm. The earth trembled beneath their sheer numbers, a stampede of feathers and fury hurtling toward one single target. His chest tightened as he faced the onslaught. Their blood-red eyes gleamed with one singular purpose, to tear him apart. But he steadied himself, fingers closing around a fistful of blast shards he had prepared earlier. A grim smile touched his face. This felt like something straight out of an apocalypse. Hundreds of cockatrices, all converging on him, their intense gaze making him feel like prey. It wasn't fair, but then again, in this world, fair didn't matter. This was survival. Any slight guilt he'd felt for decimating the goblin vanished in an instant. These creatures would have done the same to him without hesitation. They were the ones who ruled this forest, who had preyed on weaker creatures for ages. It was his turn to be on top. With a grin, he clenched the blast shards tight and hurled them into the charging horde. And in the next second, he vanished, activating Stealth Walk. The skill made him nearly invisible, slipping him out of sight just as the blast shards hit the ground. A massive explosion ripped through the front line of cockatrices. Bodies flailed and feathers flew as the shards detonated, scattering them with deadly force. Alex didn't wait for the smoke to clear as he darted from his hidden position, Eclipse edge drawn and gleaming, his mind sharp and focused. He charged forward, swinging the blade in a powerful arc. The first cockatrice he met let out a shrill squawk as it felled with one clean strike. Landing amid the chaos, he raised his voice over the clamor, grinning wickedly. Just so you know, I eat your kind for breakfast. How do you think I'd react when food shows up on my doorstep? With a roar, he unleashed sonic howl from deep within his chest. The blast of sound tore through the night, sending shockwaves through the remaining cockatrices, many of them stumbling back from sheer force. Chapter 22 Hit and Run. Strike and run. That's all Alex could do. He darted through the trees, setting explosions and tossing blast shards whenever he had the chance. Cockatrice claws thundered behind him, their screeches piercing through the air. As one got too close, he swung his Eclipse edge, slicing through its feathers before lobbing another blast into the horde. Another explosion erupted, and several cockatrices were blown back, screeching as they fell. But there were always more. Alex didn't let himself slow down. The plan was simple: strike, run, and repeat. He threw blast shards and set traps with explosion touch as he sprinted, blowing up trees to slow down the ones hot on his heels. Each time he paused to swing or set a trap, he dashed off again, never giving them a clear shot at him. 6 hours had passed, and still, the wave of cockatrices surged after him, relentless. His mind spun, struggling to predict where they'd come from next, but they seemed to swarm in from every direction like a nightmare. The curse wasn't helping either. No matter how far he sprinted, the curse acted like a beacon, drawing them to him the moment he thought he had a break. The more cockatrice blood he spilled, the stronger the curse seemed to get, luring in any cockatrice nearby with an almost magnetic pull. His legs felt like lead, and his sword arm ached from the constant swings, yet he couldn't stop. He leaped onto a branch, trying to catch a second's rest, but a cockatrice sprang up from below, flapping its wings furiously. Normally, they didn't fly or jump high, but the hatred and curse had driven them to desperate, unnatural feats. Alex reacted instantly, flipping over the cockatrice and severing its wing mid-air, sending it crashing below. Before it even hit the ground, he tossed a blastard behind him. The explosion scattered feathers and talons, but that was the last of his blast shards. He was out. You have leveled up. +5 stat points. Power Stone, Strength. Alex shouted, grabbing the Power Stone he had gotten and using it as well. Add the 5 points to Vitality. He had used up all the stats points he had stockpiled, including his Power Stones. The stat points and Power Stones he earned each level were his lifeline, keeping him going as he fought wave after wave of cockatrices. With each level up, his energy renewed, if only for a short time. This time, he poured the points into Vitality, boosting his health and stamina to hold off the mounting exhaustion. His heartbeat steadied, and his muscles loosened. And he continued. As he ran, he noticed the swarm around him had thinned. Dozens of cockatrices lay fallen in his wake. He hadn't kept count, but he was sure he'd slain close to 50. He spotted a group ahead, blocking his path. Without hesitation, he picked up speed, gripping Eclipse edge tightly. His momentum powered the swing as he cut through the first cockatrice's neck, sending feathers flying. Eclipse edge had tasted a lot of blood tonight, but Alex didn't slow down. For more cockatrices rushed him, their screeches almost deafening. He met their charge, one precise swing after another. His swordsmanship had evolved since he'd first wielded the blade, every swing smoother, more controlled. His boosted agility made the creatures look sluggish. Every move was easy to dodge. With his increased strength, each strike cut deep, slicing through them as if they were made of paper. As the last of the group fell, Alex leaned on his sword, panting. His lungs burned, his muscles ached. Part of him wanted to collapse, to let it all end, but he knew he couldn't. Then he heard a bone-chilling screech. He looked up and froze. Descending from the shadows was a cockatrice larger than the others, its feathers reddish as crimson and eyes blazing with hate. It was a cockatrice boss similar to Dreadfeather. The cockatrice looked different from the others, its feathers marked with streaks of orange and red around its neck like a fiery mane. Its throat bulged, a sign it was about to attack. From experience, Alex knew that meant it would use Sonic Blast. But then a notification flashed. Flame blessed Cockatrice Infernia, rank D. Alex whispered, Flame. Before he could react, the cockatrice opened its beak, unleashing a torrent of fire. He threw himself to the side, just in time, feeling a burning sting as the flames grazed his arm. His heart hammered as the flame cockatrice swept its head to follow him, keeping the fire aimed right at him. Desperate, Alex dodged, only to stumble right into the path of a regular cockatrice. And before he could raise his guard, it clamped its beak into his shoulder, fangs sinking in deep. Arg! Alex gritted his teeth as hot pain surged through his shoulder. Blood poured from a wound, and his arm quickly went numb. Gritting his teeth, he raised Eclipse edge and stabbed the creature's skull, shoving it back. They crashed into a nearby tree, sending a tremor through his aching body. Alex pried his arm free, but blood kept flowing from the wound, each heartbeat making him feel weaker. And then, his senses flared with danger. Another stream of fire roared toward him. With no other choice, he summoned Aegis' shield. The barrier of light flickered to life just in time, blocking the flames. Alex could feel the shield trembling against the power of the blast. Finally, the cockatrice ran out of fuel and stopped. Alex took his chance. He let out a shout and used Sonic Howl, the shock wave hitting the flame cockatrice and sending it stumbling backward. Panting, he knew he had no time to lose. Summoning the shop, he quickly bought 4 health potions, ignoring the price. He gulped down 2 of them, letting their healing warmth seep through his body, easing the pain and restoring his strength. He stashed the remaining 2 for later, feeling ready for round 2. The flame cockatrice had already recovered, glaring at him with renewed hatred. But before Alex could charge, a sinister voice came from behind him. A creature who can use a cockatrice's sonic blast. How interesting, it sneered. Alex spun around, eyes narrowing. It was the same creepy cockatrice that had led the horde straight to him. Its cold, calculating gaze unsettled him. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he spotted another cockatrice approaching. This one was leaner, with powerful legs built for speed. Now he was surrounded, each cockatrice boss forming a deadly triangle around him. His mind raced. The speed-based cockatrice could probably strike and retreat faster than he could keep up, and the flame cockatrice could engulf him in fire at any moment. But the sinister one, he couldn't read it. Its presence alone was enough to send a chill down his spine. Alex used Identify, and a notification popped up. Cockatrice General Azernik's rank, D. A general, he muttered, eyes narrowing. Now he was dealing with 2 bosses and a general. Injured as he was, facing 3 powerful cockatrices was going to be a nightmare. This general might not have flashy abilities, but there was something about its calm stare that made Alex's skin crawl. Then, to his surprise, the cockatrice general spoke in a raspy voice. Did you kill Dreadfeather? The name made Alex grit his teeth. Dreadfeather, the cockatrice that had set him up with his curse in the first place. He replied coolly, I did. Are you here for vengeance? The general tilted its head, studying him. Not really. Tradition demands we take out anyone who kills a leader. But Dreadfeather's not the reason I'm here. You, how did you steal his ability? Alex shrugged, playing it off. I don't know magic. The cockatrice's eyes narrowed with clear annoyance. It sighed, its face turning cold and serious. I'll make this simple, human. Surrender. If you present your head to me, I'll make sure the rest of you is offered to our king. Alex's brows rose. King? You have contact with your king. The general lifted its head proudly. Yes, I'm one of his generals, after all. A glimmer of realization dawned in Alex's eyes, followed by a grin. Finding the cockatrice king. That could be my way out of this curse. He held up Eclipse Edge, pointing it directly at the general. I'll make you a better offer, bird. How about you tell me where your king is, and I'll spare you the pain of ripping the information out of your beak myself. For a split second, the 3 cockatrices glanced at each other as if Alex had lost his mind. In a way, maybe he had. The general sneered, a dangerous glint in its eye. You don't understand your position, human. It's 3 against 1. Alex smirked, unfazed. 3. He gave the general a mocking look, then vanished into the darkness, his voice echoing around them. All I see are 2 corpses and a general begging for mercy. You want to hunt? Fine. Let's play your little game. But mark my words, I'll wipe out every trace of cockatrice in this forest. Chapter 23, 2 left. The 3 cockatrices stood in tense silence, their eyes darting around as they searched for any trace of Alex. Then, out of nowhere, a tree erupted in a thunderous explosion, sending shards of wood and dust flying. The force of it shook the ground and caught the cockatrices completely off guard. In a split second of confusion, Alex emerged from the smoke, his eyes locked on the cockatrice general. He lunged forward, his hand outstretched to make contact with the general's leathery skin and use his skill, Exploding Touch. His plan was clear, take down the biggest threat first. But just as his fingers brushed its feathers, the cockatrice general whipped its head around like it had eyes in the back of its head and darted out of range with lightning speed. The general's eyes narrowed, and with a powerful swipe of its wings, it launched a flurry of shimmering, razor-sharp feather blades directly at him. Alex barely had a second to react, diving to the side as the deadly projectiles tore through the air where he had just been standing, slicing through branches and embedding themselves in the ground like knives. Alex raised his hand, summoning Aegis Arcane, just in time as the feather blades hurtled toward him. The shimmering shield of energy materialized in front of him, absorbing the impact and deflecting the projectiles harmlessly into the ground. And before the cockatrice could react, he vanished into the shadows again. The cockatrice general, now tense and frustrated, scanned the area. "Be on guard," it warned in a grating voice. "This human can vanish whenever he likes." The general's narrowed eyes reflected its irritation. Alex was more resourceful than it had imagined. But as it remembered that he'd managed to take down Dread Feather, the general's resolve hardened. Suddenly, a series of explosions tore through the ground and the trees, echoing across the battlefield. Each blast separated the cockatrices further from one another. The force of the detonations sent dirt and splinters flying, creating a dense fog of smoke that obscured everything around them. Alex had set up these traps while he was fleeing earlier, and he was using them to scatter the three bosses as they were more dangerous together. He scanned the chaotic battlefield. He noticed the flame cockatrice lingering a bit farther from the others, and a smirk appeared on his face. Using Stealth Walk, he moved in, picking up speed and keeping his footsteps light. In one swift movement, he closed the distance, ready to take down his first target. Alex appeared right behind the flame cockatrice, his blade flashing as he slashed down, landing a cut across its back. The creature reacted quickly, darting forward, but Alex pressed on relentlessly, swinging his sword in quick, precise arcs, pushing it on the defensive. Each strike forced the bird to dodge, its movements growing more frantic as Alex gave it no space to counter. Out of the corner of his eye, Alex saw the speed cockatrice charging in to protect its ally. Anticipating the ambush, Alex roared, activating Sonic Howl. And the powerful sound wave erupted from him, striking the flame cockatrice and sending it stumbling back. Then he detonated another trap, and an explosion burst right in front of the charging speed cockatrice, stopping it in its tracks as it skidded back. The flame cockatrice tried to shake off the effects of the howl, but before it could recover, it caught sight of Alex charging straight at it with his sword glistening dangerously and his eyes blazing crimson. The flame cockatrice knew it was seconds from losing its head. But then a faint whistle. Alex's instinct screamed danger as feather blades, deadly and precise, sliced through the air toward him from behind. He spotted them in time, sidestepping, but the projectiles homed in like heat-seeking missiles. He then used Aegis Shield to receive the attack, which absorbed the impact in a burst of sparks and feathers. The cockatrice general then suddenly appeared beside Alex, its feathered blades flashing in a powerful swing. Alex raised the clip's edge to block, but the force of the strike sent him skidding back, his palms scraping painfully against the ground. He quickly steadied himself, feeling a jolt of surprise. This creature was not only fast, but exceptionally strong. Without warning, the cockatrice general unleashed a barrage of feathered blades. Each one whizzed through the air, sharp and deadly, homing in on him with eerie precision. Alex immediately activated Stealth Walk, disappearing from view. The feather blades slammed into the ground where he had been, scattering dirt and debris in their wake. Hidden and watching, Alex noticed something crucial. While in stealth, the blades couldn't track him. This discovery made a smirk creep onto his face. The cockatrice general, visibly frustrated, clicked its beak in irritation. Turning to the other two cockatrices, it growled, "We need to stay close. When he appears, we strike together." The flame cockatrice and speed cockatrice nodded, each of their eyes gleaming with lethal intent. Then the speed cockatrice asked, its voice sharp with suspicion, "What if he tries to run?" Alex's voice cut through the air, steady and menacing. "Don't worry, I won't. You're all going down." With that, he detonated an explosion right in the middle of the three cockatrices, the blast rippling outward with a roar. He'd planned it earlier while sliding across the ground, and now it paid off perfectly. The force of the explosion flung all three birds backward, their screeches cutting through the smoke. The flame cockatrice staggered, feathers singed from the blast, its eyes blazing with fury. But before it could recover, Alex descended from above with Eclipse's edge gleaming. At the last second, the flame cockatrice darted forward, narrowly avoiding his strike. It whirled around, beak open in a furious screech, only to find that Alex had vanished, a cocky grin on his face as he disappeared into the shadows once more. It shrieked, rage building with every missed attack, and then it spotted something on the ground, a small, splintered piece of wood that hadn't been there before. Its instincts flared in warning, but just as it leaped away, the piece of wood exploded into splinters, right where it had been standing. Alex was keeping them on edge, forcing them into his rhythm. Now it was time to start taking them down. The flame cockatrice, sensing the general was in trouble, rushed to its side. But just as it got close, Alex appeared right next to it, casually reaching out to tap its feathers as if petting it. The flame cockatrice recoiled in shock, screeching as it swiped its feather blade at him, aiming to slice him in two. But Alex's Aegis shield flared to life, blocking the attack and only slightly nudging him back. He had to admit the skill was really useful. Unfazed, he met the flame cockatrice's strikes head-on, his eclipse edge deflecting blow after blow with practiced precision. Each swing from the cockatrice was powerful, but Alex parried each one, his blade a blur as he held his ground. Frustrated, the flame cockatrice reared back and unleashed a blast of fire, but Alex raised Aegis' shield. Just in time, the shield absorbing the flames as they wrapped around him in a fiery whirlwind. When the flames died down, Alex stood unscathed, his gaze unyielding. Suddenly, the speed cockatrice darted toward him from behind, feathers ready to strike. But in a flash, Alex vanished, leaving behind a small piece of wood in his place. The cockatrices barely registered the trick before the wood exploded, blasting both backward with a shockwave. The general was panting, its breaths labored as it watched. It had started to piece together how Alex's abilities worked, realizing he could vanish at will, plant traps, and reappear out of nowhere. But understanding the trick wouldn't make Alex any less dangerous. The general scanned the battlefield, wary of any hidden explosives. Alex's unpredictability and his knack for slipping out of reach made him a deadly opponent. Alex leaped into a nearby tree, perching himself on a thick branch as he watched the three cockatrices below with a dangerous glint in his eyes. A grin spread across his face as he called out, "I promised you three would die. It's time to fulfill that promise." He pointed a finger at the flame cockatrice, his gaze locked on it. "Starting with you." The flame cockatrice, enraged, opened its beak and prepared to unleash a searing torrent of flames. But Alex just smirked, twisting his fingers slightly, and in an instant, the flame cockatrice ignited with a hidden explosive he had set earlier. Its body was blown apart, feathers and embers scattering in every direction as the remnants fell to the ground in a smoking heap. The cockatrice general's eyes widened as it spotted the faint, glowing mark on what remained of the flame cockatrice, now just scorched fragments. Alex appeared behind the general in a flash, his palm aimed directly at the creature's chest. But the general's reflexes were fast. It screeched, lunging backward and releasing a furious spray of feather blades in Alex's direction. Alex activated Aegis' shield, the transparent barrier shimmering as the razor-sharp feathers collided with it. But instead of stopping, the feathers deflected in all directions, one of them skimming past the general's chin, leaving a thin, bloody scratch. Aegis Arcane had a 30% chance of deflecting an attack, and for the first time, it showed that effect. The general's eyes narrowed, its anger boiling over. But Alex just grinned wider, clearly enjoying the thrill of the hunt. "Don't let the human touch you, no matter what," the cockatrice general warned, eyeing Alex with caution. Alex only grinned, cracking his knuckles. "I don't need to." The speed cockatrice lunged toward him with incredible speed, but Alex twisted his fingers, triggering another hidden bomb. The ground erupted in a fiery explosion that sent shockwaves through the battlefield, catching the speed cockatrice off guard. The blast tore into its leg, throwing it off balance. The cockatrice's momentum sent it hurtling toward Alex, and he equipped Fury Gauntlet, the weapon he had gotten from defeating the goblin boss. On wearing it, he felt his strength surge, and he threw a powerful punch straight at the oncoming creature. His fist connected with a thunderous impact, knocking the cockatrice backward. The speed cockatrice, now injured and struggling, hopped on one leg, trying to shake off the shock of Alex's blow. But Alex didn't give a moment to breathe. He charged forward, unleashing a relentless barrage of quick punches and strikes, each one harder than the last. The sheer intensity of his attacks showed he was channeling every ounce of his strength and frustration into each blow. yelling, "Ora, ora, 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 ora," as he pummeled the poor cockatrice. Then, he activated the Gauntlet's special skill, which tripled the power of a blow. And with a final heavy swing, Alex landed a brutal strike that sent a sickening crunch through the air. The cockatrice's neck twisted, and it collapsed to the ground with an eerie, final thud. "You have leveled up." Alex exhaled and then stepped back, catching his breath as he looked at the fallen creature. Then he turned towards the general, who trembled on seeing Alex's gaze. "Two down. One more to go." Chapter 24. You can run, but you can't hide. The cockatrice general froze, feathers ruffled with a chill of fear as he watched Alex mercilessly take down the speed cockatrice. The brutal ending, the crunch, the thud, left no question. This human was no prey. They were. With heavy breaths, Alex turned toward him, eyes fierce, almost feral. Two down. One more to go. The cockatrice's heart raced. He was outmatched, and worse, he had no idea where Alex's next bomb lay hidden. Any step could set off another explosion. Just the thought made his skin prickle as he felt something unfamiliar. "Sweat." The cockatrice muttered. Am I sweating?" It was stunned that a mere human had him this shaken. Alex's gaze was locked on him, and the cockatrice could feel his own heart pounding faster than he'd ever felt in battle. Every step Alex took forward felt like the ticking of a bomb about to go off. First one step, then another. By the third, the tension snapped. The cockatrice general's instinct screamed. It was fight or flight, and the cockatrice general chose flight, leaving all thoughts of prey behind. Alex couldn't help but grin, amused by the sight. He called out, his voice taunting. "What happened to all that confidence you displayed earlier?" "What did you say? I'll do you a favor, submit your head. Is that accurate?" "You said that, and now you're running." Alex's expression went cold, and he launched into a sprint after the beast. "I don't think so." Realizing Alex was chasing him, the cockatrice fired feather blades without looking back, hoping to slow him down, but Alex used Aegis Arcane, deflecting each blade with ease. He laughed as he ran, his cackling echoing through the trees, amplifying the cockatrice's fear. In a desperate burst of speed, the cockatrice surged forward, putting more distance between them. Alex, though, wasn't worried. A notification flickered in his vision, a reminder of the new power he'd gained. "You have killed Speed Cockatrice. You have leveled up. You have acquired skill, Fast and Furious." With a smirk, he activated his new skill. In an instant, his legs seemed to pulse with energy, propelling him forward with blazing speed. The world around him blurred as he caught up to the cockatrice in moments, closing the gap with startling ease. The cockatrice looked back, its eyes widening in terror. Alex's grin widened as he called out, feigning disappointment. "Hey, don't run. You're making me look like the bad guy here." The cockatrice squawked back, its voice dripping with fear and irritation. "You are the bad guy." Without missing a beat, it unleashed a barrage of feather blades at him. Alex raised Aegis shield, just in time, the feathers clashing against it and scattering harmlessly away. Undeterred, he closed in again, noting the path of one of his traps up ahead. With a snap of his fingers, an explosion erupted right next to the cockatrice, sending it tumbling across the ground before slamming into a tree. For a moment, it lay there, battered and burnt, its body damaged from the blast. But then, to Alex's surprise, the creature's wounds began to knit themselves back together, closing up as it shakily got back on its feet. Alex on a tree muttered, on seeing this. "Oh, that's quite surprising." The cockatrice had some kind of regenerative power. However, Alex wasn't intimidated. In fact, he was confident he could outlast it and wear it down with enough damage, as he was sure the cockatrice's healing ability had a limit. If the cockatrice was truly immortal, then it would have taken riskier attacks and wouldn't be running the way it was. Its healing ability would only delay the inevitable. Alex then leaped into the air, bringing his sword down in a powerful overhead strike. The blade bit into the earth with a heavy thud as the cockatrice narrowly rolled away. The cockatrice general, still wounded but healing, darted off again. It had no desire to continue fighting as it ended up with its body blowing up like the flame cockatrice. Then it would truly be finished. Alex wasn't about to let it escape, though. He chased it with relentless determination, closing the gap with an intense burst of speed from his newly acquired skill, Fast and Furious. In a swift, calculated move, Alex feigned a grab for the cockatrice's wing, causing it to flinch and react defensively. The instant it shifted to protect itself, Alex changed tactics, drawing his sword instead. In one fluid motion, he sliced clean through the creature's leg. The cockatrice let out a sharp, pained screech and, desperate, retaliated with a flurry of feather blades aimed directly at Alex. He sidestepped the deadly projectiles, dancing out of their path. Just as the last feather whizzed by, he vanished, leaving the blades to embed themselves uselessly in the ground. The cockatrice staggered, its eyes wide with terror as it looked around, searching for Alex. The cockatrice general groaned in pain from his injured leg. Though his wound was starting to heal, the process was slow, and his biggest problem now was the unknown, the fact he couldn't spot Alex anywhere. This was a nightmare scenario. Panicking, the cockatrice unleashed a massive number of feather blades, arranging them in a protective ring around himself, hoping to prevent Alex from getting close. Oh, that would have been clever. Alex's voice echoed around him. The cockatrice immediately launched a volley of feather blades toward the source, but they hit nothing but air. If I wasn't your opponent. Suddenly, a rock appeared, falling from above right through the opening in the feather barrier and landing next to the cockatrice. You messed up. Boom. The explosion shook the ground, sending the cockatrice flying to the side. But as the smoke cleared, Alex noticed that the cockatrice had used its feathers to form a makeshift shield, absorbing most of the blast. The cockatrice's defensive reflexes had. Chapter 25, It's Too Much. The cockatrice's defensive reflexes had saved it from the worst of the attack, this time. Here, have another. Alex tossed another, blast hard, toward the cockatrice, but it leaped back, quickly shielding itself with a fan of its feathers. Alex smirked. You keep burning through those feathers. Aren't you worried you'll lose your beautiful quill? The cockatrice snarled, feathers bristling in anger. Enough with the taunting coward. Show yourself. I will. Just don't rush me. I'm shy. The cockatrice's face contorted in fury, but it forced itself to stay focused on escaping. It made a break for the nearest opening, but the ground exploded, sending it stumbling back. Desperate, it pivoted in the opposite direction, only to be forced to shield itself again as another trap detonated nearby. Realization dawned on the cockatrice general. Alex had created a minefield around him, each direction rigged to explode on his command. Every move was a step closer to getting blown apart. He was completely trapped, with no way to escape this deadly maze of traps. But if this was the end, the cockatrice was determined to make Alex go down with him. The cockatrice general lifted its beak to the sky and let out a piercing, ear-splitting screech, its throat vibrating with an unnatural, grating sound. Alex winced, covering his ears as the sound made his head throb. But he noticed something strange. The cockatrice's feather blades had stopped mid-air, frozen in place. Seeing his chance, Alex darted forward, equipping the goblin blade. In a swift, powerful strike, he slashed across the cockatrice's neck, silencing its scream. The cockatrice staggered back, blood oozing from the wound on its neck, its once commanding presence faltering. With a feeble attempt to regain control, it commanded its feather blades toward Alex, but they drifted slowly and haphazardly. Alex dodged and parried them effortlessly, inching closer with each step. The cockatrice swung a desperate swipe of its feathers, but Alex sidestepped and slapped an explosive charge onto its back, the force knocking it off balance. He didn't let up, driving his blade into its side, only to be met with another frantic swing. Alex evaded, landing another explosive tap and stab, then another and another. Each strike left deep, unhealing wounds, overwhelming the cockatrice's regeneration. It was no longer healing, its strength drained with every relentless blow. The cockatrice sagged, feathers dulling, its powerful screeches reduced to ragged breaths. The cockatrice groaned weakly, stumbling backward, but Alex closed in and grabbed the beast by the back of its head, pulling its face close to his. With a low voice, he whispered, "Tell me, how does it feel to be the hunted?" The cockatrice's only response was a feeble moan of pain, too weak to answer. Alex released his grip and took a few steps back, eyeing the creature covered in bombs he'd attached earlier. One last question. Would you rather go in a single hit or in multiple slow blows? The cockatrice gave a strained groan, too beaten to even understand, but Alex raised an eyebrow mockingly. "What's that? I think you said multiple blows. It managed a horse broken. You bastard." Alex grinned, snapped his fingers, and set off on the bombs. A massive explosion rocked the clearing, ripping a chunk of flesh from the cockatrice. It collapsed to the ground, its body torn and struggling, but it was still alive. Its regenerative powers worked sluggishly, trying to heal the wounds. Alex waited, watching as the cockatrice's wounds slowly stitched back together. The moment it was almost fully healed, he snapped his fingers and another explosion erupted, shredding its flesh all over again. The cockatrice writhed in agony, only for its healing to kick in once more. When it had almost fully recovered, Alex snapped his fingers again, triggering another blast. This brutal pattern repeated, each explosion tearing the cockatrice apart just as it was beginning to regenerate. Finally, the sun began to rise, casting its first light on the battlefield. Alex stood with his hands in his pockets, shadows of the long night retreating behind him. He looked down at the cockatrice with an unreadable expression. I guess it's time I finish this. The cockatrice general lay on the ground, barely recognizable. Its wings were nothing more than tattered stumps, its legs blown off, and its once proud face was charred and cracked. Alex's repeated blasts had reduced it to a grotesque shadow of its former self, but its cursed regeneration still forced it to cling to life. The cockatrice let out a weak, hoarse groan, its voice barely audible. This isn't over. Alex raised his hand, fingers poised to snap one last time. His voice was cold, steely. But for you, it is. Snap. A final explosion detonated, and the cockatrice's head shattered in a blast, ending it in a violent flash. Alex stared at the smoking remains, his eyes emotionless, as the system notifications rang in his mind. You have killed a cockatrice general. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have received 10 stat points. You have received plus 10 power stones. You have received skill, minor regeneration. Ding! Apocalypse Baby taking effect. You have received 10 stat points. You have received plus 10 power stones. You have received accessory, glider cloak. Alex exhaled in relief, letting the first rays of the morning sun wash over him. The once dark forest around him was scorched from his relentless explosions, charred trees smoldering and ash drifting in the dawn air. Yet, as he stood catching his breath, he noticed something strange. The forest seemed to be slowly restoring itself, as though it were alive, healing in response to the battle's destruction. Watching was rather therapeutic, easing his mind. But Alex couldn't help but worry about one thing, though. The cockatrice's ear-grating scream. The creature had been able to continue fighting, yet it had stopped, throwing its defenses aside to let out that screech. Alex rubbed his chin, thoughtfully wondering aloud. Why would it do that? Suddenly, he got his answer. A deep, rhythmic thumping filled the air, like something huge flapping its wings overhead. Alex's eyes darted upward, feeling an unmistakable sense that something was coming, and it was heading straight for him. His instinct screamed for him to move, to run, but his legs refused to respond. His body felt like it was shackled in invisible weights, each muscle locked in place. A cold sensation ran down his spine as a notification flashed across his view. You have been hit with a movement restriction skill by an enemy. You cannot move for 10 seconds. Alex's eyes widened in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. He could feel the approaching presence closing in, heavy and powerful. Whoever or whatever was coming wasn't here to talk. Alex forced himself to look up, heart pounding in his chest. What he saw made his blood run cold. Who said cockatrices couldn't fly? Boom! The massive cockatrice descended from the sky, landing in front of Alex with a thunderous thud. The force of the impact shook the ground, sending a shock wave that knocked Alex off balance. As the beast screeched, a chilling sound that echoed through the forest, Alex felt a jolt of fear shoot through him. Sweat dripped down his forehead as he quaked, his body trembling from a mix of adrenaline and dread. He gritted his teeth, frustration boiling over. Seriously, this is too much. You stupid overseer. How am I supposed to defeat this? Just then, a notification flashed before his eyes, cutting through his panic. Ding. Tyrant of Talons. Cockatrice King Morvok, Rank C. Chapter 26 The End? Tyrant of Talons. Cockatrice King Mervik, Rank C. The Cockatrice King, Mervik, loomed above Alex, casting a dark, suffocating shadow. Its scales glistened with a metallic sheen, segmented like a giant, armored centipede. Unlike the other cockatrices Alex had fought, this one looked more like a dragon, its wings spread wide, spiked with jagged edges that caught the light of the smoldering forest. The beast's eyes, gleaming with predatory focus, locked onto Alex. Alex's breath caught in his throat. He could feel the heat radiating from Mervik's nostrils, each breath sounding like the rumble of a powerful engine revving up. The cockatrice king craned its neck, scales clinking like shifting metal plates, and let out a deep, guttural growl that vibrated in Alex's chest. His heartbeat raced so fast it felt like it might burst out his ribcage. Mervik took a step forward, each massive clawed foot thudding against the charred ground, sending tiny tremors through the earth. As it advanced, it examined the devastation in the forest with a quick, dismissive glance. The remnants of Alex's explosion were still smoldering, evidence of the fierce battle that had just taken place. Mervik's gaze shifted to the lifeless body of the cockatrice general, torn apart and barely recognizable amidst the scorched earth. Alex's body tensed, fear washing over him in a cold wave. He felt if the cockatrice was angry, he'd be dead in seconds. So he watched, half expecting Mervik to roar in fury at the sight of its fallen kin and charge him without mercy. But the cockatrice king lifted its head and snorted dismissively as if the general's death was beneath its concern. The cockatrice king's gaze remained fixed on Alex, unbothered and unwavering. The cockatrice king then opened his beak, and to Alex's surprise, a deep, resonant voice emerged. It sounded both ancient and menacing, vibrating the air around them. "Human, since you managed to defeat so many of my kin, I will grant you the respect you've earned. Your end will come in a single, merciful strike." Alex's heart pounded, and a bitter smirk crossed his face. Always the arrogant talk. This time, the pride in Mervik's words was justified as one skill from this creature had locked Alex in place, rendering him helpless. And he had no doubt the cockatrice king had even more devastating tricks up its sleeve. But he was going to die that easily. His eyes darted to the fallen cockatrice general right behind the cockatrice king. One of his explosion traps was still attached there that he had denoted. So without hesitation, Alex activated it. Boom! Alex didn't actually need to snap his fingers to set off his explosions. He just enjoyed the dramatic flair it added. The explosion rocked the clearing, sending a wave of heat and force that lifted the restriction off Alex. He felt the invisible shackles shatter, and wasting no time, he turned and ran. It was like day one all over again with the first cockatrice he had defeated. His legs launched him forward with raw, desperate energy, grass, and dirt flying up behind him as he bolted through the forest. Trees blurred past as he sprinted, each step pounding the earth like a drum. The wind roared in his ears, his breath coming fast. Alex's mind raced. He loved challenges, that was true, but this wasn't a challenge. It was a death sentence. Mervik was way beyond anything he'd faced before. With practice speed, Alex reached into his inventory and activated Glider Cloak, the cloak he had gotten from defeating the cockatrice general. He had glanced at the description earlier and had saw that the cloak added an extra 10 points to his agility. The fabric fluttered around his shoulders, and he felt the power surge through his legs, his pace increasing in an instant. He followed up with one of his special skills, Fast and Fury, doubling his speed. The forest around him dissolved into streaks of green and brown. The world turned into a chaotic blur, and Alex felt like he had become pure motion, the god of speed at that moment. Flashes nothing on me. He darted through narrow gaps between trees, leaping over fallen logs and roots without breaking stride. But even with his newfound speed, a sinking feeling crept up his spine. Traveling at such high speed, he thought the cockatrice shouldn't be able to catch up. He was wrong. A dark shadow swept over Alex, and before he could fully react, a searing pain sliced across his back. It felt like a hot blade had been dragged down his spine. Ah! The sound strained and raw as his body crumpled to the forest floor. His speed betrayed him, turning his fall into a brutal tumble. He rolled over rocks and roots, dirt and ash grinding into his skin, every bump and twist amplifying the agony he felt. When he finally came to a stop, Alex lay on the ground, gasping for air, his body screaming in pain. The sharp sting of the wound burned fiercely, and he could feel warm blood trickling down to his waist, soaking the back of his clothes. He tried to move, but the pain made every shift unbearable. He had activated Aegis Arcane. The moment he sensed Mervik above him, a shield spell that had always protected him before. But this time, the Cockatrice King's attack had shattered it like glass, its talons slicing clean through and leaving him vulnerable. Alex clenched his jaw as he rose to his feet, and a mocking voice resonated. "Oh, you're quite fast." Mervik stood a few yards away, its eyes gleaming with satisfaction as if savoring its prey's struggle. Alex gritted his teeth, took out a blast shard, and without a second's hesitation, he hurled it at the Cockatrice King. Boom! The explosion engulfed Mervik in a cloud of fire and smoke. The shockwave pushed Alex back, and he winced as it jolted his wounded back. But when the smoke cleared, Mervik emerged, scales gleaming, completely unharmed. A thin, translucent barrier shimmered around it before fading away. It has a defense skill, Alex realized, dread sinking in his gut. He took a step back, reaching behind him. He was out of blast shards, and his options were limited. But his mind still raced for a plan. His fingers closed around a bottle of water he had bought from the system shop. Channeling his skill, he infused Exploding Touch on it and used Amp, which tripled the explosive force within, turning an ordinary item into a dangerous weapon. Now, he just had to stall for 20 seconds. Alex tried to buy time. Tell me, what prompted a whole king to come down from his throne just to defeat an insignificant human? Mervik chuckled darkly, the sound echoing like thunder in the clearing. Believe it or not, I would have preferred to blow this entire place to pieces and end you right here. But I received a direct message from the gods. They say you are special. What? Alex's eyes widened in shock. The mention of gods sent a jolt of confusion through him. He recalled the Overseer's cryptic warnings about the existence of Isekai'd beings, and wondered if his actions caught their attention. The thought sent shivers down his spine, and he couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. It's too soon for this. He tried to keep his voice steady despite the rising dread within him, and said, "I thought you were supposed to be a king, but here you are, taking orders instead. Why is that?" Mervik's gaze narrowed, sharp and calculating as he spoke. "I see what you're doing, human. Stalling to buy time while you prepare whatever you're hiding behind you. It won't work." In an instant, Alex was struck by the movement restriction skill once more. He tried to fight against it, but his muscles felt heavy and unresponsive. Mervik's throat began to gurgle ominously, and Alex's instincts screamed at him. He had seen this before, and he knew what was coming. "Shit," Alex whispered, panic rising. He activated Aegis Arcane, focusing all his energy on forming a protective barrier around himself, even knowing it wouldn't be enough. The Cockatrice King unleashed a terrifying roar, the sound erupting from its beak like a shockwave. Raraha! The powerful sonic attack blasted toward Alex, a wall of destructive sound that shattered trees and rocks in its path. The barrier Alex conjured was no match for Mervik's ferocity as it exploded on impact, sending a violent wave crashing into him. "Up!" he gasped as the force slammed into him, shaking his body violently. The sheer power of the sound was deafening. His ears rang painfully, and he felt a sharp pain pierce through his skull. Blood seeped from his ears and nose as the wave battered him, his vision blurring from the impact. His body crumpled to the ground, the world spinning around him as he gasped for breath. Everything felt fuzzy, like he was swimming in a haze. But even through the fog, he could sense the massive figure of the Cockatrice King stalking toward him, each step heavy and deliberate. "So this is how I die?" Alex thought, a sense of bitter disappointment washing over him. He hadn't even achieved anything. Heck, the real tutorial hadn't even begun. But he was going to die due to his shitty luck. Alex coughed out blood as he cursed. Damn it, this was all because of that stupid curse. But thinking about it, Alex knew that if he could go back in time and choose whether he should spare or kill Dreadfeather, he would have chosen the latter without hesitation. He had killed close to 100 cockatrices and 3 bosses. That was no easy feat, and Alex consoled himself, finding solace in the belief that it was enough achievement to die proudly. He had done all he could. He was just unfortunate. Alex recalled the bottle he had prepped to explode, its countdown ticking away. The explosion he had set on the bottle only had 5 seconds left, and Alex decided not to dismiss it. If he was going to die, then he was going to go out with a bang, hopefully taking the Cockatrice King along with him. The Cockatrice King stood before Alex, eyeing him intently. Then he noticed Alex grin with his bloodied lips. and there was a rocking explosion. Chapter 27: Deal or No Deal. As Alex hovered between consciousness and oblivion, he felt a cold rush of air hit his face, sharp and biting against his bloodied skin. His whole body throbbed with pain, every nerve screaming. He forced his eyes open, but his vision was hazy, blurred by exhaustion and injuries. His gaze fell on something that made his heart jolt. He was high above the ground, soaring through the air. He blinked, struggling to focus, and that's when he noticed the massive, scaled claws wrapped around him. They were gripping his body tightly, each talon digging painfully into his sides. He realized at that moment that the cockatrice king was carrying him, its powerful wings flapping as they cut through the air, each stroke of the creature's wings sending a gust of wind rushing past him. The world beneath him was a dizzying blur of trees, rivers, and distant mountains. He felt utterly helpless, dangling in the air like a broken doll. Even if he wanted to fight back, he was too injured to even lift his arms. His head lolled forward as exhaustion overtook him. His strength was gone, his vision darkening again. The next time Alex woke up, he found himself lying on solid ground. His head was pounding, and every inch of his body ached as if he'd been hit by a truck. Slowly, he opened his eyes, blinking against the faint light coming from above. Sunlight filtered down through a high, grated skylight, casting thin rays across the floor. With a groan, he forced himself to sit up, his joints cracking as he moved. The pain was intense, sharp, and unforgiving, and a high-pitched ringing echoed in his ears like he just stood too close to a blast. He remembered those last chaotic moments, setting off the explosive he'd rigged. The explosion swallowed both him and the cockatrice. But it seemed like he hadn't taken the monster down. Leaning back, he felt the rough stone wall behind him and took a slow, shaky breath. The space around him was strange. When he looked out, he saw the vast, open sky stretching beyond the edge of what seemed like a narrow cliff ledge. He tried to figure out how much time had passed, but he had no idea. Only his minor Regan skill was keeping him from passing out again. Once the healing had done enough to make the pain dull, he pushed himself up, wobbling as he found his footing. A rail ran along the edge of the cliff. He reached out to grip it for balance, but the second his hand touched it, a jolt of electricity surged through his fingers, forcing him to yank his hand back. Looking around warily, he muttered, "What is this place?" It was like he'd ended up in some strange prison on the edge of nowhere. Alex drew his weapon, it clipped edge, and slashed at the iron gate in front of him. The blade struck with a loud clang, but to his frustration, the gate just pushed back, repelling his sword as if it were coated in some kind of invisible shield. "What kind of barrier is this?" he said, eyeing the gate suspiciously. As he glanced around the area, he noticed the ground was littered with stones of all shapes and sizes. A slow grin crept across his face. This place is all he needed to make as many blast shards as possible. He picked up a rock and made a blast shard, thinking about using one to blow the gate open. But in this narrow space, he'd probably catch himself in an explosion again. The last blast had nearly finished him off, and he wasn't eager for a repeat while he was still aching from head to toe. So he began gathering the stones, preparing a fresh round of makeshift explosives. One by one, he set up small bombs around the prison wall using exploding touch. He didn't intend to use them just yet, but they'd be there in case he needed a quick exit. As he worked, a familiar sound reached his ears, a flapping, like wings slicing through the air. He looked up and squinted into the distance, spotting a shadowy figure against the sky. It grew larger as it drew closer, its outline becoming more distinct. Another cockatrice. He frowned with a mix of irritation and relief. "Perfect timing," he muttered. At least now he might get some answers as to why was he thrown in here instead of being killed on the spot. Not that he was complaining. He was grateful to be alive. A massive shadow loomed as the cockatrice landed before Alex, its claws clicking against the stone floor. Instantly, Alex recognized it wasn't the cockatrice king who had overwhelmed him with terrifying strength and nearly broken him within minutes. A part of him still shuddered at the memory, but he steeled himself, focusing on the creature before him. This one wasn't nearly as powerful. It had to be a general, a subordinate. The cockatrice eyed him, its sharp gaze filled with a mix of curiosity and judgment. Alex locked eyes with it, refusing to back down. Whatever intimidation it attempted was nothing compared to the suffocating aura of the king. A title shimmered briefly in his vision, confirming his suspicion. Cockatrice General Talvik. The cockatrice narrowed its eyes, And to Alex's surprise, it spoke, its voice raspy and laced with disdain. So, you're the creature that took down 3 high-ranking cockatrices and a general? Impressive. Alex didn't flinch, and he certainly wasn't interested in small talk. He straightened, his expression cool. Where's Merzik? I have business with him. The cockatrice's eyes flashed, and it hissed. You dare speak of the king in such a manner? Yet, its tone lacked true anger, sounding more like an empty threat than genuine outrage. Alex raised an eyebrow, noticing the strange detachment in its voice. He tilted his head, narrowing his eyes as he studied the creature. There was something strange in the way the cockatrice spoke. It lacked the reverence that every other cockatrice seemed to have when they mentioned their king. Instead, the general's words were sharp and dismissive. The cockatrice sneered. A weakling like you shouldn't even mention the one who left you in this pitiful state. It's distasteful. Alex smirked, picking up on the subtle hint of contempt in the creature's voice. He raised an eyebrow, his eyes glinting with realization. You have ill intent for your king, don't you? The cockatrice's face twitched, its pupils narrowing as it shot him a deadly glare. For a moment, its mask slipped, revealing a spark of something darker, resentment perhaps. Alex's grin widened, his suspicions now confirmed. He had found something he could exploit. Alex said coolly, Look, I don't care why you hate him, and I don't need to know. But I have a proposal. The cockatrice tilted its head, curiosity evident as it remained silent, waiting for him to continue. It hadn't shut him down, which was a good sign. Let's make a deal, Alex offered, pulling a small, glowing object from his pocket. It was an evolution orb shimmering with a faint green light, the powerful item he'd acquired after defeating the goblin boss. Evolution orb, creature, used to raise the rank of any lower creature to the next tier. The cockatrice's eyes widened, its pupils dilating as greed overtook its gaze. It took an involuntary step forward, unable to hide its desire. The creature's eyes never left the orb, its beak twitching with need. Interested, Alex taunted, fiddling with the orb as he waited for the general's response. The cockatrice's eyes widened, pupils flaring with greed as it took an uncontrollable step closer to Alex, its gaze fixed on the shimmering orb. Alex grinned as he said smoothly, Here's the deal. You open these gates, and this is yours. With it, you could evolve and become as powerful as your king. Imagine that. No more orders, no more bowing. So what do you say? The cockatrice's expression shifted, its eyes narrowing as it mulled over the offer. Then, in a flash, its beak twisted into a dark smile, and it let out a sudden, ear-splitting howl. A wave of sonic energy blasted forward, intending to knock Alex off his feet. But Alex remained rooted in place, unfazed. A glowing barrier, Aegis Arcane, flickered to life around him, absorbing the impact of the sonic blast with ease. When the attack dissipated, Alex shook his head with a disappointed sigh. He had expected the cockatrice to try something. With a flick of his wrist, the orb disappeared, vanishing back into his inventory. Alex shook his head, slipping the orb back into his inventory with a smirk. Guess you don't want this after all. The cockatrice hissed, its eyes narrowing dangerously. Hand it over, and I won't have to torture you to get it. Alex raised an eyebrow, feigning interest. Oh, torture me, huh? Sounds thrilling. What's your plan exactly? Don't test me, human, the cockatrice growled, stepping closer. Alex's gaze hardened, his voice dropping to a deadly calm. I wouldn't try me either. The second you open that gate with any ill intent, you're as good as dead. And that's not a threat, it's a promise. The cockatrice froze, visibly shaken by Alex's chilling words. It took a step back, studying Alex with newfound caution, sensing a danger it hadn't noticed before. Somehow, it almost felt as if he was the one imprisoned and being watched. The cockatrice shook its head, torn. The allure of the orb was undeniable. With it, it could evolve, challenge the king, maybe even take the throne. It weighed its options, then slowly said, All right then, let's make a deal. Chapter 28 Escape. The cockatrice finally agreed, and Alex grinned, satisfied to have hooked it. All right then, let's make a deal. Like I said, I'll hand over the orb, and you let me go free. The cockatrice narrowed its eyes, studying him. Even if I help you escape, your chances of getting off this cliff are slim. You'll have other cockatrices on your trail. It's suicide, human. Just accept your fate and hand over the orb. Alex smirked, unfazed. How about you stop flapping your beak and open the cell? I'll handle the rest. The cockatrice clicked its sharp teeth in annoyance, but then moved toward the gate's edge, pressing a claw against a small rune. Alex heard a hum as the barrier that had shocked and deflected his blows flickered and vanished. He grinned. Now he could use his powers, but not yet. The cockatrice strutted inside the cell, posture tense, eyes fixed on him, clearly expecting a double cross. All right, human. Hand over the orb. Alex tilted his head, a playful smirk dancing across his face. You know what? I don't feel like it. A vein pulsed on the cockatrice's head, its feathers ruffling in anger. It turned, about to back out of the cell, but Alex raised a hand, halting it. Wait, how about you let me pat you 3 times on the head, and then I'll consider giving you the orb. The cockatrice's eyes narrowed, its feathers bristling. Do you think I'm a joke? No, not at all, Alex replied with a smirk. But your king probably does. Why else would he have put you here to guard me? Am I right? The cockatrice stiffened, its gaze darkening. What do you know, human? Alex shrugged, his tone casual. I've been treated like that too, overlooked, underestimated. I get it. The cockatrice's face twitched with frustration, and Alex knew he'd struck a nerve. Keeping his expression calm, he slowly pulled out the orb, letting its glow catch the creature's attention. He tilted it back and forth, the light reflecting in the cockatrice's hungry eyes. This, Alex said, holding the orb out just far enough to tempt the creature, could change everything for you. With this, you could challenge Murzik and take his place. I genuinely want to help you get what you deserve. But here's the thing. You won't get it unless you grant my request. And if you kill me, this orb disappears, and so does your chance. The cockatrice's eyes flickered as it considered his words. Finally, it muttered, Human, what makes you so confident? What stops me from killing you once I get the orb? I'm trusting you won't, Alex replied, meeting its gaze, calm but unwavering. After a long, tense pause, the cockatrice let out a grudging sigh. It seemed Alex had left it with no other option. Fine. Reluctantly, it leaned its head down toward Alex, who flashed a sly, almost wicked grin. What an idiot. Just 3 pats, nothing else, the cockatrice warned. Alex nodded with a straight face, masking his excitement. Talvik, the cockatrice, had no idea these weren't just any pats. They were a death trap in disguise. Alex raised his hand, and Talvik flinched slightly, but pushed its head forward, trying to remain still. Alex reached out, placing his hand gently on the side of its head. There, he muttered, patting it once. First explosion set. He patted it again, making sure his touch lingered just long enough. Second explosion set. And finally, a 3rd pat. Done. Alex fought the urge to pat it a 4th time just to test his luck, but Talvik jerked its head back and fixed him with a demanding glare. Now the orb. Alex forced a friendly smile. All right, you've earned it. He took out the orb, holding it out as Talvik grabbed it eagerly with its clawed wing, a greedy gleam in its eyes. Without wasting a second, the cockatrice began absorbing the orb's power, its feathers glowing as the orb's light swirled around it. A faint hum filled the air as energy surged into Talvik, enhancing its strength and lifting it to the next rank. It groaned in satisfaction as its body expanded, absorbing every bit of the orb's essence. Alex, momentarily awed by the display, quickly snapped back to focus. This was his chance. He activated Stealth Walk and slipped out of the cell, moving past the glowing cockatrice without a sound. As soon as he was through the gate, he quietly pulled it shut and locked it, trapping Talvik inside. As the transformation neared its end, the cockatrice's feathers shimmered with new brilliance, each quill now strikingly vibrant. Its talons gleamed sharper, its beak looked deadly, and its eyes burned with a fierce confidence. It flexed its claws, feeling a surge of power through its body. Now I can face the king. But first, the human. He could hardly believe what he'd stooped to, letting a mere human touch him for the orb. The memory filled him with disgust, but the power he now held made it worth the humiliation. Lifting his head, he prepared to end this farce. But his gaze fell on the empty cell. He blinked, momentarily confused, scanning the area. Where had the human gone? Then he spotted Alex just outside the gate, a smug grin on his face as he gave a mocking wave. Hey there. You. How did you get out? The cockatrice's mind raced, baffled by how Alex had escaped without him noticing. But he quickly brushed it off. He'd just finish him from outside. With a furious shriek, he lunged at the gate, intending to pry it open. But the moment he made contact, a powerful electric shock blasted through him, sending jolts of pain through his body. He staggered back, his feathers singed and smoking. How does it feel to be the one locked up? Alex taunted, his voice filled with satisfaction. The cockatrice shook off the lingering pain, glaring at Alex. You think a cage like this can hold someone of my rank? He growled, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice as he was sure the prison most likely could, as it was built to hold powerful prisoners. The cockatrice's throat rumbled as energy swirled around its body, its eyes flashing with rage. It was preparing to unleash a devastating attack. Its fury was palpable. Alex wasn't intimidated. He simply shook his head with a smirk and snapped his fingers. Boom! An explosion ripped through the air, slamming into the cockatrice with a force that shook the entire cell. The blast sent shockwaves through the narrow space, and the barrier around the entrance absorbed the impact before repelling it back toward the cockatrice. The full force of the explosion slammed directly into him, concentrating all the damage on his body. The cockatrice staggered back, furiously shaking off the effects of the blast. It barely seemed harmed, but the fire in its eyes only grew stronger. You bastard, the cockatrice roared, its voice filled with venom. It began to summon more energy, ready to strike back. But Alex wasn't done. He snapped his fingers again, and again, and again. Boom! Another explosion tore into the cockatrice, rocking the cage even harder. Dust and debris filled the air, the walls of the cell groaning under the pressure. Still, the cockatrice stood tall, its injuries mounting but not enough to bring it down. Boom! Another explosion went off, sending a shockwave that rattled everything. But again, the cockatrice only staggered, its body battered but its rage unwavering. Alex watched the creature carefully, his face unreadable. The cockatrice was bruised and bloody, its feathers charred and ragged, but it was still alive. The energy swirling around it wasn't gone. Its anger was fueling it, keeping it on its feet. Alex's voice was calm, almost casual. Are you ready to talk now? I got plenty more explosions where that came from. Chapter 29 Info Gathering. The cockatrice general slumped to the ground, panting heavily. Smoke curled off its singed feathers, and its once proud stance was reduced to a trembling mess. All right, what do you want to know? It finally croaked, its voice weak but laced with reluctant defiance. Alex stood tall, just outside the cage, his expression cool and calm. His hand rested casually by his side, ready to snap again at a moment's notice. How many cockatrices are in the area? Alex asked, his tone sharp and commanding. The cockatrice general hesitated, glancing at the glowing ruins of its once impressive cell. After a long pause, it grumbled, about 50. 50. Alex's mind raced. That was 50 more cockatrices standing between him and freedom, 50 more reasons to take this grudge to its bitter end. He couldn't help the smirk that tugged at his lips. These birds had caused him too much trouble already. Sparing them wasn't an option. And the cockatrice king, Alex continued, stepping closer to the cage. You've been plotting to overthrow him, haven't you? Any idea what his weaknesses are? The cockatrice's eyes flickered with a spark of resistance. Even beaten and battered, its pride refused to let it submit completely. Why should I tell you? It spat, glaring up at Alex with all the defiance it could muster. Alex sighed, shaking his head like a disappointed teacher. He raised his hand, his fingers poised to snap. I don't think you understand who's in charge here, Alex said coolly. Let me remind you. Snap. An ear-splitting explosion roared through the air, slamming into the cockatrice with brutal force. The creature screeched as it was hurled violently to the side, crashing into the charred remains of the cell walls. The blast ripped into its side, leaving a charred chunk of flesh missing. It staggered, screeching in agony. Blood dripped to the ground, sizzling against the scorched dirt. Dust and debris rained down as the echoes of the blast faded. Gasping for air, the cockatrice finally realized there was no escape. If it wanted to survive, it had to play Alex's game. All right, it hissed through gritted teeth, each word laced with pain. You win. What do you want to know? Alex tilted his head, arms crossed, but his fingers were still itching to snap again. Let's start with the cockatrice king, Alex said calmly. You've got nothing to lose, so spill it. What's his weakness? The general snarled. reluctant but too broken to resist. Weakness in combat. None that I've seen, it spat bitterly. But Alex's eyes narrowed, his gaze piercing as he leaned in closer. The cockatrice continued, its voice a rasping whisper. He's been looking for an heir, and he's finally got one. An egg. He treasures it like a jewel. Won't let anyone near his lair where he feeds it energy daily. Alex raised an eyebrow. The egg, huh? So it's a soft spot. The cockatrice nodded begrudgingly. Destroy the egg, and you destroy him. That's the only weakness I know. And where's this lair of his? Alex pressed, his tone steady but unrelenting. The cockatrice glared at Alex, struggling. The highest cliff, it growled. It's heavily guarded. 2 cockatrices of my rank patrol the entrance. You'll never make it. Alex smirked. We'll see about that. Thanks for the info. The cockatrice general ground its beak, its fury bubbling beneath the surface. Even in its weakened state, it refused to bow completely. You won't make it out of here alive, it hissed, trembling with rage. I'm sure of it. Alex took a step back, his shadow falling over the broken creature. His expression turned colder, the smirk fading into something sharper and more dangerous. You're right, he said, voice low and ominous. I probably won't, but killing you will give me a better chance. The cockatrice froze, its eyes widening in confusion and growing dread. What? It stammered, its bravado crumbling. What do you mean by that? Alex's lips curled into a smug grin as he locked eyes with the cockatrice general. It's simple, he said coolly. The EXP I get from killing you will level me up multiple times, boosting my odds of survival. The cockatrice general's eyes flared with fury. Its massive wings rustled as it let out a growl of defiance. You can't kill me with your puny explosions, it roared, its voice cracking with rage. I'll heal in seconds, you pathetic human. Alex didn't flinch. He raised his hands slowly, fingers curling as if preparing to snap. Now you're asking for it. The cockatrice's beak snapped open, continuing its angry rant. Cut with the arrogant attitude. Human, once I get out of here, I'll rip your throat out. Boom, boom, boom. The third explosion hit, and the cockatrice general's head shattered into a bloody mess, chunks of flesh and bone flying in every direction. Blood splattered across the charred wall, the force of the explosion violently knocking the body to the ground. It was dead before it even hit the floor. Alex stood motionless, his hands still held up in the air, the remnants of the cockatrice general scattered in front of him. His smirk remained, unfazed by the destruction. It didn't matter that the cockatrice general was ranked higher than Gray. No matter how fast it healed, an explosion in the head was always a fatal blow. Alex casually dropped his hand to his side, his gaze lingering on the smoldering remains of the creature. Guess you won't be ripping anyone's throat out now. Ding. You have killed Cockatrice General. You have leveled up. 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 5 times. Wonderful. Alex's lips curled into a wide grin as the notifications filled his vision, one after another. He could almost hear the sweet sound of power flooding into his body with each level up. The adrenaline from the battle mixed with the thrill of advancement. You have received 25 stat points. You have received 5 power stones. You have received skill, flame immunity. Ding. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received 25 stat points. You have received 5 power stones. You have received accessories, amulet of resistance. All right. Alex's voice was low and satisfied, the taste of victory on his tongue. His fist tightened as he reveled in the feeling of newfound strength. But he didn't have time to bask in it. Not yet. His ears twitched at the sound, flapping wings. Loud and fast. Backup was on the way. The cockatrice that landed on the cliff scanned the area, its eyes sharp and alert. It saw only a shadowy figure in the distance, too far to make out details. It flapped its wings and dove toward the silhouette, ready to strike. But the figure vanished before it could land. The cockatrice screeched in confusion, its talons barely missing the spot where the figure had stood. It flapped wildly, spinning around, its eyes darting in every direction, but the figure was nowhere to be found. The bird's heart raced. There was no sign of a human. But there was something off about this place. More cockatrices arrived, their wings cutting through the air with thunderous beats. They saw the disturbance, the strange noise, and circled the area, chattering amongst themselves. One cockatrice, seeing the dark figure of Talvik, lying lifeless in the prison cell, squawked in alarm. "It's Talvik! He's dead!" Another cockatrice, scanning the area, narrowed its eyes. "Where's the human prisoner? He must have done this." The first cockatrice to arrive was about to respond when it suddenly felt a tap on its back. It spun around warily, but found nothing and frowned in confusion, eyeing the cockatrice behind him in suspicion before saying in an irritated tone, "Watch where you're." Before it could finish its sentence, something brushed across its face. Its body stiffened in shock, and with a loud squawk, it jumped back, wings flapping in alarm. "What was that?" the cockatrice muttered, its voice a mix of confusion and fear. It looked around, eyes wide but still. There was nothing to see. Something had touched its face. But whatever it wasn't visible. "Oh!" Another cockatrice leaped into the air, flapping wildly, its sharp talons slashing the air as it recoiled in fright. Then another cockatrice joined in, its eyes wide with panic, its wings snapping open as it searched for the source of the unseen threat. "There's someone else here," one of them squawked, its voice full of wariness. The cockatrices huddled together, glancing around, trying to pinpoint the source of the unease. "It's the prisoner," the first cockatrice said, its voice trembling with realization. "I saw him briefly. He must have an ability that makes him invisible." The other cockatrices stiffened, unease settling deep into their bones. "Bingo!" Alex's voice suddenly rang out, calm and confident, and he appeared at the edge of the cliff, his silhouette outlined by the bright sky. The cockatrice immediately moved to attack on seeing him, but before they could take a step, he leaped off the edge of the cliff. Chapter 30 Airborne Slayer. Alex grinned as he leaped off the edge of the cliff, the cockatrices screeching in surprise as they watched him fall. The creatures scrambled to the edge, expecting to see his body plummet toward the rocky abyss below. But what greeted them wasn't a helpless descent. Alex's back arched, and from his shoulders a sleek, shimmering cloak unfolded on activation. The air around him shifted, and in an instant, he wasn't falling anymore. He was soaring. The human with no physical features that could possibly enable him fly was soaring through the air. The cockatrices froze in stunned silence, their talons scraping against the rocky edge of the cliff as they wondered how Gray got wings all of a sudden. The answer was the glider's cloak, an accessory Alex had equipped. The wind whipped around him as a pair of shimmering wings extended from his back. Glider's cloak didn't just for boost speed, it came with a unique ability to generate wings that allowed him to glide through the air with grace. Wings large, translucent, and aerodynamic, stretching out like a bird's, catching the wind as they unfurled. Alex shot upwards, rising with a graceful, controlled motion. With the cloak, Alex could ascend and descend as he pleased, though it had one critical flaw, its lack of speed. Realizing their prey wasn't falling to his death, the cockatrices erupted into a frenzy. Furious screeches echoed from the flock as they took to the skies. Alex glanced over his shoulder on seeing the cockatrice and simply smirked. More cockatrices perched on nearby cliffs spotted the commotion and joined the chase on seeing Alex, screeching loudly as they spread their massive wings. Soon, dozens of the beasts were in the air, their sharp eyes locked on Alex as they moved to cut off his escape. The sky above the canyon filled with the beating of wings as the flock organized, encircling Alex from all directions. Their agility in the air was unmatched as weaved through the currents with ease, quickly closing the distance between them and their target. But Alex wasn't worried. In fact, his grin widened as the chaos unfolded around him. With a bold yell that echoed across the canyon, he shouted, "Let the chaos begin." In that instant, he snapped his finger, activating the hidden bomb he had secretly planted on one of the cockatrices with exploding touch during their earlier skirmish. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted in midair, turning the unfortunate cockatrice into a shower of blood and jagged pieces of bone. The force of the blast sent shockwaves rippling through the flock, throwing them into disarray. One cockatrice, caught completely off guard, was struck square in the face by a sharp fragment of bone. It screeched in pain, swerving wildly to the side and nearly colliding with another bird. Another cockatrice, flying too close to the explosion, was also hit by the shockwave. The blast stunned the creature mid-flight, its wings faltering as it spiraled helplessly toward the canyon floor, disappearing into the depths below. But Alex wasn't finished. Not even close. He smirked and activated another explosion, snapping his finger 3 times. Boom, boom, boom. More explosions rippled through the air as the bombs he had managed to plant on other cockatrices detonated in rapid succession. Feathers, smoke, and debris filled the skies as the carnage spread. Each blast took out not only its target, but also the cockatrices unlucky enough to be flying too close. Suddenly, one of the cockatrices ahead of Alex screeched furiously and charged straight at him, its sharp beak gleaming and talons poised to strike. But Alex didn't flinch. His grin only grew more feral as he took a deep breath, his chest expanding. Then, with explosive force, Alex unleashed a sonic blast. The sound wave roared from his mouth, visible as ripples of vibrating energy. The cockatrice charging at him was hit point blank, the force of the blast slamming into it like a wrecking ball. Its screech was cut short as it was hurled backward with brutal force, crashing into the rocky side of the cliff with a sickening crunch. The shockwave from this sonic blast didn't stop there. It rippled outward, catching several other cockatrices in its path. Those closest to the blast were flung backward like rag dolls, wings flapping uselessly as they tumbled through the air. One crashed into another cliffside, while others were thrown into chaotic spirals as they fought to regain control. Alex wasn't slowing down. With a wicked grin, he activated another explosion. And then the last. Explosion tearing through the air, sending shockwaves rippling across the sky. The cockatrices began to fall one after another, spiraling down like shattered comets. The sky erupted into chaos as screeches of pain and panic echoed through the canyon. Those unlucky enough to fly too close to the cockatrices carrying bombs didn't fare much better. The concussive force of the explosions stunned them mid-flight, their wings faltering as they plummeted helplessly. Others were struck by chunks of flesh and bone, sharp fragments ripping through their feathers. Some wounds proved fatal, and the lifeless bodies of the birds rained down to the ground below. Amid the chaos, one cockatrice locked its blood-red eyes on Alex. Fueled by rage, it dove at him with incredible speed, its sharp, blade-like feathers glinting ominously in the sunlight. With a shrill screech, it reared back mid-air, preparing to slice him apart. But Alex saw it coming and didn't panic. Instead, he smirked and did the unexpected. He temporarily deactivated his glider's cloak, allowing himself to drop like a stone. The cockatrice's attack sliced through empty air where he'd been moments before. As Alex descended, he twisted his body mid-fall, pulling his blade free. With precise timing, he slashed at the cockatrice's exposed back as he passed by. Blood sprayed into the air as his strike found its mark, the creature shrieking in pain as it tumbled downward out of the fight. Another cockatrice took the opportunity to strike, seeing Alex as vulnerable without his gliding cloak. Its sharp talons flashed as it closed in. But, clang! The sound of metal meeting an invisible barrier echoed as Alex activated Aegis Arcane, the protective aura shimmering in front. The cockatrice's talons glanced off harmlessly, its momentum throwing it off balance. And Alex didn't waste a second. With a swift swing of his sword, his blade cut cleanly through the creature's neck. And the cockatrice gave a gurgling cry before its body went limp, falling to the earth below. Alex reactivated the glider's cloak, wings flaring out as he met an approaching cockatrice head-on. Without hesitation, he unleashed a sonic blast, the powerful sound wave ripping through the air. The cockatrice screeched in agony as the force slammed into its body, sending it careening into a nearby cliff. More cockatrices began to converge on him, their cries echoing like a war chant. Alex's sharp eyes narrowed as he reached into his inventory and pulled out a handful of blast shards, small, grenade-like stones pulsing with raw energy, hurling the shards toward the flock. And with a snap and flick of his wrist, he activated the bombs mid-air. Boom! 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 The explosions lit up the sky like fireworks, engulfing the cockatrices in fiery blasts. Feathers, flesh, and blood rained down like a crimson storm, painting the rocky cliffs below. The smell of scorched feathers filled the air as the wounded creatures spiraled downward, their wings too damaged to keep them aloft. As Alex darted through the chaos, Eclipse's edge gleamed in the sunlight, slashing through any cockatrice foolish enough to get too close and killing the injured ones. Every swing of his sword was precise and deadly. And paired with his quick reflexes and the agility granted by the glider's cloak, Alex was a force of nature in the air. To the onlookers, he looked like a raging bat in the midst of his enemies, dominating an airborne battle against creatures born to rule the skies. His movements were a perfect balance of grace and brutality, weaving between attacks, striking down his foes, and dodging their desperate retaliations. Soon there were no more cockatrices in this sky, and Alex grinned rather satisfactorily. Despite the intense fight, Alex found himself smirking as the mid-air battles against the oversized chickens was easier than he thought. He hadn't even needed to enhance his attributes yet with his stats point. The battle was exhilarating, but it didn't push him to his limits. However, Alex knew the real challenge was yet to come. The two cockatrice generals guarding the king's lair would be a completely different story, as they would both have special abilities. And the cockatrice king himself. He quickly opened his system interface while evading another attack, glancing at the 50 stat points he had yet to allocate. On top of that, there were even more points he hadn't spent from defeating the three generals earlier. Alex opened his system window, the glowing holographic display floating before him as he equals 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 equals. Quick heads up, readers. I realized I left out an important detail about creature rankings. While two creatures might share the same rank, their strength can vary significantly. Why? Because ranks are divided into 3 levels. High R, medium Y, low G. From now on, every introduced creature will have its rank level clearly specified. So don't be surprised on seeing the symbols. I'll also go back and update earlier chapters to include this detail where it was missing. Thanks for your support and for sticking with the story. Chapter 31, Devil's Descent. Alex opened his system window, the glowing holographic display floating before him as he scanned his current stats. Stats: Strength, 60. Agility, 50 plus 5 plus 10. Intelligence, 40. Vitality, 45. Stat points available, 60. Power stones, 9. He smirked, his finger hovering over the agility stat. If I'm going to outmaneuver that oversized Turkey King, I'll need to be faster than ever. With a decisive tap, he allocated 40 stat points into agility, effectively doubling it. Instantly, a surge of energy rippled through his body. His muscles tightened and refined, their density shifting. They didn't grow bulkier. If anything, his frame seemed leaner, more streamlined, like a runner honed for speed. He flexed his fingers, feeling the new power coursing through him. It wasn't just strength. His entire body felt lighter, almost weightless. Even mid-air, as the wind rushed past him, he noticed the difference. Subtle adjustments to his glider's wings became smoother and sharper. He tilted his body slightly, testing his maneuverability. To his delight, he turned effortlessly, slicing through the air with precision. Not bad, Alex murmured, a grin tugging at his lips. He dipped low, then ascended sharply, executing a barrel roll just to test his newfound speed and control. The shift wasn't dramatic enough to disrupt his glide, but gave him an edge that felt almost unfair. He thought back to the Cockatrice King. It had been unervingly fast, way too fast to keep up with. And that was a problem, which was why he had put so many points into his agility stat. As he felt the decision settle in, Alex couldn't help but smirk, remembering something he'd told himself when he first started experimenting with the system. You can harm what you can't touch. He still believed that. If he could just stay out of reach, he could pick apart his enemies without ever giving them the chance to strike back. But there was more to do. Alex had to prepare for the intense battle ahead. So, he quickly allocated 20 points to intelligence, making sure his mana reserves would be more than enough for the fight. The remaining points went to strength. He needed more power to deal with any heavy hitters, and he felt his body grow even sturdier and more powerful. Satisfied with his upgrades, Alex was about to close the stats window when a glowing notification blinked at the corner of his vision. He hadn't had time to read it earlier because of the chaos with the cockatrice arriving. Ding! You have reached level 20. You're now AD rank. Plus 5 to all stats. Oh nice. You have reached level 20. You have earned the chance to choose an ability from 3 options. Alex raised an eyebrow. It seemed the system gave him an ability every time he hit a new milestone level. Adds by Pub Future. The system rewarded him with a special ability every 10 levels, meaning when he hit level 30 or 40, he'd get another shot at choosing out of 3 abilities. He read through the options, His curiosity piqued. Ability options. Foresight, shockwave / ethereal dodge. Foresight, you can see 3 seconds into the future. Cost 1 mana point per minute. Alex's eyes widened as he read the first skill, a rush of excitement flooding through him. He didn't even need to look at the other options. The geeky side of AX had kicked in full force after reading the description. A Sharingan? No way I'm passing that up, he thought, grinning like a kid who just got his hands on a rare treasure. Without a second thought, he tapped the first one, Foresight, without bothering to read the description of the rest, and the choice was made. No hesitation. No need to check the others. It may be reckless, maybe even foolish, but Alex wasn't worried. With this ability coupled with the insane speed he'd just gained, he could be a deadly force. With his boost in strength and his new ability, Alex felt more confident in the rematch with the Cockatrice King. This fight was no longer going to be one-sided like the last one. He wasn't the underdog anymore. He was the hunter, and the Cockatrice King was his prey. Alex soared into the sky with newfound vigor and muttered to himself, "I'm coming for you, Bird King." As he approached the Cockatrice King's lair, he spotted about a dozen of the feathered monsters diving down toward him. But Alex wasn't fazed. He tightened his grip around, Eclipse Edge, the blade humming with power. At his level, these cockatrices were nothing more than mobs, just obstacles in his path. Meanwhile, the 2 generals, stationed outside the Cockatrice King's lair, heard the commotion below. The air was filled with strange sounds, explosions, the screeching of their kin, the chaotic flurry of battle. They exchanged wary glances as they wondered what was going on below and if the cockatrices were being attacked. But as much as they were curious, they couldn't leave their post. They had been ordered to guard the lair, and nothing else, not even the most tempting chaos, could distract them from that duty. Behind them, the Cockatrice King's heir, a tiny, precious egg, lay nestled in the protection of a lair. The king had made it clear with his instruction, "Guard the egg with your lives." Nothing else mattered. The Cockatrice King didn't even seem to mind the massive losses they'd sustained. 3 generals and nearly 100 of their kin had fallen in battle. But the king had captured the one responsible, the human who'd done all this damage. And instead of executing him on the spot, he'd done something unexpected. He had thrown the human into a prison, all to appease their god, hoping that some treasure or boon would be granted to make the king's heir stronger. It was selfish, it was cowardly, and frankly, wasn't kingly at all. But who were they to question the decisions of the king? Strength ruled, and they were weak compared to their untouchable king. Suddenly, a gust of wind tore through the air, sharp and furious, yanking the generals from their thoughts. Their heads snapped up instinctively, searching the sky. But there was nothing. Then, without warning, a heavy thud echoed from behind them. They turned around, hearts racing, as they readied their feather blades. Then they saw his figure slowly solidified. His clothes were drenched in cockatrice blood, painting him in gruesome shades of red that made him look more beast than man. With a feral grin on his face that radiated a menace that rivaled the devil himself. Chapter 32, Fly Swatting. The 2 cockatrice generals froze when they realized who was standing before them. It was the human who the one was supposed to be in the fortified cell rumored capable of holding monsters of B ranks. Their wide, shocked eyes darted to each other as they tried to process what they were seeing. That prison wasn't just a cage. It was laced with powerful, magical barriers, designed to be impenetrable. To escape, one would have to overcome both the barriers and Talvik, the general assigned to guard it. And Talvik wasn't just any general. He was a seasoned warrior on the verge of breaking through to a C rank. If Alex was here, then it only meant one thing. Talvik must be dead. Their expressions darkened as the weight of that conclusion sank in. If this human had managed to defeat Talvik, then he was no ordinary foe. He had to be incredibly strong, perhaps stronger than either of them individually. The cockatrices tensed, feathers bristling. As they prepared for a fight, they weren't sure they could win. Alex stood there, completely unfazed. Cockatrice's blood dripped from his face and clothes, a stark reminder of the chaos he'd left behind. His piercing gaze locked onto the 2 generals, calm and unwavering. To him, they were nothing more than another obstacle in his path. His demeanor wasn't arrogance. It was confidence earned through battle. Alex had fought and defeated 3 cockatrice generals before, and that was before he reached D rank. Compared to the challenges he'd already overcome, these 2 weren't a threat. They were just a warm-up. Even though the two cockatrice generals in front of Alex were high-level C ranks, he didn't feel the slightest concern. His strength had skyrocketed, and he doubted their ranks would make any difference in the fight to come. Alex took a single step forward, Eclipse edge gleaming faintly under the light. The motion was subtle, but the effect was immediate as both cockatrices flinched, their talons scraping against the rocky ground as they instinctively stepped back. Fear flickered in their glowing eyes. They were wary. Alex was an anomaly, his strength, his tactics, everything about him was unpredictable. Rushing in recklessly would only lead to their deaths, and they knew it. Their bodies were tense, feathers puffed as they tried to size him up. Alex, on the other hand, was calm and collected. His stance was firm, his eyes steady, and he showed no intention of making the first move. He waited, his blade pointed downward but ready. The tension was unbearable as neither side moved. But finally, one of the cockatrices snapped under the pressure and stepped forward, talons raised, preparing strike. And that was all Alex needed. In a blur of motion, Eclipse edge struck true, tearing into the beast's fur and flesh with a sickening crunch. Blood sprayed as the cockatrice let out a guttural screech. Gah! Its massive body crumbled to the ground in a heap, lifeless. The second cockatrice froze, its glowing eyes wide in utter shock. It stared at its fallen companion, trying to comprehend what had just happened. Just like that, he didn't even see the human move. Damn it! The cockatrice cursed internally, leaping backward as its throat began to glow, preparing to unleash a deadly sonic howl. But before it could release the attack, Alex vanished from its sight. In the next instant, he appeared directly in front of the beast. His movement was so blindingly fast that the cockatrice hadn't even registered it. Panic surged through the creature as it instinctively swung its feathered blades in a wild slash. The attack connected, but instead of piercing flesh, it rebounded. Alex had activated Aegis Arcane, his magical barrier absorbing the strike without a scratch. The cockatrice's glowing eyes widened in alarm. It immediately realized it was completely outmatched. This human, he's beyond me. Without hesitation, it tried to escape, flapping its powerful wings and turning to flee. But Alex wasn't about to let it go. He shot forward like a missile, his hand wrapping around the cockatrice's neck in an iron grip. With brutal strength, he yanked the bird toward him, slamming it to the ground with a deafening crack. The impact sent a shockwave rippling through the earth, creating a web of cracks beneath the beast. Feathers exploded into the air like a burst of fireworks. The cockatrice thrashed violently, screeching and flailing in an attempt to retaliate. It flapped its wings desperately, but Alex's grip didn't falter. He pressed it harder into the ground, pinning it with an almost inhuman force. Then, without warning, the feathers that had scattered into the air froze mid-flight. They twisted unnaturally and pointed downward, gleaming with deadly intent. The feathers rained down like razor-sharp darts, forcing Alex to release his grip and leap backward to avoid being skewered. The cockatrice didn't waste a second. As soon as Alex moved, the beast scrambled to its feet and launched itself into the sky, wings flapping frantically. It thought it had escaped. For a brief moment, it felt relief as the ground grew distant beneath its talons. But before it could fly far, the cockatrice's neck erupted in a gruesome spray of feathers and blood, its head separating cleanly from its body in a spiraling motion. The decapitated corpse fell off the sky, and Alex got a notification. Ding! You have leveled up. You have received plus 5 stat points. You have received 1 power stone. No skill this time. Alex thought to himself every time he had killed a high-rank cockatrice he had gotten a new skill. But this time, Alex figured it was because he had ranked up. It sucked, but it didn't matter as he still had his title to make him happy. Apocalypse Baby kicking in. You have received an additional plus 5 stat points. You have received an additional 1 power stone. Alex exhaled deeply, his breath misting in the cool air as he dismissed Eclipse Edge into his inventory. In less than a minute, he had taken down 2 cockatrice generals, an accomplishment that would have seemed impossible not long ago. He turned his gaze toward the cave entrance that the generals had fiercely guarded. The massive stone opening loomed before him, shadowed and mysterious, like a doorway into another world. Alex muttered, his tone calm but laced with anticipation. So this is the king's abode. The cockatrice king wasn't here. Alex was certain of it. If the king had been inside, the chaotic battle outside would have drawn it out by now. But that only heightened Alex's curiosity. With steady steps, Alex approached the cave, his boots crunching against the gravel. The air grew noticeably cooler as he entered, carrying a faint metallic tang. He couldn't help but think back to the goblin cave he had cleared earlier. That place had been a nightmare, dark, cramped, and reeking of decay and filth. It was a testament to the chaotic, mindless nature of the goblins. This cave, however, was something else entirely. The walls were smooth and clean, etched with glowing runic symbols that pulsed with a faint, rhythmic light. Each rune seemed alive, humming softly with energy. The interior was spacious and organized, exuding a strange sense of refinement. It was the difference between a luxury mansion and a run-down shack in the slums. Alex ran his fingers along the smooth surface of the cave wall and mused aloud. Not bad for a beast. He stopped placing his palm firmly against the wall using exploding touch. But it's too bad. I'm going to turn this neat little palace into a mess. Chapter 33, The King's Abode. But it's too bad. I'm going to turn this neat little palace into a mess. Alex moved methodically through the cave, planting small explosive charges along the walls and ceiling. As he continued deeper, the narrow passage suddenly widened into an enormous chamber. In the moment Alex stepped into the room, his jaw dropped in sheer disbelief. The entire space glowed with a radiant golden light, and it wasn't coming from lamps or magical runes. The source of the glow was the massive piles of gold coins scattered across the floor, shimmering like liquid sunlight. Heaps of treasure were stacked as far as his eyes could see, sparkling with an almost hypnotic allure. Alex whispered, his voice barely audible as he stepped closer, eyes fixed on the nearest mound of coins. So much. His heart pounded as he crouched down, scooping up a handful of the glittering coins. The cool metal clinked softly in his palm, and the system immediately displayed the value. 212 gold coins. A grin stretched across Alex's face as he reached out with his other hand, grabbing an even larger handful. The system chimed again. 322 gold coins. His hands trembled as he let the coins slip through his fingers, the weight of his newfound fortune sinking in. His body shuddered with exhilaration. I've struck gold. Literally. I'm freaking rich. Without wasting a second, Alex began pouring the coins in by the handful into his inventory. The treasure vanished into his storage space in a steady stream, the numbers in his system climbing rapidly. Coins clinked and jingled as he worked, his hands moving faster with each scoop. The thought of just how much gold he was amassing sent a thrill through him. He couldn't stop grinning, his mind already racing with possibilities. I'm going to wipe this place clean. He crouched by another pile of gold, his hands moving swiftly as he shoveled coins into his inventory. As he worked, he wondered what could a cockatrice possibly need all this gold for? That thought was interrupted when something caught his eye amidst the treasure, a piece of clothing. He pulled it out, the fabric soft yet sturdy, with faint glowing runes stitched into it. Dusk overcoat, plus 10 defense, plus 5 speed. Alex's grin widened. A stat-boosting coat? Oh, you're definitely coming with me. He tossed it into his inventory without hesitation. He kept digging, his hands brushing against another item, a long, sleek staff. Its surface shimmered with a faint glow, exuding a quiet but powerful energy. The system chimed. Staff of Power. Increases mana by 30%. Oh man, Alex gasped, holding the staff up to inspect it. This would come in handy. He twirled it once before tossing it into his inventory. At this point, Alex was on a roll. He wasn't just collecting, he was looting everything in sight. Coins, clothing, weapons, accessories, it all disappeared into his inventory with rapid efficiency. He pulled out a pair of boots with agility boosts, a necklace that increased stamina regeneration, and even a ring that nullified minor curses. It didn't matter if the items were impressive or mundane. If it wasn't nailed down, Alex was taking it. Why stop at gold? He chuckled, picking up a golden goblet and examining its intricate design. Into the inventory it went. As he continued, he realized he now had enough clothing to outfit an entire wardrobe. Coat, shirts, jackets, pants, boots, some with unique buffs. He could now change into new clothes every day, and Alex imagined himself strolling into battle in a different outfit every time. Alex scooped another handful of gold coins into his inventory, shaking his head as he considered the absurdity of it all. Why on earth would a giant bird need clothes or a wand? He muttered, holding up a pair of boots. The mental image of a cockatrice strutting around in a coat was enough to make him chuckle. But he quickly dismissed the thought. Not that it matters. This is all a bonus, a gift from the heavens. But then a cold truth settled over him, wiping the grin from his face. All this looting would mean nothing if he didn't survive. There was no way the Cockatrice King was going to let the robbery slide. Alex steeled his resolve and kept moving, methodically looting and planting bombs as he explored the chamber. His eyes scanned the area, sharp and calculating, looking for anything of real significance. That's when he saw it. In the corner of the room, almost hidden, was an object placed on a glowing altar. It wasn't the object itself that caught his attention at first, but the golden light radiating from the altar's intricate runes. Curious, Alex moved closer, his steps cautious but steady. As he got nearer, the object came into focus, an egg. Its surface was smooth and iridescent, shimmering faintly with a soft golden hue. Alex's heart skipped a beat as realization struck. No way. This wasn't just any egg, it was the egg. The Cockatrice King's most prized treasure. It's air. Alex crouched down, his eyes darting over the glowing runes etched into the altar. The magic was intricate, the patterns swirling as if alive, pulling energy from the very air around it. Alex's gaze shifted from the glowing runes on the altar to the egg resting atop it, and the pieces began to fall into place. This explains it, he murmured, glancing around at the scattered loot he'd collected earlier. Some of the clothing had been of embarrassingly low quality, barely worth the space in his inventory, and a few weapons felt so fragile they might shatter with a single swing. The altar wasn't just a showpiece. It was active, siphoning magic from everything within its reach. Anything that contained even the faintest traces of magical energy was slowly being drained to feed the egg. Alex turned back to the egg. H could feel the raw power radiating from it, faint but undeniable. The Cockatrice King wasn't just hoarding wealth for no reason. It had poured everything it had into ensuring its offspring's strength. For a brief moment, Alex almost admired the effort. "I'll give it to you, King. You're a good parent," he muttered, his hand hovering over the egg. But admiration didn't change the facts. This wasn't just the king's treasure, it was Alex's greatest enemy in the making. With a deep breath, Alex placed his hand on the egg, feeling its cool, smooth surface beneath his fingertips. The moment he picked it up, a notification blazed across his vision. Egg rank CG. Alex blinked in disbelief. "What the hell?" he muttered. An egg, a seemingly ordinary egg, had the same rank as Talvik, the powerful general he'd taken down earlier. He shook his head in astonishment. He couldn't help but think about Talvik. If that general had known about this egg, he would have lost his mind. The thought of something as unhatched and defenseless as an egg being on par with his own strength would have been an insult to his pride. He also had only just broken into rank D himself. Yet here he was, holding an egg that was already considered stronger than him, an egg that hadn't even hatched yet. Seriously, how the hell is that even fair? He couldn't deny it. The egg situation wasn't ordinary. The Cockatrice King had gone to extreme lengths, sacrificing resources and energy to boost its strength. The altar alone was proof of that. But still, Alex glanced back at the altar, its runes still faintly glowing. "Might as well take this too," he muttered, storing it in his inventory. Who knows? It might come in handy someday. His eyes shifted back to the egg, and a thought crept into his mind. What would happen if he broke it right now? Would he level up? Would he gain power like he did after defeating Talvik? The temptation gnawed at him, but so did something else, a faint flicker of doubt. Destroying an unborn being just to grow stronger. It felt wrong. Horribly wrong. But this wasn't a world where morality held much weight. It was a world of predators and prey, where the weak didn't survive and hesitation could get you killed. His grip tightened around the egg, conflicting thoughts battling for dominance. Meanwhile, the Cockatrice King was a blur of motion, diving through the sky at breakneck speed. He had been hunting for treasure when he sensed Talvik's presence had vanished. And just moments later, the auras of the two generals guarding the cave also disappeared. Someone, or something, had invaded its domain, killed its generals, and now threatened its most prized treasure. The cockatrice king screeched in fury, wings beating furiously as it hurtled back home, its golden feathers catching the light like a blazing comet of vengeance. Murzik had initially thought the commotion was caused by one of his rivals daring to encroach on his territory. But when he felt Talvik's presence vanish, he knew it had to be the human. Fury surged through him as he dove up the cliff. The wind howled around him, his golden feathers gleaming like molten fire under the faint light. He passed the corpses of one of his generals without a second glance, as failures didn't deserve his attention. In an instant, he swooped into the cavern's grand opening, his talons ready to tear apart the intruder. But then he froze. The sight before him sent a jolt of rage and fear through his massive frame. Alex stood there, his figure illuminated by the golden glow of the egg. His expression was cold and unyielding, but it was what he held that froze Murzik in place. The egg. Alex's dagger hovered mere inches from the delicate shell, its sharp tip poised to strike. And Murzik tensed, his wings flaring wide as if preparing to lunge. But Alex's voice cut through the air like a blade. Move, and I'll turn your air into scrambled yolk. Chapter 34 Serious Threat. Move, and I'll turn your air into scrambled yolk. Alex yelled, his voice echoing off the cavern walls. Murzik froze momentarily, his fierce golden eyes narrowing as he processed the sight before him. The blade in Alex's hand hovered dangerously close to the egg, his heir, the king's most precious treasure. The air around Murzik seemed to ignite, his golden feathers radiating a fiery glow as his energy flared. Each step he took forward sent a ripple through the cavern, the sheer weight of his presence making the very ground tremble. Alex's heart pounded in his chest. The confidence he'd built up began to falter as the cockatrice king closed the distance. Up close, Murzik was terrifying. His massive form loomed over Alex like a mountain, his razor-sharp talons clicking against the stone floor with every deliberate step. The air grew thick and heavy, making it hard to breathe. Alex clenched his jaw, trying to steady himself, but the sheer power of Murzik's presence was overwhelming. Murzik's voice erupted like thunder, shaking the very walls of the cavern. You dare command me, the king of the skies? Who do you think you are, you insignificant worm? As the last word left his beak, Alex felt it, a crushing force enveloped him. Ding! You have been hit with a movement restriction skill by an enemy. You cannot move for 10 seconds. Murzik had unleashed the same movement restriction skill he had used in their first battle. Alex's body locked up, his muscles refusing to obey. It was as if invisible chains bound him, holding him in place. Panic surged through Alex as he realized he was frozen, completely at Murzik's mercy. But then, he remembered, he wasn't the same as before. He had grown stronger, leveled up, and gained new abilities. This wasn't the end. Alex closed his eyes for a moment, focusing. He felt the restriction like a weight pressing down on him, but he also felt his own power waiting to be unleashed. Alex growled, his voice low but firm. And with a surge of willpower, he pushed against the invisible force, his entire body trembling as he fought back. The restriction skill resisted, tightening its grip, but Alex wasn't giving up. Then, with a sharp crack, like glass shattering, the restriction broke. Movement restriction skill resisted. Alex barely had a moment to catch his breath before Murzik, the cockatrice king, closed the gap in an instant. A massive, glowing feather blade swept toward Alex's neck with lethal precision. The sheer speed and power of the attack were terrifying, the blade cutting through the air with a sharp whistle. Reacting purely on instinct, Alex dropped low, his knees grazing the rocky floor as he ducked beneath the deadly strike. The blade narrowly missed him, its force sending a gust of wind that tousled his hair. Without hesitation, Alex pushed off the ground, moving like a blur to put distance between himself and Murzik. His speed was incredible, leaving a faint afterimage in the dim cave light. The cockatrice king's feather blade hit nothing but air, but the energy from the missed strike surged forward like a shockwave. The sharp energy sliced into the cave wall, leaving a deep dent and causing debris to crumble and scatter. Alex reappeared on the opposite side of the cavern, the exact spot where Murzik had stood moments earlier. It was as though the two had swapped places in the blink of an eye. Murzik turned, his golden eyes narrowing dangerously. For the first time, the cockatrice king was truly observing Alex. His piercing gaze seemed to weigh every movement, every breath, every ounce of strength Alex had gained. Merzik's intense glare bore into Alex, his feathers glowing brighter as his energy flared and the air in the cavern grew thick, almost suffocating. He let out a low growl, a sound that echoed ominously through the cave. Alex's grip on his blade tightened as he stared back at the towering beast, sweat dripping down his temple. "You dared touch what is mine," Merzik snarled, his voice a mixture of fury and disdain. "And for that, you'll pay dearly." Alex watched the cockatrice king with a confident grin spreading across his face. He couldn't help but feel a swell of satisfaction. He had dodged a strike that could have ended him in an instant. When Alex first encountered Merzik, he had been terrified, his legs trembling like jelly under the sheer presence of the massive beast. The memory of that one-sided beatdown still stung, but this time was different. This time, Alex had resisted the cockatrice king's movement-restricting skill, and he'd been fast enough to evade the deadly feather blade. He didn't feel entirely powerless, and that was a good thing. But it wasn't just his newfound strength giving him confidence. It was the egg he held. The fragile treasure in his hands was Merzik's weakness, a bargaining chip that Alex could use to level the playing field. After all, no good father or mother would risk harming their offspring. Wait, father or mother? Alex blinked, suddenly realizing he had no idea about cockatrice biology. Was Merzik a protective dad or an overbearing mom? The absurd thought of the hulking bird laying an egg crossed Alex's mind, and he had to suppress a chuckle. "Focus, Alex. Focus." His smirk vanished, replaced by a deadly serious expression. He held the egg higher, the tip of his blade hovering near its surface. "Disregarding my warning is a bad idea, Merzik," Alex said coldly, his voice steady despite the tension. Merzik's golden eyes burned with fury, and the air seemed to ripple with his anger. The cockatrice king let out a low, menacing growl. "It's King Merzik to you, you impudent whelp." Alex's eyes narrowed as he held the egg firmly in one hand, his dagger poised in the other. "You think I'm bluffing about destroying all your hard work? Fine, watch closely," Alex said, and without hesitation, he drove the dagger into the surface of the egg. Chapter 35, Devil's Deal. Without hesitation, Alex drove the dagger into the egg. The sound of metal against the fragile shell echoed in the cavern. The cockatrice king flinched, his golden eyes widening as he instinctively took a step forward. For a moment, terror flickered across his face, fearing the worst. But Alex had calculated his strike perfectly. The dagger barely pierced the surface, leaving only a tiny crack that shimmered faintly in the dim light. "Oh, that was risky," Alex muttered, half to himself, as he inspected the crack. Then he looked up at Merzik with a cold grin. "But I think it gets the point across." "Have you gone mad?" Merzik roared, his voice reverberating like a thunderclap. His wings flared wide, making him seem even more imposing. Alex's grin widened, his expression almost maniacal. "Oh, I've been mad for a while now." He paused, his eyes glinting with a dangerous light. "But maybe now you'll understand. I'm dead serious about ending your bloodline." The cockatrice king scowled, his feathers bristling. Every instinct screamed at him to attack, to end this insolent human once and for all. But the egg, his most precious treasure, his legacy, was in Alex's grasp, and one wrong move could shatter it completely. Merzik's mind raced. How had it come to this? He regretted not finishing Alex when he had the chance. The human had been nothing but a nuisance, and now he was standing here, defiant, threatening everything Merzik held dear. The cockatrice king exhaled sharply, his frustration evident in the way his claws scratched against the rocky floor. Finally, he let out a reluctant sigh, his pride warring with the need to protect his offspring, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. "Fine. What do you want?" Alex didn't hesitate, his voice steady and sharp. "I want your head." The cockatrice king twitched at Alex's demand, his razor-sharp talons scraping against the rocky floor as if ready to strike. But he held himself back, his blazing golden eyes locked onto Alex with pure hatred. Alex couldn't help but chuckle, the sound echoing in the tense silence of the cave. "Oh, I'd love to take your head right here and now, but I doubt you'd give it to me. So how about this instead? You let me leave this place unharmed, and I promise your precious egg stays in one piece." Merzik paused, his wings folding slightly as he appeared to consider the offer. But his hateful glare never wavered. After a few seconds that felt like an eternity, Merzik finally spoke, his voice low and seething with restrained fury. Fine, I'll let you leave, but drop the egg and you can go. Alex raised an eyebrow and shook his head, his smirk widening. Nope, I'm taking the egg with me. The cockatrice king's frown deepened. You think I'm stupid? Alex said, his tone casual but with a sharp edge. The second I put this egg down, you'll swoop in and tear me apart without a second thought. That's certainly true. Murzik admitted, his tone cold and measured. Alex blinked, surprised by the honesty. But then it clicked. Ads by Pub Future. He thinks I'm bluffing, Alex realized. Murzik wasn't taking his threats seriously. He was simply confident, no arrogant, and believed Alex wouldn't dare truly harm the egg, as in his eyes, the egg was Alex's lifeline, the only thing keeping him alive. The cockatrice king saw no scenario where Alex could win. His sheer power was overwhelming, and the idea that Alex might defeat him wasn't even on the table. Murzik's next words only confirmed it. Even though it's true, I'll rip you apart. You still have to drop the egg. Alex furrowed his brow, his grip tightening on the fragile shell. Why the hell would I let go of my only bargaining chip? Murzik took a slow step forward, the air around him suffocating. So you intend to take the egg with you? That I cannot allow. Alex held his ground, his eyes narrowing. Don't worry. Once I'm far enough away, I'll leave it somewhere safe for you to recover. The cockatrice king's laugh was low and menacing, echoing through the cavern like the rumble of distant thunder. You expect me to believe that? You're either foolish or desperate. Likely both. You could easily leave with the egg, or kill at the moment you escape to devour its essence. Alex's brow furrowed in genuine confusion. Devour its essence? What are you even talking about? The cockatrice king's feathers bristled with hostility. That's how your kind grows stronger, is it not? The goddess Gaia told me about you. Alex stiffened at the mention of a goddess. Gaia, he echoed, his voice laced with curiosity and caution. Murzik's eyes burned with contempt. I'm not here to answer your questions, invader. Release the egg now, or face the consequences. Alex's mind raced. Gaia? He recalled Apollo's warnings about higher beings in this world. So this Gaia knew about players, people like him. Did she share that knowledge with the creatures of this world? If so, it explained why Murzik seemed so well-informed. This world isn't as disconnected as I thought, Alex realized. The creatures might have some kind of link to these higher beings, a way to monitor what was happening. If that was true, Alex would have to tread carefully moving forward. Drawing too much attention was a risk he couldn't afford. But considering the chaos he'd caused, the dead cockatrices and the generals, it was too late to stay under the radar. He just hoped this Gaia doesn't take an interest in him. Alex sighed deeply, shaking off his thoughts, and he said, his voice laced with cold authority. You seem to be making a mistake here, Murzik. You don't make the demands here. He leveled a steely glare at the cockatrice king. You're in no position to. Murzik's eyes narrowed at Alex's arrogant remark, his piercing gaze sharpening as if to dissect the human standing before him. His feathers quivered, radiating tension and anger. And he sneered, his voice thick with disdain. Oh, and why is that? Alex placed a hand on his forehead in mock weariness, letting out a long, exaggerated sigh, then said with his tone dripping with faux pity. Oh, Murzik, you really shouldn't have asked me that. Alex's lips curled into a sly grin, and slowly he raised his hand, his fingers poised as though ready to snap. You'll regret it. Chapter 36, Tasty Egg. With a confident grin, Alex snapped his fingers. And in an instant, the closest explosion to Murzik detonated with a deafening roar, sending shockwaves through the air. The blast sent a rush of heat and debris in every direction, but Alex didn't wait around to see the aftermath. He was already on the move. His feet pounded the ground as he triggered a series of explosions he had strategically set up earlier. Boom! Boom! The sound echoed through the cave, each blast closer than the last. Alex's fast and furious skill flared to life, making him move at blistering speed, a blur of motion. Though he had flame immunity, now, protecting him from most fire-based attacks, Alex didn't want to test the limits. He wasn't a masochist, after all. And more importantly, he couldn't afford to get scorched, as he was still holding the cockatrice egg, his lifeline, and he'd be damned if it got damaged. The explosions rumbled behind him like a relentless wave of destruction, but Alex was already out of the cave, his speed and skill keeping him just ahead of the blast radius. As he reached the cave's edge, he leaped into the air, activating his glider cloak. In a flash, wings erupted from the cloak, stretching wide and catching the air. Alex's descent turned into a controlled glide, and he dove down, putting distance between himself and the chaos he'd left behind. He didn't believe for a second that the explosions would take down Murzik. After all, the Cockatrice King was no ordinary creature. But he hoped, at the very least, that would slow him down, give him the opening he needed. With the egg safely tucked under his arm, Alex sped toward the ground, praying the damage would be enough to make Murzik hesitate, even if just for a moment. Rark! The terrifying roar echoed behind Alex, sending a jolt of adrenaline through his veins. Even though he was grinning, his heart hammered wildly in his chest. He didn't need to look to know what was coming. With a blast of wind and a shower of rocks, the Cockatrice King shot out of the cave. Some of its feathers were charred, but despite the scorch marks, the cockatrice was far from defeated. Its wounds were minor, easily ignored. The beast dove down, its massive wings cutting through the air with a shrill screech, a blur of fury and hatred. Its eyes locked onto Alex with a burning intensity, and Alex could feel the murderous rage radiating from it. The Cockatrice King was determined to rip him to shreds. Alex's senses flared, his instincts screaming at him. He could feel the presence of the cockatrice drawing closer, the weight of its fury pressing down on him. He gritted his teeth, his grip tightening on the egg. It's coming fast, too fast. He glanced over his shoulder, his eyes locking onto the cockatrice as it closed the distance with terrifying speed. Human, hand over what you stole right now. The cockatrice roared, its voice booming through the air. Alex smirked, his confidence flaring in the face of the oncoming threat. Quit wasting your breath. You know I won't do that. The cockatrice let out a shriek of pure rage. Then died. Without warning, the Cockatrice King unleashed a deadly energy blade, slicing through the air toward Alex with a shriek. The blade crackled with power, its destructive force unmistakable. Alex's heart raced, but he didn't panic. With a swift motion, he deactivated his glider cloak and snapped into action. His body moved with fluid grace as he spun midair, twisting just out of the path of the energy blade. The slash barely missed him, its power singing past his ear as it tore through the air with a deafening whoosh. He then turned to face the cockatrice, holding the egg before him. Try firing another one of those blades, and I might just be tempted to use your baby as a meat shield, Alex taunted, his eyes narrowing. The Cockatrice King snarled, its eyes flashing with fury. You bastard. Without warning, the beast let out a deafening howl, more powerful and guttural than anything Alex had ever heard from a cockatrice before. The sheer force of the sound seemed to vibrate through the air, sending shivers down Alex's spine. His instincts kicked in, and he activated his glider cloak and immediately dove forward, narrowly avoiding the blast wave that followed the howl. The force of the cockatrice's cry tore through the air behind him, sending gusts of wind that whipped at his back. He could feel the tremor of the wave, but he didn't let it slow him down. As Alex hurtled toward the ground, he could feel the Cockatrice King closing in, its monstrous wings flapping with terrifying speed. The beast was getting closer, too close, and Alex's mind raced. With a swift motion, he reached into his pack, pulling out a few blast shards. Without missing a beat, he hurled them backward, aiming for the cockatrice's path. Boom! The explosion rocked the air, a brilliant flash of light and sound as the blast hit the cockatrice directly. The force of the impact sent the creature skidding backward, its massive body tumbling through the air for a brief moment. The cockatrice screeched in pain and surprise, momentarily stunned by the blast. As the cockatrice reeled from the explosion, Alex landed in the dense forest below, his boots crunching against the leaves. He exhaled, the tension finally easing from his body. Finally land. He was on solid ground now, but he knew this fight was far from over. The cockatrice, also king, landed in front of Alex with a heavy thud, its claws digging into the forest floor. Its eyes were burning with fury, its wings unfurling in a menacing display. Alex then began to speak. This forest brings flashbacks. It's where I massacred a lot of your kin. You bast, the cockatrice began, but Alex cut him off with a casual gesture. Calm down. You don't want to be the one to destroy everything you've built, Alex said, rubbing the egg, his voice smooth, almost mocking. The cockatrice's eyes flashed with outrage, and it lunged forward, wings flaring as it hissed. I've had enough from you already. What's your plan, huh? You're not going to survive this. Alex stood his ground, coolly watching the cockatrice's furious approach. He dropped the egg to the ground and placed his foot on it. The cockatrice flinched, its eyes wide with shock and fear. Hold on, give me a second, Alex muttered under his breath, a grin creeping across his face as he reached for his gear. He slipped on his Fury gauntlet, its weight familiar and comforting. The gauntlet hummed with power, enhancing his physical strength. He then pulled on a special coat he had taken from the cave that boosted his strength and speed by 10 points, adjusting it with practiced ease. Next, he slipped on stat-boosting rings, feeling the surge of energy as it enhanced his stats. As he finished dressing, Alex locked eyes with the cockatrice, his grin widening. The cockatrice hissed, its feathers bristling. Using the items you stole from me to boost your strength? Pathetic. He raised an eyebrow as he stared down the cockatrice, his eyes full of confidence. I have no choice. After all, I'm a weakling in another world. Which is why I need to play dirty, Alex said, his voice smooth as he lifted the egg with his foot, catching it in his hand with a swift motion. The cockatrice's eyes narrowed, taking a step forward, clearly sensing the danger. You're right, Merzik. I'm really pathetic. Alex's tone was mocking his grip firm on the egg, and the cockatrice could tell what Alex was about to do. Stop, the cockatrice shouted, its voice tinged with panic. Don't do. You said something about consuming the essence of my egg. Alex cut him off with a cold smirk. I said stop, Merzik yelled, desperation creeping into his voice. His wings flared, and his feathers rustled with rage. You shouldn't have. You bastard. Without warning, the cockatrice dove at him, its claws extended, fury written across its face. But Alex was ready. He activated Aegis Arcane, a shimmering barrier of magic forming around him just in time. The cockatrice's deadly energy blade slashed at Alex, but the barrier reflected the attack back. The cockatrice shrieked in surprise as its own attack hit it square in the chest, sending it reeling back. Alex grinned. It's been a while since I've eaten an egg. Though it might be raw, it'll do. With a sudden movement, Alex crushed the egg in his fist, the shell cracking with a sharp crunch. The yolk and whites spilled out, and without hesitation, he lifted the mixture to his mouth and began to gulp it down. The cockatrice watched in horror as Alex casually devoured the contents of its precious egg, a symbol of the creature's most prized possession, and possibly its last hope. Chapter 37 Goddess Who? Alex tilted his head back and down the yolk in one go, ignoring the slimy texture as it slid down his throat. Consume everything, he said to himself inwardly. Leave nothing left. He slurped at the egg with an intensity that could only be described as desperate. It wasn't elegant. It was primal, like a starved beast finally finding sustenance. He was gulping it down as if his very survival depended on it, and to some extent, it did. The taste was unlike anything he'd ever experienced, rich, invigorating, and oddly satisfying. The yolk coated his mouth with warmth, and the whites, though slimy, left a tingling sensation that coursed through his body. It felt as though every sip was pumping raw energy into his veins. His senses sharpened, his muscles tightened, and his mind became razor-focused. Then it happened. Ding! A familiar notification echoed in his mind, and Alex froze momentarily. You have killed the Cockatrice King's offspring. You have leveled up. You have leveled up. You have received 10 stat points. You have received 2 power stones. You have received Gaia's blessing. +5 to all stats, new skill, Stone Face. Stone Face. You can transform your foes into rock by maintaining eye contact for 5 uninterrupted seconds. Returning them to normal requires the same condition. Alex wiped the back of his hand across his mouth, his lips curling into a smug grin as the notifications filled his vision. Cracking and consuming the egg had paid off big time in ways he hadn't imagined. A smirk formed on Alex's face as he realized the enormity of what had just happened. Not only had he leveled up twice, but he'd also gained stat boosts comparable to when he ranked up to Durank and an ability that practically made him Medusa. This is insane, he muttered, clenching and unclenching his fists as raw energy coursed through him. But just as he was basking in his newfound power, another notification popped up. Ding! Apocalypse Baby kicking in. You have received an additional 10 stat points. You have received 2 power stones. Additional +5 to all stats. Alex froze, his smirk widening into a grin. This couldn't be real. He was getting another boost. It felt like Christmas morning. This just keeps getting better, he said, flexing his arms as his body adapted to the exponential growth in strength. Then, another notification appeared, and his excitement peaked. Apocalypse Baby demands another ability from Gaia. Gaia refuses. What? Alex blinked, his grin faltering. That was new. The next notification sent a chill down his spine. Apocalypse Baby threatens Gaia. Alex's eyes widened. Hey yo, what the hell? Don't force her, he exclaimed. The last thing he wanted was to provoke the wrath of a deity. Another notification followed, and Alex could almost feel the tension in the air. Gaia has no choice. Gaia unwillingly accepts. Alex ran a hand through his hair, muttering under his breath. This isn't good. This isn't good at all. Finally, the last notification arrived, and Alex let out a nervous laugh. You have received the skill Earth Dive. Skill. You can swim through the earth like water and remain submerged for 20 seconds. Alex froze, his mind racing. He wasn't sure if he should feel thrilled or terrified about this new skill. The realization had hit him like a thunderbolt. His title, Apocalypse Baby, had just picked a fight with a literal god and won. His eyes narrowed as questions flooded his mind. What even is this title? Is it just a name? A position? Or some kind of entity with its own will? He shook his head, frustration bubbling under the surface as he had no answer. Whatever it was, it had gone head-to-head with Gaia and forced her to comply. And that, though cool, Alex thought grimly, was not a good thing for him. This Gaia lady's eyes will certainly be set on him for sure from now on, if it isn't already is. And Alex knew there will be repercussions for it. It would most likely be bad. Ads by Pub Future, as gods are known to have an ego. At least the gods he read about. Shit. Alex cursed, but then the cockatrice king sharp voice, snapped him out of his thoughts. You bastard. Turning, Alex caught sight of the enraged cockatrice. Its burning eyes locked onto him, radiating pure hatred. The feathers on its body bristled, some still smoldering from earlier explosions. Alex could almost feel the murderous intent radiating from a beast. Alex held back the urge to swallow hard. He didn't need to be a mind reader to know the cockatrice was seconds away from tearing him apart. Steeling himself, Alex called out, System, add 20 points to strength and 10 to vitality. He still had 10 points as a reward for killing the cockatrice's guarded Merzik's cave, so he used them up altogether. The familiar chime of the system rang in his ears as the allocation took effect. A wave of energy coursed through him. The cockatrice king reared back, letting out an ear-piercing screech. Its talons dug into the ground, and its wings flared wide. No. Merzik let out a deafening scream, a mix of despair and rage that echoed through the forest like thunder. What? What did you do? He roared, his voice trembling with disbelief. Alex casually wiped the remnants of yolk off his lips, his expression a mix of fake guilt and amusement. I ate your kid, man. I'm sorry. The cockatrice's eyes widened in shock before narrowing in unbridled fury. No! Merzik screeched again, throwing his massive wings to the sky as he staggered backward, his body trembling with raw emotion. Alex stood there nonchalantly, licking the remaining yolk off his fingers like it was the best thing he'd ever tasted. He watched Merzik's meltdown without an ounce of remorse. In fact, he almost found it entertaining. The giant bird flailed about, shaking its head violently, as if trying to wake up from a nightmare. It was a sight to behold, the once mighty cockatrice king, brought to madness by grief. Alex couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it all. Thinking if he were back in the real world right now, he'd totally be recording this, framing Merzik's tantrum in the air in 4K and uploading it. It would break the internet. But then Alex's grin faded slightly as he tried to feign some sincerity. Look, you kind of pushed me into it. It wasn't intentional, okay? Merzik froze mid-stagger and slowly turned to face Alex, his glowing eyes burning with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Alex would have been reduced to ash on the spot. Wasn't intentional. Merzik's voice dropped to a guttural growl, his talons digging deep into the dirt. Wasn't intentional. You don't have to say it twice, my ears hurt. It was supposed to be me, he bellowed, his voice shaking the ground. It was supposed to be mine. Alex furrowed his brow, the cockatrice's words gnawing at him. Something about the statement felt rather odd. Supposed to be mine? What the hell was supposed to mean? The blessing from Gaia was supposed to be mine. I worked so hard. Merzik's voice quivered with rage and desperation, his eyes wild. Alex's curiosity piqued, and he almost blurted out, "What the hell do you mean by that?" Merzik's tone dripped with bitterness. "I was going to wait. Wait until it hatched, and then consume it for maximum harvest. The ultimate reward for all my efforts. But you..." The cockatrice turned to Alex, his glare sharp enough to pierce steel. You ruined it all." Alex's eyes widened in shock, his mind racing to process what he'd just heard. The reveal hitting him like a truck. He hadn't expected the twist at all. "Wait, what? Wow." Alex couldn't find the words. He placed both hands on his waist. "And here I thought you were some noble, protective father." He let out a dry laugh, shaking his head. "You just wanted to eat your kid? That's disgusting, man. You're unbelievable." Merzik ignored the insult. Heck, he wasn't even listening. There was no point as Alex was a dead man in his eyes. His talons scraped against the ground, his body trembling with fury. This forest will be your graveyard. I promise you that." Alex's lips curled into a smirk, his confidence overflowing. "Nah, I'm not dying by your hand, you sick freak." The cockatrice's voice dropped into a menacing growl. "We'll see about that." Merzik crouched low, his muscles coiled, preparing to strike. But Alex struck first. Chapter 38, Overwhelmed. Alex's blade ripped through the air with deadly precision, slicing through the cockatrice's cheek as the creature darted to the side in a blur of feathers and rage. His heart raced, but his mind was as calm as ever. Alex had activated foresight, his irises glowing a vibrant blue as he saw a couple seconds of the future unfold in front of him. He knew exactly what Merzik was about to do, release a barrage of razor-sharp feather blades from its wings. But Alex wasn't waiting around for that. He moved first. His blade, Eclipse Edge, cut through the air and aimed straight for the cockatrice's head. The strike would have been fatal if only it had connected. But the last possible moment, Merzik's insane reaction speed kicked in. The cockatrice jerked its head back, narrowly avoiding the deadly arc of Alex's sword. Merzik launched itself back into the air, its wings flapping with a deafening roar before charging at Alex, who also ran toward him. He wasn't going to give Merzik a chance to recover. The bird was momentarily disoriented, and Alex knew this was his window. This was his chance to deal a devastating blow before Merzik regained his composure. He held Eclipse Edge with both hands, his grip tight, ready to rain down hell on the cockatrice. The cockatrice howled, feathers flaring with a surge of anger, and Alex activated Earth Swim, feeling the ground give way beneath him as if he was sinking into water. His body dropped into the earth, the dirt and rocks slipping past him with ease. In an instant, Alex shot back up, propelled by the earth itself like a spring-loaded missile. He burst from the ground in front of Merzik, his momentum carrying him high, and shouted, "Surprise!" before twisting midair and slamming his boot into the cockatrice's face. The impact was brutal. Merzik's head snapped to the side, and the massive bird tumbled to the ground, kicking up dirt and leaves in its wake. Alex landed lightly, his eyes locked on the fallen beast. As Merzik staggered back to its feet, it saw glowing rocks scattered around. And a snap later, the rocks detonated in a thunderous explosion, shrouding the area in smoke and debris. But the cockatrice-like shadow shot out of the fumes, feathers blazing, its eyes burning with fury. It unleashed a barrage of razor-sharp feather blades, each slicing through the air with deadly precision. Alex moved like liquid, weaving through the onslaught, predicting the blade's paths. His foresight ability illuminated each attack in his mind, allowing him to sidestep and duck with near-superhuman agility. But the intensity of the blade release increased, and the sheer number of blades became overwhelming, forcing Alex to make a split-second decision. With a quick breath, he activated Earth Swim once again and dove into the ground, vanishing from sight just as a wave of blades struck where he had been standing. This time, Alex had a plan. Instead of surfacing elsewhere, he tunneled beneath the cockatrice, feeling the vibrations of its massive talons through the earth. He reached up, his hands wrapping around one of the bird's scaly legs. With a powerful yank, Alex pulled the cockatrice downward. The beast screeched in confusion and fury as half its body was dragged into the earth, its wings flailing helplessly. Alex then surfaced a few feet in front of the immobilized creature. His hand shot out, aiming to touch the cockatrice's crown, but Merzik wasn't done yet. Blades erupted from half its body in a sudden, desperate attack. Alex's foresight flashed, warning him just in time, and he leaped back, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles. But he had missed one. Pain lanced through his side as one of the feather blades found its mark, grazing him deeply. Alex hissed, clutching his side as blood seeped through his fingers. The cockatrice howled, its cries echoing through the battlefield. With a burst of raw power, it shattered the earth around it, freeing itself from the ground. Dust and debris swirled as it rose, towering over Alex once more. The bird's fiery eyes locked onto Alex. Even with Gaia's blessing, it taunted, its voice dripping with disdain. "You're still weak." Alex wiped the blood off his cheek with the back of his hand, a confident grin spreading across his face. "Am I? You won't be saying that in the next 10 seconds. Merzik's fiery eyes narrowed as it let out a screech of rage. The cockatrice dove at Alex with incredible speed, activating its movement restriction skill. Alex froze mid-step, his muscles locking up as if invisible chains were holding him in place. The cockatrice's bladed wings reared back, ready to deliver a devastating strike. But Alex wasn't going down that easily. With sheer willpower and a surge of mana, he shattered the restriction just as it locked in place. "Nice try," he muttered, diving into the ground with Earth Swim a split second before the blade struck. The attack sliced through the air where his head had been, close enough to trim a few strands of his hair. Alex resurfaced behind the cockatrice and lunged, aiming to touch its head once more. The bird, anticipating his move, leaped into the air with a powerful flap of its wings, unleashing a deafening sonic howl. The shockwave struck the ground like a bomb, creating a massive crater and sending debris flying in all directions. But Alex was already elsewhere, reappearing unharmed a short distance away. He dusted off his coat and smirked. "It's been 10 seconds, he said, his voice calm but dripping with confidence. Time to lose a leg. With a snap of his fingers, the trap he had planted on Merzik's leg detonated. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed through the battlefield. The cockatrice let out a blood-curdling screech as its leg was obliterated, chunks of flesh and feathers scattering. The massive bird toppled, crashing into a nearby tree with a sickening thud, the impact shaking the ground. Merzik writhed in pain, his remaining talon clawing at the ground as he tried to stabilize himself. Merzik groaned in agony, the searing pain from its missing leg clouding its thoughts. It hadn't anticipated the attack. It didn't even realize when Alex had set the trap. The cockatrice's eyes darted down to its maimed leg, blood dripping onto the ground. Then it clicked. His ability, it must make things he touches explode, Merzik muttered, piecing it together. The realization sent a chill through the massive bird. Alex wasn't just quick on his feet. He was far more dangerous than Merzik had assumed. A flicker of movement caught its eye. Merzik's feathers bristled as more of Alex's glowing blast shards came whizzing toward it. With a grunt of effort, the bird leaped to the side, balancing precariously on its one remaining leg. Boom! The shards detonated nearby, blasting dirt and smoke into the air. The shockwave sent Merzik stumbling, but it narrowly avoided taking another direct hit. Breathing heavily, the cockatrice scanned the battlefield, its sharp gaze darting from one spot to another. "He'll strike from below again," Merzik growled to itself, flaring its wings in preparation. It hopped backward, keeping one eye on the ground, fear tightening its chest. The memory of Alex's hand gripping its leg flashed in Merzik's mind. That must have been the moment. The human had planted the trap right under its nose. Damn it! Suddenly, a shockwave of sound blasted through the air. Sonic howl. The devastating sound wave slammed into Merzik, sending ripples through the ground. The bird screeched, feathers flying as it recoiled in pain. It flapped its wings furiously, retaliating with a screech of its own, but its attack struck only empty air. Alex was nowhere to be seen. The cockatrice's heart pounded as paranoia set in. The battlefield was silent except for the ringing in its ears. It scanned wildly, its body tense and ready to strike. Alex moved like a shadow, his stealth walk ability rendering him nearly invisible against the chaotic backdrop. Merzik growled in frustration, his remaining leg shaking under the strain. Damn it, he cursed through gritted teeth. The pain from his missing limb burned like fire, clouding his mind and making it nearly impossible to focus on tracking Alex's movements. And then it happened. Alex blitzed forward, his speed blinding. His blade gleamed in the faint light, slicing through the air with deadly precision. His target, Merzik's head. The cockatrice barely reacted in time, leaping backward in a frantic bid to evade the attack. But Alex's gaze had already revealed Merzik's next move. Adjusting his trajectory mid-sprint, Alex closed the gap with terrifying precision, his hand poised to touch the bird's head and set another explosive trap. But Merzik wasn't done yet. Desperation ignited its instincts. With a powerful, clumsy roll, the cockatrice managed to evade Alex's strike. Dirt and feathers flew as it scrambled to its feet. Before Alex could follow up, Merzik made a move that left him stunned. It started to run. Alex froze mid-step, blinking in disbelief. "Is it running away?" he muttered, almost amused by the sight. Merzik, panting heavily, suddenly skidded to a stop. Its pride flared, shame boiling within its chest. "Me? Running away from a human?" The cockatrice snarled in disbelief. Before it could recover, a sharp pain exploded in its thigh. Merzik let out a guttural groan, glancing down to see a jagged piece of metal embedded in its flesh. It whipped its head around in panic. But Alex was gone again. Fear gripped Merzik like a vice. His chest heaved as his eyes darted across the battlefield, trying to spot the elusive human. "What's this?" Merzik muttered, trembling. "Am I afraid?" Chapter 39, New Form. Merzik's gaze darted in every direction, his sharp eyes scanning for any sign of Alex. Left, right, below, above. The cockatrice thought, panic rising in his chest. Where is he? His massive body trembled as the tension built, his powerful legs aching from constant movement. The pain from his injury gnawed at him, making every step more difficult, more desperate. He couldn't believe it. He, the king of his species, had been reduced to this, a frantic, cornered beast. And by what? A mere human? Merzik snarled, leaping to the side, then dashing forward. His instincts screamed at him to keep moving. Alex could appear from anywhere. His wings flared out, ready to strike, but hesitation slowed him. He was losing his composure. Then, out of nowhere, a blast whistled through the air, landing mere feet from him. Boom! The explosion sent a shockwave rippling through the ground. And Merzik leaped to avoid the brunt of it, but the force still hit him, throwing him off balance. He hit the ground hard, feathers scattering around him. Pain shot through his body as he struggled to rise, its single leg trembling beneath his weight. "Get up! Move! Now!" his mind screamed, but was too late. The ground erupted just in front of him, and Alex shot up like a predator springing from a trap. A wicked grin spread across Alex's face as he locked eyes with the stunned cockatrice. His hand, steady, deliberate, and merciless, reached out, aimed directly for Merzik's face. Merzik froze. In that split second, the so-called king of his species knew he'd been had. The moment Alex's palm hovered inches from Merzik's face, it felt like time slowed. If his hand connected, it would be over. Unless he killed Alex in time, the explosion would end him immediately. But that seemed impossible now, as one of his legs was gone. Alex's hand hovered closer, the final strike just moments away. Merzik's body trembled, and in his last desperate move, he squeezed his eyes shut. "It's over," Merzik thought. Not. With a primal scream, Merzik roared. "Like hell, I'm going to die to a measly human." With a piercing screech that rattled the forest, a freezing gust erupted from Merzik's body like a desperate last stand. The icy blast hit Alex square in the chest, the sheer force hurling him backward. Caught completely off guard, Alex tumbled through the air, spinning uncontrollably as the frost clung to his clothes and skin. His body slammed into the ground, skidding to a stop just before hitting a tree, his back softly colliding with it. The cold numbed his arms as he struggled to push himself upright, his breath visible in the chilled air. "Seriously?" Alex groaned, wiping frost from his face. His teeth chattered slightly as he glared at the towering cockatrice. "Why can't you just die easily?" Alex groaned, gripping his forehead as a sharp pain pulsed through his temples. His eyes burned, the strain from using his ocular ability for too long catching up to him. "Great," he muttered, blinking rapidly to shake off the discomfort. But he quickly reminded himself his regeneration and near unlimited stamina would handle it. This was far from over. He turned his gaze to Merzik, whose body was now emitting waves of icy energy. The air grew heavier, the chill biting into Alex's skin as frost crept across the ground. Trees crackled and groaned as a layer of ice covered their bark. The cockatrice's cold fumes froze everything in its wake. But then, something unexpected happened. Murzik began to slow, his massive frame trembling as the icy aura intensified. His breaths were labored, his movements sluggish, and to Alex's surprise, the ice started to consume the cockatrice itself. Ice crawled up the bird's legs, spreading across its wings and torso. Its feathers sparkled as frost encased them, and Murzik's fierce glare never wavered despite the cold overtaking his body. Alex narrowed his eyes, realizing the avian beast was undergoing some sort of transformation. But he wasn't going to let it happen. Alex gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike, but as he lunged forward, his instinct screamed at him, and he froze mid-step, his body stiffening. With foresight still activated, he had seen that as he took a couple of steps forward, the freezing aura oozing out of the cockatrice king would have swallowed him whole, turning his body into an icy statue. "Damn it," Alex muttered, stepping back. He pulled out a handful of blast shards and hurled them toward the freezing bird. But before they could land, the blast shards froze mid-flight. Alex frowned as the bombs dropped to the ground, encased in ice. The countdown timer on the shards was frozen in place, locked in suspended animation. "Are you kidding me?" Alex let out an exasperated sigh, his frustration mounting as he realized there was nothing he could do but wait. It was as time around the cockatrice king had stopped. It was infuriating, and the worst part was that he could only stand by as the transformation continued. Damn it, Alex cursed in frustration. He had no doubts that whatever form the cockatrice king was evolving into would be something dangerous, something overwhelmingly powerful. For a brief moment, Alex considered retreating and trying again later. But the thought evaporated as quickly as the icy mist forming in front of his face with each exhale. The rooster curse still clung to him like a bad omen, and as long as it did, the cockatrice king could track him wherever he went. Besides, Alex was done running. The endless pursuit by these monstrous birds had worn him thin mentally. He was sick of the constant ambushes and the gnawing sense of being prey. This ends here. His decision made, Alex surveyed the area. The once lush forest had transformed into a frozen wasteland. The ground crunched under his boots, now blanketed in a thick layer of frost. Trees stood like skeletal statues, their branches encased in ice and glistening under the dim light. Grainy particles of snow and ice swirled around him, carried by an otherworldly wind that bit into his skin. He exhaled sharply, watching his breath turn to white vapor in the frigid air. A shiver ran down his spine despite his resolve. The temperature was dropping fast, and if he didn't prepare, the cold would sap his strength before the real fight began. Reaching into his inventory, Alex pulled out another coat, this one thicker to withstand the biting chill, and slipped it on, the weight and warmth of the coat grounding him. He then took out thick gloves and sturdy boots, putting them on, then finished the ensemble with a fur-lined cap that snugly covered his head. He then purchased a cup of warm coffee from the shop that cost 100 coins. As with the number of coins he possessed, he could now buy anything he wanted. As he drank the coffee, he then decided to browse through the shop to see if there was anything that might give him an edge in his fight against Murzik. He scrolled through item after item, but nothing stood out. All the weapons, potions, and gear seemed either too similar to what he already had or not quite powerful enough for the battle ahead. Then he spotted it. A glowing icon at the top of the list caught his attention, standing out like a beacon. Spectral Warden Armor. The price alone made Alex pause. Cost 100,000 coins. It was the most expensive item in the shop, and for a good reason. Intrigued, he clicked on it. Name, Spectral Warden Armor. Type, Legendary Armor. Cost, 100,000 coins. Defense, 350. Durability, 500. Resilience, plus 15% against elemental and magical damage. Weight, 0. No movement penalty. Retains full agility. Special effects. Wraith's Ward. Reduces damage taken from high-rank creatures by 25%. Increases evasive capabilities by 10%. Silent Step. Increases the wearer's stealth by 50%, making it difficult for enemies to hear or detect movements unless in close range. Alex nearly choked on his coffee as he read the stats. His eyes widened in shock. This was exactly what he needed, a legendary piece of equipment that could turn the tide in his favor. The armor's special effects alone were enough to boost his chances against the Cockatrice King, especially with Murzik being such a formidable opponent. Without a second thought, Alex clicked buy. A soft glow enveloped him, and before he knew it, the armor materialized on his body. It was sleek and smooth, fitting perfectly like a second skin. He felt the immediate difference. The armor was light, and yet he could feel its power radiating from it. This was the edge he needed. Alex took a final sip of his coffee, his eyes now focused, locked on the frozen form of the Cockatrice King. His mind raced as he pieced together the situation. If his theory was correct, then time itself had been distorted by the transformation. Once it ended, not only would the Cockatrice regain its mobility, but so would his bombs. Determined not to waste the opportunity, Alex turned the surrounding area into a death trap. Every object he could remotely charge had been transformed into an explosive. Rocks, broken tree limbs, even chunks of ice, all were primed and ready. The air was eerily still, the only sound the occasional groan of shifting ice. Then came the first crack. Alex's heart skipped a beat. Another crack followed, louder this time, like thunder rolling across a frozen plain. The ice around the Cockatrice King's body began to splinter, fissures spreading like veins across its surface. Crack! Large chunks of ice tumbled to the ground, shattering into glittering shards. Alex's breath hitched as the creature's new form was revealed, the Cockatrice King's new form emerging from the crumbling ice. The Cockatrice King rose to its full height, its frame radiating an otherworldly majesty. Its feathers, now a brilliant bluish white, shimmered with an iridescent glow, each plume refracting light like shards of frosted glass. As it moved, the feathers seemed to ripple, catching the faintest light and scattering it into dazzling patterns, like sunlight glinting off a frozen lake. A swirling storm of snow particles encased its body, moving in rhythmic, ghostly spirals as though the air itself had been enchanted to follow its will. Its icy breath flowed out in visible plumes, chilling the surrounding air even further. Where its leg had once been severed, there now stood a gleaming appendage of sculpted ice, sleek, jagged, and razor-sharp. The new limb caught the light with a crystalline brilliance, but its jagged edges hinted at its lethal purpose. Its movements were deliberate, almost methodical, as though it was reacquainting itself with its transformed body. With every step, the earth beneath its talons surrendered to frost, freezing solid in an instant. The crunch of ice breaking underfoot echoed in the unnerving silence, each sound a reminder of the cold, merciless power it now commanded. For a moment, Alex was awestruck. The creature's new form was breathtaking, a perfect blend of elegance and danger. It was beautiful, but his admiration was quickly replaced by a cold, sinking realization. In the wild, the most beautiful creatures were often the deadliest. Chapter 40: Alex's Domain. The Cockatrice King raised its head proudly, its voice echoing through the frozen forest. It was loud yet smooth, an unsettling mix of boldness and intimidation. Human, Murzik began, its tone heavy with disdain, to think you would force me to use this form. Alex swallowed hard, his pulse quickening. This form was meant for my evolution. Murzik continued, clearly dissatisfied. Now it will be much harder to rank up. The words hit Alex like a hammer. His heart thudded in his chest, and an ominous thought crossed his mind. Had Murzik pulled a fast one? Quickly, Alex called up the Cockatrice King's description, a glowing screen materializing in his vision. His eyes scanned the information, dread creeping in as he read. Cockatrice King Murzik, rank B, G. Alex's mouth fell open. A rank B monster? He wasn't ready for that kind of leap in power. For a moment, panic clawed at his mind. Had he made a terrible mistake by staying? But something caught his eye, a small asterisk next to the rank. Narrowing his gaze, Alex tapped on it to reveal the details. Forced evolution. This ability temporarily grants the user stats and abilities of a higher rank. However, it comes with severe consequences after use. The transformation is short-lived. Alex let out a slow sigh, his breath visible in the freezing air. He tightened his grip on his weapon, assessing the situation. Despite being a D-ranker, he knew his attributes coupled with the accessories he wore, boosted to match those of a C-ranker. That's how he'd been able to hold his own against Murzik up until now. But things were different now. Murzik's so-called rank up, aka cheating, had shifted the balance. The Cockatrice King's forced evolution had made him a rank B, even if only temporarily. The question that burned in Alex's mind wasn't about fairness. It was about survival. Could he bridge the gap in power again? Merzik's icy voice broke through Alex's thoughts, each word laced with menace. But no worries, human. Even with this temporary boost, I'll treat you as the threat you are. Brace yourself for hell. Alex's eyes narrowed, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. No, you brace yourself. With a snap of his fingers, Alex triggered the blast shards he'd hidden around the battlefield. The small orbs lit up in an instant, glowing with an ominous red light before erupting in a chain of violent explosions. Boom, boom, boom. The concussive force ripped through the air, ice and debris flying everywhere. But as the smoke cleared, Alex's smirk vanished. Merzik was already on him. The Cockatrice King had blitzed through the explosions, his bluish-white form weaving through the chaos like a ghost. His feather blade gleamed with an icy chill, a sharp edge aimed straight for Alex's chest. Damn, he's fast. But Alex was ready. His foresight kicked in, a flash of a near future playing in his mind. He saw the strike before it came. As Merzik's blade slashed toward him, Alex twisted his body at the last second, pivoting sideways. The blade missed by inches, cutting through empty air. A wave of cold energy radiated from the near miss. Frost crystals forming on the ground where Alex had just been standing, the slash tearing through the air, releasing a frigid burst of energy that slammed into a nearby tree, shattering it in an explosion of frost and splinters. Alex grinned, his eyes glowing as he snapped his fingers, and suddenly, the ground beneath him erupted in a violent explosion. Boom! Both combatants were flung backward. The Cockatrice King instinctively curled into itself, its feathers glowing with icy energy as a protective shell of frost formed around its body. The explosion's force sent cracks spidering across the icy armor, but it held. When the dust settled, Merzik unfurled with a scowl, his frosty shield splintering and falling away. Meanwhile, Alex was launched into the air like a ragdoll. Tumbling mid-flight, he spotted a thick tree branch and reached out. His fingers gripped it firmly, and with a powerful swing, he launched himself upward, landing gracefully on another branch like a monkey. His movements were precise and fluid, his agility making the maneuver look effortless. From his perch, Alex peered down at the cockatrice. A faint smirk tugged at his lips. From their brief exchange, it was clear to Alex that going head-to-head with Merzik in his evolved form was suicide. As by Pub Future, the cockatrice's ice-infused strength and speed were too much to handle directly. But the transformation wasn't permanent, and Merzik's forced evolution was on a timer. So his strategy was clear: hit hard, then disappear. Keep the cockatrice guessing, wear it down, and run out the clock. The cockatrice then flicked its wings, launching a flurry of feather blades. These weren't ordinary feathers. They gleamed like deadly icicles, razor-sharp and glistening with frost. Alex's sharp instincts kicked in. He leaped from his branch just as the icy projectiles shredded the tree into splinters, the trunk collapsing with a thunderous crack. Mid-air, Alex didn't aim for the ground. Instead, he vanished into it, seamlessly activating Earth's swim, disappearing beneath the surface like a shadow in water. The cockatrice's sharp eyes darted across the battlefield, scanning for any sign of movement. Its feathers bristled, its form tense but composed. It wasn't going to be caught off guard again. But suddenly, the ground rumbled, and several glowing rocks shot up from beneath the earth, crackling with energy. Boom! The first explosion sent debris flying, but the cockatrice was quick. With a sharp hiss, it darted to the side, narrowly avoiding the fiery blast. Before it could catch its breath, the earth quaked again. Another trap triggered beneath its feet, and an eruption of flames and dirt burst upward. The cockatrice hissed again, leaping clear just in time. Its icy claws found new footing, but then there was another explosion and then another. And the realization that he was surrounded hit Merzik. Explosives had been hidden all around, turning the battlefield into a minefield. Every step was a gamble. Clever pest, the cockatrice muttered, its voice a low growl. As the cockatrice landed, confident it had evaded the worst, the ground beneath it suddenly rippled. Alex erupted from below in a spinning blur, his blade gleaming in the dim light. He twisted like a Beyblade, his momentum carrying him forward, and his blade connected with the cockatrice's chest, slicing cleanly through its icy armor. The cockatrice winced, blood seeping from the gash on its chest. Yet, the injury seemed more an annoyance than a debilitating wound. Its furious eyes locked on Alex, and with a sudden burst of icy energy, it dived toward him at an alarming speed, its blade-like feathers aiming directly for his neck. Alex, however, didn't flinch. Instead, a confident grin spread across his face. Not today, Birdbrain. At the last possible second, Alex snapped his fingers. And then there was another deafening explosion. Boom! The ground beneath them detonated, hurling both combatants backward. The cockatrice was flung into the air, its icy armor cracking further, while Alex skidded across the ground, his boots digging into the dirt to steady himself. He came to a stop several yards away, crouched low, with smoke curling around him. His breath misted in the cold air as he straightened, brushing off the debris from his shoulders. "What's the matter?" Alex called out, his voice laced with mockery. "Weren't you about to show me hell?" The cockatrice hissed, its feathers rattling like blades ready to strike. Alex smirked, glancing at his armor. The legendary plating covering his chest shimmered faintly, absorbing the brunt of the explosions and keeping him relatively unscathed. Combined with his enhanced heat resistance, he had just enough of an edge to keep pulling off these dangerous maneuvers. But he knew he couldn't rely on this strategy forever. Each blast drained the armor's durability, and it wouldn't last indefinitely. Alex adjusted his grip on his blade. He needed to think of something that would be more effective. The cockatrice hissed, its icy breath visible as it vented its growing frustration. Every second that passed was another step closer to its temporary evolved form running out of time, and it hadn't even landed a decisive blow on Alex. Its sharp eyes scanned the battlefield, and for the first time, it began to understand the true nature of the situation. This wasn't just a random skirmish. No, this place had been turned into Alex's domain. The traps, the explosions, the controlled chaos, all of it had been meticulously prepared. And Alex must have set this up while it was undergoing its transformation. Clever human, Murzik growled once again, its voice resonating with an icy chill that seemed to freeze the air itself. But it doesn't matter. The cockatrice's body began radiating an overwhelming amount of cold energy. Frost spiraled outward, creeping across the battlefield like tendrils, consuming everything in its path. Trees shattered into icy shards, the ground hardened into a glacial surface, and the already frigid air became suffocating. The solution was simple. You just had to make Alex's domain is. Chapter 41 Mana Freeze. The cockatrice exhaled deeply, its breath clouding the air as Frost danced around it. Then, in a voice that was both calm and foreboding, it muttered, "Mana Freeze." In an instant, the temperature plunged further, as if the world itself had been plunged into an eternal winter. The cockatrice unleashed a surge of power, and a blizzard erupted around it, the winds howling like wild spirits. Snow and ice spun violently, creating a swirling vortex of destruction. Alex shielded his face as the bitter cold gnawed at his skin, even through his protective gear. The air felt heavy, saturated with icy mana, and frost began spreading across the ground in jagged patterns. The transformation of the battlefield was terrifyingly complete. Ice coated everything, turning the already frozen wasteland into a deathly Arctic expanse. Trees groaned under the weight of thick frost before shattering into glittering shards. Leaves fell like fragile crystals, breaking into pieces upon impact with the icy ground. Through the storm, Alex caught sight of the cockatrice moving forward, each step deliberate and powerful. Its icy aura expanded with every move, freezing everything in its path. Alex clenched his jaw, reaching into his pouch and hurling a blast shard. The shard zipped through the air, glowing faintly with explosive energy, only to freeze mid-flight, crystallizing into a useless chunk of ice before it could reach the cockatrice. "Damn it," Alex muttered under his breath. The cockatrice's mana freeze wasn't just cooling the battlefield. It was suppressing his abilities entirely. Every trap, every shard, every explosive he had prepared was now inert, frozen by the overwhelming cold. The cockatrice's glowing, frost-coated feathers gleamed ominously as it advanced, its eyes locked on Alex. Alex took a cautious step back, his mind racing. His usual strategy was in shambles. The very thing he had been avoiding, close combat, was now his only option. No more tricks, the cockatrice hissed, and then lunged at Alex with terrifying speed, its icy blade cutting through the frigid air. Alex tightened his grip on Isekai'd's edge and met the charge head-on. Their weapons clashed with a thunderous clang, the impact sending shockwaves through the icy wasteland. Alex gritted his teeth, feeling the sheer weight behind Mirzik's attack. Each strike from the Cockatrice King carried overwhelming force, pushing him closer to his limit. The cockatrice's blade came down in a swift arc, and Alex barely managed to block it. But the force sent a chill through his arms, numbing his grip. As Mirzik pressed its advantage, Alex realized he was being overpowered. In a desperate move, he summoned Isekai'd, his barrier flickering to life just in time to intercept the cockatrice's next strike. But something was wrong. The barrier cracked upon impact, shattering like glass and forcing Alex to stumble backward. What the? He summoned the barrier again, pouring more energy into it, but the result was the same. The cockatrice's icy blade sliced through it with ease, as if mocking his efforts. Sweat trickled down Alex's temple despite the freezing cold. He tried another strategy, activating Earth Swim to escape beneath the ground. But when he tried to dive, the ground remained firm, unyielding beneath his boots. No way, Alex whispered. Mirzik's mana freeze didn't just nullify his explosives, it was shutting down his entire arsenal. Shit, Alex cursed under his breath. Thinking quickly, he activated Stealth Walk, vanishing from sight. But his invisible form was immediately revealed, and Mirzik, with a feral hiss, lunged at the him, its icy blade gleaming. Alex cursed, realizing Stealth Walk didn't work as well, and raised his sword in time to block, but the cockatrice's strike carried incredible power. The blow sent him flying backward, his boots skidding across the frozen ground. He slammed into a tree, ice splintering beneath him as he gasped for breath. Looking down, Alex saw frost spreading across his chest. The icy energy from Mirzik's blade had seeped through his defenses, leaving half his chest frozen and his movements sluggish. The blow struck hard, but luckily, Alex's spectral armor absorbed most of the impact. A faint glow pulsed from the armor as cracks of ice splintered off and fell to the ground. Even so, Alex winced. The force of the attack still left him rattled. Damn it, Alex muttered under his breath, his frustration mounting. He could feel it. The cockatrice wasn't just fighting him. It had turned the entire battlefield into its domain. Mirzik hissed, spreading its massive wings as it fired a barrage of quill-like icicles. Each shard glinted dangerously, slicing through the air with lethal precision. Alex reacted instantly, slashing with Isekai'd's edge to deflect as many as he could. Some quills clattered harmlessly to the ground, but there were too many. He dodged the rest with swift, desperate movements, narrowly avoiding being skewered. But the Cockatrice King stomped hard, and icy energy rippled outward from its talons. Frost spread rapidly across the terrain, reaching Alex in an instant and freezing his legs in place. Shit, Alex growled, yanking at his legs. The ice was solid, holding him in place. Before he could free himself, the cockatrice lunged forward, its blade-like feathers glowing with frosty energy, and swung down in a vicious arc. Alex summoned Isekai'd in a panic, but the moment Mirzik's blade struck, the barrier shattered like brittle glass. The force of the blow slammed into Alex, knocking him back. He grunted in pain, his body jerking as icy energy clawed at his skin. The biting cold left him momentarily dazed, but the cockatrice wasn't done. It let out a screech, launching another wave of razor-sharp ice slashes. Gritting his teeth, Alex gathered his strength and smashed through the ice, binding his legs with a powerful kick. Freed, he leaped into the air just as the slashes tore through where he'd been standing. But the cockatrice tracked his movements, launching another flurry of ice blades in quick succession. Alex twisted and turned mid-air, narrowly avoiding the deadly projectiles. He landed, sliding backward on the frozen ground, only to find himself under attack again. His movements grew heavier under the unrelenting cold, and Alex stumbled but managed to keep his footing. He tightened his grip on Isekai'd's edge, his knuckles white. His mind racing for a way out, but the options were dwindling. He couldn't attack, as the cockatrice's abilities had effectively neutralized all his long-range skills, and each failed attempt to counter only served to remind him how outmatched he was in this icy battlefield. The biting cold was relentless, and Alex could feel it seeping deeper into his body. Even with his elemental resistance, the durability of his spectral armor had dropped significantly from the barrage of hits it had endured. The once reliable protection now faltered, cracks forming as the freezing energy gnawed away at its strength. Alex's breaths came out in short, visible puffs as the chill tightened its grip. His teeth chattered uncontrollably, and his movements began to slow, frost forming along the edges of his clothing. Before he could react, a sharp ice slash shot through the air, striking him square in the chest. The force of the blow sent him sprawling forward, slamming hard into the frozen ground. "Ark!" Alex groaned, his hands slipping on the ice as he tried to push himself up. His vision blurred slightly from the impact, but he forced himself to focus. That's when he noticed it, a massive shadow looming over him. His heart sank as he looked up to see a storm of feather-like blades descending upon him, each glinting with icy malice. "Shit!" Alex hissed, scrambling to move. But his frozen limbs refused to respond quickly enough, and the blades struck. One after another, they pierced through him, shattering what little remained of its durability of the armor. Frost spread from the points of impact, biting into his skin and leaving deep, stinging wounds. Alex gasped, his knees buckling under the weight of the attack as he collapsed back onto the icy ground. Pain flared through his body, frostbite spreading from the impalements. He clenched his fists, trembling. The armor had saved Alex once again, from immediate death absorbing the worst of the cockatrice's relentless attacks. Without it, the damage would have been catastrophic. But the cracks spreading across the glowing armor were a grim reminder. It was hanging on by a thread, its durability now sitting at a critical 100. The cockatrice king moved forward, its icy gaze locked on the kneeling Alex. A smug expression spread across its monstrous face as it extended control over its feather blades. One blade shot forward, hooking Alex by the collar and lifting him off the ground like a broken puppet. Ice surged from Murzik, flowing toward Alex's back and forming a jagged, icy crucifix that pinned him in place. The cold was unbearable, biting deep into his flesh and sapping what little strength he had left. Alex's head hung low, blood dripping from a cut on his forehead, staining the ice at his feet. The cockatrice king leaned in, its voice laced with condescension. "Human, where's that confidence you always carry on your face? Lost it, have you?" Alex didn't respond, his head still bowed, his breaths labored. The cockatrice hissed in satisfaction. "I told you, you're not making it out of this forest alive. You should have fled when you had the chance." For a moment, silence hung in the frozen air. Then, suddenly, a sound broke through, soft at first, but quickly growing louder. It was laughter. Alex threw his head back, cackling with a wild, almost unhinged energy. The sound echoed through the icy forest, sending a ripple of unease through the cockatrice. "What?" The cockatrice squinted, taken aback by the unexpected reaction. Alex caught his breath, his lips curling into a blood-stained grin. "Flee," he repeated, his voice sharp with defiance. "Why the hell would I do that? I don't doubt for a second that I'll win." The cockatrice narrowed its glowing eyes, anger flashing across its face. "You've lost your mind. There's nothing you can do to stop your death at this point." Alex's grin widened, his gaze locking onto the cockatrice with an intensity that made the air feel heavier. "Oh, is that so?" The cockatrice reared back one of its icy blades, ready to deliver the final blow. The weapon gleamed in the pale light as it swung forward. But Alex's voice cut through the moment, low and guttural, reverberating with raw power. "Titan's Fury." Chapter 42 Assault. Alex stared at the skill description one last time, committing every word to memory. Titan's Fury. Double your strength for 30 seconds, making your attacks nearly unstoppable and allowing you to break through defenses. Drawback. After 30 seconds, strength and stamina are reduced by 50% for 15 minutes. The trade-off was brutal, but at this point, Alex had no other choice. He clenched his fists, his resolve hardening like the ice around him. "If I can finish this in 30 seconds, he muttered, his voice firm, then it's worth it. He took a deep breath, steeling himself. Titan's Fury. The moment he activated the skill, an explosion of raw energy erupted from his body. The ice crucifix holding him shattered instantly, shards of frozen debris shooting out in all directions. The sheer force of the release was enough to shake the ground, sending shockwaves rippling through the frozen wasteland. The cockatrice king instinctively shielded itself with its massive feathered wings as icy debris rained down. It hissed in confusion, its sharp eyes scanning through the swirling frost and fumes. Then Alex emerged. His figure cut a menacing silhouette as the icy mist cleared. His aura glowed an ominous red, crackling like flames in the cold air. His muscles tensed, veins pulsing with an overwhelming power that coursed through him like a roaring river. Even the air around him seemed to vibrate under the weight of his presence. The cockatrice froze momentarily, its confidence faltering as it sensed the shift in Alex's aura. Whatever this was, it wasn't the same opponent it had been toying with moments ago. Alex's body trembled, not from weakness, but from the sheer intensity of the strength now surging through him. His vision narrowed, locking solely on the cockatrice king as he put on fury gauntlets. His breathing was heavy, almost animalistic, as if the power demanded to be unleashed. Rage and adrenaline coiled within him like a spring ready to snap. His mind was laser-focused on one thing: destroying the creature that had tormented him since his arrival in this twisted tutorial. The cockatrice king hissed, his mind racing as he assessed the situation. Dozens of jagged eye spikes materialized in the air behind him, each one gleaming dangerously under the faint light, all aimed at Alex, their sharp tips glinting like deadly spears. This human had been troublesome enough before, but now he was something else entirely. The surge of power emanating from Alex was terrifying, a strength that no D-rank fighter should possess. The cockatrice's thoughts churned, anger bubbling within him. How could a mere D-rank be this strong? This shouldn't be possible. He clenched his talons into the frozen ground, his evolved form straining to maintain its power. He could feel the energy he'd poured into this transformation waning. His body wasn't built to sustain this state for long. It was only a matter of time before he reverted. And once that happened, he'd need days, maybe weeks, to recover. To make things worse, his flock was gone, shattered by the very intruder standing before him. Rebuilding them would be an exhausting, painstaking process. Alex's interference had ruined everything. The cockatrice's fury burned hotter than ever, a seething hatred for the defiant human standing before him. Why here? Why now? Why did such a troublesome creature have to appear in my territory? Why couldn't he have been someone else's problem? But even as his anger threatened to consume him, Murzik forced himself to focus. There was no point in dwelling on these thoughts. Complaining wouldn't change the fact that Alex was here, and he needed to be eliminated before it was too late. The cockatrice bared his fangs, his eyes glowing with icy determination. A lower rank? Defeat me? Impossible. The cockatrice king's mana-freeze ability was still active, locking down Alex's active skills and keeping him from unleashing his usual arsenal of abilities. That gave the king a sense of superiority. He believed this advantage would be enough to claim victory. Alex's explosive power from earlier? A nightmare to deal with, especially when paired with that strength-enhancing skill he'd activated. But even now, with Alex radiating raw energy, Murzik was confident he could end this fight before his evolved form burned out. Raising his clawed wings, the cockatrice king summoned a storm of ice spikes, hundreds of them, all razor-sharp and glinting in the cold light. With a screech of determination, he launched them toward Alex, creating a blizzard of death aimed directly at the human. This was it. The fight would end here. But Murzik made one fatal mistake. He underestimated his opponent. Severely. Before he could even register what had gone wrong, a sudden blur streaked through the frozen battlefield. And then, boom! Alex's fist, enhanced by the glowing red power of his fury gauntlet, smashed into the cockatrice king's face with the force of a meteor. The sound of the impact echoed through the forest like thunder. Murzik's head snapped violently to the side, the shockwave from the punch cracking his once impenetrable beak. His vision blurred, the world spinning out of control as he rocketed backward like a cannonball. Crash! The cockatrice king slammed through the first tree, splinters flying everywhere. Crunch! The second tree exploded into icy shards as his body plowed through it. Thud! The third tree buckled, sending a cascade of frozen leaves into the air. By the time Murzik's back slammed into the fifth tree, he finally stopped, his massive body crumpling against the trunk with a dull, resounding wham. Gah! Murzik let out a guttural cry, blood dripping from its cracked beak. Its once imposing icy scales were shattered into tiny, glittering shards, offering no protection against Alex's devastating blow. The impact had left its body reeling, and the cockatrice king lay there, stunned and disoriented, its mind scrambling to process what had just happened. What? What was that? It tried to move its neck, but failed. Pain shot through its body, and it realized with dread that its neck was stuck, forcibly twisted to the side by the sheer force of Alex's punch. The world around Murzik blurred, but one thing was clear: Alex was already in front of him again. His eyes glowed an ominous red, like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. His clenched fists trembled with unrelenting fury, and his breath was heavy with adrenaline. Murzik's heart pounded in panic. He wasn't used to fear, but now it gripped him like a vice. Desperate, the cockatrice king raised its claws and conjured an ice barrier, a thick, crystalline shield to protect itself. Crack! Alex's fist slammed into the barrier, sending a web of fractures rippling across its surface. The cockatrice widened its eyes. That was impossible. But Alex didn't stop. With another ground-shaking punch, the ice shield shattered into jagged pieces, scattering in all directions like broken glass. Ah! Murzik shrieked, panic and pain mingling in its cry. Before it could even think of a counterattack, Alex reached down, grabbing the cockatrice king by its tail. "You're not going anywhere," Alex growled, his voice low and menacing. With a primal roar, Alex lifted Murzik off the ground. The cockatrice thrashed, its wings flailing wildly, but Alex's grip was unyielding. In one swift motion, Alex slammed the massive creature into the frozen earth with enough force to crack the icy ground beneath them. The impact sent tremors through the forest, chunks of ice and snow flying into the air. Not done yet. Alex twisted his body, using every ounce of his enhanced strength to hurl the cockatrice king into the distance. Murzik's body sailed through the air like a ragdoll, smashing through branches and leaving a trail of destruction before skidding to a halt in the snow. The cockatrice slammed into a tree, splinters flying from the impact, but it managed to steady itself just before colliding with another. With a guttural roar of fury, it unleashed a swarm of feather blades, a storm of icy projectiles as dense as a locust swarm, all aimed at Alex. But the blade struck nothing but air. Above the cockatrice, Alex descended like a meteor, slamming his boots onto the creature's back with a bone-rattling impact. The cockatrice screeched in panic, thrashing beneath him. It tried to escape, knowing it couldn't afford to be pinned under its enemy. But as it struggled, it realized something horrifying. Its own feather blades, the ones meant to kill Alex, had been driven into the ground, trapping its wings and pinning it in place. Alex stood atop the struggling beast, his fist drawn back, the raw power radiating from him like heat waves. And then the assault began. Bam! The first punch landed squarely on the cockatrice's head, forcing its beak into the icy ground. Bam! 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 One blow after another rained down, relentless and unmerciful. Each strike sent shockwaves through the ground, creating cracks in the frozen earth. The cockatrice screeched, trying desperately to fight back, but the sheer force of Alex's attacks left it reeling. It attempted to flap its wings to break free, but Alex caught one mid-thrust. Rip! With a sickening tear, Alex wrenched the wing from the cockatrice's body, tossing it aside like discarded trash. The beast howled in agony, its cries echoing through the frozen forest, but Alex growled. "Shut up." He grabbed Murzik's face and slammed its head back into the ground with brutal force, the ice shattering beneath the impact, shards flying in all directions. The cockatrice lay there, stunned, its beak cracked, blood pooling beneath its head. And Alex leaned down, his red-tinged eyes boring into the creature's. "Stay still," he commanded in a voice cold as the ice beneath them. "I'm not done yet." Chapter 43 Defeat. Alex clenched his fists tighter, his knuckles cracking as he delivered another crushing blow to Murzik's skull. His movements were relentless, each strike faster and harder than the last. The sound of fists meeting flesh echoed through the frozen wasteland like thunderclaps, a brutal rhythm of vengeance and fury. Blood sprayed across Alex's arms, painting his glowing red aura in a sickening crimson. Shards of ice mixed with the gore, flying into the air like glass as the cockatrice's body was pressed deeper into the shattered ground. Alex's muscles burned with the raw power surging through him, But he didn't stop. He couldn't stop. Merzik's feather blades, once sharp and deadly, lay useless on the ground, forgotten. The cockatrice king had lost his focus, his once proud control over the battlefield shattered by the unrelenting assault. His mind blurred, each punch driving him closer to the edge of unconsciousness. The pain was beyond anything Merzik had ever known. He couldn't move. He couldn't scream. Even breathing felt impossible under the crushing weight of Alex's blows. The agony was endless, and the fear, raw, paralyzing fear, was worse. This wasn't a fight anymore. It was a nightmare, and Alex was the monster. Every fiber of the cockatrice king's being screamed for escape, but his body refused to respond. He had no strength left to summon, no cunning plans to execute. Every ounce of power he had poured into his icy form now seemed meaningless against the raw, primal force tearing him apart. Alex's eyes burned with unyielding determination, his voice a low growl as he struck again and again. "You should have run when you had the chance," he muttered, his words cutting through the chaos like a knife. And then, with one final punch, Alex unleashed the full power of his Fury Gauntlet, its X3 special effect activating in a fiery burst of energy. His fist slammed into Merzik's skull with the force of a falling meteor. Boom! The ground erupted beneath them, sending a shockwave rippling through the icy forest. The earth cracked and split, ice shards and rocks exploding into the air as if the very world were breaking apart. A gust of wind tore through the trees, bending them to its will and scattering snow like a blizzard. The tremor spread outward, shaking the forest with a mini-earthquake. Merzik's body convulsed once before going completely limp. His massive frame slumped into the crater Alex had created, blood pooling beneath him as his shattered form lay still. Alex stepped back, his hand trembling as blood dripped down his arm and onto the frozen ground. His chest heaved with every breath as he stared at the cockatrice king's crumpled form, the massive creature lying in a lifeless heap. But even as steam rose from its shattered body, Alex's jaw clenched, his eyes narrowing. The notification of victory hadn't come. That could only mean one thing. The damn bird was still alive. Damn it, Alex muttered through gritted teeth. His battle-worn face twisted with frustration, and his blood-streaked fist rose once more, ready to deliver the final blow. But then it happened. The red glow surrounding him flickered and disappeared. His body jolted as if struck by lightning. Titan's fury had run out. All at once, the overwhelming strength he'd relied on was gone, replaced by an agonizing wave of weakness. His knees buckled as if the weight of the world had suddenly crashed onto his shoulders. He froze mid-action, his arm dropping limply to his side as his legs gave out beneath him. With a choked gasp, Alex collapsed to the side, his body hitting the icy ground hard. Pain racked his entire frame as his muscles seized up, refusing to obey. The backlash of Titan's fury had begun. Blood spurted from his mouth, staining the frost beneath him. He tried to push himself up, his arms trembling as he clawed at the ground. The cold bit into his skin, but it was nothing compared to the crushing fatigue that made even breathing feel like a Herculean effort. Alex gritted his teeth, forcing his body to move. He dragged himself forward, inch by agonizing inch, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. His arms quivered as he reached for anything to anchor himself, but his body screamed in protest. "No, not yet," he whispered hoarsely, his breath misting in the frigid air. The will to fight still burned in his eyes, but his body refused to cooperate. The drawback of Titan's fury was brutal. Though Alex's accessories and equipment still provided some passive enhancement, they weren't enough to offset the immense loss of strength and stamina. Every muscle in his body screamed in protest, the fatigue digging into him like claws. His only chance to recover was Vigor Strike, but the ability came with a catch. It only worked if he kept moving. The moment he fell to the ground, groaning from the Titan's fury backlash, Vigor Strike ceased to function. Alex clenched his fists against the icy ground, his frustration boiling over. The Titan's fury drawback would last 15 minutes, an eternity in the heat of battle. This was the reason he always hesitated to use the skill. The raw power it granted came at a cost he could barely afford. But even as his battered body betrayed him, Alex suddenly grinned. His head tilted back, and a hoarse chuckle escaped his lips. The sound was raspy and weak at first, but quickly grew louder, turning into a full-blown cackle. "What the hell am I doing?" he muttered, shaking his head as his laughter filled the frosty air. His ribs ached with every laugh, and his limbs felt like lead, but he couldn't stop. He lay sprawled on the ground, helpless and broken, yet he couldn't help but laugh. If the Cockatrice King got back up and attacked him now, it would be over. He couldn't move, couldn't defend himself, and couldn't even crawl to safety. Yet, somehow, he found the entire situation absurdly hilarious. He'd thrown everything he had into that final punch, more power than he thought his body could handle. And judging by the crater where the cockatrice had landed, it wouldn't be getting up anytime soon. Or so he thought. Forcing himself to sit up, Alex gritted his teeth, his body trembling under the weight of fatigue. He squinted through the frost and blood in his eyes, his heart sinking as he saw the Cockatrice King stood before him like a zombie. Its body was a grotesque ruin. Blood dripped from countless wounds, pooling beneath its talons. Its face was twisted and misshapen, chunks of flesh missing where Alex's fists had torn through. One of its wings hung limp at its side, broken beyond use, while the other was entirely gone. The icy armor that once made it nearly invincible had vanished, leaving its raw, battered form exposed. It swayed on one trembling leg, its body a living testament to agony. And yet it stood. Alex let out a dry laugh, his lips curling into a smirk despite the pounding in his chest. "You're one stubborn bird," he said, his voice raspy. The Cockatrice King staggered forward, its talons dragging across the ground. Its breaths came in ragged gasps, each one a fight for survival. Blood bubbled in its throat as it spoke, its voice barely above a whisper. I cannot lose, not to a human." Alex chuckled, though the sound was bitter. "Oh, so it's your pride keeping you standing, huh? How unfortunate." The cockatrice's dull, half-lidded eyes locked onto him. "Is that so?" it rasped, pausing as if every word drained what little strength it had left. "But I'm the only one who can move." It staggered closer, its body barely holding together, but its determination unwavering. "And I have enough energy for one more sonic howl. Enough to end this, once and for all." "Oh, lucky for you," Alex said mockingly, a crooked grin spreading across his face. "But you don't seem to realize something. The situation isn't in your favor anymore." The Cockatrice King glared at him, but its weary eyes flickered with unease. "Your new form," Alex continued, pointing a bloodied finger at the battered beast, "means the ability you use to lock down my skills? Gone. No more mana freeze." The cockatrice's eyes, half closed with fatigue, snapped wide open. Realization dawned like a hammer, striking its skull. Alex's smirk widened, and, if you remember while we were brawling, I got all handsy. He clenched his fist for effect, his tone smug. "Basically, every part of you is now a bomb." The cockatrice froze, its breath catching in its throat. It looked down at its trembling body, panic spreading like wildfire. "Also, fun fact, I've got just enough mana for one last attack. But here's the kicker." He leaned forward slightly, his voice dropping to a taunting whisper. "Would you be fast enough to hit me with your sonic howl before I snap?" The cockatrice's eyes darted wildly, panic flooding its expression. With a desperate screech, it lunged forward, its body trembling under the strain. But before it could even get close, its leg exploded. The cockatrice screamed, collapsing to the ground in a heap. Blood sprayed across the snow as it thrashed, now completely legless. Its once mighty form, reduced to a pathetic, flailing figure, looked almost comical, a shrieking duck stripped of its power. "Oh, did I forget to mention?" Alex said, his tone dripping with mockery. "I don't actually need to snap to trigger my ability." "Damn you!" the cockatrice roared, its voice laced with pain and desperation. It clawed at the ground, but it was hopeless. Its strength was gone, its body broken. Alex sighed dramatically, raising a hand as if to wave goodbye. "And now, your end. Goodbye, Merzik." He snapped his fingers, and the world erupted. The explosions were everywhere, on the cockatrice's broken body, in the forest surrounding them. Alex had planted bombs during their fight, hidden beneath the snow and scattered among the trees before the area froze over. Each one detonated like a mini nuke, sending shockwaves rippling through the icy wasteland. Fire and ice mixed violently, the sky glowing with the light of the blasts. The cacophony of destruction drowned out the cockatrice's agonized screeches. Its body was torn apart in the inferno, leaving nothing but ash and smoke in its wake. And in the center of it all, Alex lay flat on the ground, his body aching, his breath ragged. He coughed, blood dribbling from his mouth, but the sound quickly turned into laughter. Weak, hoarse laughter that grew louder and louder until it echoed across the ruined forest. Equals 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 equals. AN. And that's a wrap for the cockatrice arc. Next up, we'll be shifting the perspective to the Overseer, because you know he's got opinions about Alex's little performance. Oh, and get ready, because the new players are about to arrive. Let's just say the game's about to get a whole lot more chaotic. Stay tuned, because things are only heating up from here. Chapter 44, Oracle's POV. In a pristine white room, a rabbit dressed sharply in a tailored suit and a hat lounged on a sleek white couch. A bowl of carrots styled like popcorn rested beside him. He casually plucked a carrot and munched on it while watching a large holographic screen in front of him. On the screen, Alex was locked in a ferocious battle with the Cockatrice King. Despite the beast's overwhelming power, Alex was not only holding his own, but outright dominating. His explosive attacks were leveling the forest, trees erupting into splinters as he laughed maniacally, reveling in the chaos. The rabbit chuckled, amused at the sight, then muttered through a mouthful of carrot. What a lunatic. But then his ears twitched and it seemed to have come to his senses. That was right, he shouldn't be enjoying watching Alex's progress. He should despise it. The rabbit's amusement quickly faded, his eyes narrowing as realization set in. He bolted upright, standing precariously on the couch. His paw gripped the carrot like a weapon before slamming it onto the pristine white floor, the vegetable snapping in two. Then he yelled like a madman, his voice echoing in the empty room. God damn it. Damn anomaly. Frustration consumed him as he clutched his head with both paws, pacing back and forth. His polished shoes clicked sharply against the floor. Every single plan has failed, he muttered, his voice rising with each word. His mind raced back to his first attempt. He had dropped Alex, a mere newbie, into a D-rank danger zone crawling with monsters, creatures that should have torn him to shreds. It should have been the perfect death sentence. Instead, Alex had turned it into a goldmine of opportunities, fighting higher-ranked monsters and leveling up faster than any beginner should. It was insane, and it was all because of that ridiculous cheat-like ability, exploding touch he had gotten. The rabbit ground his teeth, his frustration mounting. No player should have an ability that broken this early in the game. It's against all the rules. Unfair. Completely unfair. And as if that wasn't bad enough, Alex also had a title. Apocalypse Baby. That cursed title doubled Alex's growth rate, allowing him to gain strength twice as fast as any other player. Twice the growth rate, the rabbit yelled, throwing up his paws. How does the system even allow this? It's going to break the balance. As if things weren't already bad enough, Alex had found a golden chest. And not just finding it, stumbling upon it effortlessly. That damned upgrade stone inside had made Alex's cheat ability even more overpowered. Exploding touch, already a nightmare to deal with, was now enhanced to levels that shouldn't even exist in the tutorial stage. The rabbit slammed his paw onto the couch, fuming. Unbelievable, he growled. The golden chest wasn't even supposed to be findable. Oracle had painstakingly hidden every golden chest in locations that required insane luck or extreme effort to uncover. Players were meant to bleed, sweat, and cry their way through the tutorial before earning the slightest chance of finding one. But no, not Alex. The anomaly had simply walked past a tree and spotted the gleaming treasure sitting there like it was gift-wrapped just for him. Oracle stood up, throwing his arms in the air as he replayed the absurd scene in his mind. What kind of cosmic joke is this? The tutorial is supposed to be hell, not a freebie-filled holiday. Worse, Oracle could still hear Alex's smug voice echoing in his mind. I wonder if there's more golden chests. I should look for more of them. That comment had made Oracle's fur stand on end. More of these. More. Oracle had roared at the screen when it happened. He had been so furious he nearly ripped out chunks of his fur, pacing and ranting like a lunatic in his pristine white room. It had taken him hours to calm down. Now, sitting back on the couch, Oracle let out a long, exasperated sigh. His elbow rested on the armrest, and he leaned his head against his paw, eyes half closed with exhaustion. Why is this so stressful? He muttered to himself, feeling the weight of the anomaly's actions crushing down on him. To the outside world, Oracle might appear calm and composed, but internally, Oracle was a dramatic, anxiety-ridden mess. When the cockatrice king descended into the fray, Oracle had been ecstatic. The proud, territorial beast had finally appeared, and Oracle was certain it would do what no one else could, wipe out the anomaly. But no, not only did the cockatrice king fail miserably, but the stupid bird captured Alex instead of killing him. Why? Because some meddling god had whispered divine nonsense into the cockatrice's ear, telling it to imprison Alex for future greatness. Typical gods, Oracle muttered, gripping his temples at the memory, always sticking their noses where they don't belong. And what did that lead to? The anomaly, thanks to its title, had forced the same meddling deity into granting him a skill. Another damned skill. Oracle had thrown an entire bowl of carrots at the screen when it happened. That cursed anomaly. And it didn't stop there. Alex had completely wrecked the cockatrice's lair. He pillaged its treasure hoard, pocketing more gold coins than a new player had any right to possess. Then he murdered the cockatrice's heir, its only child, before turning his fury on the king itself. What came next was an absolute slaughter. The cockatrice king, the supposed ruler of the forest, was beaten black and blue by Alex in front of its remaining flock. Oracle could still hear the memory of the beast's desperate cries as Alex finished it off, obliterating the once proud king. He'd even tried to stop Alex from gaining more power by messing with the system shop, a feature designed to tempt players into spending their resources recklessly. The shop worked on a simple principle. The more gold a player had, the more expensive and powerful items would appear in their listings. It was a perfect trap, luring players into draining their wealth on flashy, high-end gear. But in Alex's case, Oracle had scrambled to hide every powerful skill, weapon, and accessory that might make defeating the cockatrice king too easy. But it didn't matter. Even with all the setbacks, Alex still won. The cockatrice king, the powerful apex predator of the zone, had been reduced to nothing more than a footnote in Alex's chaotic rise. For Oracle, it was infuriating. He'd bent rules, pushed limits, and exploited loopholes in the system to hold Alex back, but none of it had worked. The only reason he could even manipulate events like this was that the tutorial hadn't fully started yet. The systems weren't locked into place, giving him just enough wiggle room to interfere. But once the tutorial properly began, all of that would change. The rules would be set, opportunities for Alex to grow would multiply, and Oracle would lose the ability to directly intervene. This realization sent Oracle spiraling. "What the hell am I supposed to do?" he yelled, pacing the room as his carrot snacks went forgotten. His mind raced through the possibilities, but nothing seemed to stick. The problem wasn't just Alex, it was what Alex represented. Anomalies. They were the most dangerous and unpredictable players in existence. They didn't just break the rules, they shattered them, leaving chaos in their wake. And the stronger they became, the worse the damage. Oracle shuddered as he remembered the last time an anomaly had reached god-level power. That anomaly's rise had thrown the entire multiverse into chaos. Gods had waged war against each other, fighting tooth and nail to claim the anomaly for their side. The battles had torn worlds apart, leaving countless realms in ruins. But it didn't end there. The anomaly had done the unthinkable. He had killed a god. That single act sent shockwaves through the multiverse. The delicate balance of power among the deities was shattered. Terrified of what the anomaly might do next, gods from every corner of existence united to stop him. Yet even then, it wasn't enough. The anomaly carved a bloody path through their ranks, destroying countless worlds and slaughtering dozens of gods before he was finally brought down. The memory of that event was burned into Oracle's mind. It was a cautionary tale, a reminder of what could happen if an anomaly was allowed to grow unchecked. And now, Alex was shaping up to be just as dangerous, if not more so. Chapter 45, Oracle's Scheme. Oracle's world was one of many destroyed by the anomaly. That's why he wasn't messing around. He had seen firsthand what carelessness could cost. Entire worlds reduced to ash lives, snuffed out like candles in a storm. For Oracle, this wasn't a game, it was survival. If Oracle could have, he would have killed Alex the second he learned what Alex truly was. No hesitation, no second thoughts, just a clean end to the threat. To Oracle, anomalies like Alex were like mosquitoes. They could evolve and they become monsters. The best solution was to get rid of them early before they became unstoppable. But there was a catch. The system's rules made it clear. Overseers like Oracle were forbidden from directly harming humans. At least, not directly. The system's rules weren't perfect, they had loopholes, and Oracle was more than willing to exploit them. It wasn't just duty that drove him. It was rage. The anomaly that had destroyed so much was a lunatic, a being that lived without limits, wreaking havoc just because it could. And now Alex was starting to show the same dangerous signs, the same disregard for boundaries, the same chaotic energy. That's why Alex had to be stopped. Before another father lost his wife. Before another family was shattered. Before someone lost their entire race. This wasn't just about Alex, it was about justice. It was about ensuring that no one else would suffer the way Oracle had. That's why he accepted the role of overseer, to hunt and eliminate anomalies like the lunatic who had destroyed his world. He had gotten rid of plenty of anomalies, but none like Alex. He wasn't an easy one. Even though Alex was innocent now, the potential chaos he could become was what made him so dangerous. In the future, Alex could grow into a force powerful enough to shape the universe. Oracle didn't know which side Alex would choose, good or evil. But the possibility of Alex becoming a destructive force, a being that lived only for itself, was something Oracle simply couldn't accept. No, wouldn't accept. An evil Alex must never be allowed to exist. He swore he would make sure of that. But now that Alex had defeated the Cockatrice King, he had taken a leap towards power. The rewards Alex would gain from such a feat would be insane. Alex had already surged ahead of everyone else. Other unique individuals would become irrelevant. No one would be able to catch him. And with every step Alex took, he would grow stronger. Stronger than anyone should be allowed to become. Oracle had one option left, which was manipulating the interfering deities and enlisting other players to throw Alex off track. Oracle knew Alex better than most. Thanks to his position as an overseer, he had bent the rules, abused them, to get a brief look at Alex's life. He had seen the cracks, the weaknesses, and the people who could throw Alex's path into chaos. That's what Oracle planned to use. The tutorial begins with players appearing in a specific territory, one filled with weak monsters to ensure they don't perish too quickly. Alex, who is already in the tutorial within a rank D zone, would also be repositioned into this territory alongside other players. Just like he had arrived with them, seamlessly integrated into the group. He would place Alex alongside players who could disrupt his progress, who would challenge him, push him to his limits, and eventually become his enemies. These weren't just random players. They were strategically chosen, people who would no doubt hold Alex back to make him uncomfortable. But that wasn't the end of it. Oracle was going to pull the deities into this. He would guide their attention to these chosen players, ensuring that they were blessed with enough strength to fight Alex. His hope was that these players would be strong enough to eliminate Alex. However, Oracle knew that Alex's growth rate was unpredictable. Every victory Alex achieved pushed him further beyond what most players could accomplish. Still, Oracle wasn't aiming to outright defeat Alex in a conventional sense. His real goal was to mess with Alex's mind. He would manipulate the situation to make Alex question his sanity, erode his confidence, and ultimately fracture his mental state. By placing Alex in a situation where he was constantly under pressure, constantly fighting his kind, and forcing him to question his morality, Oracle intended to push him to the brink. If Alex eventually passes the tutorial phase, his mental stability will be crumbled, and that's where Oracle would step in. He would present a case to the Rhiners, an undeniable argument that Alex was a loose cannon, too dangerous to be left unchecked. If Alex couldn't control his own mind, how could he be trusted not to destroy everything around him? That case would no doubt be convincing. With Alex's growing power coupled with his fragile mental state, Oracle knew the gods would see him as a risk. And once that bill was put forward, once the Rhiners debated the fate of Alex, the outcome was inevitable. Alex would be eliminated. Oracle had no doubt about it. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. He would pull it off. But Oracle wouldn't leave it to chance. He'd always be watching, manipulating the system whenever he could to tip the scales in his favor. His calm, composed demeanor hid the constant strategy and control he maintained over every detail. As Oracle pondered, a flood of notifications appeared. Ding! Player 002 is ready to be initiated. Player 0500 is ready to be initiated. Player 3700 is ready to be initiated. Player 10,000 is ready to be initiated. More notifications kept pouring in, and Oracle exhaled. His calm state returned, his mind calculating every new player's potential to be molded to be turned into pawns in his game. It was time for new players to make their descent into the tutorial and for Oracle to begin his work. Just like he had done with Alex, he'd give them a brief introduction, brief but calculated. As an overseer, he held complete control in this white room. He could create infinite versions of it to tend to new, confuse players all at once. The sheer power of his position allowed him to be omniscient, able to be in multiple rooms at once, giving each player an introduction like he did with Alex. As Oracle began his work, a version of himself scanned through the system, searching for two names specifically. The two who could make his plan to eliminate Alex feasible. He scanned through the system, eyes flicking through player profiles until he found them. Katie and Ethan, was it? I'll be counting on you too. Chapter 46 Rewards Bonus. Alex's eyes fluttered open, greeted by a clear, endless blue sky. He groaned softly, raising a hand to his throbbing head. His mind felt hazy, as though shrouded in a thick fog. For a moment, nothing made sense. The memories were gone, but the disorientation didn't last long. Suddenly, it all came rushing back, and a smile crept onto his face. The corners of his mouth curled into a grin as he remembered it, the maniacal laughter that had escaped his lips just before he passed out. Ah, he groaned, satisfied. That's right, I won. Sitting up, Alex let his gaze sweep across his surroundings. But almost immediately, his brow furrowed in confusion. This place was completely unfamiliar. Gone was the icy forest where he had battled the Cockatrice King. There were no trees, no frost-covered ground, no green canopy above. Instead, he found himself sitting on jagged stone. He rose to his feet, his boots scraping against the rough cliffside beneath him. The sharp wind tugged at his hair, and as he stepped closer to the edge, he stared down and saw green below. He had somehow ended up on a cliff. What the hell? He muttered, his voice low. How'd I get here? His mind scrambled for an answer. Could Murzik have survived? That thought struck him like a lightning bolt. Maybe the zombie bird dragged me here while I was unconscious. But as soon as the idea formed, Alex dismissed it. No, he said under his breath, shaking his head. There was no way Murzik would have gone to the trouble of moving him instead of finishing him off. Besides, the last thing he remembered before blacking out was hearing the system notification informing him he had killed the Cockatrice King. Alex clenched his fists as the memory became clearer. Murzik hadn't survived. Explore hidden tales at my virtual library empire. He'd won, but that still didn't explain how he had ended up on this cliffside. Alex checked the system notification, his fingers swiping instinctively in the air to bring up the familiar glowing screen. As his eyes scanned the lines of text, he exhaled in relief. There it was, the confirmation he needed. The battle hadn't been a dream or some cruel trick. As long as I'm not in any danger, Alex muttered to himself with a smirk, dismissing his worry about his location. He sat cross-legged on the ground, eager to dive into the notifications and see the rewards waiting for him, especially the skills and accessories he might have earned. The chime of the system rang out again. Ding! You have killed the Cockatrice King, Murzik. You have leveled up. 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 Alex blinked, staring at the screen in disbelief. 5 times? Wow. He hadn't expected that. Before battling Murzik, he had been at level 23. By his calculations, leveling up from there should have been a grueling process, requiring endless fights and grinding. But Murzik wasn't just any opponent. Adds by Pub Future. The Cockatrice King had been a high-ranking beast, and the experience points, EXP, gained from the fight were enough to catapult him up by 5 whole levels. Ding! You have received 25 stat points. You have received 5 power stones. You have received skill, Petrify. You have received weapon, Murzik's Fongblade. Alex's eyes widened as he read through the rewards, but it was the new skill that immediately caught his attention. Petrify, he muttered, tapping the notification to pull up the skill's description. Petrify. User unleashes an aura of paralyzing energy that freezes all movement within a 20-meter radius. Targets affected by this skill are unable to move, leaving them vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Resistance is futile for most, as the skill bypasses standard defenses. Duration, 10 seconds. Note, those with exceptional willpower or unique resistances may shatter the effect prematurely. Pretty sick, Alex said with a hearty grin, leaning back slightly. It was the skill Murzik had used on him. He had almost pissed his pants the first time it was used on him. A skill like this was no joke. It was a game changer, especially in tight battles where movement could decide life or death. But the rewards didn't stop there. Next, Alex checked the weapon he had received, Isekai'd blade. It was a sleek, one-handed sword with a jagged, fang-like design with a high damage output and a deadly poison effect that sapped an opponent's strength over time. The sword increased the user's speed, making them faster on the battlefield. Alex studied the blade's glowing details in awe. It was a masterpiece, perfectly balanced for deadly strikes and swift movements. "Oh," Alex muttered, running his hand through his hair. A smirk spread across his face. Looks like Isekai'd might be getting a replacement. He couldn't help but feel thrilled. The rewards from the Cockatrice King were better than he had hoped, and the combination of Petrify and Isekai'd blade would make him a force to be reckoned with. "Let's see who's ready to mess with me now," Alex murmured with a confident chuckle. Ding! Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received 25 stat points. You have received 5 power stones. You have received skill, minor telekinesis. You have received accessories, attribute converter. Alex's eyes scanned the glowing text, and one phrase immediately grabbed his attention. Minor telekinesis. Minor telekinesis allows the user to move small objects using the power of their mind. Scale increases with level. "Oh," Alex gasped, his eyes lighting up like a kid who just found out they had superpowers. So freaking cool. His mind raced with possibilities. The idea of moving things without lifting a finger made him grin. However, a quick skim of the description dampened his excitement a little. Small objects. He couldn't throw trees or boulders around just yet. "Well, I guess I've got to start somewhere," Alex muttered, shrugging. He stood up, cracking his knuckles, and decided to test his new ability. His eyes locked onto a nearby rock, small enough to fit in his palm. Alex focused, willing the object to come to him. At first, nothing happened. But then, the rock wobbled slightly before lifting off the ground, floating through the air toward him. Alex grinned as he reached out and caught it mid-flight. "Okay, that's pretty sweet," he said, admiring the rock for a second before deciding to push things further. Holding the rock in front of him, Alex concentrated again, making it hover and spin around in the air like a planet orbiting a star. After a few seconds of showing off, he flicked his hand and sent the rock flying off into the distance. "Not bad," he mused, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Now it was time for a bigger challenge. He turned to a larger rock, about the size of a basketball, and focused hard, willing it to move. He clenched his fists, furrowed his brow, and even let out a low groan of effort. The rock didn't budge. "Sheesh," Alex groaned, rubbing his temple as he eased off. "I almost popped a vein." Alex then turned his attention to the newly acquired item, his eyes narrowing as the glowing text shimmered in front of him. From the name alone, he knew it was something special. Attribute Converter exchanges 50 assigned attribute points for a single upgrade stone, which can be used to rank up skills. Alex's jaw dropped. Chapter 47 Familiar Faces Bonus. Attribute Converter exchanges 50 assigned attribute points for a single upgrade stone, which can be used to rank up skills. Alex's jaw dropped. An upgrade stone. He nearly jumped in excitement. Upgrade stones were valuable, as they were capable of amplifying a skill's power to insane levels. It was why Exploding Touch was so strong. The thought of his skills becoming stronger sent a thrill through him. He could already imagine upgrading Minor Telekinesis, Foresight, or even his devastating Aegis Arcane. The possibilities were endless. But then his excitement fizzled as his eyes fell on the cost. 50 attribute points? Alex groaned, slapping his forehead. That's a lot of points. 50 points weren't something you casually gave up. Those points could go into boosting his strength, agility, or intelligence, all essential for survival and growth. Trading them away felt like handing over treasure for a lottery ticket. Alex furrowed his brow, crossing his arms as he stared at the converter. Someone's definitely trying to nerf me, probably because I've gotten too strong. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Oracle sat in his white room, sipping from a sleek black mug filled with something resembling coffee. As Alex's words echoed through the system, Oracle sputtered mid-sip, coughing uncontrollably. The mug slipped slightly, spilling its contents onto his immaculately pressed suit. "Damn anomaly," Oracle growled, grabbing a napkin to clean himself. Back to Alex. Alex's gaze lingered on the converter. The upgrade stones were seriously tempting. The thought of boosting his skills was hard to resist. Minor telekinesis could evolve into something truly dangerous, allowing him to manipulate larger objects with ease. Foresight could grant him longer, more precise glimpses into the future. And Isekai'd, his trusty defensive skill, could become practically impenetrable. There were so many options, and Alex's skill list was growing rapidly. Alex exhaled sharply and decided to open his stat window. The familiar glowing interface appeared before him, displaying his hard-earned progress. Name, Isekai'd. Rank D. Title, Apocalypse Baby. Class, None. Level, 28. HP, 1,360. MP, 1,040. Stats. Strength, 85. Agility, 95, plus 5, plus 10. Discover stories with my virtual library empire. Intelligence, 65. Vitality, 60. Stat points available, 50. Power stones, 10. Skills. Exploding Touch, Sonic Howl, Aegis Arcane, Slipstream, Stealth Walk, Titan Fury, Vigor Strike, Fast and Furious, Minor Regan, Flame Immunity, Foresight, Stone Face, Earth Swim, Petrify, Minor Telekinesis. Alex studied the window with a critical eye, his mind racing with possibilities. 50 available stat points, it was no small amount. This was the reward of tireless battles, close calls, and victories against foes like the Cockatrice King. He could assign those points to bolster his stats, pushing his strength or agility to new heights. Or he could trade them for an upgrade stone. The idea lingered in his mind. If he really wanted, he could even shave off some points from his existing stats, maybe from strength or agility, to get a second upgrade stone. But the thought made him grimace. Man, this doesn't feel right, Alex muttered, clenching his fists. He had worked for those points, risked his life for every single one. Trading them away so easily didn't seem fair. It was like the system was demanding a tax on his success, asking him to give up 10 levels worth of stat rewards, minus the power stones and skills, for just one upgrade stone. That's ridiculous, Alex groaned, his frustration bubbling up. Someone's got to be messing with me. There's no way this exchange is balanced. Yet the allure of an upgrade stone was undeniable. It could make his skills even more powerful, transforming them into something truly unstoppable. The idea of supercharging minor telekinesis, Aegis Arcane, or even Foresight was hard to ignore. Still, the trade-off gnawed at him. Alex sighed deeply, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't know if it's worth it, he muttered, but at least I've got time to decide. For now, he would hold on to his points and weigh his options. There was no rush. If the opportunity presented itself to earn more points or a better way to gather upgrade stones, Alex would be ready. As Alex mulled over how to allocate his stat points, a sudden whoosh broke his concentration. The sound came from behind him, sharp and unnatural, like air being displaced. Instinctively, Alex spun around, his body tensing. Standing a few steps away was a man who had seemingly materialized out of thin air. The man looked disoriented, his eyes darting around in confusion. But then his gaze landed on Alex, and his expression shifted from bewildered to shocked recognition. Alex, the man stammered, his voice shaky. What the hell is happening? What did you? Before he could finish his sentence, another whoosh interrupted, and then another. People were appearing out of nowhere, blinking into existence one after the other. Alex's heart sank as realization hit him like a freight train. His eyes widened as he muttered under his breath. No way. It was happening. His time alone in the tutorial was over. The others were arriving. Shit. Alex cursed, his mind racing. He had been so consumed by the trials, the battles, and the system itself that he hadn't even stopped to think about this moment. The tutorial wasn't just his anymore, it was theirs too. One of the new arrivals, a woman, let out a piercing scream as she appeared, clutching her head in panic. Another man materialized beside her, his face pale and drenched in sweat. He took one look at his surroundings, staggered forward, and promptly fell to his knees, vomiting onto the ground. Alex stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. He knew them. He knew all of them. Each face that appeared was painfully familiar. Co-workers. Former colleagues from the life he had left behind. Alex swallowed hard, his fists clenching as he fought to keep his composure. More and more faces emerged, and with every new arrival, his dread grew. Please, Alex muttered under his breath, his stomach twisting in knots. Please don't let them show up. Anyone but them. He wasn't ready for a reunion. He didn't want to see them. Another whoosh. A man appeared, which made Alex's blood boil on sight. Thompson, Alex growled under his breath. Seeing his familiar face again sent a wave of irritation coursing through him. Thompson looked around, clearly baffled by what was happening, but his presence alone was enough to reignite old grudges. Alex clenched his fists tighter, trying to calm the storm of emotions threatening to overwhelm him. Those two were coming as well. Chapter 48, Denizen of New World. Alex stood rooted in place, his breath caught in his throat as more people blinked into existence around him. Each new arrival felt like a drumbeat against his nerves, tightening his chest further. His entire body was tense, every muscle coiled as if preparing for a fight. Why am I so on edge? Alex wondered, his hands balling into fists. He'd faced the cockatrice king, battled swarms of deadly monsters, and stared death in the face more times than he could count. And yet here he was, shaken to his core, his heart pounding like a war drum. Two normal humans shouldn't have been enough to rattle him like this. Another soft whoosh broke the silence. A new figure appeared just a few feet away, swaying slightly as they adjusted to the strange surroundings. Alex's eyes darted toward the newcomer, scanning their face with a mix of hope and dread. And then, nothing. No more sounds. No more rivals. Alex held his breath for a few agonizing seconds, his eyes scanning the space around him. The air was still, quiet as if the tutorial had paused its relentless summons. Is that it? Alex murmured under his breath, his voice barely audible. His nerves refused to settle, the tension in his chest still lingering. He didn't trust it. Not yet. A soft ding echoed in his ears, and Alex's heart skipped a beat. It was a system notification. Judging by the way everyone suddenly froze, their eyes flickering toward the invisible screens in front of them, it wasn't just his notification, it was a general announcement. Welcome to the tutorial. The words hovered in Alex's vision, stark and simple, but they carried a weight that made him exhale sharply. Relief washed over him like a tidal wave, loosening the knot of tension in his chest. It seemed they weren't coming after all. Not yet. Alex took a moment to glance around, his gaze sweeping over the crowd. He did a quick head count, 20 people in total. Some of them were familiar faces, people he had worked closely with back at the office. Others were more distant acquaintances, employees he barely knew beyond a nod in the hallway. 20 of them, Alex thought, and still not the two I was worried about. Just as he began to process the situation, another notification popped into view. Ding! You have earned the title, Denizens of the New World. Alex blinked in surprise. A title, he muttered, his curiosity piqued. He quickly opened his stat window to check out the details of the title. Ding! You have earned the title, Denizens of the New World. Title effect. You have successfully completed the introduction and entered the tutorial as a trainee of a new world. +3 to all stats. Alex raised an eyebrow. So it wasn't anything special, he thought, his excitement fading slightly. Judging by the reactions of the others around him, it was clear they had received the same title. Figures, Alex muttered to himself, brushing it off. He'd been hoping for something unique, something that would set him apart even more. But a generic bonus to stats? Useful, sure, but nothing groundbreaking. As Alex closed the notification window, he noticed someone approaching him. A tall, sharp-featured man with a shrewd look in his eyes strode over. At first glance, you'd think he was calm and confident, maybe even boisterous. But Alex knew better. Alex, the man exclaimed, his voice overly loud, as though trying to draw attention. You good, man? Did you see that rabbit too? Creepiest thing I've ever seen. Honestly, I almost peed my pants. Alex winced as the man's words came at him like a machine gun. He barely had time to react as the barrage of chatter continued. The man's personality was the exact opposite of Alex's, extroverted, overly friendly, and naturally charismatic. People were drawn to him like moths to a flame, but Alex found his energy overwhelming. This was someone Alex knew well. Back at work, he had been one of the few who treated Alex with decency, even speaking to him like a normal person. But he had never once stood up for Alex when the bullies came for him. Not once. Jonah was the only one who had ever been remotely nice to Alex at work. He treated Alex with some decency, speaking to him when most others wouldn't. But he had never once stood up for Alex when the bullies came for him. This left Alex conflicted. Was Jonah genuinely unaware of my situation, or was he just acting clueless? The thought stung more than Alex wanted to admit. It made him feel weak, pathetic even. He had silently relied on Jonah to step in and help rather than standing up for himself or simply asking for support. That dependence, combined with Nathan's inaction, gnawed at him. Shaking the thoughts away, Alex observed Jonah more closely. Unlike the sharp suit Jonah had worn to work, here he was dressed in sturdy armor, just like the others who had been summoned. So we all start with gear now? Alex wondered, narrowing his eyes as he scanned the group. His gaze swept over the crowd, pausing when he caught someone staring directly at him. It was a woman, her face familiar, though her name escaped him. Alex furrowed his brow, piecing together where he'd seen her before. The floor below us, he recalled. She worked in the department beneath his. Their only interaction had been brief, a polite conversation during an elevator ride when they'd been the only two inside. He remembered her being nice, maybe even a bit friendly, but he hadn't paid much attention to her back then. His heart had been entirely consumed by Katie at the time. Now, though, with nothing else to distract him, Alex found himself looking at her more closely. Her features were striking, far more than he'd noticed before. She's beautiful, Alex realized, the thought surprising him. For a moment, he held her gaze, but as the weight of the stare grew heavier, he quickly turned his eyes elsewhere, his face heating slightly. "Hey, Nancy," Jonah called out, his voice cutting through the tense atmosphere. Nancy turned her head, her expression softening as she replied warmly, "Hi, Jonah." Her gaze, however, quickly shifted back to Alex, lingering on him. Alex noticed and tensed up slightly, unsure of what she wanted to say. "You okay?" Nancy asked, her tone gentle yet curious. "You seem a little tense." Alex hesitated, scratching the back of his neck awkwardly. "Yeah, well, who wouldn't be? The situation we're in isn't exactly normal." Nancy nodded, a small smile on her lips. "You're right about that. I just stepped into the office when my head suddenly felt like it was going to explode. The next thing I knew, I was in a white room talking to a rabbit. And then, I appeared here." Jonah chimed in, gesturing around. "Same here. It was so weird. One second, I was at my desk, and the next, I'm face to face with some rabbit thing. I'm guessing it's the same for everyone here." Nancy turned back to Alex, her gaze steady. "What about you, Alex? Was it the same for you?" Alex gave a small nod, trying to avoid looking too stiff. "Yeah, it's the same," he replied simply. His response felt awkward, and he knew it. He wasn't trying to come off as distant, but the words just didn't flow naturally. Maybe it's because I've spent days talking to beasts, Alex thought, and suddenly having to interact with people feels off. Alex shifted uncomfortably, noticing the way Nancy's eyes lingered on him, her expression curious, almost suspicious. It wasn't the kind of look you gave just anyone. It was like she was trying to piece something together about him. "Is that so? Then why do you look like you just got into a fight with a bull?" Nancy asked, her tone light, but her words pointed. Alex blinked, confused. She gestured subtly toward him. Look at you." Alex glanced down and immediately saw what she meant. His clothes were a mess, torn and dusty, with faint streaks of dried blood across his shirt. In comparison, everyone else looked pristine, decked out in gleaming armor that seemed like it had been plucked straight out of a fantasy game. "There's blood on your clothes, too," Nancy added, tilting her head slightly. Her sharp observation made Alex feel a little self-conscious. He scratched the back of his neck, letting out a nervous chuckle. "Well, my landing wasn't exactly soft," he explained. "I pretty much crashed into the ground. Must have hurt myself a little in the process." "Is that so?" Nancy murmured, her tone unreadable. Jonah, however, jumped in, flashing his usual easygoing grin. "Man, Alex, you're always so different. It's like you're from another world or something." Alex narrowed his eyes slightly, unsure how to take the comment. What the hell does that even mean? Is that supposed to be a compliment? Or an insult? He didn't like overthinking things, but Jonah's words stuck in his head. Before he could respond, Alex's attention was pulled elsewhere. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted movement. Someone was making their way toward him, their steps deliberate. His stomach dropped as he recognized who it was. Discover more stories at my virtual library empire. Thompson. And he looked like he was coming to pick a fight. Chapter 49, Confrontation. Joy Behar stuns the View audience with vicious Trump comment. Alex's gaze sharpened as he noticed Thompson heading straight toward him, his face set in a mix of anger and suspicion. His footsteps were heavy, his posture tense, and it didn't take a genius to tell that confrontation was inevitable. "You, What did you do? Thompson barked, loud enough to draw everyone's attention. Alex's frown deepened. Here we go. He vaguely remembered threatening to beat the man up if he interfered, and shortly after, the system had descended. Before Alex could say anything, Jonah stepped in, his tone equal parts curious and defensive. Whoa, what are you talking about? What did he do? Thompson's accusing glare didn't waver as he pointed a shaking finger at Alex. He assaulted Mr. Ethan, and then all of a sudden this happened. Gasps and murmurs rippled through the group. Jonah's expression twisted in disbelief as he turned to Alex. You assaulted Ethan? Like, the head of the company. Alex hesitated. He didn't want to explain himself to these people. Not here, not now, but the weight of their stares pressed on him. He muttered under his breath, just loud enough to be heard. You seriously think that matters now? What? Thompson roared, his voice rising in both pitch and volume. You don't think it matters? You assaulted the head of the company. Alex met Thompson's gaze, his expression unyielding. A flicker of annoyance crossed his features. Nancy chimed in, her tone firm yet calm. He's right. It doesn't matter. Thompson spun toward her, his expression twisted in frustration. He raised a dismissive hand. You but out of it. This doesn't concern you. Jonah stepped in next, his voice steady but tinged with disbelief. Mr. Thompson, you're getting your priorities all wrong here. Think about it for a second. What's the connection between Alex supposedly doing that and us all ending up here? Thompson turned to Jonah, his face flushed. You don't know. What he did probably caused all of this. Jonah raised an eyebrow, folding his arms as he replied with slow, deliberate sarcasm. So, let me get this straight. You're saying that Alex punching Ethan was so catastrophic, it broke the laws of reality, shattered the matrix, and somehow triggered a rabbit in a suit to drag us into this bizarre place to train us as citizens of a new world? Is that what you're saying, Mr. Thompson? The group around them went quiet. All eyes were on Thompson as Jonah's words hung in the air. Thompson froze, his mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. The logic, or lack of it, began to dawn on him. He stammered, trying to find a response, but he couldn't. He muttered, clearly flustered. Alex watched the scene unfold, his sharp gaze noting the flicker of realization in Thompson's eyes. The man had blurted out his accusation out of panic, scrambling for someone to blame, and Alex had just been his convenient scapegoat. Because that's what Thompson always did, shove responsibility onto someone else the moment things got tough. Thompson clicked his tongue in frustration, the sharp sound cutting through the tense silence. He turned toward Alex, his expression twisting into one of disdain. Alex was an easy target, after all. You're such a piece of shit, Thompson spat, his voice dripping with venom. Acting all arrogant earlier, like you're above everyone else. But let's face it, you're still the same wimp, hiding behind other people, letting them speak for you. Just wait. When we get back, you'll pay for what you did to Ethan. Alex stood still, his face betraying no emotion as he watched Thompson rant. He didn't flinch, didn't respond, didn't even blink. But inside, Alex was boiling. Should I just blow him up? The thought came unbidden, simmering in the back of his mind. It would be so easy, he could do it in an instant. Heck, if he wanted to, he could wipe out everyone here in seconds. But Alex clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms to ground himself. He wasn't a psychopath. Killing Thompson or anyone else here wouldn't do him any good. It wouldn't solve anything. And deep down, he knew Thompson's words had struck a nerve. Because Thompson wasn't entirely wrong. Alex had let others fight his battles for far too long. He'd stayed quiet, kept his head down, hoping to avoid conflict. It was pathetic, and he hated himself for it. As the anger churned inside him, Alex felt a sharp tug of awareness. Nancy's gaze was on him again. He turned his head, meeting her eyes. Her expression wasn't harsh like Thompson's or worried like Jonah's had been. It was curious, searching. She was studying him, almost like she was trying to figure him out. Alex furrowed his brow, confused. Nancy's gaze lingered for a moment longer before she looked away, as if pretending she hadn't been staring. Alex's mind raced. What the hell was that look about? He wondered. It felt like her gaze was saying, I'm watching you. But why? Alex shifted uncomfortably. The attention was unsettling, something he actively avoided. He didn't want eyes on him, especially now. Should I just disappear? He thought, imagining himself slipping away from the group to figure things out on his own. It wasn't like he needed anyone here. They'd probably be better off without him anyway. But deep down, Alex knew there was a reason they'd all been brought here together. The system had gathered them for something bigger than personal grudges. For now, he'd stay. He wanted to see how things unfolded before making any rash decisions. Meanwhile, Nancy found her eyes drawn to Alex again, her thoughts lingering on him. He seemed different, not just because of his rough appearance, but the way he carried himself. There was a weight to him, like someone who had been through more than anyone else here could imagine. Nancy had overheard whispers in the office about how Alex was treated, but she'd never known the details. Watching him now, it became painfully clear that those rumors hadn't been exaggerated. The way Thompson had spoken to him, the judgmental glances from their coworkers, and the oppressive silence surrounding him all pointed to someone who had been ostracized for far too long. Nancy frowned. How had he put up with all of this? Before she could dwell on it further, a man stepped forward, breaking the tension. He was tall and athletic, dressed in a sleek archer's outfit, a bow slung over his back. His expression was one of frustration, his voice carrying a mix of desperation and confusion. "Can someone please explain what's going on here?" he asked, his tone edged with impatience. "I've been trying to wrap my head around this, but no matter how much I think about it, nothing makes sense." The atmosphere was tense, filled with restless murmurs and shifting eyes. Suddenly, a soft sob broke the silence, a haunting, emotional sound that filled the air. Alex's eyes flickered toward the source of the noise. It was Evelyn, a girl he barely knew, dressed in flowing robes, holding a wand that trembled in her grasp. Sobi, I don't want to be here. I want to go back," Evelyn whimpered, her voice quivering as tears streamed down her face. "Stop crying, damn it. It wouldn't solve anything." A harsh voice cut through the air. A woman, dressed in dark, form-fitting clothes, looking like an assassin. "Everyone, calm down," a towering figure, clad in heavy armor, said, his voice still steady. "This is probably some illusion or prank. A dream?" But Evelyn's sobs only grew louder, and her despair seemed contagious. Alex watched the crowd panicking. He couldn't give more or less of a shit about any worries, but as he glanced around at the others, he noticed something that he hadn't paid more attention to due to his nervousness. Unlike him, who had been thrust into the thick of it, everyone else was prepared, somewhat. They weren't thrown into the chaos with just a suit and empty hands. No, most were armored, weapons slung across their backs or at their sides. Swords, axes, wands, every one of them had some kind of tool for survival. Even Evelyn, who was sobbing uncontrollably, had a wand clutched tightly. Discover exclusive tales on my virtual library empire. Meanwhile, Alex had landed here as business suit. He had fought tooth and nail for everything he had, no fancy gear, no convenient weapons, but here they were fully equipped from start. Seriously, why didn't I get this when I first appeared here? Alex thought, his frustration bubbling just below the surface. The question bounced around his mind, both confusing and infuriating. Jonah's voice then cut through the rising tension and then began to speak. "I don't think this is a dream or an illusion or anything like that. It's real as it gets. But I believe this is survivable if we stick together. Let's focus on what we know and start from there." The group hesitated, but Jonah's confidence seemed to anchor them. Slowly, the chaos subsided as people began speaking up, each sharing the knowledge they had. "We get a skill every 10 levels. Ranking up gives you +5 to all attributes. Defeating boss monsters drops skills or weapons. There's a shop, apparently, you can trade items and buy items there." As more people talked, the panic drained from the room. These weren't ordinary people, they were professionals, and they were starting to act like it. Calm logic replaced fear, and the group began piecing together how this world worked. But Alex wasn't calming down. If anything, with every new detail revealed, his anger burned hotter. His mind raced as he listened. All of this. The damned overseer didn't tell me any of it. Chapter 50 Player Killer. Alex stepped forward and tapped Nancy on the shoulder, snapping her attention away from the group's chatter. She turned to face him, eyebrows raised in curiosity. All of this. Did the damned, Alex bit back his words, forcing a calmer tone. Did the overseer really tell you all this? Nancy nodded without hesitation. Yes. He explained the basics of the tutorial and answered any questions we had. Willingly, too. The only time he clammed up was when we asked about the deities or the origin of the system. Alex froze for a split second. His expression didn't change, but inside, his frustration flared like wildfire. He forced a smile, though his body betrayed him, his fists curled tight, his shoulders tensed. "Oh, is that so?" he said absent-mindedly, the words rolling off his tongue while his mind boiled. Before Nancy could notice anything strange, Alex added quickly, "Thanks." Then he turned away, his expression darkening the moment she couldn't see his face. "That damned rabbit." He cursed silently, his thoughts a storm of anger. The overseer had handed them everything on a silver platter, information, guidance, answers, while leaving him to stumble around blind, piecing things together the hard way. But then he paused, taking a slow breath to steady himself. His anger began to cool, and for a moment, Alex let the truth sink in. "I have to admit, figuring it out myself wasn't all bad." The thought hit him like a realization. Every hardship, every piece of knowledge he had earned on his own had shaped him, made him sharper, stronger. He glanced around at the other players, their faces still tense, their eyes filled with uncertainty. If he wanted to, he could wipe them all out right now. They weren't even close to his level. The corner of Alex's mouth twitched into a faint, almost amused smile. "Let them have their answers. I'm already ahead." Nancy, who had been watching him, suddenly tilted her head and frowned. "Are you constipated or something? Why do you look like that?" The question blindsided Alex. His faint smile disappeared, replaced by an incredulous look. He blinked at her, then let out a small, almost inaudible chuckle as he relaxed. "It's nothing," he replied, shaking his head. He focused on the other players, carefully observing how they interacted, their body language, their conversations, and the subtle way they grouped together. It didn't take long for him to notice something interesting. "Jonah's more resourceful than I thought," Alex muttered to himself. Jonah moved through the crowd like it was second nature. He spoke to everyone, his tone confident but approachable. Even the players who had been withdrawn, arms crossed, faces tense, found themselves talking to him. Alex watched as their walls came down, bit by bit. He noticed the way their eyes lingered on Jonah when he spoke. They weren't just listening, they were hanging on his words. His presence carried weight, influence. Yeah, he'll probably be their leader, Alex thought, his expression unreadable. Turning away from the group, Alex walked to the edge of the massive tower they stood on. Wind rushed past him, carrying with it the faint noise of distant shouting. He squinted into the distance, his sharp eyes scanning their surroundings. His gaze landed on other towers rising through the misty horizon, their silhouettes standing tall like forgotten giants. He noticed players, other people like him, scattered on top of each one. "Same number as us," Alex realized, narrowing his eyes. Their confusion was clear even from this distance. They milled about, looking as lost and uncertain as he had felt when he first arrived. "We're not alone in this mess," he muttered under his breath. Then, as his gaze drifted further, something caught his attention, something that made him freeze. Atop another tower, a single player with a scythe sat at the very edge, legs dangling carelessly over the side. Alex's sharp eyes took in the unsettling sight just behind the figure, several unmoving bodies strewn across the rooftop. Dead. A chill ran through him. Did he kill all those players? His body tensed, his mind racing. They had just arrived and hadn't even faced any tutorial monsters yet. And already people were dying. Alex exhaled, shaking his head as a bitter thought surfaced. "I knew it. Humans are bound to cause trouble here." He let out a quiet sigh, staring at the chaos unfolding from afar. He was human, too, yet he'd already caused enough destruction in just a few days. Multiply that by thousands of people running around in a place like this, and chaos was unavoidable. For a fleeting moment, Alex wished he was the only one here. Alone. Behind him, he heard footsteps approaching. He glanced over his shoulder to see Nancy walking toward him. She slowed when she noticed his distant expression. "What are you doing here all by yourself?" she asked, her voice curious but cautious. Alex didn't answer immediately. Instead, he pointed across the misty expanse. "See that?" he said, his tone quiet but firm. "Other players, just like us." Nancy followed his gaze, narrowing her eyes as she stepped closer. Her lips pressed into a thin line as she squinted to make sense of the distant scene. But Alex noticed something. She stopped short, careful not to get too close to the edge. Her posture stiffened ever so slightly. Alex's lips twitched into a small, knowing smile. Is she afraid of heights? He wondered silently. Compared to Alex's enhanced eyesight, Nancy's vision was laughably poor. She squinted into the distance, clearly struggling to see what he'd pointed out. Wait, oh, she murmured after a moment. The players on the other towers appeared as tiny, barely visible dots to her. It's true. Before Alex could stop her, Nancy turned back to the group. Enjoy news stories from my virtual library empire. Hey, Jonah, look, other players, she called out, waving an arm and drawing everyone's attention. Jonah looked up, his interest piqued. Where? Nancy pointed toward the towers. Over there. Alex spotted them. Alex frowned, his jaw tightening slightly. You didn't have to say it was me. Jonah grinned at him, his usual enthusiasm bubbling to the surface. Good job, Alex. He turned to address the others, his voice carrying the kind of authority that naturally drew attention. We should try to meet up with them, Jonas said, optimism shining in his words. If we join up with a larger group, we'll have better chances of survival. There's no need to worry too much. Everyone, if we work together, we can get through this place. The crowd murmured in agreement, hope flickering in their expressions. But Alex stood quietly at the edge, shaking his head. Naive. He turned his gaze back toward the lone figure on the far-off tower who looked like a grim reaper, and his fingers curled slightly. He sincerely doubted everyone would share Jonah's wide-eyed, team player ideals. Heck, he didn't even agree with Jonah's views. This place was dangerous, and people, when pushed, were far worse than any monster lurking here. He planned on leaving the group soon, as working in a group, especially with people who had treated him poorly, wasn't going to happen. Trust in a place like this? Impossible. In a world with no rules or regulations, where strength made the rules, humanity always ended up being its own worst enemy. People would fight, betray, and tear each other apart long before the real threats did. Alex's thoughts were interrupted when the archer who had spoken earlier raised a concern. Okay, I agree with the idea of meeting up with others, the archer said, crossing his arms. But how are you planning to get down? We can't exactly climb. Alex's eyes narrowed, and he stepped closer to the edge of the tower. He peered downward, scanning for a path. The sheer drop was dizzying, smooth, unforgiving walls that stretched straight to the ground below. That's right, Alex thought. There's no way down. At least, not for most people. For him, getting down wouldn't be an issue. With his enhanced agility, he could scale the walls easily, or better yet, he glanced at the glider's cloak draped over his shoulders. He could simply soar down. But the others? They were newbies. Climbing that sheer wall would be suicide. Maybe, a player suggested hesitantly, if we put our free stat points into agility, we might be able to climb down. The idea floated through the group like a weak spark, but it was quickly met with skepticism. I don't advise that. Another player shot back. We all have innate abilities, right? We should put our points into the attributes that match those abilities so we can actually use them properly. Attributes? Agility? I don't get any of this, someone else muttered, frustration lacing their voice. Another player chimed in. I don't even have an ability. Me neither, a second one admitted, shoulders slumping. The tension thickened in the air. Confusion mixed with uncertainty as the group stared at each other, wondering how they'd gotten here and why some of them seemed luckier than others. Jonah stepped forward, raising a hand. His calm voice cut through the chatter. There's no need to worry, Jonah said confidently. If it's about getting down. The group turned to him, hopeful. Then I can solve it. Ow, Thompson asked, his tone skeptical. Jonah's lips curled into a grin. He took a step forward, and without another word, his body began to rise into the air. Gasps echoed across the rooftop. Jonah floated effortlessly, rising higher and higher, as if gravity had simply stopped existing for him. His clothes rippled in the wind as he hovered several feet above the ground, arms casually crossed. The players stared wide-eyed. No way, someone whispered. Even Alex, who had remained quiet until now, felt his brow twitch. Of course, he thought bitterly, narrowing his eyes. He has the ability to fly. Chapter 51, My Abilities. Sure, he had the glider's cloak, which let him fly, but there was something undeniably cool about soaring through the sky without needing any equipment. That ability's way too versatile, Alex thought. Jonah could hover out of reach of any ground-based beast and rain down attacks from above, assuming he gained the right skills for it. Jonah landed smoothly, his boots touching the ground as if the wind itself had set him down. The group erupted into chatter, amusement and curiosity lighting up their faces. The sight of Jonah's ability seemed to spark a chain reaction. One by one, others began revealing their innate abilities. "I can shoot fireballs," Thompson said, confidently extending his hand. "Continue your adventure in my virtual library empire." A flame flickered to life in his palm before forming a small orb of fire, which he quickly extinguished to avoid an accident. "Whoa," someone exclaimed, clearly impressed. Another player, standing a little shyly, raised her hand. "I can heal people," she said softly. "Well, isn't that a cliché?" Alex thought, shaking his head. Then there was a stocky man who cracked his knuckles. Alex recalled he was a security guard. "Mine's simple. I can boost my strength, double it, actually." He flexed his arm for emphasis, earning a mix of admiration and eye rolls. Dre, the archer Alex had been keeping an eye on, stepped forward next. "I can teleport short distances," he said with a smirk. To demonstrate, he vanished from where he stood and reappeared a few feet away in a blur of motion, earning gasps from the group. Finally, all eyes turned to Nancy. "What about you?" Jonah asked. Nancy hesitated, looking almost annoyed at being put on the spot. With a sigh, she raised her hand and gestured toward the assassin-looking woman in the group. Without warning, the dagger at the woman's side slipped free from its sheath and flew into Nancy's open palm. The woman yelped, startled by the sudden disarming. Nancy examined the blade briefly, then flicked her wrist. The dagger zipped back to its owner, sliding neatly into its sheath as if it had never moved. "I can manipulate metal," Nancy said, her tone flat and unimpressed. The group murmured in amazement. "Oh, Magneto," Alex muttered absent-mindedly. Nancy's sharp gaze locked onto him like a predator, and Alex's eyes widened. He slapped a hand over his mouth, realizing too late that he had spoken out loud. Nancy held his gaze for a moment, her expression unreadable, and Alex chuckled nervously. She then rolled her eyes and turned back to the group. And Alex let out a quiet breath of relief, cursing his nerdy slip-up. "What about you?" Jonah's voice cut through the chatter, drawing everyone's attention. He was looking directly at Alex. Alex hesitated, his mind racing. Should he reveal his ability? He had seen how the others, especially those without abilities, looked at the ones who had them like they were gods. Those with powers were quickly becoming the de facto leaders of the group. Alex knew he could join their ranks, maybe even rise above them to lead. He had the strength, the skills, and the mindset to do it. But deep down, he didn't want that responsibility. Being a leader means dealing with all of this. Drama, he thought, glancing at the group. Before he could respond, Thompson scoffed loudly, breaking the silence. "Why bother asking him?" Thompson said, his tone dripping with mockery. "I doubt he even has an ability. And if he does, it's probably useless." The group chuckled nervously, unsure if they should laugh or stay silent. Alex's expression darkened instantly, the flicker of hesitation replaced by a cold, simmering anger. He had been holding back, swallowing his frustration, staying out of the limelight. But now, Alex turned his piercing gaze to Thompson, his eyes narrowing like a predator locking onto its prey. Without a word, he activated Petrify. Thompson's smug grin vanished as his body stiffened unnaturally. His arms froze mid-gesture, his legs locked in place, and his face contorted into a mix of shock and terror. What's happening? "I can't move," Thompson stammered, his voice trembling as panic set in. "It's my ability," Alex said coolly. His tone was calm, but there was a dangerous edge to it. "I can't exactly stab you while you're unable to move. Pretty useless, isn't it?" Thompson's face twisted in fear, his bravado shattered. Let me go," he stammered, his voice shaky. Alex didn't respond. He kept his gaze locked on Thompson, the weight of his power pressing down on the man like an invisible hand. But then Alex noticed something. The way the others were looking at him now, some in awe, but most with fear. Their wide eyes and hesitant postures screamed louder than words. "Alex, that's enough." Jonah's voice broke the tension. He stepped forward, his tone firm but calm. "You've made your point. No need to take it further." Alex sighed, letting out a slow breath. With a flick of his fingers, he deactivated Petrify. Thompson collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, gasping for air. Sweat dripped from his face as he panted like he had just run a marathon. It had only been a few seconds, but the pressure he felt under Alex's ability had drained him completely. Thompson began, his voice weak but laced with anger. He glared at Alex, trembling as he tried to get to his feet. Before Thompson could say more, Jonah intervened, raising a hand to defuse the situation. "That's a great ability, Alex," he said, his tone light but purposeful. "It'll definitely come in handy when we're up against monsters." He looked away, his thoughts elsewhere. "Yeah, about that. I'm leaving as soon as these guys figure out how to get off this tower." He didn't say it out loud, though. Alex sighed as he noticed the shift in the group's demeanor. He could feel their eyes on him, no longer dismissive or indifferent. Now, they looked at him like he was an asset, a valuable tool for their survival. Even Nancy, who usually kept her distance, was paying closer attention to him. "Crap," he muttered under his breath, scratching the back of his head in frustration. He scolded himself silently. "I shouldn't have shown off such a powerful skill. What was I thinking?" Thompson had pushed his buttons, sure, but Alex knew better than to let his anger get the best of him. "I could have just used Slipstream," he thought, mentally kicking himself. It was a skill far less flashy and attention-grabbing. But no, he had to let his temper flare and pull out Petrify. Now, he'd drawn more eyes to himself than he wanted. As Alex fumed inwardly, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. Everyone around him stiffened, their faces shifting to expressions of confusion and alarm. A notification appeared in front of each of them, glowing faintly with an otherworldly hue. "Tutorial commencing now." The words hung in the air for a moment before being replaced by more messages. "Quest. Survive for 1 month in tutorial. You can earn tutorial points by killing tutorial monsters. And if you're feeling ambitious, you can hunt down a territorial king. Their general location will be revealed on the map. Proceed with caution. The number of tutorial points you earn will determine your rewards at the end, which will enable you to thrive in the new world after leaving the tutorial." Alex felt a shiver run down his spine, but it wasn't from fear, it was pure excitement. His eyes gleamed as he focused on the words floating before him. Earn tutorial points by killing monsters. His mind immediately jumped to the possibilities. More than anything else, his focus locked onto the mention of territorial kings. I wonder, could Murzik, the Cockatrice King, have been one of these territorial kings? Alex thought, his excitement growing. It made sense. Murzik had been a terrifying foe, but he hadn't received any tutorial points for defeating him earlier. The reason was obvious now. The tutorial hadn't officially started yet. What a shame, Alex mused, but his disappointment didn't linger. The notification had given him something far more important, a clear goal. He clenched his fists, his resolve strengthening. "I'll just start over. This time, I'll hunt every territorial king and rack up as many tutorial points as possible." Alex's ability and head start put him in a prime position to succeed. While others might focus solely on surviving this new, dangerous world, Alex saw an opportunity to thrive, and he didn't plan on holding back. While Alex's mind raced with strategies and ambitions, the rest of the group seemed far more cautious. Most were still coming to terms with the gravity of the situation, their faces pale and uncertain. But just as everyone began adjusting to the idea of surviving for a month, another notification appeared in their vision. You can also earn tutorial points for killing a fellow player. Good luck. Alex's eyes widened, his excitement evaporating in an instant. What the hell is this? He scanned the faces around him. Where there had been uncertainty, now there was dread, suspicion, and on a few faces, a glint of something darker. The air grew heavy with tension. The people beside him, those who had just moments ago seemed like comrades, now felt like potential enemies. The tutorial is encouraging us to kill each other, Alex thought grimly. His mind raced as he processed the implications. Every person here could be a threat, and the reward for eliminating them was enough to make anyone consider the possibility. His earlier words came back to haunt him. He'd scoffed at the idea of there being nothing to gain from killing others. Now, he wasn't so sure. Alex narrowed his eyes. Did I say there was nothing to gain from killing others? I might need to reconsider that. Chapter 52, Apologies. The revelation that players could earn points by killing each other was a game changer. Alex's mind churned with thoughts. If points can be gained this way, there's a high chance people will focus on killing each other instead of hunting real monsters. He grimaced. Not every human was sane. Among them, there were bound to be murderers, serial killers, or psychopaths who would see this as an opportunity, a twisted playground with no laws and no consequences. Without rules to hold them back, the worst of humanity could rise to the surface. Alex's gaze darkened as his thoughts turned to the man with the scythe. That killer hadn't even been aware of the tutorial's rules, yet he massacred every player who appeared with him. What would someone like that do now, knowing there were rewards for such actions? Alex shifted his focus to the group around him. He observed each face carefully. Some looked nervous, others focused, a few determined. But who among them might be the psychopath? The crazy one? The one with the potential to snap? His lips pressed into a thin line as a chilling thought crossed his mind. It could even be me. I've already considered killing them a couple of times. Before he could dwell on the idea, the tower suddenly began to tremble. The vibration was subtle at first, but it quickly grew stronger. What's happening? Someone shouted, panic evident in their voice. The tremors intensified, and the tower started to descend, slowly lowering itself like an elevator. The uneven movements caught many players off guard. Some lost their balance and fell to the floor. Others crouched instinctively, gripping the ground to avoid toppling over. But Alex stood firm, his footing steady despite the rumbling ground. He felt something soft curl into his hand, a gentle but firm grip. He glanced down to find Nancy clinging to him for balance. Her fingers wrapped around his hand tightly, as if afraid to let go. Alex raised an eyebrow, and Nancy quickly turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Her expression, however, was easy to read. I'm only holding you for safety. Alex smirked slightly, but said nothing. His attention shifted to the other tower in the distance. He could see it trembling and lowering just like theirs. The realization struck him. The tutorial was officially beginning. The tower they stood on sank deeper and deeper into the ground, its descent slow but steady. The grinding of stone against stone echoed through the air, making the tension even worse. Finally, the tower came to a stop with a loud thud. The top of the tower was now perfectly level with the forest floor below. For a moment, no one moved. The players exchanged nervous glances, unsure of what to expect next. Then, one by one, people began to rise to their feet, brushing themselves off and looking around. Alex took in their surroundings, his sharp eyes scanning the area. Towering trees stretched up to the sky, their dense canopy blocking out most of the sunlight. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and leaves. They were in the heart of a massive forest. All right, Jonah's voice broke the silence. He stepped forward, his tone calm and commanding. First things first, we need to find a place to camp, somewhere close to water if possible. Food is also going to be a priority. How are we supposed to find food in a place like this? Thompson asked, crossing his arms with a skeptical look. By hunting monsters, of course. A bulky man replied with a deep laugh, his voice brimming with confidence. Alex glanced at the group, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. Hunting monsters, huh? He didn't need to worry about that. Unlike the others, he had access to the shop where he could simply purchase meals with points. Survival would be easier for him, but he wasn't about to announce that and draw more attention to himself. None of them had leveled up yet, and without leveling up, they couldn't unlock the shop. Alex couldn't tell them that. Even though he was starting to feel the pangs of hunger, he resisted the urge to buy food from the shop. Doing so in front of the others would definitely draw unnecessary attention, and that was the last thing he wanted right now. This was exactly why he wanted to leave the group. Being on his own meant he wouldn't have to hold back or worry about what they might think. Jonah's voice broke through Alex's thoughts. All right, first things first, let's move. We don't know what might be lingering around here. Everyone stay alert. Anything could pop up. I'll stay in front to scout for monsters using my detection ability. Ash the archer volunteered confidently. Jonah nodded. That would be appreciated. Keep us informed of anything unusual. With that, the group began to walk, carefully weaving their way through the dense forest. Alex followed along, biding his time and waiting for the right moment to slip away. He glanced at the others, gauging the distance between them. If he could create enough space, he could activate Stealth Walk and vanish into the shadows without anyone noticing. But his plan had one major problem: Nancy. She was walking close, too close. Her pace matched his step for step, her presence unwavering at his side. If he suddenly disappeared, she would notice immediately. Alex sighed inwardly, his eyes flickering toward her. Her face was calm, but there was a subtle tension in the way she held herself, like she was ready to react to any danger. It doesn't matter, Alex thought to himself. He could leave if he really wanted to. Nancy's awareness wouldn't stop him. But then a strange realization settled over him. He didn't want to leave. Not like this. Not if it meant making her worry. Alex shook his head slightly, as if to clear his thoughts. What's wrong with me? He wondered. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Why? Did he actually enjoy being in the midst of others? Of her? No, Alex stayed focused. He tried to convince himself. The thought gnawed at Alex as he trudged along with the group. For someone who always preferred being on his own, this was unusual. Alex. A soft voice startled him, pulling him out of his thoughts. He turned toward the source and was surprised to see a familiar face, a middle-aged woman, one of his former co-workers. Evelyn, that's her name, right? Hey, he replied flatly, not meeting her gaze. In truth, he didn't feel like talking to anyone from his workplace. It brought bad memories. Alex braced himself for her to berate or criticize him for what he'd done earlier. That was usually what people did, point out what they didn't like about him. But what she said next caught him completely off guard. I wanted to say I'm sorry, Evelyn muttered, scratching the back of her neck awkwardly. Alex's eyes widened in surprise. What? She didn't stop there. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, she continued, her voice wavering. But I really am sorry. For just standing there. For watching while you were suffering and not doing anything. Alex turned away, his gaze fixed on the ground. You don't need to apologize, he said flatly, trying to mask the mix of emotions stirring within him. But Evelyn wasn't deterred. I do, she insisted, her voice softer now but laced with urgency. I don't know when I'll lose my life here. And as much as I want to survive and reunite with my daughter, I doubt I'll make it. Her words made Alex pause. It's selfish of me, I know, she admitted, her eyes glistening. But if I have to leave this world, I'd like to go with at least one less regret. That's why I'm apologizing. Alex exhaled deeply, letting her words sink in. She sounded so genuine, so mature. Unlike the others who had contributed to his misery, Evelyn had never mocked him, spoken rudely, or taken advantage of his lowly position. She had always stayed in the background, quiet but kind. Maybe that's why forgiving her didn't feel so difficult. He glanced at her, his hardened expression softening slightly. He couldn't blame her for what he'd gone through. He knew all too well what would have happened if she, or anyone else, had tried to intervene back then. They would have lost their jobs or been demoted, just like that. And Evelyn had a daughter to think about, a daughter she always used to talk about with pride. He remembered the way her face would light up when she mentioned wanting to give her little girl the best life possible. If she had stood up for him, she might have lost her job. Her daughter would have suffered for it. Even now, Alex could tell how much Evelyn worried about her daughter. That worry was written all over her face. And somehow, that made her apology feel even more real. Alex nodded, his expression softening as he understood Evelyn's emotions. You should worry more about yourself, Evelyn, he said firmly but not unkindly. Focus on surviving and reuniting with your daughter. Evelyn lowered her gaze, her shoulders slumping as doubt clouded her face. It was clear she didn't believe she'd make it out alive. Alex noticed her hesitation and continued, his voice steady and reassuring. Let the thought of meeting your daughter again be your motivation. I believe that's strong enough to keep you going in this world. And for what it's worth, I've never felt resentment toward you for what happened to me. Evelyn's eyes widened, shimmering with unshed tears. The weight of his words hit her hard. A single sob escaped her lips, and she began to cry softly, muttering, Thank you, thank you. Alex gave a small nod before stepping forward, leaving Evelyn behind to collect herself. Nancy trailed after him, her gaze fixed on his back. He could feel her eyes burning into him, more curious and intense than before. He stopped and turned to face her, one brow raised. What? Nancy blinked, startled by his sudden attention. Nothing, she said, though a small smile tugged at her lips. It's just, you're a better person than I expected. Alex tilted his head, unimpressed. You thought I was a bad person? Chapter 53, First Attack. Alex blinked, caught off guard by Nancy's words. He frowned slightly, the disbelief evident in his voice. You really thought I was a bad person? Nancy tilted her head, her expression calm but thoughtful. I just assumed. She began, pausing to choose her words carefully. I thought you'd be so consumed by rage, so angry at the world and everyone in it, that it would turn into hatred. Alex raised an eyebrow, her explanation intriguing him. And she gave a small smile, shrugging. And now I see that's not the case. Alex wasn't sure how to respond, so he settled on the simplest reply. Thanks, I guess. For a moment, silence settled between them as they walked. Nancy seemed lost in thought, her steps lighter but purposeful. Then, without warning, she broke the quiet. So, what's your motivation? Alex glanced at her, noticing the curiosity in her eyes. The answer came easily. It was something he had already decided. Power, he said without hesitation. Nancy stopped mid-step and narrowed her eyes at him, trying to read his expression. Power, she prodded. Alex then explained, his tone calm but resolute. Power to thrive in this changing world, he said, gesturing around him as if to indicate the strange new reality they found themselves in. There are forces in this world, things that are far beyond anything we can comprehend. Monsters, systems, even people who will treat us like pieces on a chessboard. He paused, his gaze hardening. I refuse to be a pawn in anyone's game. I'm seeking power so I can walk my own path, make my own choices, and never be at the mercy of someone else's plans. Nancy tilted her head slightly, her tone light but filled with admiration. That's a rather grand motivation, don't you think? She said with a teasing grin. Mine's much simpler, just to get home, curl up in bed, and fall asleep. That's all I want. Alex blinked, caught off guard. A chuckle escaped him before he could stop it. You're kidding, he said, eyebrows raised. But Nancy's expression didn't change. She looked completely serious, meeting his gaze with steady determination. Don't mock my goal, she said, crossing her arms. Alex raised his hands in surrender, smirking. All right, I won't mock it. He couldn't help but laugh quietly to himself. Talking to her was strangely refreshing. She had a way of being funny, even when she wasn't trying to be. But just as he was starting to relax, Alex froze mid-step. His body tensed, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. Something wasn't right. Nancy noticed his sudden change in demeanor. What's wrong? She asked, her voice dropping to a whisper. Alex held up a hand to signal her to stay quiet. He focused, his heightened senses kicking in. There it was, faint but growing louder. Rapid footsteps, heavy and irregular, pounding against the forest floor. He turned his head slightly, his voice low but clear. Something's coming. Fast. Continue your adventure in my virtual library empire. Out of the corner of his eye, he spotted the scout ahead of the group. The man had stopped, his posture stiff, eyes darting around as if he'd sensed the same thing. But Alex could tell the scout's detection skills were limited, likely due to his low level. For Alex, though, it was different. His time in this world and his enhanced stats had sharpened his instincts. The sound of snapping branches and rustling leaves painted a clear picture in his mind. His voice cut through the tense silence. Monsters. A dozen, maybe more. They're closing in fast. Gasps rippled through the group as people started to panic, their eyes darting around wildly. Is it true? Seriously? So soon? I can't do this. Are you sure? Whispers of panic rippled through the group, the tension rising like a wave about to crash. Jonah's brow furrowed as he turned to the scout, Ash, who stood frozen, his eyes darting around the forest. Ash squinted into the shadows, his posture tense, but after a moment, he shrugged. I don't see anything, Ash said cautiously, scanning their surroundings one more time. I don't sense anything either. Jonah turned to Alex, his expression skeptical but calm. How do you know, Alex? Do you have some kind of detection skill? All eyes fell on Alex, the murmurs quieting as they awaited his response. Alex crossed his arms and thought for a second. No, he didn't have any fancy detection skills, just honed instincts and heightened senses from his time here. But he wasn't about to explain that. I can't say I do, Alex replied evenly, his calm tone standing in stark contrast to the growing tension around him. The response was like fuel to a smoldering fire. What? Then why? Quit playing around, you piece of shit. Thompson's voice erupted, sharp and accusatory. He stepped forward, pointing a trembling finger at Alex. You think this is a joke? Are you messing with us? Another voice shouted, the frustration spreading. You think this is funny? Someone else added, their tone sharp and biting. Nancy frowned at the people scolding Alex. She didn't know him well, but from their brief interactions, she could tell he wasn't the type to joke around in serious situations. Ash, the scout, continued scanning the forest, his body tense as his eyes darted between the trees. Suddenly, his expression changed, his face went pale, and his hand shot up to point. There, Ash shouted. I see them. They're coming fast. About a dozen. The group turned in the direction Ash pointed, and in the distance, dark shapes moved swiftly through the underbrush. They were low to the ground, sleek and powerful, like oversized cheetahs with glowing, menacing eyes. Their movements were fast, coordinated, and terrifying. The berating died instantly, replaced by silence and wide-eyed fear. Alex stood firm, his face calm, though his heart raced. I told you, he thought, but now wasn't the time for vindication. Panic rippled through the group like a shockwave. They're coming straight for us, someone yelled, their voice cracking. Jonah's sharp gaze scanned the group. It was chaos. Some people were frozen in fear, while others trembled visibly, muttering under their breaths. They weren't ready for this, not so soon after arriving in this strange and hostile world. Jonah clenched his fists. He had to act fast. Can we outrun them? He asked, his voice urgent but steady as he turned to Ash. Ash shook his head, already knocking an arrow to his bow. Impossible. They're too fast, and there are too many of them. If we run, they'll pick us off one by one. We have to fight. The weight of Ash's words sank in, and the group collectively stiffened. Jonah inhaled deeply, forcing himself to stay calm. Listen up, Jonah barked, his voice cutting through the rising panic. If you can't fight, get to the center. Now. However, before anyone could react, the first beast appeared, a blur of motion as it lunged straight for one of the group. Its target was Evelyn. Her eyes widened in terror as the cheetah-like creature sprang toward her, jaws open wide, aiming for her neck. Frozen in fear, she turned her head and instinctively shut her eyes, bracing for the end. But then came a calm, low voice. Petrify. Evelyn cracked one eye open just in time to see the beast midair, its body suddenly stiffening as if it had turned to stone. It crashed heavily to the ground, unable to move. Alex stepped forward, his sword gleaming as he drove it through the immobilized creature. The blade sunk deep into its side, silencing the beast. Evelyn gasped, still frozen, as Alex turned toward her and yelled, "Get to the middle now." Her feet moved on instinct, carrying her toward the safety of the group's core. But before anyone else could act, another tiger leapt from the shadows. This one was faster, fiercer, and merciless. It tackled a young woman at the edge of the group, its massive jaws clamping down on her neck. The sickening sound of bones snapping filled the air, followed by a blood-curdling scream. Panic erupted. The group broke formation as chaos took hold. People shoved each other, scrambling in every direction to escape the advancing beasts. More of the tigers emerged from the tree-line, their sleek bodies circling the group like sharks. Their glowing eyes and low growls sent shivers down spines. Alex quickly glanced at the creatures, his system providing an assessment. Swift Tiger, rank E. The beasts roared in unison, their cries echoing through the forest. The sound was primal, a challenge meant to intimidate. But Alex wasn't intimidated. Even Nancy wasn't as calm. Her hands were trembling, and sweat trickled down her temple. She tried to keep a brave face, but it was obvious she was rattled. As the others panicked and trembled, Alex's lips curled into a grin. To him, they were no threat, just a pack of overgrown cats. But to the others, it was as if they were staring into the eyes of death itself. Chapter 54, First Attack 2. The tigers roared, their deafening cries slicing through the tense atmosphere as they launched their attack. Chaos erupted as the group scrambled into action, those able to fight rushing to meet the beasts head-on. Two of the tigers singled out Alex, their golden eyes locked onto him as they lunged simultaneously. Alex didn't flinch. His hand shot out, and he muttered, "Petrify." A faint ripple of energy spread from his fingertips, washing over the two beasts. Their bodies froze mid-air, muscles locking up like stone statues. With a swift motion, Alex swung his sword in a precise arc. The blade sliced through the frozen tigers effortlessly, cutting them down as if their bodies were made of paper. A chime echoed in his mind as glowing text appeared in front of him. You have killed Swift Tiger. You have received 50 tutorial points. You have received 50 tutorial points. Alex stepped back, scanning the battlefield. He could have ended the fight with far less effort. His abilities far surpassed these creatures, but he held back deliberately. No need to draw unnecessary attention. For now, he would work within the limits he'd set for himself. His eyes darted to the rest of the group. Some were struggling, others barely holding on. But one person immediately caught his attention, Nancy. She was a blur of movement, dismantling her armor mid-fight. Her ability to manipulate metal was in full display as the armor pieces floated around her, reshaping into deadly, jagged blades. Tiger charging at her, dropping it instantly. More tigers surged toward her, their growls echoing across the battlefield, but Nancy didn't falter. She wielded the floating blades with precision and confidence, twirling them in a deadly dance that tore through the oncoming beasts. Jonah was holding his own impressively, darting through the battlefield with agility that made his movements look almost effortless. His strikes were sharp and precise, carving through the tigers that dared to approach him. Ash, stationed on higher ground, was supporting the group with precision. He loosed arrow after arrow, each one finding its mark and bringing down tigers before they could overwhelm the others. Even Thompson and his group, despite their earlier hostility, were holding their ground. Their attacks were rough and unrefined, expected for a group facing their first battle, but they managed to work together, taking down the tigers one by one. So far, the group had suffered no casualties aside from the first victim. It wasn't perfect, but they were surviving. Alex, meanwhile, continued dispatching tigers with ease, his every movement efficient and calculated. As he cut down another beast, a ripple of unease washed over him. His instinct screamed a warning, something stronger was coming. He glanced in the direction of the trees, narrowing his eyes as he sensed the presence of a more powerful foe. Swift Tiger, rank EH. This tiger wasn't like the others. It was the leader of the pack, a high-ranking beast within its class. One of the fighters, a brash swordsman, stepped forward. He gripped his blade tightly, overconfident from their success against the lower-ranked tigers, and charged at the high-ranked tiger without hesitation. The beast's eyes glinted, and in a flash, it moved. Its massive paw lashed out with blinding speed, slicing clean through the man's arm. Blood sprayed as the severed limb hit the ground. The swordsman staggered back, clutching his shoulder, but he didn't have time to scream. The tiger lunged, its powerful jaws snapping shut around his head. With a sickening crunch, it ended his life in an instant. The group froze in horror, the sight of their comrade's brutal death sending shockwaves through their morale. The tiger boss let out an ear-splitting roar that echoed through the battlefield, drawing everyone's attention. Its eyes gleamed with predatory intent as it locked onto the rest of the group and charged, its powerful legs kicking up dirt with every stride. Thompson and his group, positioned on the tiger's path, froze in fear. The sheer presence of the beast was enough to shake their confidence. Thompson snapped out of it and quickly summoned a fireball, his hand trembling as he launched it toward the tiger. But the beast was too fast. With a quick leap to the side, it easily dodged the attack. Seeing his attack fail, Thompson's face went pale. "This isn't normal. This thing's too strong," he stammered, panic overtaking him. Instead of preparing for another strike, he turned and ran, abandoning the fight entirely. "Wait!" Thompson, one of his close allies within the group, yelled, but their cries fell on deaf ears. Seeing their leader flee, the rest of Thompson's group scattered in fear, each person running in a different direction. This left the non-combatants vulnerable. The tiger's eyes locked onto the unprotected group, its lips curling back into a feral snarl. It wasted no time, charging toward the defenseless cluster. Evelyn, who stood among the non-combatants, stepped forward with her staff in hand. Her legs trembled, and her knuckles turned white as she gripped the staff tightly. The tiger lunged, claws outstretched, aiming for the group. Evelyn raised her staff instinctively, bracing for impact. But before the beast could reach them, a massive figure barreled into it from the side. The sound of the collision reverberated through the air as the tiger was knocked off its trajectory, rolling across the ground with a growl. Evelyn blinked in surprise as a man stepped into view, a towering figure clad in heavy armor, his massive frame resembling that of a tank. "Thanks, Gustav," she said, relief flooding her voice. Gustav glanced back at her briefly. "Stay back. I've got this," he said with calm determination. The tiger boss struggled to rise, its massive body trembling as it pushed against the ground. Gustav didn't give it a chance to recover. With a fierce roar, he slammed into it again, shoving it onto its side with a deafening crash. The beast hit the ground hard, dust flying into the air. But this wasn't enough to stop it. Thompson and his scattered group noticed Gustav's efforts. "He's holding it off by himself?" One of them muttered, disbelief in their voice. "Discover stories at my virtual library empire." Gustav wasn't done yet. Summoning all his strength, he activated his ability to amplify his power, muscles bulging beneath his armor. He planted himself firmly on the tiger's back, wrapping his thick arms around its neck in an attempt to choke the beast into submission. For a moment, it seemed like he might succeed, but the tiger's strength was overwhelming. The beast snarled and thrashed wildly, its powerful claws digging deep into Gustav's thighs. Blood seeped through his armor as pain shot through his body. Gustav gritted his teeth, struggling to maintain his grip. Panic began to flood his mind as the tiger continued to overpower him. "Help! I need help!" Gustav bellowed, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Utha, one of the nearby fighters, turned to him, sword in hand. He took a hesitant step forward, raising his weapon, but froze mid-stride. The tiger roared again, its claws tearing deeper into Gustav. Utha's courage wavered as he saw the beast breaking free from the tank man's hold. "Nah, I'm not dying here," Utha muttered, taking a shaky step back. Thompson, who was still lingering nearby, saw the chaos unfolding. Without hesitation, he turned and bolted, shouting, "Fall back! We're no match for that thing." Seeing Thompson flee, the others followed suit, fear taking over. "Wait, don't leave me!" Gustav shouted, his voice desperate. But the cowards kept running, abandoning him. The tiger, sensing its opportunity, surged upward with a burst of strength. Gustav's grip broke, and the beast swung a massive paw, sending him sprawling to the ground with a thunderous slam. Before Gustav could recover, the tiger pounced. Its jaws clamped down on his arm, fangs piercing through the armor as if it were paper. Gustav screamed in pain, struggling to free himself. Blood dripped onto the ground, and the tiger growled menacingly, its teeth sinking deeper into his flesh. Gustav screamed in agony as the tiger clamped its teeth tighter around his arm. With a savage snarl, the beast swung its massive head left and right, thrashing Gustav like a rag doll. His cries of pain echoed, but there was no one near enough to save him. In one final, brutal motion, the tiger flung Gustav away. He hit the ground with a sickening thud, his severed arm landing a few feet away. Blood sprayed across the dirt as Gustav writhed in pain, Evelyn rushing to his side with trembling hands, already chanting healing spells. The tiger boss didn't waste any time. Its glowing eyes locked onto Thompson and his allies, who were still running for their lives. With a guttural roar, the beast charged after them, closing the distance in seconds. Ash, perched on a branch above, quickly notched an arrow. His sharp eyes followed a tiger's movement, and with precision, he let the arrow fly. The projectile pierced the side of a smaller tiger, bringing it down instantly. Nearby, Nancy slashed through another tiger, her floating metal blades dancing like extensions of her will. Jonah wasn't far off, his sword flashing as he struck the final tiger in a single, calculated blow. As the immediate threats were dealt with, Jonah took a moment to assess the group's condition. His eyes darted to Gustav, who lay on the ground, pale and bleeding, with Evelyn frantically healing him. Then his gaze shifted to the tiger boss. The beast had already caught up to Thompson's group, and the aftermath was horrifying. Two of Thompson's allies lay lifeless on the ground, their bodies torn apart by the tiger's ferocious claws. Thompson and a few others scrambled to escape, panic etched on their faces. Clicking his teeth in frustration, Jonah barked out a command. "Everyone, move and back them up now. We can't lose more people." The group obeyed without hesitation, rushing to assist. But as they hurried forward, Nancy noticed Alex wasn't moving. "Alex, what are you?" she started to yell, but her voice caught in her throat as she turned to look at him. His gaze was icy, a coldness so intense it made her shiver despite the chaos around them. He stood there, calm and unflinching, but the aura he gave off was different. Nancy hesitated, her instincts screaming at her to leave him be, and without another word, she ran to help the others, sparing Alex one last glance over her shoulder as she wondered what had happened to him. Author's note: an ice-cold cola or a slice of pizza would totally make my day. Show some love to this struggling author, huh? No homo, just a hungry writer out here. Chapter 55, Lashing Out. Together, Nancy and the rest of the group faced the tiger boss. It was unlike the regular ones they had just fought before. The tiger's movements were fast, too fast, and its strength seemed endless. Even though the creature had been pierced by arrows, slashed by swords, and pummeled with magical attacks, it still kept fighting. It wasn't showing any signs of slowing down. We can't keep this up much longer, Jonah thought to himself, his sword slick with blood. They needed a game changer, someone with power like Alex's. But Alex wasn't moving. He was standing there, an unmoving figure in the chaos. Alex, we need you to use Petrify, Jonah called, his voice desperate. But Alex didn't respond. Jonah's frustration boiled over, and he clicked his teeth. There was something off about Alex, something that wasn't right, but Jonah couldn't afford to figure out now. Not when the group was in danger. With renewed determination, the group pressed on. Every attack they threw at the tiger seemed to only anger him more. But their combined efforts were finally taking a toll. The tiger, once so ferocious, was slowing down. Nancy, with her metal manipulation powers, saw an opening. She focused all her energy and summoned a collar of sharp metal blades that floated around the tiger's neck. She twisted her wrist, and the blades transformed into a saw-like circle, spinning faster and faster, grinding away at the beast's flesh. The tiger howled in pain, its claws flailing as it tried to break free. In one final, brutal moment, the collar of blades sliced through the tiger's neck with a sickening snap. Its head fell to the ground with a dull thud, the lifeless body crumpling beside it. The battle was over. The group stood panting, covered in sweat and blood. They had won, but the cost was heavy. As the rewards appeared, there was no joy. Jonah glanced at the fallen bodies of his comrades, the faces of the lost still haunting him. They had all leveled up, sure, but it didn't feel like a victory. Jonah exhaled sharply, his frustration bubbling over. He walked toward Alex, his footsteps heavy with anger. Why didn't you join the battle? We could have really used your help, Jonah said, his voice rough, not even trying to hide the irritation. Alex didn't even look at him, his frown deepening. He had heard this before, people demanding help, expecting him to be there when they needed him. But what he realized now, that he didn't realize then, was that he wasn't obligated to save anyone. I was out of mana, Alex replied, his voice cold, a clear indication that he had no intention of explaining himself further. Are you serious? I find that hard to believe. Jonah shot back, incredulous. Believe what you want, Jonah. I won't try to convince you. Jonah froze. He had really looked at Alex, but now that he was seeing him, Alex looked completely different. He was emanating an overwhelming aura, one that made Jonah hesitate for a moment. Jonah cleared his throat, trying to shake off the sudden discomfort. He forced himself to speak again, but his voice was quieter this time, more careful. Did you really run out? Alex didn't reply. Jonah's brow creased in frustration. He was sure Alex had more in him and could do so much more than what he showed. But why hadn't he? Jonah glanced back at the fallen bodies of his comrades, the people he had fought alongside, people he had grown close to. The dead faces stared back at him, reminders of the cost of their failure. Find adventures on my virtual library empire. Did Alex not feel anything? Was he really that detached? Jonah's mind flashed back to the days at work, to the Alex he remembered, the meek, quiet guy who always kept to himself. He could almost hear the laughter of his coworkers, whispering behind his back. Maybe he hadn't been seeing the full picture all along. But still, Jonah glanced at Alex, noticing the barely contained fury in his eyes. It was the first time he'd seen him like this since they had met in this new world. His anger was palpable, the tension radiating off him like a storm about to break. Jonah sighed and placed his hand gently on Alex's shoulder, trying to offer some comfort, his voice softer this time. Ads by Pub Future. Alex, you shouldn't lose your humanity just because you're resentful, he said, his tone calm. And for a moment, there was silence. But Alex's eyes snapped up to meet Jonah's, and Jonah felt the weight of his gaze, a mix of rage and something darker. Alex spat, his voice sharp like a blade. Why the hell are you preaching to me, huh? What the hell do you know? Before Jonah could react, Alex swatted his hand away and turned, walking off with heavy steps, like he wanted to leave everything behind. But as he tried to pass, he suddenly found himself face to face with Thompson. You son of a bitch. Without warning, Thompson threw a punch, fast and vicious. But Alex was quicker. Thompson growled in frustration, his fist still swinging through the air. He turned to face Alex again, his eyes filled with anger. Even if you were out of mana, you could have at least joined the battle. It could have made a damn difference. Alex's voice was calm, but there was an edge to it, sharp as a blade. You overestimate me, Thompson. After all, in your words, I'm nothing but a piece of shit. Thompson's face twisted with rage, his fists clenching. You bast! Before he could finish, Thompson lunged at Alex. But Alex was faster. With a swift kick, he struck Thompson in the chest, sending him sprawling to the ground. The crowd gasped, their eyes darting between Alex and Thompson. You hypocrite! Alex's voice boomed as he stepped closer to the downed Thompson. You're mad at me for not helping? You, who ran like a coward when Gustav was fighting the tiger alone, screaming for help? You dare lecture me? Thompson froze, his face pale. Around them, the others who had abandoned Gustav suddenly looked away, their guilt written across their faces. Thompson's shock turned to anger. How had Alex seen that? He was sure everyone else had been too distracted during the chaos to notice. Why aren't you denying it? Alex pressed, his tone cold and unyielding. Thompson gritted his teeth, his anger bubbling over. You bastard, he roared, summoning a fireball. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled it at Alex. But Alex didn't flinch. He raised his hand, swatting the fireball away with ease. The fiery projectile veered off course, slamming harmlessly into a tree, leaving a charred mark on the bark. The crowd stood stunned, unsure of what to do. Oi, Thompson! Alex! What the hell are you doing? Jonah shouted, his voice sharp as he hurried toward them. Alex turned his gaze to Thompson, his expression dark and foreboding. You just tried to attack me, Alex said, his voice low and deadly. It's only fair if I strike back, isn't it? Thompson stammered, his voice shaky with fear and confusion. What are you doing? Alex loomed over him, his gaze icy and unrelenting. This isn't the real world, Thompson. Here, you don't get away with being a bully. Raising his sword, Alex's grip tightened. He was ready to swing, his intent clear, when Nancy's voice cut through the tense air, sharp and filled with alarm. Alex, what got into you? She stepped in front of Thompson, her arms outstretched as a barrier. Alex froze his blade inches from completing its descent. Her words jolted him like a splash of cold water. For the first time since the fight began, Alex blinked, and clarity began to seep back into his mind. He looked at Nancy, then at the terrified faces of the others watching him. Jonah stood off to the side, hesitant, his eyes filled with unease. The silence was deafening, the weight of their stares pressing down on him. He inhaled deeply, his grip on the sword slackening. What was I thinking? All of this just made him realize he didn't belong here. The sword shimmered as it vanished into his inventory. Alex lowered his gaze, frustration churning within him. Without another word, he turned on his heel and began walking away. The players parted as he passed, giving him a wide berth. No one dared to speak or would try to stop him. Even Thompson, now on the ground, could only watch, his face a mix of relief and lingering fear. Nancy's hand twitched as if she wanted to reach out to stop him, but she stayed frozen. The cold aura around Alex, as he walked away, told her he wasn't ready to listen. Alex clenched his fists as he distanced himself from the group, his emotions boiling over. Anger, resentment, isolation, it all threatened to consume him. He didn't trust himself around others, not when he was like this. It's better this way, he thought, his footsteps echoing in the stillness. Better if I'm alone. With as much anger, with the strength he possessed, it was too easy to lose control. Author's note. Let's keep the support rolling, guys. It's a huge factor in whether 2 chapters a day will become a reality starting next year. Every bit of love helps, so I appreciate it all, whether it's a review, Power Stone, golden tickets, or gifts. Let's make it happen together. Chapter 56, Screw This. Alex heard the soft patter of footsteps behind him, then felt a gentle hand wrap around his wrist. He stopped, his shoulders tense, but didn't turn around. Where are you going? Nancy's voice was calm, almost soothing, but there was a firmness in her tone that demanded an answer. Alex finally glanced over his shoulder. Her gaze was steady, her eyes soft, as if she was silently telling him she understood. But she didn't. She couldn't possibly understand him. Your journey continues at my virtual library empire. He sighed, the sound heavy with exhaustion. I'm not a good person, Nancy, he said flatly, shaking his head. He turned to leave, trying to pull his hand free, but her grip tightened. She wasn't letting him go so easily. Where are you going? She repeated, her voice firmer this time. It's obvious, Alex replied, keeping his back to her. I don't belong in this group. Nancy stepped closer, still holding on to his wrist. But we need you, Alex. I know you're capable of so much more. You're just holding back. Because I don't care, Alex said, his tone sharp and dismissive. He tried to convince himself it was true, that it didn't matter. But deep down, even he wasn't sure. Nancy frowned, her eyes narrowing slightly as she studied him. She didn't believe a word of it. She'd seen him with Evelyn, the way he watched out for her, the way he quietly stepped in when things got too dangerous. No, she said, her voice cutting through his denial. It's because you're afraid. That made Alex pause. He turned to face her fully, his brows furrowing in confusion. Afraid? Yes, she said, her grip unwavering. Afraid people will see your strength and be terrified of it. Afraid you'll lose control. Afraid of admitting that, deep down, you actually care. Her words hit him like a punch to the gut. Alex stared at her, stunned into silence. She wasn't wrong, and the truth in her words made his chest tighten. Alex scoffed, his voice barely more than a whisper. What the hell do you know? Nancy's expression softened, but her resolve didn't waver. Nothing, she admitted, which is why I'm curious. I want to know more about you. His eyes narrowed, studying her face for any sign of fear or deception. You're not afraid of me? His voice dropped lower, tinged with something dark. You could die in less than a second if I willed it. Nancy frowned at the statement. Somehow, she didn't doubt him. They were supposed to be on the same level. Maybe she was even a little stronger after leveling up in a Tiger Boss fight, but none of that mattered. Standing in front of Alex, she felt a weight, an unspoken presence that screamed he was far beyond her. I'm not afraid, she said quietly but firmly. Alex chuckled bitterly, his voice dripping with self-loathing. You should be. His gaze drifted downward, almost as if he couldn't bear to look her in the eye. I watched him get hurt, Nancy. I stood there and did nothing. Nancy's brow furrowed. Boo, Gustav, Alex said, his tone cold and detached. I could have helped. I could have stopped it. Easily. Made sure no one had to die. He clenched his fist, his voice breaking slightly. But I didn't. Nancy's grip loosened, and she finally let go of his hand, her thoughts a whirlwind of confusion and unease. She took a small step back, tried to process his words. He wasn't wrong. If Alex had stepped in, the battle would have been over faster. The casualties would have been fewer. She wanted to dismiss it, to say it wasn't his fault, but deep down, she couldn't completely silence the small voice of resentment that had taken root. I'm not a good person, Nancy, Alex said flatly, his voice carrying a cold finality. His eyes locked onto hers, unflinching. Even now, I consider all of you burdens. Especially you. Nancy froze. The words hit her like a sudden gust of icy wind. She stared at him, searching his expression for any trace of hesitation or regret, but found none. He wasn't lying. He truly believed what he had just said. Is that so? Nancy murmured, forcing a small, bitter smile as she looked down at the ground. Alex's gaze remained on her, unyielding. He studied her reaction with a mix of curiosity and indifference. Her posture slumped slightly, and for a moment, it seemed like his words had cut deep. Nancy sighed, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Her voice was softer now, but there was still a spark of defiance in her tone. I still think you're not a good person, she admitted. Then, raising her head to meet his gaze, she added, but you're definitely an asshole. No doubt about that. Alex blinked, momentarily caught off guard by her bluntness. Before he could reply, the sound of approaching footsteps broke the tense silence. Both of them turned toward the noise. It was Jonah. He slowed as he approached, immediately noticing the heavy atmosphere hanging between Alex and Nancy. His eyes darted between them, picking up on their expressions, Nancy's guarded stance, Alex's distant and cold demeanor. Jonah stepped closer. Whatever had passed between them wasn't his concern right now. He cleared his throat and got straight to the point. Ash found a place where we can stay for the night, Jonas said, his voice steady but tinged with exhaustion. We're heading there after burning. After we handle those who didn't make it. Nancy nodded awkwardly, clearly still processing everything. Oh, all right, she replied quietly, avoiding Alex's gaze as she turned and started walking away. Alex stood still, his eyes following Nancy as she left. She didn't look back. Jonah started to follow her, his steps slow and deliberate. Then, as if remembering something, he stopped and turned back to Alex. You coming too? Jonah asked, his tone light, but his eyes studying Alex carefully. Alex didn't answer immediately. Instead, he observed Jonah closely. His demeanor was different, calmer, more composed than when he'd almost lost it earlier during the confrontation with Thompson. There was even a faint smile on Jonah's face now, but something about it struck Alex as unreadable. Alex's mind churned, trying to decipher the expression, but as always, Jonah was an enigma. When Alex didn't reply, Jonah spoke again, his voice a little softer this time. Like I said, we need to stick together to survive. Don't keep everyone waiting too long. He gestured toward the group. We'll leave once we bury the ones who didn't make it. Jonah turned and walked away, his footsteps crunching softly against the dirt. Alex remained standing, rooted in place, as the weight of Jonah's words settled over him like a heavy blanket. A swirl of emotions churned inside him, guilt and hope wrestling for dominance. Guilt gnawed at him because he couldn't shake the thought that if I had acted, no one would have died. The faces of the fallen flashed through his mind like ghosts, haunting and unrelenting. But Alex shoved them back. He wouldn't allow himself to be judged. In contrast to the feeling of guilt, there was also hope, a flicker of something unfamiliar yet stubborn. A lie. Jonah's words implied that, despite everything, there was still a place for him. A spot in the group he thought he didn't belong to. Alex exhaled sharply, his breath visible in the cold night air. His eyes followed the path Jonah had taken, his figure now a distant shadow. Jonah's words always had a way of messing with him. Even before this chaos, back at work, there had been something about the way Jonah spoke. His words always felt like something layered, like a puzzle he couldn't solve. Simple sentences felt like they carried hidden meanings meant only for him. Yet he never understood. It frustrated him. Maybe it meant nothing. Maybe he was just overthinking it. Against his better judgment, Jonah's words always managed to nudge Alex into action, even when he didn't want to move. He hated how they lingered in his mind, challenging him to figure out Jonah's intent. But not this time. Alex clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white. I'm done being the fool, he thought bitterly. He was done being the guy everyone uses and expects to just go along with it. With that resolve, Alex spun on his heel and walked in the opposite direction. His steps were firm and purposeful. He wasn't going to deal with this emotional mess anymore. He didn't need to nor want to. There were bigger things to focus on, monsters to kill, leveling up so he wouldn't be a pawn in anyone's game. That's where his attention needed to be. Opening the system interface, Alex pulled up the map. A holographic grid appeared in front of him, marking key points across the terrain. His eyes locked onto one spot in the north of the forest, a marker glowing ominously red. The first king-level beast. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips. Perfect. That would be his next destination. Chapter 57 Bloody Betrayal. Author's note. Big shout out to Icy Shadow 2323 for making this chapter possible. Thanks for the pizza. You're the MVP at the moment. As Alex walked through the dense forest, the sound of low grunts and the crunching of bones reached his ears. He stopped in his tracks, his sharp eyes scanning ahead. There they were. A pack of giant boars, their massive bodies the size of bulls. Blood tusk rank, e.g. Their thick, bristled hides gleamed under the moonlight, and their razor-sharp tusks glinted like deadly weapons. But what caught Alex's attention was their behavior. They weren't foraging or digging through the soil as normal boars would. Instead, they were tearing into the bloody remains of another boar, a corpse mangled beyond recognition. Alex frowned, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Boars are supposed to be vegetarians, he thought. But these creatures? They were something else entirely, twisted and feral, now nothing more than flesh-hungry monsters. He didn't bother with stealth. Stepping out from the shadows, Alex walked calmly into the open. The boars lifted their heads, blood dripping from their tusks and snouts. Their beady eyes locked onto him, their nostrils flaring as they sniffed the air. They snorted loudly, their breaths visible in the cold. Aggressive, territorial. One of them stomped the ground, letting out a guttural roar. Then, as if on cue, it charged at Alex with incredible speed, its massive hooves thundering against the earth. The rest of the pack followed, a stampede of death racing toward him. Alex stood still, unflinching. His expression was blank, calm, and almost bored. The first boar was nearly upon him, tusks aimed directly at his chest. Its savage roar filled the air, but Alex didn't move an inch. When the beast was mere feet away, Alex's lips parted, and in a cold, detached voice, he muttered, "Petrify!" The pack froze in their tracks. The charging boars, once brimming with ferocity, were now motionless. Their massive forms were locked in place, their eyes wide with panic and confusion. It was as if an invisible force had gripped their very souls. Alex's skill, Petrify, had worked perfectly. The boar at the front, the largest and most aggressive of the group, was inches away from him. Alex leaned in slightly, staring into its ugly, twisted face. Its features were grotesque, jagged tusks stained with blood and bits of flesh, and wild eyes that betrayed its fury. What an ugly bastard, Alex thought, his expression unchanging. He straightened and let out a small sigh. He could feel the timer on his skill ticking down. Petrify wouldn't hold them forever. The beast's trembling bodies were a warning. They'd break free any second now. No time to waste. With a burst of speed, Alex dashed forward, his sword materializing in his hand in a flash of light. The moment the timer ended, the boars began to move again, their muscles twitching and their growls returning. But they were too slow. Alex was already in motion. He blitzed past the first boar in an instant. Its body shuddered as a clean slash appeared across its torso. The second and third didn't even have time to react. Alex spun on his heel, his blade slicing through the air with deadly precision. A single swing cleaved through both of them, their massive forms collapsing to the ground in pieces. The fight was over before it even began. The forest grew silent, save for the faint rustle of leaves. Blood pooled beneath the remains of the beasts, soaking into the earth. A series of notifications popped up in Alex's vision, glowing faintly in the dim light. You have killed 3 boar beasts. You have received 50 tutorial points. You have received a piece of boar meat. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received an additional 50 tutorial points. You have received another piece of boar meat. Alex gave his sword a sharp flick, sending the blood splattering off the blade. The fight had been too easy. The monsters here were weak, barely a challenge for someone like him. Sure, the tutorial points were useful, especially since his title doubled the rewards he earned, but it wasn't enough. Not for him. Alex swiped open his system interface, scrolling through the points he'd collected. The numbers were growing steadily, but it still felt underwhelming. These points are a joke. If I fought something stronger, I'd get way more. The D-rank zone was far ahead of him, and he'd wandered into this weaker area by accident. Ads by Pub Future. If he wanted real progress, he needed to get back there, or better yet, head straight to a C-rank zone where the monsters were tougher, stronger, and deadlier. That's where he'd find the real challenges. That's where he could grow. Alex tightened the straps on his gear and adjusted the sheath on his back. The path ahead was long and rough. Reaching the stronger zones would take at least a day of travel. He let out an annoyed sigh, his breath fogging slightly in the cool air. What a drag. Alex let out a tired sigh as he trudged forward. But then, distant sounds broke the quiet, a series of shouts, grunts, and the unmistakable clash of weapons. The chaotic noise of an ongoing battle. Curiosity piqued. Alex veered off the beaten path and headed toward the source of the commotion. Moving swiftly and silently, he crouched behind a cluster of bushes, peering through the foliage to get a better view. In a clearing ahead, a group of players, 9 in total, was locked in combat with an enormous boar. The beast was a hulking mass of muscle, its tusks as long and sharp as spears. Its hide was thick and covered in scars, evidence of past battles. A system prompt flickered in Alex's vision. Bloodtusk rank ER. A boss monster, just like that swift tiger boss from before. The boar rampaged through the group with unrelenting ferocity. Its massive hooves pounded the ground, shaking the earth with each step as it charged. Players scattered to avoid its deadly tusks, but the beast was quick, pivoting with surprising agility for its size. Alex watched as the players moved in tandem, their attacks coordinated and precise. They danced around the boar, striking at its legs, flanks, and eyes whenever an opening appeared. Their movements were fluid, almost like they'd been doing this for years. Unlike Jonah's group, who fumbled their way through fights, this team was sharp, experienced, and organized. The tank bellowed, his voice cutting through the chaos. Luther now. Finish it. A tall figure with a sturdy stance stepped forward. Luther, the spearman. His weapon gleamed under the sunlight as he thrust it forward, the tip glowing with a brilliant light. With a sharp yell, Luther unleashed an energy beam from his spear. The beam tore through the air with a crackling sound, striking the boar squarely in the chest. Boom! The force of the attack blew a gaping hole through the beast's torso. Blood sprayed across the ground as the enormous boar staggered backward, its massive body swaying. It let out a final, guttural snarl, its legs giving out beneath it. Thud! The ground trembled as the beast collapsed, lifeless. For a moment, the clearing was silent except for the panting of the exhausted players. Then, a cheer erupted. Yes, we did it, one player yelled, punching the air. I leveled up twice, another said, grinning from ear to ear, the excitement evident in their voice. From his hiding spot, Alex continued to observe. As the group celebrated, he noticed something interesting. They weren't just one unified team. Instead, it was two separate groups working together. The first group, led by Luther the Spearman, consisted of 5 players. They were the ones who landed the killing blow. The second group, led by the tank who had coordinated the final strike, consisted of 4 players. The spearman, Luther, turned to the tank, extending his hand with a friendly smile. It was great working with you, Kiev, Luther said smoothly, his voice calm and composed. But Alex, watching from the shadows, felt a chill crawl down his spine. Something about Luther's smile seemed wrong, forced, deceptive. Alex's sharp eyes darted upward. That's when he saw it. An archer perched in the trees, hidden among the branches, had his bow drawn, the string taut, and an arrow aimed directly at the tank. The tank face twisted in confusion. Something was off. His name wasn't Kiev. Swish! The archer let the arrow loose, and it zipped through the air and struck the tank's neck with deadly precision. Thunk! The tank's eyes widened in shock, his hands instinctively flying to the shaft lodged in his throat. Blood spurted from the wound, staining his armor and the ground beneath him. His legs buckled as he stumbled back, choking, trying to process what had just happened. He turned his gaze toward Luther, and that's when he saw it, the cruel, twisted grin spreading across the Luther's face. You, damn, tie. Slash. The tank croaked, his voice gurgling as blood filled his throat. Luther cut him off literally. With a swift motion, he drew a blade and slit the tank's throat, silencing him forever. The tank crumpled to the ground, lifeless. Luther turned to face the remaining 3 players from the tank's group, their expressions a mixture of horror and disbelief as they witnessed their leader's brutal betrayal. Luther's men, standing behind him, were already prepared, their expression savage. Luther then pointed his bloodied blade at the stunned survivors and commanded, "Attack!" Chapter 58, Flee or Kill. The remaining 3 members of the tank's group broke into a panic as Luther's betrayal became clear. One of them, a young woman with a wand, stepped back, her hands trembling. Gathering her courage, she raised the wand to cast a spell. But before the words left her lips, a massive figure barreled toward her. Crack! Jagger, a towering brute wielding a war hammer, slammed the weapon into her ribs with devastating force. The impact sent her flying like a rag doll, tumbling across the ground. Her body collided with a tree, the sickening thud of bone meeting would echoing through the clearing. She didn't move. Yo, Jagger. Soren, a lanky man holding twin daggers, called out, irritation in his voice. Why'd you kill her so fast? We could have had some fun first. Sorry, Soren, Jagger said with a shrug, his tone completely devoid of remorse. Accident. Soren rolled his eyes, muttering under his breath as the carnage continued. The last 2 survivors tried to regroup, but chaos was already tearing them apart. One of them, a determined swordsman, faced off against Edgar, Luther's skilled blade wielder. The clash of swords rang out as the 2 fought, the survivor managing to keep Edgar on the defensive. His strikes were quick and precise, forcing Edgar to retreat step by step. It looked like he might actually have the upper hand. Twang! An arrow zipped through the air and struck the swordsman in the thigh. Arg! He groaned, the pain shooting through his leg. He faltered, his balance breaking just enough for Edgar to exploit the opening. Slash! Edgar's blade tore across his chest, and the man stumbled back, clutching the wound. His breathing was labored, his vision blurring as he glared at Luther. You piece of shit, he spat, fury burning in his eyes. You were the one who proposed the truce. Luther's expression didn't change. If anything, he seemed amused. The swordsman's defiant shout was cut short as Soren appeared behind him. With a quick, brutal motion, Soren drove his dagger straight through the man's skull. Thunk! The swordsman hit the ground with a dull thud, lifeless. Soren smirked, crouching next to the corpse. It's your fault for believing in that truce crap, he muttered dismissively. He stood and turned toward the last survivor, his grin widening. The lone remaining member of the group shrieked, his eyes darting between the corpses of his teammates. His heart raced as panic set in. Unlike the others, he wasn't a fighter. He was a healer, someone who could mend wounds but couldn't inflict harm. He dropped his weaponless hands, trembling, and raised them high in surrender as Edgar stepped closer, his sword still dripping with fresh blood. "Wait, please don't kill me," the healer begged, his voice cracking. "I can help you. You need me. You don't have a healer, do you?" "I can." Before he could finish, Luther stepped forward, his spear already glowing with lethal energy. Boom! A searing blast of light shot from the weapon, striking the healer dead center. The man staggered back. A gaping hole burned into his chest. His expression froze in disbelief as he collapsed, his body hitting the ground lifelessly. Luther lowered his spear, his face cold and impassive. From the bushes, Alex frowned as he silently observed the carnage. Player killers. He'd suspected something like this would happen eventually, but not this quickly. Humans were opportunistic. Killing other players was far easier, and sometimes more rewarding, than risking their lives against monsters. "It was smart to hide Kiev," Soren said, glancing at the archer perched in the trees. His tone was casual, as if they hadn't just murdered an entire group. He caught them totally off guard. The archer, Kiev, leapt down from the trees, landing gracefully near the group. He approached Luther with purpose, his bow slung across his back, and his expression serious. "Sir," Kiev began, his voice steady, "I found a group camping downstream." Luther barely looked up as he rummaged through the belongings of the dead tank, searching for anything valuable. "Really? How many are there?" he asked absent-mindedly. "About 12, Kiev replied. "But they look exhausted." 12. Soren raised an eyebrow, leaning on his dagger. "That's a big group. Could be risky." Kiev shook his head, his tone firm. "Most of them aren't fighters. Looks like they're just a bunch of random players who decided to stick together after arriving at the tower." "Even so, 12's still a lot," Soren countered, his hesitation evident. "If a few of them know how to fight, they could turn the tables on us." Kiev scowled, his voice sharpening. "Don't be a coward. You know how much we gain from this. The rewards are worth it." Luther finally stood, holding a shiny silver ring he'd scavenged from the tank's body. He turned to the others, his cold eyes gleaming. "Kiev's right," Jagger said. "Thanks to our contract with the Blood Monarch, the more humans we kill, the faster we gain EXP and awaken new skills." From his hiding spot, Alex's jaw tightened as he listened. Blood Monarch? It sounded like the name of a demon, sinister and foreboding. But Alex was sure it wasn't just some random entity. It had to be one the gods Apollo had warned him about. "I thought they wouldn't be able to act so soon." He clenched his fists, frustration simmering beneath the surface. Things were moving too quickly, far faster than he'd anticipated. "Seriously, you damned rabbit. Were all your words just lies?" Alex's thoughts were interrupted by the ongoing discussion among the group of killers. "We can't let this chance slip by," Kiev pressed, his voice urgent. "He's right," Soren agreed, though a flicker of doubt still lingered in his tone. "It's risky, but the payoff is worth it." All eyes turned to Luther. He was the one who always made the final call. His decisions carried weight, and the rest of them knew better than to act without his say-so. "What do you want to do, Luther?" Kiev asked, his tone steady but expectant. The group fell silent, waiting. Luther paused, tilting his head as if savoring the moment. Then a slow, menacing grin spread across his face. His tongue darted out to lick his lips, his eyes glinting with cruel delight. "Isn't it obvious?" Luther's voice was low but brimming with malice. "We go there and get some blood on our hands." Jagger's booming laughter shattered the stillness. "I was hoping you'd say that," he bellowed, gripping his hammer tightly, the anticipation of violence lighting up his face. Kiev wasn't finished. He smirked and added casually, "Also, there's a familiar face among them." Luther's eyes narrowed with curiosity, his tone shifting. "Ooh," Kiev's smirk widened. "Your ex, Nancy." Luther froze. The name seemed to hit him like a shockwave. Hidden in the bushes, Alex also froze. His brain caught up a second later, and he choked on his own spit. A cough threatened to erupt, but he slapped a hand over his mouth just in time. Unfortunately, even a muffled sound didn't escape Edgar's sharp ears. "You mean Nancy is there?" Luther repeated, his voice laced with sudden eagerness. The earlier cruelty was gone, replaced with a twisted excitement. "You should have led with that. Let's go." Immediately. Luther's eagerness was palpable, his grin widening as he thought of seeing her again. His men noticed his excitement, exchanging amused glances. Meanwhile, Edgar's focus had shifted. He was moving toward the bushes where Alex was hiding. His gaze was sharp, and his footsteps were deliberate. Kiev noticed and asked, "What are you doing?" Edgar didn't reply, his hand drifting toward the hilt of his sword. Alex felt a surge of tension as Edgar closed the distance. Escaping them would be easy, but how could he leave now? At first, Alex thought they were just targeting another random group of players. But when he heard Nancy's name, everything clicked. Their next target was Jonah and the others. His fists clenched tightly, his nails biting into his palms. Should I just stand here and let it happen? As Alex wrestled with his decision, Luther was already preparing to move. He turned to the group, his voice sharp. "All right, let's head to our next victims." But he stopped mid-sentence, noticing Edgar wasn't paying attention. "Edgar, what's the holdup?" "I said we're leaving." Edgar didn't turn around. His eyes were locked on the bushes. "Someone's hiding over there." The entire group froze, their thoughts in sync. Who? Weapons were drawn in an instant. Kiev pulled back his bowstring, an arrow already knocked. His eyes scanned the area, suspecting that one of their earlier victims had somehow survived. Edgar crept closer, his steps deliberate. His hand hovered over the hilt of his sword, ready for a fight. As he neared the bushes, he could make out the faint silhouette of a figure crouched low. "Whoever's there, come out." "There's no point in hiding," Edgar demanded, his voice calm but commanding. There was no response. Alex didn't flinch as Edgar drew nearer. He wasn't worried about being discovered. If it came to a fight, he was confident he could take them. What gnawed at him was the choice he had to make. Should he wipe out this group now and save Jonah and the others? Or should he let them go and avoid unnecessary conflict, even if it meant leaving his colleagues to their fate? Chapter 59, Pay for Your Sins. Alex's mind was a storm of conflicting emotions as Edgar inched closer. The man's boots crunched against the grass, each step loud enough to rattle Alex's resolve. A voice deep inside whispered temptations. "Just let them go. Let them kill your colleagues. It's not your problem." The thought sent a shiver through him. Alex clenched his fists, shaking his head violently as if to physically shove the idea away. The right choice was clear. He needed to stop these murderers here and now. Anything else would be a betrayal to Jonah, Nancy, Evelyn, and himself. But the fact that such a selfish thought had even crossed his mind forced Alex to confront a darker question. Is this what I've become? Someone so desperate to avoid pain that he'd let others die to protect his own feelings? He gritted his teeth, fury bubbling beneath the surface. His fists clenched tighter, his nails digging into his palms. It wasn't who he was. Neither was it who he wanted to be. Cowardice would be the easy path, but was a path Alex refused to take. Letting murderers run free, letting Jonah, Nancy, and Evelyn be hunted down, he wouldn't allow it. No matter how much Alex tried to deny it, he cared about the three of them, Jonah, Evelyn, and Nancy, more than he wanted to admit. As for Thompson and his lackeys, they could burn for all he cared. But Nancy, she was different. Alex couldn't pinpoint when it started, but he'd begun to feel something for her. In this brutal, unforgiving environment, those kinds of emotions were risky, maybe even dangerous. And yet, he couldn't ignore them. So when he heard Luther mention that Nancy was his ex, it struck a nerve. A pang of jealousy flared within him, unexpected and sharp. Luther and Nancy seemed like complete opposites, their paths too divergent to make sense together. But then again, what did Alex really know about her? Who is Nancy, really? The thought gnawed at him. Could she be like Luther, a killer who had abandoned morality to survive? Or worse, a spy, a mole sent to betray the group, all for tutorial points? He didn't have the answers. And honestly, Alex realized he didn't care. Nancy's past, her connection to Luther, her reasons for being here, none of it mattered. She wasn't just anyone to him. She was someone he cared about, and that was all he needed to know. Alex took a deep breath, his fists tightening. He couldn't stand by and let innocent lives, let Nancy, be wiped out by these monsters. If he had the power to stop it and did nothing, he knew he'd never forgive himself. "Hey, Edgar, be careful." Kiev's voice rang out, laced with a deep sense of unease as he watched his teammate steadily advance toward the bushes. His eyes narrowed, searching for any signs of danger, but the quiet stillness of the surroundings made him feel more uncertain with each passing second. The rest of the group hung back, their weapons drawn and ready, every one of them alert, eyes darting across the terrain in search of any potential threat that might be lying in wait just out of sight. The air was thick with tension, each of them sensing that something wasn't quite right. Despite the weight of the situation, Edgar remained unfazed. His movements were deliberate and calm. His fingers tightened around the hilt of his sword. With each step, his boots crunching softly against the earth, he closed the distance between himself and the trembling outline of a figure crouched low behind the bushes. The figure barely moved, its form quivering in the shadows. Edgar's gaze hardened. A coward, he thought with a flicker of disdain. Hiding behind a bush, thinking it can escape. Pathetic. A smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, his eyes scanning for any signs of threat. He didn't feel fear, no, just the anticipation of dealing with this weak prey, an animal too scared to even stand its ground. It was the type of prey he enjoyed the most. Come on out, Edgar growled, his voice low and menacing. His hands stretched forward, fingers splayed as he reached for the collar of the hidden figure, ready to yank them into the open with a forceful tug. But as his fingers brushed against the edge of the figure's clothing, everything shifted in an instant. A sharp, deliberate exhale cut through the silence, like the hiss of a predator preparing to strike. The sound was so measured, so chilling, that it sent a jolt through Edgar's spine, a warning his instincts screamed at him, but it was already too late. Whoosh! The distinct hum of the blade slicing through the air filled the space, a lethal arc of steel cutting through the atmosphere with terrifying speed. The rush of air that followed was like a ghost whispering its final warning. For a split second, there was nothing but silence, an eerie, unnatural pause in the action, like time itself had slowed, holding its breath. Then came the heavy thud of Edgar's head hitting the ground. His body jerked briefly, like a ragdoll caught in the last twitch of life, before it collapsed, lifeless, onto the dirt with a sickening thud. The rest of the group froze in place, their minds struggling to comprehend what had just unfolded. Eyes wide, their faces pale with shock and horror, they stared at the sight of their Edgar decapitated form, unable to process what they had just witnessed. Ding! The soft chime of a kill notification echoed in Alex's ears, but he paid it no mind. Rising slowly from the bushes, he stepped into the open with a casual, almost lazy gait. His demeanor was calm, but the tension in the air was palpable. In his hand, the eclipse edge gleamed ominously as he pointed it toward the rest of the group. They stood frozen in shock, their initial disbelief giving way to a simmering rage. "You guys brought this on yourselves," Alex said, his voice smooth yet cold, tilting his head slightly as if the entire situation bored him. "Oh, because you mentioned Nancy." "You bastard. Who are you?" Jagger roared, gripping his massive hammer tightly. His booming voice did little to mask the anger and a hint of unease rising in him. He couldn't believe what he had just witnessed. Edgar was one of their best, and yet he'd fallen without so much as a warning. The thought gnawed at Jagger, but he forced it aside. Alex didn't even spare him a glance, his expression remaining detached as he continued in a weary tone. "You kill your own kind for a few meager points and revel in the blood you spill. Now, it's time to pay the price for your sins. Enough of this nonsense," Luther barked, stepping forward, his grip tightening on his spear. He'd heard enough from this self-righteous stranger. Raising his weapon, Luther unleashed a volley of glowing energy beams, each one tearing through the air with a high-pitched screech. The beam slammed into Alex with explosive force, the resulting blasts kicking up clouds of dust and debris. The shockwaves rippled outward, shaking the ground beneath them. The sheer rage behind Luther's attack reverberated through the ground, the blasts leaving cracks and scorch marks where they struck. The air was heavy with heat and tension as the dust slowly began to settle. Luther stood still, his spear lowered, convinced the problem was solved. "This clown must have gotten lucky with Edgar," Luther muttered under his breath. "Overconfident fool. He probably thought we'd all be pushovers." He scoffed, turning his back to the aftermath. Enjoy new chapters from my virtual library empire. The tutorial had only just begun, and Luther was sure no one could be at a higher level than his group. Edgar's death, he reasoned, was the result of carelessness, not skill. But then a cough. Luther froze, his grip tightening on the spear. Slowly, he turned back to the settling fumes, his heart pounding against his ribcage. And there he was, The figure stepped through the dissipating smoke, completely unharmed. Alex casually waved his hand through the lingering fumes, clearing his line of sight. "Nice attack," Alex said with a playful grin, his tone light, as though he were talking to an old friend. But then his expression darkened, his eyes narrowing with a predatory gleam. "But," he continued, his voice dropping to a cold, menacing growl, "it's my turn." Before anyone could react, Alex vanished. Luther's eyes widened, his instincts screaming danger, but it was too late. In a split second, Alex reappeared directly in front of him, his movements so fast it was almost a blur. Luther barely had time to flinch as Alex's palm shot forward, aiming straight for his face. Chapter 60, A Demon. Overwhelming. Alex lunged forward, his hand locking onto Luther's face like a steel trap. Without hesitation, he drove Luther's head into the ground with a thunderous slam. Luther's body jolted from the impact, and he let out a sharp gasp. Pain shot down his neck, and his vision blurred instantly. For a moment, his mind scrambled to make sense of what had happened. 1 second, he had been standing confidently. The next, there was nothing but searing pain and the cold ground beneath him. He tried to open his eyes, but his vision swam with darkness. Through the haze, he saw a figure standing over him, a figure wearing a playful, yet unnerving grin. The grin, combined with the blood splatter and eerie calmness in his eyes, made Alex look like something out of a nightmare. A surge of dread washed over Luther just before unconsciousness pulled him under. "Damn you!" The booming voice of Jagger shattered the silence. The towering man roared in rage, gripping his massive hammer and charging at Alex. With a ferocious swing, he aimed a devastating blow at Alex's side. But Alex was faster. He darted backward, narrowly avoiding the hammer. The force of the missed strike sent a powerful gust of wind ripping through the air, kicking up dirt and leaves. Jagger snarled, unfazed by the miss. His strength was monstrous, and he swung the hammer again and again, each strike heavy enough to crater the ground. Despite the weapon's massive size, he wielded it as if it were weightless, his movements brutal and relentless. But Alex was simply too quick. With a frustrated roar, Jagger raised his hammer high and slammed it down with all his might, aiming to pulverize Alex where he stood. The ground shook with the force of the impact, dirt and debris flying everywhere. But Alex wasn't there. Before Jagger could process what happened, Alex surged forward. His fist connected squarely with Jagger's nose, the sound of the impact echoing like a crack of thunder. Jagger's massive frame was sent hurtling backward, spinning like a rag doll through the air. He crashed into a tree with a sickening thud, the bark splintering under the force. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he coughed, slumping to the ground in a heap. "You bastard!" Soren shouted, his voice trembling with fury. The lanky man lunged at Alex, wielding a blade with shaky determination. Alex turned to face him, his sharp eyes narrowing as he prepared to counter. But then a sudden prickling sensation ran down his spine, a warning. Danger was coming from behind. It was Kiev. The archer had used Soren's charge as a distraction and released an arrow aimed directly at Alex's neck. Kiev smirked, certain the shot would hit. The stranger couldn't possibly have seen it coming. But Alex did. With lightning-fast reflexes, Alex twisted his body and snatched the arrow mid-flight. The movement was so seamless it looked almost effortless. Kiev's smirk faltered, replaced by wide-eyed shock. Before he could react, Alex hurled the arrow back with blistering speed, the projectile slicing through the air like a missile. Kiev barely had time to turn his head. The arrow tore past his cheek, leaving a shallow, stinging cut. He stumbled back, stunned, one hand instinctively touching the fresh wound. His mind reeled as he struggled to make sense of what he had just seen. How fast was this guy moving to be able to do that? How many points were in his agility? The question hammered through Kiev's mind as fear coursed through his veins. This wasn't normal, not by a long shot. No ordinary player could pull off what this stranger had just done. He had taken down Luther, their leader and the most powerful among them, with ease. He'd sent Jagger flying with nothing but a fist. And then he caught an arrow mid-flight, like it was child's play. Kiev's hands trembled slightly, his bow feeling heavier than ever. His body was tense, sweat dripping down his face as he stared at Alex. Did we just provoke a demon? The thought clawed at the back of his mind, causing him to tremble. Soren squared off against Alex, his blade trembling slightly in his grasp. Kiev, trying to regain his composure, backed him up by knocking another arrow. He aimed carefully, hoping to catch the stranger off guard again. But Kiev knew he needed a better angle. He leapt for a tree branch, hoping to gain a vantage point. The instant his foot left the ground, he felt a cold, iron grip latch onto his ankle. His eyes widened in panic. Looking down, he saw Alex glaring up at him, his expression calm but unervingly focused. Before Kiev could even think to struggle, Alex's grip tightened like a vice. With a surge of inhuman strength, Alex swung Kiev like a rag doll and hurled him through the air. Kiev's body collided with Soren, who had been charging in for an attack. The two of them crashed to the ground in a heap, groaning in pain as dust and leaves scattered around them. Jagger, clutching his broken nose, let out an enraged roar. Blood smeared his face, his grip on a massive hammer tightening as he charged at Alex like a berserk beast. He swung wildly. Each strike aimed to crush Alex into the ground. But Alex was untouchable, weaving and sidestepping with the grace of a predator playing with its prey. The more Jagger missed, the angrier he became. His movements grew sloppier, his hammer slamming into the dirt with earth-shaking force, but never hitting its target. It was maddening. It was as if Alex was mocking him, his movements practically daring him. "Hit me if you can." Jagger's breaths came in ragged gasps, his body screaming for a break. But he didn't dare stop, because he could feel it. The moment he paused, Alex would come for him. So Jagger kept attacking, swinging his hammer like a madman. Each strike shook the ground, sending dirt and debris flying into the air. Soren and Kiev had recovered by now, and Soren rushed forward, trying to join the fight. But Jagger's relentless assault left no room for anyone else. He was growling like a wild animal, his movements frantic and chaotic. Kiev climbed higher into the branches of a tree, bow drawn, and cursed under his breath. He had a clear vantage point, but Jagger's erratic attacks made it impossible to get a clean shot at their opponent. "Damn it, Jagger," he hissed. Kiev's hands were trembling. He knew the truth. It wasn't Jagger's fault. The stranger was just too strong. He was playing with them, toying with their desperation. If this guy wanted to, they'd all be dead already. Why is he dragging this out? Kiev's thoughts raced as he tried to steady his aim. He could feel his pulse pounding in his ears. If he didn't take this chance, he'd lose his life for sure. Finally, Jagger's wild swings opened a small window. Kiev saw his opportunity and released the arrow, sending it whistling through the air toward Alex. But the instant the arrow left his bow, Alex turned to face it, his eyes locking onto the projectile, and then he grinned, sending a chill down Kiev's spine. Alex snatched the arrow out of the air with effortless precision, the motion almost too fast to see, and Kiev's breath caught in his throat. No way. Before he could fully process what had happened, Alex spun and drove the arrow straight into Jagger's eye with a sickening crunch. Jagger let out a guttural scream, the sound filled with pure agony. He staggered back, dropping his massive hammer as he clawed at his face. Blood poured down in streams, staining his hands and the ground beneath him. His screams echoed through the clearing as he stumbled, blinded and overwhelmed by the excruciating pain. Alex gripped Jagger's massive warhammer, lifting it with ease despite its immense weight. He twirled it once, testing its heft, and smirked. Without hesitation, he brought the hammer down in a devastating swing, aiming directly at Jagger's side. The sheer force of the impact was monstrous, causing the upper half of Jagger's body to explode into a gruesome spray of blood and gore. The crimson mess splattered in all directions, painting the battlefield in vivid red. But Alex stood untouched. A shimmering, translucent barrier of energy surrounded him, the effect of Aegis Arcane. The blood slid harmlessly down the magical shield, pooling on the ground at his feet. Alex tilted his head, inspecting the carnage with a playful grin. "Oops," he said, his tone mockingly apologetic. "Didn't mean to make such a mess." He let out a casual laugh, as if he had just cracked a joke rather than obliterating someone moments ago. Kiev and Soren, who had been watching from a distance, froze. Their faces turned pale, and their bodies trembled uncontrollably. They exchanged a glance, both thinking the same thing. This isn't a fight, it was a one-sided slaughter. The realization hit them like a cold wave. Facing Alex was suicide. They were like ants standing before Titan, and their only possible outcome was death. Your next chapter is on my virtual library empire. Fear consumed them, and without another word, they turned and bolted in opposite directions, their footsteps frantic and uncoordinated as they tried to escape. They didn't care about the unconsciousless Luther. It was a run for their lives. But Alex wasn't about to let them get away. His smile faded, replaced by a cold expression. His voice low and chilling as he muttered, "Running won't save you." Chapter 61, A Demon. Torture. Kiev and Soren bolted, their hearts pounding in sheer panic. They had provoked something far beyond their comprehension, a monster in human form. A demon. Kiev's breath came in ragged gasps as he sprinted through the trees, desperate to put as much distance as possible between himself and the carnage. But then, a chilling scream tore through the air. Kiev froze mid-step, his blood running cold. Slowly, he turned his head, dread knotting in his stomach. His worst fear was confirmed. The demon, the man who had effortlessly obliterated Jagger, had caught up to Soren. Kiev hesitated for a heartbeat, debating whether to help his comrade. But fear went out. Survival was all that mattered now. He turned back around and kept running, his legs pumping harder than ever. Meanwhile, Soren was locked in a desperate struggle. His knife glinted in the faint light as he slashed wildly at his pursuer, his movements fueled by sheer terror. But the demon didn't flinch. He moved with an unnerving calmness, each step precise and deliberate, his piercing gaze locked onto Soren. His grin widened, a chilling expression that sent shivers down Soren's spine. Panicking, Soren swung again, his arm shaking with the effort. But his aim was wild, and the demon saw his opening. In one swift motion, Alex stepped inside Soren's reach, his hand lashing out like a viper to grab Soren by the collar. Before Soren could react, Alex drove his forehead into Soren's face with brutal force. The crack of bone echoed through the forest as Soren's nose shattered under the impact. Explore stories on my virtual library empire. Pain exploded through Soren's skull, his vision going white for a moment. His body swayed, and the knife slipped from his trembling hand, clattering to the ground. His knees buckled further as consciousness wavered. "Hey, wake up," Alex said mockingly, slapping Soren's face lightly, each strike stinging just enough to keep him on the edge of awareness. "What was that?" Alex sneered, tilting his head as if genuinely curious. "You could have had fun with her? What a waste." Soren's half-open eyes flinched at the words. His groggy mind registered the statement, and he tried to push himself free, writhing desperately. But Alex's grip was unyielding, like a snake tightening around its prey. "You bastard! Let go of me! Let go!" Soren spat, his voice trembling with panic. His heart raced in his chest, each beat hammering in his ears. Alex smirked, his voice dropping into a dark, mocking tone. "You seem like the type who enjoys watching others suffer, hearing their screams, seeing their fear." Soren's initial fury faltered. He squirmed harder, but when Alex suddenly inhaled deeply, and Soren froze mid-struggle. Something primal in him screamed that he had to run, but Alex's grip pinned him in place. "Be honored," Alex said with a cold grin. "I'll show you what a real scream is." Before Soren could react, Alex unleashed a deafening sonic scream directly at him. The force hit Soren like a tidal wave. His ears ruptured instantly, blood pouring from them. His nose, mouth, and eyes followed suit as the shockwave tore through his face. Soren let out a choked, gurgling sound, but it was short-lived. His skull cracked under the relentless pressure, blood and fragments of bone staining Alex's hand. Soren's body hung limp in Alex's grip, lifeless and broken. Alex loosened his hold, letting Soren's corpse drop to the ground with a dull thud. He dusted off his hands, unbothered by the carnage, and then turned his gaze toward the archer. Kiev was already a speck in the distance, running for his life without daring to look back. Alex turned his gaze toward the archer, now a distant figure bolting for his life without daring to look back. That coward, Alex thought, a faint smirk tugging at the corners of his lips. Still, the archer's decision wasn't entirely stupid. It was survival instinct at its finest. But the smarter move would have been avoiding Alex altogether. Alex stretched his arms lazily, rolling his neck. He didn't feel like giving chase. Why bother? Instead, he raised his hand and casually snapped his fingers. The sound was soft, almost anticlimactic, but what followed was anything but. Kiev, mid-sprint, was suddenly thrown forward like a rag doll. A thunderous explosion echoed across the forest as his leg detonated. The crude bomb Alex had discreetly planted earlier doing its job. The archer hit the ground hard, tumbling over himself before skidding to a stop. His scream tore through the air, a raw, visceral sound of pure agony. He clutched at the mangled stump where his leg had been, blood pouring freely into the dirt. Pain radiated through Kiev's entire body, overwhelming his senses. His mind raced, trying to piece together what had happened. Did I step on a trap? Or was it him? A chill ran through him as he heard it, the sound of slow, deliberate footsteps crunching on the forest floor. He looked up, his tear-filled eyes meeting Alex's calm, almost amused expression as he approached. No, Kiev stammered, his voice trembling. Panic surged through him, pushing past the pain. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself upright, balancing precariously on his one remaining leg. His entire body shook as he tried to hop away, desperate to put distance between himself and the approaching nightmare. "Oh, you forgot this." Alex's voice rang out with a mocking edge as he bent down to pick up the archer's discarded quiver. Kiev didn't dare turn around. He kept hopping forward, his breath ragged, each movement a struggle against the searing pain in his leg. Alex plucked an arrow from the quiver and held it up, examining its sharp tip. He tilted his head, his tone dripping with cruel amusement. "I said, you forgot this. You should take what belongs to you." Without hesitation, Alex flicked the arrow like a dart. It sliced through the air with deadly precision and force, embedding itself in Kiev's remaining leg. A blood-curdling scream escaped the archer's lips as the sharp pain shot through him. His balance wavered, but before he could recover, Alex had already drawn another arrow. This time, he aimed carefully. With a fluid motion, Alex hurled it. The arrow pierced Kiev's side, driving deep into his waist. Kiev let out a groan of agony, his body twisting as he collapsed onto the ground. He lay there, helpless, every nerve in his body alight with pain. The sound of Alex's footsteps grew louder, deliberate, and unhurried, each one making Kiev's heart pound harder in his chest. Finally, Alex stopped beside him, looming like a shadow over the broken archer. Kiev's trembling eyes lifted to meet Alex's cold, unforgiving gaze. "Why? Why are you doing this?" Kiev choked out, his voice weak, barely more than a whisper. Alex's lips curled into a cruel smile. "Doing what? Isn't this what you do to your targets?" Before Kiev could respond, Alex raised another arrow. With a swift, downward motion, he drove it into the archer's back. Kiev cried out, his voice echoing through the forest. Another arrow, and another. Each strike was methodical, precise, and relentless, burying deeper into Kiev's body. Kiev's screams tore through the air, raw and filled with agony. His groans turned into desperate murmurs, his voice shaking. We haven't even killed many," he stammered, his words slurred through the haze of pain. "We barely have any tutorial points. I don't see why you're doing this." Alex's eyes narrowed, his tone sharp and unyielding. "You killed the innocent, and if I let you go, you'll kill more." Without hesitation, Alex pulled another arrow from the quiver and fired. The arrow buried itself into Kiev's flesh with a sickening thud. Kiev screamed louder this time, his body writhing as the searing pain coursed through him. Blood poured freely from his wounds, soaking the ground beneath him. The pain was unbearable, a constant flood that wouldn't let up. His breathing grew ragged, each inhale a struggle. Tears mixed with the blood streaming down his face as he cried out, his voice hoarse. "Then just get it over with." Kiev shouted, his frustration and despair boiling over. Blood trickled from his mouth as he coughed, choking on the taste of iron. "Why the torture?" Alex stopped, his expression shifting from cold indifference to something darker. For a moment, he seemed to consider the question, his gaze piercing through Kiev like a blade. Then, an eerie grin spread across his face, the kind that made the air around him feel colder. "What?" Alex repeated, his voice low and deliberate. The answer's simple. He leaned closer, his grin widening into something sinister. "I'm doing it because I enjoy it." Kiev's bloodshot eyes widened in horror, his entire body trembling. Before he could even process the statement, Alex raised another arrow and drove it down with unrelenting force. Kiev's scream echoed into the night, the sound of pure, unfiltered agony. The forest grew silent, save for the shallow, broken gasps of the defeated archer. Chapter 62, A Demon, Anomaly. Luther groaned as he regained consciousness, the dull, pounding ache in his head making him wince. Slowly, he raised a trembling hand to his temple, the sticky warmth beneath his fingers telling him all he needed to know. He brought his hand in front of his face and stared at the dark red smear of blood. His vision was still blurry, his mind clouded with confusion. What happened? For a moment, everything was a hazy blank, the details just out of reach. But then his eyes fell on Edgar's decapitated body, sprawled nearby. The sight hit him like a jolt of electricity, and the memories came rushing back. His jaw clenched tightly, his teeth grinding as fury replaced the fog in his mind. He balled his hands into fists, trembling with rage. That bastard, he growled under his breath, his voice filled with venom. The image replayed in his mind. He had been caught off guard, his head slammed to the ground. The stranger had moved with such overwhelming speed it felt unreal. How was that even possible? Luther muttered to himself, his mind racing to make sense of it. And then it clicked, or at least he thought it did. That's right, he said, his voice gaining strength as he pieced it together. The bastard must have put all his points in agility. It was the only explanation that made sense to him. No ordinary player could or should be able to move that fast. Fueled by his growing anger, Luther staggered to his feet, his legs wobbling for a moment before finding their strength. His eyes darted around the forest, scanning for any sign of the enemy. Spotting his spear half buried in the dirt nearby, he reached down and gripped it tightly. His eyes narrowed as he scanned the forest, his breathing steadying as his rage hardened into determination. Whoever that bastard was, he was going to pay. Luther scanned the area, his eyes darting through the dense forest, but there was no sign of the stranger or any member of his group. Where were they? His mind raced with questions. Were they still chasing that monster? Had they regrouped, or had something gone horribly wrong? Then he saw it. A gruesome, stomach-turning scene lay just ahead. Jagger's body, or what was left of it, was crumpled on the blood-soaked ground. Luther's breath hitched as he realized Jagger's entire upper torso, from the waist up, was gone. Flesh and gore were splattered across the surrounding greenery, staining it crimson. The air reeked of iron and death. He staggered back, his hand instinctively covering his face as his stomach churned. His shock quickly gave way to seething rage. His fingers dug into his skin as his expression twisted into a snarl. That bastard, he hissed under his breath. His voice trembled, not with fear, but with fury. I'll kill him. Suddenly, a distant explosion echoed through the forest, snapping him out of his thoughts. The sound jolted him into action. It had to be him. Soren and Kiev were probably still fighting that monster. Without hesitation, Luther gripped his spear tightly and sprinted toward the noise, his heart pounding in his chest. He wasn't going to let that thing get away with this. But as he raced through the forest, his momentum faltered when his eyes caught another horrifying sight. A body lay sprawled in the underbrush ahead. It was Soren. Luther slowed to a stop, his chest heaving as he approached. Blood seeped from Soren's eyes, nose, and mouth, pooling around his lifeless form. His face was frozen in a twisted expression of terror and agony. Luther's grip on his spear tightened. He stared down at his fallen comrade, his breathing ragged. For the first time, a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. His feet refused to move forward as he stood there, staring at Soren's lifeless body. Despite his seething anger, Luther couldn't ignore the nagging thought in the back of his mind. The way his group had died was far from normal. He frowned, gripping his spear tighter as he moved cautiously through the forest. Explore stories and my virtual library empire. What the hell happened here? He muttered under his breath. The gruesome carnage didn't feel like the work of a person. No, this was something else entirely. A monster, perhaps. Could one have been drawn by the noise and caught his team off guard? He shook his head, trying to clear the thought. He couldn't imagine a human being capable of such brutal, horrific slaughter. Then, faint cackling broke through the uneasy silence, carried by the wind. Luther's steps slowed. His heart pounded as he moved toward the sound, the laughter growing louder with each step. He brushed aside the dense foliage and stopped dead in his tracks. The sight before him froze him in place. Kiev, his second in command, was writhing on the ground, screaming in sheer agony. His leg was gone, a bloody stump where it had once been. His entire body was a bloodied, mangled mess, riddled with arrows that pinned him to the earth like some cruel dartboard. Standing over him was the stranger, Kiev's quiver in hand. The stranger pulled out an arrow, twirled it lazily between his fingers, and then threw it with precision, embedding it into Kiev's already broken body. "Bullseye," the stranger muttered with a cold grin. Kiev let out another agonized scream, his voice echoing through the forest. Luther's entire body shook with rage. His grip on his spear tightened until his knuckles turned white. The stranger turned slightly, as if sensing the new presence, but didn't seem concerned. Luther could feel his blood boiling. His weapon pulsed with energy, responding to his fury. "I'll kill you," he roared. The spear surged with light, energy gathering at its tip. Luther aimed at the stranger, unleashing a devastating beam of raw power. The brilliant blast tore through the forest, heading straight for the monster who had decimated his group. But to Luther's disbelief, the stranger barely reacted. With casual grace, he stepped to the side, effortlessly dodging the attack. The beam hurtled past him, exploding against the trees in the distance with a deafening crash. The blast sent a gust of wind ripping through the forest, causing the stranger's long coat to flare dramatically. Alex turned towards Luther, his smile sharp and unsettling, a predator's grin. "Oh, you're awake," Alex said, his tone almost cheerful. He gestured lazily to the broken, bloodied Kiev on the ground. "Good timing. I was already getting bored with this weakling. But lucky me, you've come to make things interesting." Luther's grip on his spear tightened, his knuckles turning white. "Damn you, you've lost your mind. No sane person would do something like this." Alex tilted his head, his expression shifting into something far more sinister. His eyes gleamed with an unholy light as he chuckled softly. "That's right. I'm crazy. I used to wonder how someone like you could kill your own kind so easily." His grin widened, his voice dropping into a chilling whisper. "But once I tried it, I realized it's not hard at all. In fact, it's exhilarating because you are all pieces of shit." A cold dread washed over Luther as the air around him seemed to grow heavier, almost suffocating. It wasn't just Alex's words. It was the overwhelming presence radiating from him. Luther froze, his heart pounding as beads of sweat formed on his brow. This isn't human, he thought, his mind racing. This can't be human. Meanwhile, Kiev on the ground groaned weakly, every movement sending waves of agony through his body. He barely had the strength to open his eyes, but when he did, his blurred vision locked onto Luther. Luther stood a short distance away, his chest heaving with rage. His entire body trembled, his grip on his glowing spear so tight it seemed like he might crush it. Kiev's heart sank. He could see it, the storm of fury building within Luther. But he knew the truth, a truth Luther couldn't comprehend yet. This wasn't a fight Luther could win. He forced his bloodied lips to move, each word a struggle. "Luther, are you? But Kiev's words were cut off abruptly as an arrow pierced his throat, silencing him. His eyes widened in shock as he gagged, choking on his own blood. Crimson spilled from his mouth, pooling beneath him. His body convulsed one last time before going still. Luther watched in stunned horror as Kiev died right in front of him. Something inside him snapped, shattering the last remnants of control. His vision blurred with rage as a guttural roar tore from his throat. "You bastard," he screamed, his voice filled with raw fury. "What are you?" Luther charged, his spear blazing with energy, each step pounding into the ground like thunder as he closed the gap between them. But Alex didn't move. He stood there, calm and composed, watching Luther barrel toward him. His lips curled into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with amusement. As Luther drew closer, Alex tilted his head slightly, his voice low and cold as he answered Luther's question. "What am I?" he repeated, his grin widening. "I'm an anomaly." Chapter 63, A Demon, Double Digits. Luther didn't care who or what Alex claimed to be. The only thing on his mind was ending the monster standing before him. With a shout of pure fury, he spun his spear, aiming a flurry of strikes at Alex. The weapon moved like a blur, slicing through the air with deadly precision. Each strike was powerful, sending gusts of wind rippling through the clearing. But Alex avoided them all effortlessly. He weaved and sidestepped with an almost lazy grace, his long coat flaring with every motion. Luther's strikes came fast and hard, But Alex never lost his cool. Luther's movements were sharp and confident. Even Alex had to admit the raw power behind each attack was impressive for someone so inexperienced. This kid was still a newbie, but his strength was undeniable. But disgusting, Alex muttered under his breath, his tone dripping with disdain. Luther didn't hear him, too consumed by his anger to notice. But Alex's eyes narrowed as he watched the young man fight. He could see it, the source of Luther's strength. It wasn't earned through effort or dedication. No, it was something far darker. This power came from bloodshed, from sacrifices to the gods Luther and his kind served without remorse. Strength is gained by killing others in cold blood, all for some divine reward. To them, Alex might seem like a demon, a monster in human form. But they were the real monsters, mindless killers who acted without a shred of guilt. The thought made his stomach churn. Pathetic, Alex whispered, his movements still calm as Luther continued his assault. The strikes were growing sloppier now, desperation leaking into each swing. If they could commit such atrocities without guilt, then they weren't just misguided, they were truly evil. People like them had no reason to exist. For Alex, the torturing wasn't just cruelty. It was a message, a point he needed to make. What they called strength wasn't real. It was a hollow facade, built on a foundation of fear and cowardice. Pathetic. He hated it with every fiber of his being. Alex wanted people like Luther to understand the truth. They were weak. And he wanted them to feel that weakness, to drown in despair, moments before he ended their lives. Luther, seething with rage, unleashed a barrage of energy beams. Bright streaks of light cut through the air, heading straight for Alex. But Alex didn't even flinch. With fluid, almost lazy movements, he sidestepped and ducked, dodging every beam as though it was nothing. A grin stretched across his face, mocking Luther's efforts. Luther roared in frustration and leaped into the air, his spear glowing with power. With all his might, he brought the weapon down in a thunderous slam. The energy released on impact sent shockwaves rippling through the area, causing the ground to crack and splinter beneath Alex. Dust and debris filled the air, the force of the attack making it impossible to see. For a moment, Luther's chest heaved with effort, thinking he'd finally landed a hit. But as the dust began to clear, his stomach sank. Alex stood there, completely unharmed, a smug grin plastered across his face. "You're not even trying," Alex taunted, his tone dripping with mockery. Luther's heart raced. His breathing was ragged, his muscles burning with exhaustion. He was running out of stamina. Every attack, every move, nothing worked. Stay connected via my virtual library empire. No matter what he did, he couldn't touch his opponent. It was like fighting a ghost, a phantom that danced around his every strike. Despair started to creep in. "Why are you dodging like a coward?" Luther spat, gripping his spear tightly. His voice cracked with frustration. "Fight me? Are you sure about that?" Alex grinned, his tone a dangerous mix of humor and seriousness. His piercing gaze locked on a Luther like a predator sizing up its prey. "It'll end in an instant." Luther clenched his teeth, tension rippling through his body. Deep down, he knew the demon was right. Alex's confidence wasn't arrogance, it was the truth. Yet Luther's pride wouldn't allow him to admit defeat so easily. It felt like Alex was toying with him, dodging instead of attacking, intentionally dragging this out to taunt him. Each evasion was a calculated insult, pushing Luther closer to his breaking point. "If that's the case," Luther growled, his voice trembling with fury, "then try to end me if you can." Ads by Pub Future. Alex raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. Luther stopped in place, his breathing deep and ragged. Veins bulged across his skin like writhing snakes, his muscles swelling unnaturally. A crimson aura ignited around his body, pulsating with raw energy. Alex tilted his head, watching with faint curiosity. He could feel the surge in power and realized Luther had activated some kind of enhancement skill, most likely Berserk. But Alex's expression didn't falter. Not even for a second. This wouldn't save him. Luther roared, the sound primal and filled with rage. The ground beneath him cracked as he charged forward, his spear spinning like a cyclone. Each strike came faster and harder than the last, the sheer force generating gusts of wind that tore through the clearing. The tempo of Luther's attacks escalated, each move more aggressive, more desperate to overwhelm Alex. For a moment, it seemed to work. One strike came dangerously close, grazing Alex's head and slicing off a lock of his hair. Luther froze for half a second, elation flickering in his eyes. He'd drawn first blood, or so he thought. "I'm getting close," he muttered under his breath, tightening his grip on his weapon. But in the blink of an eye, Luther's confidence was shattered. He lunged forward, driving his spear with all his might, but Alex's movement defied logic. It was as though he had phased through the attack, his body seeming to blur for an instant. Before Luther could process what had happened, a sharp, searing impact struck the side of his face. The world spun. The force of the blow hurled him through the air, his body crashing to the ground with a thud. Blood dripped from his nose, and his vision blurred as he struggled to understand what had just happened. "A slap?" he muttered, barely coherent. His trembling hand brushed his cheek, where an unmistakable handprint throbbed against his skin. The humiliation sank in deeper than the pain. So much damage. From a mere slap, Luther whispered, disbelief and rage boiling within him. Alex sauntered forward, calm and composed, his expression almost bored. His casual approach felt like an insult, as if Luther wasn't even worth the effort. Fueled by anger and desperation, Luther steadied his spear, its energy crackling as he raised it to strike. But Alex moved faster. Another slap landed, its impact rattling through Luther's skull and sending him staggering. His spear released an errant energy beam that soared harmlessly into the distance. Before Luther could recover, a third slap hit him, and then a fourth. Each blow chipped away at his pride, leaving him disoriented and gasping for air. By the time the assault paused, Luther was barely able to stay on his feet, his body swaying like a battered reed in the wind. His pride was in tatters, his strength draining fast, and Alex hadn't even drawn a weapon. Despite the surge of power coursing through his body, Luther realized with a sinking feeling that nothing had changed. Every attempt to land a blow had failed. He racked his brain, trying to make sense of it as to how Alex could be so much stronger. Is he even human? His mind raced through possibilities. Was Alex truly a player like him, or was something entirely different? No matter how he spun it, none of it made sense. Fueled by frustration, Luther roared and charged, his spear crackling with energy. He thrust it forward, determined to pierce Alex's smug composure. But Alex moved with an effortless precision. The spear didn't hit its mark, it stopped dead in its tracks. Alex had caught it with one hand, holding it steady as if it were a mere toy. Luther's eyes widened in disbelief, but before he could react, Alex yanked the spear forward, dragging Luther with it. Then came the blow. A single, devastating punch to the gut. The force was overwhelming, and Luther's breath was stolen from him in an instant. He staggered back, collapsing to his knees as he clutched his stomach, gasping for air. His vision blurred, but he could make out Alex crouching down to meet him at eye level. Desperation surged through Luther. He refused to go down like this. With trembling hands, he pulled a knife from his belt, aiming to make one last move. But Alex saw it coming. Before Luther could swing, Alex's hand darted out and snapped one of his fingers with a sickening crack. Luther howled in agony, the knife slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. He writhed in pain, clutching his injured hand. "How disappointing," Alex muttered, his voice dripping with disdain. He stood, brushing off his coat like he was swatting away an insect. "But, oh well, I guess it's to be expected. Your level is still in the single digit." The words froze Luther in place. Single digits? His mind reeled. Alex had said it with such casual superiority as if it were a fact beneath notice. But then a question clawed its way to the forefront of Luther's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. If this demon's level wasn't in the single digits, then just how high was it? Chapter 64, A Demon, Plea. The thought consumed Luther, and his breathing quickened, ragged and shallow. How'd he level up so fast? Did Alex slay some high-ranking beast? Was he being supported by God? The questions tumbled through Luther's mind, one after another, but no answers came. Each possibility felt more impossible than the last. His confusion turned to dread. He couldn't understand the stranger's intentions. What did Alex want? What was he going to do next? But one thing was certain, this stranger wasn't going to let him live. The weight of Alex's gaze bore down on Luther, suffocating and unrelenting. It wasn't just the pain in his body that paralyzed him. It was the overwhelming presence of the man in front of him. Alex wasn't human. He felt like something entirely otherworldly. A demon. A deity. Luther couldn't tell which, but the aura Alex exuded was inhuman and unstoppable. The stranger's eyes stayed fixed on him, sharp and all-encompassing. Luther wanted to meet Alex's gaze, to show even a shred of defiance. But he couldn't. It was as though looking into those eyes would pull him into an endless void, a darkness from which he'd never return. The feeling struck him deeply, eerily similar to the terror he had felt when standing before the Blood Monarch. And then something shifted. Reality seemed to tear apart at the edges, and Luther suddenly found himself somewhere else entirely. Explore more adventures at my virtual library empire. The space was surreal, an eerie realm bathed in crimson. Thick, twisting red vines pulsated around him, their surfaces slick and dripping with blood. The air was heavy, suffused with a pressure so intense it made his knees buckle. Then came the voice. Deep, guttural, and otherworldly, it echoed through the strange space, penetrating Luther's very soul. The eerie voice had promised Luther power, but at a cost. Kill other players as sacrifices. Luther hadn't hesitated. He and his group had already taken lives before. What was a few more if it meant gaining divine favor? But now, as he lay beaten and broken, all his companions dead within a single day of making the pact, a flood of doubts consumed him. Was it worth it? The question echoed in his mind, tormenting him. Am I going to die like this? Surely not. He had the backing of a god. That had to count for something, right? Unless the Blood Monarch was a fraud. Luther's mind raced, desperate for answers. The god he had sworn loyalty to had to intervene, had to grant him the strength to deal with the demon standing before him. He just needed to ask. As these thoughts filled his head, a flicker of hope sparked in his eyes. Alex noticed the shift immediately. Luther's once defeated expression now carried a glimmer of determination, and Alex's sharp gaze narrowed. That hope, it wasn't allowed. Alex's expression darkened like a storm cloud. Hope was something he intended to crush completely. Without a word, Alex stepped closer, his every movement deliberate. His hand reached down and grabbed one of Luther's trembling fingers. Luther froze, a chill running through him. With a quick motion, Alex snapped the finger back. Crack! Ark! Luther screamed, the searing pain ripping through his body like fire. Alex crouched to eye level, his voice cold and taunting. Still holding on to hope? Are we? Let's see how long that lasts. The flicker of hope in Luther's eyes began to waver, replaced by a growing fear. Alex's expression didn't soften. Ark! Luther's scream tore through the forest, his voice raw and filled with agony. Alex didn't flinch. He didn't pause. His hand moved to the next finger, gripping it tightly. Crack! Another finger broken. Luther's cries grew louder, desperate, and unrelenting. The forest seemed to absorb the sound, amplifying the torment. But Alex's expression remained cold, his face devoid of sympathy. He wasn't done yet. Finger after finger, the brutal snapping continued, each break accompanied by Luther's anguished screams. By the time Alex reached Luther's pinky, the last unbroken finger, Luther's body was trembling uncontrollably. His face was soaked with sweat and tears. Please, stop. Luther's voice cracked, his plea weak and pitiful. Alex crouched closer, his eyes dark and unyielding as he grabbed the pinky. Stop, Alex said, his voice eerily calm. A dead man doesn't need fingers. Snap. The pinky broke like the others. Luther collapsed to the ground, clutching his mangled hand as tears streamed down his face. The pain was unbearable, radiating through his entire body. He sobbed uncontrollably, his pride and composure shattered. For the first time, he felt completely powerless. Why? Why are you doing this? Luther managed to choke out between gasps and cries, his voice trembling. Alex stood over him, towering like a shadow of judgment. His cold, unfeeling eyes locked onto Luther's. There's no why, Alex said, his voice devoid of any emotion. This isn't torment. It's a lesson. Luther stared up at him, his broken hand cradled to his chest. The words made no sense, and yet the cold finality in Alex's tone sent shivers through him. I see your left hand still has all its fingers intact, Alex said, his voice calm but laced with menace. He tilted his head, his cold gaze fixed on Luther. We should continue with that. Luther's entire body trembled at the statement. The thought of enduring another round of finger-breaking was unbearable. Panic surged through him as his eyes darted around, finally landing on the dagger lying just out of reach. Desperation overtook him. With a sudden burst of adrenaline, he lunged for the blade and gripped it tightly. His breathing was ragged as he raised it, aiming directly for Alex's neck. But before he could even think about striking, his wrist twisted sharply. Crack! The sound echoed in his ears. Luther's fingers went numb as the dagger slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. He stared in horror at his arm, now bent at an unnatural angle. A guttural sound escaped his throat as his brain registered the injury, but the shock delayed the pain. His arm dangled uselessly at his side, and his wide eyes locked onto Alex in terror. Seriously? Alex said, shaking his head. How are you this stupid? If you were truly desperate to avoid more pain, you should have just used that dagger to end yourself. Luther's lips parted as if to respond, but before he could say a word, Alex's backhand struck him with brutal force. Wham! Luther's body flew through the air like a rag doll, slamming into the ground several feet away. Dirt and debris scattered upon impact, and a weak groan escaped him as he struggled to move. Alex let out a heavy sigh as stood up slowly, brushing non-existent dust off his pants, shaking his head as if bored with the entire ordeal. He looked down at Luther with a mix of disdain and mild annoyance. Then, his expression darkened. It's time to finish this. Luther squirmed on the ground, his body convulsing with pain and his groans echoing through the forest. His vision blurred from the sheer agony, but his mind latched onto a desperate thought. I can't die like this. He bit his lip so hard it drew blood, his entire body trembling. His resolve hardened. It didn't matter what he had to do or how much it would cost, not even his own life. If it meant taking Alex down, he'd pay any price. Through clenched teeth, he began to whisper, his voice low but filled with desperation. I know you can hear me. I don't care what I have to sacrifice. Give me the strength to take down the demon in front of me. Alex, standing a short distance away, tilted his head, his sharp hearing picking up Luther's words. His lips curved into a mocking grin as his eyes gleamed with cold amusement. Oh, you're praying, Alex said, his tone dripping with disdain. He raised his hand, fingers poised as though preparing to snap. How quaint, but it's futile. No God can save you. Luther ignored him, his lips moving feverishly as he continued his plea. He had no other choice. Against Alex, he was powerless. He had nothing left to lose. And then it happened. The air shifted. Time itself seemed to screech to a halt. The vibrant colors of the forest drained away, replaced by a stark black and white world. Falling leaves froze mid-air, suspended like still frames in a picture. Even Alex stood motionless, his mocking grin frozen on his face. Luther's labored breaths slowed as a wicked grin spread across his face. It worked. The Blood Monarch had responded. The oppressive silence was then broken by a deep, resonant voice echoing in his ears, a voice that carried the weight of dread and power. Why is a dead man calling out to me? Luther's grin faltered, confusion flickering across his face. What? Luther muttered, his voice barely audible. The voice spoke again, its tone dripping with contempt. Get lost. Chapter 65 Tutorial Points. The words from the Blood Monarch hit Luther like a physical blow. His face turned ghostly pale, and his body trembled uncontrollably. His breath came in ragged gasps. No, this can't be, he stammered, his voice breaking as panic took hold. The world around him, frozen in eerie black and white, began to shift. The once static scene trembled violently, cracks spreading through the monochrome landscape like shattered glass. Wait, don't leave me. Luther pleaded, his voice rising in desperation as he clutched at the air. His eyes darted frantically toward Alex, still frozen with his hand raised. Luther's terror spiked. He didn't want to face him again, the demon that had pushed him to this edge. But his pleas were met with silence. The Blood Monarch's presence faded entirely, leaving behind a hollow emptiness that gnawed at Luther's soul. He was truly alone. The cracks in the frozen world widened until they consumed everything. Then, like a rubber band snapping, time resumed with a jarring force. Colors returned, the air moved again, and Alex stood before him, his evil grin unfrozen and sharper than ever. His eyes gleamed with cold amusement, and his presence exuded an overwhelming dominance. "I told you," Alex said, his voice calm but dripping with malice. "Not even the heavens can save you." Luther's legs buckled, and he collapsed his knees. The fight, the defiance, it was all gone now. He had nothing left but desperation. "Wait, I'll apologize. I was wrong," he cried, his voice trembling. Tears welled in his eyes as he groveled, his forehead nearly touching the ground. He had no pride left. He didn't want to die. Alex sighed, his expression devoid of sympathy. "Why apologize to me?" he asked, his voice cold and final. "You should save your apologies for the afterlife and apologize to those you killed." Luther's eyes widened in sheer terror. "No," he screamed, his voice cracking with desperation. His entire body shuddered violently as the reality of his fate settled in. This was it, his end. Alex's hand rose slowly, his fingers snapping together with a sharp, deliberate snap. Boom! The sound echoed through the forest as the hidden bomb Alex had planted on Luther's face when he palmed his head to the ground detonated. The force of the explosion sent a shockwave rippling through the air. Luther's head was obliterated, reduced to nothing but a splatter of gore and bone fragments. Blood sprayed like raindrops, painting the surrounding greenery in vivid crimson. For a moment, the only sound was the wet thud of Luther's lifeless body collapsing to the ground. Then there was silence. Alex stood still, his breathing steady as he processed the notification confirming the kill. He glanced at the carnage around him, his gaze cold and unflinching. He had just ended 5 lives in one day. Yet, as he inhaled deeply, the weight of what he had done failed to register as guilt. There was no remorse. They were murderers. Death was something they deserved. In this world, strength dictated what was right or wrong. Alex understood this truth deeply. The strong decided the rules, and the weak had no choice but to follow or be crushed. He had deemed their actions, Luther and his group's crimes, wrong. So, as someone stronger, he had passed judgment. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. It was as simple as that. But Alex knew one thing for certain. If he didn't keep leveling up, if he allowed himself to stagnate, he would inevitably fall. Sooner or later, someone stronger would come, and this same judgment would be passed on to him. That was unacceptable. His expression hardened as he thought about what lay ahead. For now, the tutorial, this strange protective phase of the world, kept gods and other higher entities from interfering too much. They were limited, their actions restrained. But when the tutorial ends, the gods would likely unleash their full power. They would meddle. They would destroy. And Alex? He had to be ready. He had to grow stronger. His gaze shifted to the corner of his vision, where the notification center blinked faintly. A cluster of kill notifications had appeared earlier when he defeated Luther's group. He had ignored them in the heat of battle, refusing to let anything distract him from the task at hand. Now, with the forest quiet and his enemies defeated, he allowed himself to look. Alex swiped the air with his hand, pulling up the notifications. You have killed rank E human, level 4. You have received a quarter of the player's tutorial points. Points received, 212 tutorial points. You have killed rank E human, level 4. You have received a quarter of the player's tutorial points. Points received, 250 tutorial points. You have killed rank E human, level 3. You have received a quarter of the player's tutorial points. Points received, 198 tutorial points. You have killed rank E human, level 5. You have received a quarter of the player's tutorial points. Points received, 325 tutorial points. You have killed rank E human, level 5. You have received a quarter of the player's tutorial points. Points received, 520 tutorial points. Alex's eyes widened as he tallied up the numbers. A quarter of their tutorial points? He muttered in disbelief. He paused, doing the math in his head. If he had received 198 tutorial points from the level 3 player, that meant their total points had been nearly 792. That was far more than he expected. The sheer amount didn't make sense. How could they have racked up this many points in such a short amount of time? And their levels? He mulled over the possibilities, his mind racing. There was no way they had gotten this strong by simply hunting monsters or completing basic tutorial tasks. Then the realization hit him. They were like me. Anomalies. It was the only explanation. The group must have been given some kind of advantage, perhaps a skill, a title, or a blessing from a god, something that boosted the amount of tutorial points they earned. Alex's lips curled into a grim line as he thought it over. A multiplier, he muttered. They had something that doubled. No, maybe even tripled the points they gained. It all made sense now. That's why they'd turned to hunting other players instead of monsters. It wasn't just easier, it was lucrative. By preying on others, they could grow stronger at an alarming rate, racking up points far faster than ordinary players. But their greed had been their downfall. The notifications arrived in sequence, listing the players Alex had killed from first to last. He scrolled to the final entry, and just as expected, Luther's tutorial points were the highest, followed closely by Kiev. His fist clenched at the thought. The sheer number of points Luther and his group had accumulated painted a grim picture. This wasn't just a case of survival. They had been turned into monsters, leveling up by preying on others. It wasn't enough for players to fear the tutorial's monsters. Now, they had to fear each other. Damn it, Alex hissed under his breath. This god is turning the tutorial into a bloodbath. The realization was unsettling. A single god had caused this much chaos by granting blessings that encouraged slaughter. But what if this wasn't the only one? Alex's mind raced. How many other gods were out there, pulling strings, twisting the tutorial into their personal playgrounds? If even a handful of gods decided to act this way, they could topple the entire system. The tutorial would descend into utter chaos, becoming a battleground where no one could trust anyone. What is the Overseer doing? Alex questioned aloud, his voice sharp with frustration. From what the Overseer had told him, this wasn't supposed to happen. The tutorial was meant to be a controlled environment, a test of strength and strategy to prepare players for the real challenges ahead. Yet, here was teetering on the edge of utter anarchy. Alex's gaze dropped to the ground, his mind racing. Something must have changed the Overseer's perspective. But what? He shook his head, realizing he was no closer to the answer. Whatever the Overseer's true intentions were, they certainly weren't good. Before he could dwell on it further, a new notification flashed before his eyes. Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have received an additional 212 points. You have received an additional 250 points. You have received an additional 198 points. You have received an additional 325 points. You have received an additional 520 points. I'm receiving so many tutorial points. Alex then decided to check the total amount he passed. And as expected, it was an absurd amount. Total tutorial points. Chapter 66, Disregarding a Deity. Total tutorial points, 4,010. It was a staggering amount, and he had barely done anything. Each rank, each beast he had killed had granted him 100 tutorial points, and adding the points he'd gained from the men he'd just eliminated, his total now stood at 4010. For players like Alex, who weren't blessed by the Blood Monarch or similar divine interventions, killing humans for tutorial points wasn't nearly as rewarding as hunting monsters. The numbers didn't lie. Monsters were the logical target for progress. But logic didn't always dictate the choices others made. Alex's jaw tightened as he thought about the path ahead. He didn't want to kill unless it was absolutely necessary. But the reality of the tutorial world was harsh. Power attracted opposition, and with opposition came conflict. He glanced down at the bloodstained ground, his expression cold. It was inevitable that more bodies will drop. Some people will have to learn the hard way that I'm not someone to mess with. Gods or men, it didn't matter. Anyone who dared to stand against him would find themselves in the same place. And that place was 10 feet under. With renewed determination, Alex turned on his heel, his sights set on his original goal, the location of one of the tutorial bosses. The faint urgency of his steps mirrored his growing awareness of the god's interference. If divine forces were beginning to meddle, he needed to act quickly. Stay connected through my virtual library empire. The power they could grant others posed a dangerous imbalance. There was no reason for Alex to dive deep into human conflicts or play the role of a vigilante hunting down player killers. The more he got tangled in that mess, the harder it would be to walk away without getting emotionally consumed. The deeper he went, the more personal it would become. And Alex wasn't about to let that happen. He reminded himself of his ultimate goal, strength. That was the path he had chosen, and nothing was going to distract him from it. Taking a step forward, Alex was already refocusing on his next move when a notification appeared in his vision, halting him in his tracks. His eyes narrowed as he read the message. This had to be some sort of joke. Seriously, he muttered, his voice tinged with disbelief. Ding! You have killed a candidate of the Blood Monarch. The Blood Monarch has set his eyes on you. The Blood Monarch wants to make you a candidate for his legacy. Will you accept?" Alex's lips pressed into a thin line as the name sank in. Blood Monarch. The name of the god Luther's men had mentioned. The one rewarding its candidates for killing other players. A god that disgusted Alex with its twisted games. Blood Monarch, huh? Alex muttered, his tone growing colder. "So now you've got your eyes on me?" He clenched his fists, his annoyance clear. The Blood Monarch wanted to make him its candidate, a pawn in its cruel, chaotic system of murder and power. Alex stared at the notification for a moment, considering the offer. A small smirk formed on his face, sharp and humorless. "Well, my answer to that is..." Alex glanced at the notification again, his expression unreadable as the words stared back at him. "The Blood Monarch has set his eyes on you. The Blood Monarch wants to make you a candidate for his legacy. Will you accept?" "Accept my foot?" Alex scoffed. With a sharp motion of his hand, he dismissed the notification, the glowing text fading out of sight. There wasn't a chance he'd choose such a pathetic path. Hunting monsters was where his focus lay, the adrenaline, the challenge, the sheer thrill of it all. That was the path he relished. The thought of bowing to a so-called god, to be a pawn in some divine chess game, was laughable. Alex knew he was destined for more. Why stoop to the level of serving a god when his potential could take him beyond even their lofty heights? The thought made him chuckle softly, his stride unwavering as he resumed walking toward his destination. But just as he was settling back into his pace, an unsettling chill prickled at the back of his neck. The air grew heavy and oppressive, like an unseen force was pressing down on him. His steps faltered as an eerie silence swallowed the world around him. Alex's eyes darted around, taking in his surroundings. Everything was still, too still. He turned his head and realized with a sinking feeling that time itself had stopped. Leaves that had been rustling in the wind now hung frozen in midair. A bird mid-flight hovered motionless like a statue. Even the faint sound of the forest had gone utterly silent. The world around Alex shifted suddenly, as if someone had yanked the color out of reality itself. Everything bled into black and white, the once vibrant landscape now drained of life. He paused, glancing around with a mix of amusement and confusion. What was happening? Then, a grotesque sound broke the silence, a wet, squelching noise that sent a chill down his spine. Alex's eyes snapped to the source of the sound. Vines, thick and twisted, emerged from the ground, their crimson tips dripping with something eerily familiar. The vines slithered like serpents, coiling around the trees, their movement unnatural, like something straight out of a nightmare. And then Alex saw it. Pools of blood began to form on the ground beneath the vines, the thick liquid oozing from the roots, staining the earth. His expression darkened. It didn't take a genius to figure out what this was. The blood, the vines, the crimson oozing from the ground. This had Blood Monarch written all over it. Clearly, the god hadn't taken kindly to Alex's refusal. So, instead of directly confronting him, the Blood Monarch had decided to make his presence known in the most unsettling way possible. Alex's frown deepened, but he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of clarity. This was the tutorial. There were supposed to be rules according to oracles. And for a god to pull something like this here. He shook his head, his lips curling into a bitter smirk. At this point, Alex was starting to question everything the Overseer had told him. If the Blood Monarch could pull strings like this, then the Overseer was clearly letting things get out of hand. Clearly, the rabbit wanted him dead. Alex felt a rush of cold determination flood his body, and he clenched his fists. His response was simple, even as the world around him twisted. Bring it. He wasn't going to back down. Not now, not ever. Even if it cost him his life, he was taking a piece of the rabbit's ear down to hell with him. He makes sure of that. Then, suddenly, Alex's body froze as a blood-curdling voice filled the air. It was like ice gripping his bones, his entire body shuddering involuntarily under the weight of it. The pressure in the air grew thick, suffocating, like he was standing in the middle of a storm. But Alex didn't let it control him. Bold of you, human, to kill my candidates and refuse my proposal. The voice boomed around him, its presence a terrifying force. The pressure intensified, crushing the air, but Alex stood tall. His expression remained unfazed as he spoke, his voice calm, like he was addressing a minor inconvenience. Kill whose candidates and refuse whose proposal. There was a silence. The voice seemed to be thrown off by the response. Alex continued. Also, don't you have any manners? You should introduce yourself first before talking all this nonsense. The voice faltered. What? It was the sound of complete confusion. Obviously, the Blood Monarch hadn't expected Alex to respond like this. Didn't you hear me the first time? Alex spat out in annoyance. Who the fuck do you think you are? Chapter 67 Middle Finger. The Blood Monarch paused, as though struggling to process what he had just heard. He wasn't used to this. For eons, fear and reverence had been the only responses to his voice. Yet now, here was a mere mortal, a pathetic human, brushing him off with disdain. The realization struck him like a blow. It was audacious, unthinkable. Enjoy exclusive content from my virtual library empire. Unacceptable. The Blood Monarch's fiery rage surged. His presence grew heavier, darker. He reminded himself of the reason he couldn't fully descend. His true form would crush the tutorial world under its sheer weight. The restrictions in place were not to shield him, but to protect this fragile dimension. But now he didn't care. A human had dared to challenge him. That impudence demanded punishment. The air around Alex thickened as an oppressive force descended upon him like a tidal wave. The Blood Monarch's voice roared, shaking the very fabric of the space around them. How dare a mere human speak to me in such a manner? The pressure was overwhelming, like a mountain crashing down. Alex's knees buckled, his body trembling under the immense weight. He almost fell, but almost was as far as it got. Gritting his teeth, his muscles strained as he fought to stay upright. Sweat dripped from his brow, but his resolve didn't waver. He wouldn't kneel. The Blood Monarch's anger burned hotter. The crimson vines, pulsing with blood, tightened their grip on the trees, cracking bark and splattering gore-like liquid across the ground. His voice thundered again, louder this time, shaking Alex to his core. On your knees. The oppressive force bore down on Alex, heavier than before. His legs trembled, muscles burning as he struggled to stay upright. His back bent slightly under the relentless pressure, forcing him closer to the ground. Sweat dripped down his face, soaking his shirt, but he refused to give in. No matter how crushing the weight, Alex wouldn't let his knees touch the ground. The Blood Monarch observed from his crimson realm of vines and blood, his fiery eyes glowing with both anger and intrigue. While fury simmered at Alex's audacity, there was also a flicker of something else, amusement. This human, though infuriatingly defiant, was extraordinary. Most mortals would have collapsed long ago, groveling for mercy under his overwhelming aura. Yet Alex stood his ground. The Blood Monarch considered pressing harder, adding more pressure to crush the insolent human completely. But he paused. The sight intrigued him. Alex's stubbornness was both a challenge and a spectacle, unlike anything he had encountered among the countless candidates he had tested. There was no doubt about it. Alex was special. This defiant mortal's willpower and arrogance made him stand out from every other player the Blood Monarch had approached. The Blood Monarch's lips twisted into a sinister smirk. The thought of making Alex his candidate now burned brighter in his mind. This human had potential, and bending him to his will would be far more satisfying than crushing him outright. The Blood Monarch's voice then rang out again, calm yet menacing. Despite your arrogance, I'll give you one more chance to make the correct decision. The notification flashed again, hovering before Alex's eyes. The Blood Monarch wants to make you a candidate for his legacy. Will you accept? Alex stared at it, his lips curling into a grin that turned into a low chuckle. Is this guy serious? Alex muttered to himself. Without hesitation, he activated Titan Fury, and a surge of raw power coursed through his body. His muscles tensed, veins pulsing with energy, as he pushed against the crushing force that had been threatening to pin him down. Slowly, deliberately, Alex began to rise. The pressure was immense, like the weight of a mountain pressing on his shoulders, but his resolve burned hotter than the Blood Monarch's rage. His knees straightened, his back arched, and finally he stood tall, defiant against the oppressive might of a god. His voice cut through the eerie silence like a blade. Like I said, who the fuck do you think you are? The Blood Monarch's voice thundered in response, a mix of fury and disdain. My patience runs thin, human. Accept or face the consequences. Alex tilted his head, feigning contemplation, before he raised his hand, flipping his middle finger. The god's fiery aura flared with unchecked rage. The vines around Alex writhed violently, and the pools of blood on the ground began to bubble as the Blood Monarch's booming voice echoed once more. Damn you! All amusement in the Blood Monarch's tone was gone, replaced by unrestrained anger. The air grew heavy and stifling, the blood-red vines around Alex quaking. In that moment, one thing was clear. He wanted to kill the human in front of him. The Blood Monarch intensified the pressure. The air grew denser. The ground beneath Alex cracked under the invisible weight, and a deafening silence enveloped the space. But Alex stood unmoved. His posture was firm, his eyes locked ahead with unshaken defiance. Blood trickled from his nose, a stark contrast against his pale face, but he didn't flinch. His lips curled into a mocking smirk. The Blood Monarch's aura flared, anger swelling like a tidal wave. "Damn you!" the god roared, his voice reverberating through the dimension. The pressure surged again, as if the entire world sought to crush Alex into submission. Yet, just as the Blood Monarch prepared to push even further, a sharp, unnatural sound broke through the tension. Crack! The sound echoed like shattering glass. The Blood Monarch's hold on Alex snapped abruptly, the oppressive force dissipating in an instant. Alex's body flickered and then vanished, as though torn from the space entirely. What? The Blood Monarch's glowing eyes flickered in confusion, his gaze scanning the void where Alex once stood. Then he saw it. A figure emerged from the distortion, a rabbit. It wore a tailored black suit and a wide-brimmed hat tilted slightly to one side, its ears poking out like antennae of authority. The rabbit stood casually, hands tucked into its pockets, yet its mere presence radiated an aura that demanded attention. Its eyes, sharp and unyielding, pierced through the void, locking onto the Blood Monarch's true form across dimensions. The Blood Monarch scoffed, recognizing the intruder immediately. "Damned overseer," he growled, his voice dripping with disdain. Chapter 68: Oracle's Intrusion. The rabbit, unfazed by the god's scorn, tilted its head slightly, its expression unreadable. "Why did you interfere, Oracle?" the Blood Monarch demanded. "I almost had him." Oracle stood with his arms folded, exuding an air of calm authority, but his tone was cold and sharp. "You've crossed the line," he said. "You know the rules. Players are not to be harmed." The Blood Monarch bristled, his aura flaring briefly before he barked. "A mere mortal insulted me, and you expect me to just sit idle, unaggrieved?" His voice boomed, a blend of anger and indignation, reverberating across the distorted dimension. Oracle didn't flinch. His gaze remained steady, piercing through the god's fiery temper. "I gave you the privilege to recruit candidates into your faction, but instead of exercising restraint, you abuse it for petty vengeance." The Blood Monarch snarled. "Screw your privilege, Oracle. I don't know what game you're playing, breaking your precious rules to interfere. But if you cross me again, I might just be tempted to report this to the Rhiners." At the mention of the Rhiners, Oracle stilled. His eyes narrowed, and an almost imperceptible shift in the air followed. "Concavian," Oracle said, his voice dropping to an icy whisper. Was that a threat? The very fabric of space around them began to twist and distort, a sickening gurgle echoing as though the dimension itself recoiled from Oracle's presence. The energy was suffocating, like an impending storm ready to unleash its fury. For a moment, neither spoke. The silence between them was deafening, their clash now unspoken, waged through sheer force of will. Finally, the Blood Monarch sighed, his anger ebbing as he withdrew his oppressive aura. "All right, calm down," he muttered, his tone begrudgingly placating. "There's no need for us to turn against each other. We both stand to gain from cooperation." He knew full well that the rabbit could manipulate the truth, concealing any rule-breaking from the Rhiners. But that wasn't the problem. The problem was Oracle's influence. The Overseer had enough clout to have him permanently banned from approaching players across dimensions, a punishment too steep to risk. Begrudgingly, the Blood Monarch held back, but something about the situation didn't sit right with him. Despite Oracle's composed demeanor, there was an underlying tension in his presence. It was subtle, but the Blood Monarch's instincts picked up on it immediately. "Something isn't right," the Blood Monarch remarked, his tone dripping with suspicion. Oracle's expression didn't change. He remained silent, calm as a still lake, but the lack of response only deepened the monarch's suspicions. The Blood Monarch tilted his head, his crimson eyes narrowing. "Let me guess," he said, his voice laced with curiosity and mockery. The mortal you just whisked away, is he the reason you're allowing that god to meddle in player affairs so early? I have a feeling he is. Oracle's ears twitched slightly, but he said nothing. His posture remained steady, his arms still crossed, an impenetrable wall of calm. The Blood Monarch smirked at the silence, taking it as confirmation. He leaned forward slightly, his voice turning sly. If that's the case, I suppose I should do everything in my power to bring him to my faction. A mortal like that could be quite useful. Oracle finally spoke, his voice cool and measured, but there was a faint edge to it, an unease he couldn't fully mask. That's impossible, Oracle said simply. People like him cannot be tamed. The Blood Monarch's lips curled into a dark, amused grin, his laughter reverberating through the empty space like a chilling melody. Then you agree he has to be killed, don't you? His voice carried a sinister undertone, dripping with malice. You won't interfere if I use my candidates, will you? Oracle stood still, his gaze as unreadable as ever. Then, with a calm, detached voice, he delivered his reply. Stay tuned with my virtual library empire. Do as you please. Without another word, Oracle vanished into thin air, leaving no trace of his presence behind. For a moment, the Blood Monarch was silent. Then, he let out a low, throaty chuckle that grew louder with each passing second. Interesting. This is really interesting, he murmured, his excitement palpable. A mortal that has the Overseer so rattled he'd rather see him dead. I must keep my eyes on this one. The monarch's laughter deepened, echoing with both malice and intrigue. Despite his earlier fury over Alex's defiance, a new emotion now consumed him, curiosity. A mere player, a mortal, had not only withstood his pressure, but had also unsettled the unshakable Oracle. The Blood Monarch's fingers twitched as he mused aloud. A mortal who makes an Overseer uneasy. How fascinating. How very entertaining. His voice dropped to a whisper, dripping with dark resolve. I'll be watching you, boy, closely. With that, the Blood Monarch's form dissolved into the shadows, leaving the space eerily quiet. Meanwhile, in the real world, Alex felt the crushing weight of the Blood Monarch's presence lift. The suffocating pressure that had threatened to crush him moments ago was gone as if it had never been there. Colors seeped back into the world around him, painting over the gray void that had overtaken everything. Alex's vision blurred for a moment as the effects of Titan Fury wore off. He felt a sharp, burning sensation shoot through his body as blood poured from his nose, staining his lips and chin. His legs wobbled beneath him, the intense strain leaving him weakened. That bastard, he muttered through gritted teeth, his voice hoarse with frustration. He could barely keep his balance under the weight of the Blood Monarch's power. His muscles screamed in protest, and he would have collapsed if not for the Overseer's sudden intervention. Damn it! The anger roared in his chest like a beast, his fist tightening around the dirt. He hated it, hated that feeling of helplessness. The fact that he could be so easily overpowered pissed him off more than anything. Worse was how the Blood Monarch had tried to bully him, trying to force him to kneel, to submit. That arrogance, it made Alex's blood boil. The very thought of being forced into submission by those like the Blood Monarch filled him with disgust. And yet, it also reminded him of something he hated just as much, how weak he was. He clenched his fists, his face hardening with resolve. I won't let this happen again. It was a sharp reminder that he had to be stronger. There was no room for weakness. No time for regrets or hesitation. With every ounce of willpower he had left, Alex forced himself to stand, shaking off the dizziness that clouded his mind. The blood dripped from his nose, but he ignored it, wiping it away with a swipe of his hand. His destination was ahead, and he couldn't afford to waste another second. Chapter 69 Ethan. Elsewhere, Jonah and Nancy stood at the edge of the camp, their gazes sweeping over the dark forest surrounding them. The faint sound of the stream nearby offered little comfort. They had chosen a small clearing downstream for the group to spend the night, but they felt anything but relaxed. Jonah leaned against a tree, his grip tight on his weapon. Beside him, Nancy crouched, her eyes darting between the shadows, every rustle of leaves setting her on edge. Their expressions were etched with exhaustion, their faces pale and drawn. It had only been a single day in this accursed place, yet it felt like weeks. The physical strain was one thing, but the mental toll, constant fear, tension, and the guilt of failure was crushing. The group's condition was grim. They had lost 2 more people. Each loss weighed heavily, a bitter reminder of how dangerous this place was. Complaints echoed through the camp like an unending chorus, further sapping morale. Everyone was on edge, their nerves frayed. Jonah let out a frustrated sigh, running a hand through his disheveled hair. "Why did we let Alex go?" Nancy glanced at him, her lips pressed into a thin line. "We couldn't force him to stay," she replied, though her tone carried doubt. Deep down, she wondered if they could have handled things differently. If she could have handled things differently. His ability would have been useful, Jonah said, his voice tinged with regret. If we just gotten him to cooperate. Nancy didn't respond immediately, her gaze fixed on the campfire's faint glow in the distance. The thought gnawed at her, too. Alex's presence could have made a difference, but they had failed to reach him. Worse, their failure had sown division among the group. Many of the members now looked to Thompson for guidance, a man who was the reason for Alex leaving in the first place. Hypocrites. That was the only word Nancy could think of as she glanced back toward the camp. The others, who once treated Alex like an outcast, were now the loudest voices complaining about his absence. All they had wanted was to control him, put him on a leash, and use his strength. But Alex was done with that life, and she couldn't blame him. Nancy's voice broke the heavy silence. "You think Alex is all right out there?" Jonah crossed his arms, leaning back against the rough bark of a tree. "I don't know," he admitted, his voice low. But he seemed confident in his strength when he left. "I believe he's holding his own." The two fell quiet again, the faint crackle of the campfire behind them the only sound. Nancy fidgeted with her weapon, her thoughts clearly elsewhere. Jonah suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of regret. "I didn't think Alex would leave us so easily." Nancy raised an eyebrow, her expression sharp. "And why do you think that is? He had no reason to stay, not after how he was treated." Jonah sighed, running a hand through his hair. He couldn't argue with her. She was right. Alex had no reason to stick around, especially when the group had done little but push him away. Another moment of silence passed before Jonah broke it again, his voice quieter this time. "Honestly, I didn't know what he was going through. I mean, I suspected, but I didn't think it was as bad as it really was." Nancy turned to him, her eyes narrowing. "If you suspected, you should have done something. Investigated. Talked to him." "Yeah," he said softly, his gaze dropping to the ground. "You're right. Maybe I should have." The silence stretched between them, heavy with unspoken thoughts, until Nancy finally broke it. "It must have been hard for him." "Yeah," Jonah nodded, though his expression was conflicted. "But to venture into the unknown alone, that takes a lot of guts. I didn't think he had it in him." Nancy turned to him. "Haven't you noticed the way he moved and acted? It's like he was used to being here, like he belonged in this place." Jonah frowned, the thought stirring unease. "But that's impossible. We all appeared here at the same." Snap! A sharp sound pierced the quiet, cutting Jonah off mid-sentence. Both of them froze, their instincts kicking in. The sound was an unmistakable crack of a twig. They exchanged a quick glance, tension crackling between them. And Jonah gripped his weapon tightly as Nancy did the same, their eyes scanning the surrounding darkness. "There's someone out there," Nancy whispered, her voice barely audible. Jonah shook his head, his ears straining to listen. "No," he muttered, "not someone. Multiple people. Continue reading on my virtual library empire." The sound of approaching footsteps became clearer, crunching leaves, snapping branches. Jonah's voice rang out urgently. "Everyone, wake up, now!" His tone left no room for hesitation. The group, groggy and disoriented, scrambled to their feet. Weapons were grabbed, and the camp instantly shifted from a place of rest to one of battle readiness. Gustav, despite the stump where his arm had been severed, surged to the front, clutching his axe in his remaining hand. He took his place beside Jonah and Nancy, his eyes sharp and unwavering. "Who are they?" Gustav asked, his voice low but tense as he tightened his grip on his axe. Jonah shook his head, his eyes locked on the approaching group. "I don't know," he admitted, "but we need to be ready for anything." The group drew closer, their silhouettes becoming clearer in the faint moonlight. There were 7 of them, each armed and appearing battle-ready. One figure stood out, a leader, perhaps, wearing armor that gleamed with an otherworldly sheen, intricate patterns carved into its surface. "They're geared up," Nancy whispered, her knuckles white around her weapon. "And that one in the armor. Looks like trouble. Maybe, Jonah replied, his tone cautious. But they don't seem hostile, at least, not yet. The group stopped a few feet away. The tension was thick, each side waiting for the other to make the first move. Then, the figure in the unique armor reached up, unclasping their helmet. As the helmet was removed, the stranger's face was revealed, and a collective gasp rippled through Jonah's group. It can't be, Jonah whispered, her eyes wide. Thompson stepped forward, his shock written all over his face. Mr. Ethan? The man standing before them smiled faintly. It was Ethan, their boss from the company they all worked at before they were all tossed into this hellish place. Good to see you, Thompson, Ethan said, his voice calm but commanding. He looked around at the others, his gaze steady. And the rest of you as well. How have you all been holding up? For a moment, there was silence. Then, the group collectively exhaled, relief washing over them. Weapons were lowered, tension easing from their shoulders. But Nancy still held her guard. Her weapon still raised. She knew not to be too trusting, as this place had a knack of. Chapter 70 Faction. She knew not to be too trusting, as this place had a knack of changing people. Ethan's presence brought an air of confidence, and the uneasy tension in the camp began to fade. Not only was Ethan someone they knew, he was the leader of this formidable-looking group. Jonah, Ethan called out, his voice steady and warm. Jonah's face broke into a smile as he walked toward Ethan. The two clasped hands firmly, their grip lingering in a gesture of mutual respect and acknowledgement. Good to see you're alive and well, Jonah said, his tone genuine. Ethan chuckled, shaking his head. What do you mean? Someone like me doesn't die so easily. The closeness between them was evident. They weren't acquaintances, they were cousins, and the bond they shared was unmistakable. But Jonah's smile faded slightly as his eyes shifted to the group behind Ethan. These weren't familiar faces. They looked tough, each of them exuding a quiet menace. His gaze lingered on one in particular, a man with unervingly plain skin, slitted eyes, and an unsettling stare that made Jonah feel like prey being sized up. Who are they? Jonah asked cautiously. Ethan followed Jonah's gaze, then turned back with a reassuring smile. Oh, them? They're my combatants. Combatants? Jonah repeated, his brow furrowing. He studied the group more closely. Each of them was equipped with armor and weapons that seemed far superior to anything Jonah's group had. They looked like warriors who had been through countless battles, their expressions hardened and intimidating. Ethan then began to speak. Once we arrived here, I knew survival would depend on unity. So, along with the others who appeared with me, we headed for the nearest tower. It wasn't easy, but we secured the area and began to build a stronghold. Along the way, we encountered others, like-minded individuals who were willing to join us. Together, we formed a group, and naturally, I took the role of leader. The group stared at Ethan, their expressions shifting between awe and admiration. Even in a nightmarish world teeming with monsters, Ethan's leadership qualities shone through like a beacon of hope. Ethan then scanned the group, his gaze lingering on their battered appearances. Torn clothes, bandaged wounds, and weary faces told him everything he needed to know. So, how's it been for all of you? Jonah opened his mouth to respond, but before he could, Thompson cut in with barely restrained anger. Mr. Ethan, that bastard, that piece of shit caused all of this. Ethan's brows furrowed. Who are you talking about? Alex, Thompson spat, his words venomous. He's here too. The moment Ethan heard the name, his entire demeanor shifted. His confident smirk disappeared, replaced by a cold expression. His eyes darkened, and the air around him seemed to grow heavier. Alex, he muttered, his voice low and dangerous. Jonah and Nancy exchanged glances. The sudden change in Ethan's mood was palpable, and it was clear that Alex's name struck a nerve. Memories of his last confrontation with Alex flooded back, and it filled him with frustration and anger. So that trash is here, huh? Where is he now? Ethan demanded, his tone sharp and commanding. Thompson responded eagerly. He left the group after trying to kill me. Jonah immediately interjected, his voice firm. Hey, don't twist the truth. You know that isn't what happened. Thompson scowled, turning to face Jonah. Oh, really? He refused to help us while we were fighting that boss monster. Then he had the audacity to blame me for Gustav losing his hand. He's completely lost it. Gustav, standing slightly to the side, adjusted the bandage wrapped around the stump of his missing arm. Earlier, he had said he didn't remember much about what happened during the fight. All he recalled was battling the tiger boss, getting overwhelmed by its ferocity and succumbing to the searing pain when his arm was severed. But Jonah didn't buy it. He had spent enough time with Gustav to know the man was no fool. Despite his massive frame and reputation for being all brawn, Gustav was sharp. Jonah was certain the giant had pieced together the truth, but chose to keep quiet. It wasn't cowardice, it was strategy. Gustav understood the group couldn't survive more division. They had already lost Alex. Another fracture could spell disaster. Jonah clenched his fists, torn between admiration for Gustav's restraint and frustration over the lies being tolerated. Thompson, however, had no such reservations. He stepped forward, his face flushed with anger. "So what should we do, sir? We can't just let him roam free. We should find him and make him pay for what he's done." Ethan turned slowly to face Thompson, his expression unreadable. Thompson's confidence wavered slightly under Ethan's gaze, but he pressed on. "That bastard's been a problem since day one. He thinks he's better than everyone else. It's time he learned his place." Jonah frowned, unable to hide his disbelief. "Hey, there's no need to go that far," he said, his voice firm but calm. "I don't understand this hate you all have for Alex. It's ridiculous." Before anyone could respond, a soft, unsettling laugh cut through the tension like a blade. Cithril, the pale assassin who stood at Ethan's side, stepped forward. His movements were fluid, almost serpentine, and his slitted eyes gleamed with amusement. Slowly, he unsheathed a thin, wicked-looking blade and ran his tongue along the edge of the blade. "If you want, Ethan, I can hunt him down for you. It wouldn't take long. Find adventures at my virtual library empire." Jonah stepped forward, narrowing his eyes at Cithril. "That's enough. We're not hunting Alex like he's some kind of animal." Cithril's lips curled into a faint smirk, clearly unfazed, and he responded, his tone cold. "I don't remember asking for your permission." Jonas clicked, his hands balling into fists as he glared at Cithril. The silence stretched, and group felt the tension rise as the standoff simmered, but before things could escalate further, Ethan spoke up. "Enough, forget about him. There's no way that Wimp would survive out there on his own. Not with all the beasts that's out there." Thompson hesitated, his jaw tightening as memories of Alex's intimidating presence flashed in his mind. With the strength Alex displayed, he had proved that if anyone could survive this place, it was him. Ethan didn't know that. But even he knew better than to push further so as not to provoke Ethan. He let out a frustrated sigh and dropped the subject. Ethan stood there, his mind still grappling with the thought of Alex. He wanted to find him, confront him, and end it all. But right now, survival mattered more. They couldn't afford to waste energy hunting someone who might not even be alive. Still, if Alex ever showed his face again, that would be the end of him. Shaking off the thought, Ethan refocused. It was time to get down to business. He looked at the group, eyes sharp. "So, I believe you all want things to be easier. You want safety and security. That's why I'm proposing you join my faction." Faction. The word spread through the group, murmurs rippling like a wave. Jonah blinked, clearly taken aback. "You created a faction?" He couldn't hide his surprise. "How is that even possible? In such a short time?" Thompson then gave a nod of approval. "As expected. Sir Ethan, you're awesome." Ethan smirked, a brief flash of pride before he continued. "We already have about 40 members. We've built a camp with solid defenses to fend off monsters. You'll stand a better chance there than out here on your own. So, what do you say? Do you want to join?" Before anyone could respond, a sudden notification appeared for everyone in the group, flashing on their screens. The group paused, their eyes flicking between each other, murmuring in disbelief. Ethan's offer sounded too good to be true. A safe haven, a chance to stop worrying about monsters. It was tempting. They felt a wave of relief wash over them. But then, as their eyes scanned the notification, their expressions changed. The discomfort spread, first across Nancy's face, then to the others as they read the small print. Ding! Join the Ethereal faction. By accepting, you become a recognized member of this faction. However, you will lose 20% of any tutorial points you earn from killing monsters. Do you want to accept? Yes, no? Chapter 71, Undecided. The ground trembled as a raging buffalo barreled toward Alex, its massive horns aimed straight at him, ready to gore him to pieces. The beast's bellow echoed in the air, its red eyes locked on its target. Alex didn't flinch. As the buffalo closed the gap, he braced himself and caught its horn with a powerful grip. Muscles straining, he twisted its head with an incredible surge of strength, lifting the enormous creature off the ground. With a loud grunt, he hurled it through the air. The buffalo landed with a heavy crash, skidding across the rocky terrain before disappearing into the distance. Before Alex could take a breath, another buffalo charged in from his right. Its speed was ferocious, but Alex was faster. In one smooth motion, he unsheathed his sword, the blade gleaming in the sunlight. With a precise slash, the beast's massive body split cleanly in two, blood spraying in an arc. Another buffalo lunged at him from behind, its massive hooves thundering as it closed in. Alex spun around in a flash, his blade cutting through the air. One clean swing was all it took to decapitate the beast. Its severed head rolled to the side as its body crumpled to the ground. The last buffalo, seeing the carnage and realizing it was the only one left, froze for a moment before grunting in panic. It turned and began to flee, hooves pounding the dirt as it bolted away. "Not so fast," Alex muttered, his eyes narrowing. He activated Petrify, his hand glowing with a faint, eerie light. The buffalo froze mid-stride, its body stiffening as if turned to stone. Alex dashed forward, his speed a blur. With a leap, he closed the distance and brought his sword down with deadly precision, burying it deep into the beast's skull. The buffalo staggered under the blow, its legs buckling before it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. A faint chime echoed in Alex's ears as a series of notifications appeared before him. Ding! You have killed Buffalo, rank D. Y. You have earned 200 TP. You have killed Buffalo, rank D. G. You have earned 250 TP. You have killed Buffalo, rank DER. You have earned 300 TP. You have leveled up. You have received 5 stat points. You have received a power stone. Ding! Apocalypse baby kicking in. You have earned an additional 200 TP. You have earned an additional 250 TP. You have earned an additional 300 TP. You have received an additional 5 stat points. You have received an additional power stone. Alex exhaled heavily, his chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. He swatted Merzik's blade clean of blood, the dark steel gleaming in the dim light. Around him lay the mangled remains of over a dozen buffalo. Their bodies were shredded and hacked into pieces, the ground soaked with blood. The blade's performance was every bit as impressive as its description claimed. Each cut he made on the beasts had a lasting effect, causing their wounds to fester and slow them down. Injured buffalo stumbled, their movements becoming sluggish as the fight dragged on. He glanced around the battlefield. He had taken down nearly 50 buffalo in this grueling session. Yet, despite all his effort, he had only managed to level up twice. Frustration bubbled beneath the surface, but Alex quickly suppressed it. "It's all for the tutorial points," he muttered to himself, clenching his fists. The points felt meaningless now, with no immediate use, but he knew they would matter later. For now, his priority had to be leveling up, growing stronger and surviving. His gaze shifted toward the distant horizon. The beasts here were not a challenge. If he wanted to progress faster, he had to venture into a C-rank zone, where tougher and more rewarding prey awaited. Alex took a deep breath, his focus shifting from the battlefield to the glowing blue screen in front of him. "Stats," he commanded, and the familiar interface appeared before his eyes. Name, Alex Knight. Rank D. Title, Apocalypse Baby. Class, None. Level, 29. HP, 1,360. MP, 1,040. Stats, Strength, 85. Agility, 95. Intelligence, 65. Vitality, 60. Stat points available, 60. Power Stones, 12. Discover exclusive tales at my virtual library empire. Skills, Exploding Touch, Sonic Howl. Aegis Arcane, Slipstream. Stealth Walk, Titan Fury. Vigor Strike, Fast and Furious. Minor Regan, Flame Immunity, Foresight. Stone Face, Earth Swim, Petrify, Minor Telekinesis. Tutorial points, 26,150. Alex's eyes scanned through the stats window, his expression unreadable. As expected, hunting monsters for tutorial points was way more profitable than targeting other players. His point count had skyrocketed after taking out the horde of D-rank buffalo. Still, something gnawed at him. Despite the impressive haul of points, leveling up was painfully slow. He was now just one level away from unlocking a new skill, and the thought alone sent a jolt of excitement through him. His gaze shifted to his skill list. 15 skills. each one powerful in its own right. His fingers hovered in midair as he considered his options. Which one do I upgrade? Exploding Touch is already a monster of a skill. Upgrading it could make it devastating enough to obliterate enemies in one strike. Foresight could be a game changer too. Extending the time he could glimpse into the future would give him an overwhelming tactical advantage. Minor Telekinesis? That's tempting. I could manipulate objects way heavier than before, maybe even lift enemies off the ground and slam them like ragdolls. He smirked. Fast and Furious? If I upgrade that, I could probably outrun bullets. Maybe even be a speed god. The thought of Minor Regan gave him pause. Deadpool-level regeneration? He chuckled softly, imagining himself shrugging off fatal wounds like they were scratches. Then there was Petrify, a skill so versatile it could instantly immobilize enemies. What if he could enhance it to turn entire groups of foes into stone? Alex groaned, ruffling his hair in frustration. God damn it, he muttered under his breath. The options were endless, and the more he thought about it, the harder the decision became. Every skill he had was powerful, and upgrading any one of them would make him deadlier. Arc, Alex groaned, pressing a hand to his forehead. The constant back-and-forth decision-making was giving him a headache. He let out a heavy sigh, trying to shake off the tension. The cost of upgrading a skill was steep, sure, but Alex was determined to look past it. He leaned back slightly, thinking it through. His physical strength was already leagues above what it should be for his rank, thanks in no small part to his title, Apocalypse Baby. And it gave him a ridiculous edge in combat. Even if I sacrifice some points, he thought, it won't set me back too much. I'll make up for it with an even more overpowered skill. He glanced at his inventory. His collection of stat-enhancing accessories, rings, pendants, and trinkets offered him a buffer. If needed, he could stack as many as possible to compensate for any temporary loss. No doubt I'll use the attribute converter, but not now. He was still too undecided to commit to one skill. Before he could ponder further, a sound interrupted his thoughts. Thud, thud, thud. The ground vibrated beneath his feet, each tremor stronger than the last. The air grew heavier with every thud, and Alex's sharp ears picked up the rhythmic pounding. Something massive was headed his way. Another buffalo, he murmured. But this time it felt different. The weight of the footsteps was heavier, the aura more menacing. Alex's grip on Merzik's blade tightened as he turned toward the source of the sound. From the shadows of the forest, a hulking figure emerged, stepping into the open. The beast was massive, dwarfing the other buffalo he had faced earlier. Its horns were jagged, glowing faintly with an ominous crimson hue. Its eyes burned like molten fire, and its muscular body radiated raw power. It let out a deafening roar, the sheer force of it shaking the trees around them. Alex squinted, his heart pounding in anticipation. A notification flashed before his eyes. Buffalo Boss, rank CER. Alex's lips curled into a smirk. Finally, he muttered, something worth my time. Chapter 72, Boss Buffalo. The massive beast loomed before Alex, its hulking frame covered in thick muscle and an almost metallic sheen. On its legs were what looked like gauntlets, crudely shaped but undeniably enchanted, radiating a faint, magical glow. Alex's eyes narrowed. Not your average buffalo, he muttered. The beast suddenly spoke, its deep, guttural voice echoing. Puny human, prepare to be crushed. Alex blinked, then sighed. It talks. Great, but not very bright. He cracked his neck, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. This'll be quick. Without hesitation, Alex surged forward, blade in hand, closing the gap between them in seconds. But the buffalo didn't flinch. Instead, it slammed a massive hoof into the ground. Boom! The ground quaked violently, sending shockwaves rippling outward. Alex stumbled, caught off guard as the earth beneath him cracked and shifted. Okay, didn't see that coming, Alex thought, regaining his footing just in time. His left hand brushed the ground as he crouched, activating Exploding Touch. A faint shimmer marked the spot where he placed the explosive, ready to spring a trap. Rising back to his feet, Alex caught sight of the buffalo charging at him. Its enormous horns gleamed under the light, aimed directly at his chest. It was shockingly fast for its size, its massive frame barreling forward like a freight train. But to Alex, it wasn't fast enough. Not even close. Alex moved instinctively, rolling to the side just as the buffalo's massive horns grazed the air where he'd been standing. The beast thundered past, its momentum making it difficult to stop. Before the buffalo could turn around for another charge, the ground where Alex had planted his exploding touch erupted in a fiery explosion. The force of the blast sent dirt and debris flying, and a shock wave slammed into the buffalo, throwing it off balance and sending it skidding to the side. Alex straightened, his sword at the ready, expecting the beast to stay down or at least show some damage. But to his surprise, the buffalo pushed itself back up, seemingly unharmed. Its glowing gauntlets pulsed faintly, and it let out a guttural snort. Find more chapters on my virtual library empire. Your puny attacks won't stop me, the buffalo bellowed, its deep voice rumbling through the air. Alex raised an eyebrow, mildly amused. Oh, he muttered, his voice carrying a note of intrigue. A sharp glint flickered in his eyes as he studied the beast more closely. The buffalo lowered its head for another charge, but Alex didn't wait. He puffed out his cheeks, letting out a piercing sonic howl. The sound waves rippled through the air, an invisible force slamming into the buffalo and halting its advance. The beast staggered back, its hooves digging trenches into the earth as it struggled to resist the attack. Then Alex saw it clearly, a shimmering, almost transparent barrier surrounding the buffalo. It hummed faintly with energy, flickering like a magical force field. Alex squinted as he studied the barrier surrounding the buffalo. It reminded him of his Aegis Arcane, a skill designed to repel magical damage. His eyes narrowed as he focused on the glowing gauntlets. They were clearly the source of the beast's shield. So, it's resistant to magical attacks, huh? Alex muttered under his breath. Guess I'll have to do this the old-fashioned way. Without hesitation, Alex equipped Murzik Fongblade, the weapon gleaming menacingly in his hand. He tightened his grip and dashed toward the beast, his movements swift. Resistant to magical attacks, but let's see how it handles physical ones. The buffalo let out a thunderous roar as it saw Alex closing the distance. It lowered its massive horns, digging its hooves into the ground, and charged full speed. To the beast, Alex's approach was a challenge it wouldn't back down from. The two raced toward each other like an unstoppable force meeting an immovable object. But just as they were about to collide, Alex disappeared in a blur of speed, vanishing from the buffalo's sight. The beast skidded to a halt, confused, its eyes darting around. Then it felt it, sharp, searing pain slicing across its sides and back. Alex's blade struck repeatedly, leaving deep gashes in its hide. Blood seeped from the wounds as the buffalo let out a pained grunt. Alex reappeared behind the beast, wiping a bit of blood off his blade with a flick of his wrist. Guess you're not immune to being cut down, he said with a smirk. Good. The buffalo snorted, its anger boiling over. Damn you, human. Alex didn't give it a chance to recover. He charged again, aiming for the beast's neck, his blade ready to deliver a decapitating blow. But the buffalo surprised him. It leaped backward with surprising agility for its size, avoiding the strike at the last second. Alex's blade cut through empty air, and he paused, watching the beast carefully. Huh, Alex muttered, raising an eyebrow. He didn't expect the buffalo to have reflexes like that. As the buffalo landed heavily on the ground, a sharp rumble sounded near it. Without warning, a jagged piece of rock materialized beside the beast, shimmering with power. In the blink of an eye, the rock detonated, unleashing a fiery explosion. The blast sent the buffalo reeling, its magical barrier barely managing to absorb the brunt of the impact. Even so, the force shoved the massive beast backward, sending it tumbling across the clearing and slamming into a cluster of trees. Before the creature could recover or even process what had happened, Alex was already airborne, descending like a predator with Murzik Fongblade gleaming in his hands. He landed with precision, his blade carving through the beast's thick hide in a clean arc. Blood sprayed as Alex severed one of the buffalo's massive legs. The buffalo let out an ear-splitting scream, its voice a mixture of pain and fury. Its glowing eyes locked onto Alex, filled with unbridled rage. Enraged, the beast lunged forward, its horns aimed to gore Alex with all its remaining strength. But Alex didn't flinch. Calm and composed, he caught one of the beast's horns with his bare hand, halting the buffalo mid-charge. The sheer strength in Alex's grip caused the horn to crack slightly, the beast's power no match for his own. With a swift twist of his arm, Alex spun the buffalo's massive body, forcing it off balance. In one fluid motion, he raised Merzik Fongblade and brought it down with lethal precision. The blade sliced cleanly through the buffalo's neck, severing its head from its body. The buffalo's body collapsed to the ground with a thunderous thud, lifeless. Alex stood over it, gripping the beast's massive head in his hand. He brought the head close to his face, studying the expression frozen on the buffalo's features. Its eyes were wide with shock, as if it couldn't believe its own defeat. With a casual flick of his wrist, Alex tossed the head aside, letting it roll across the forest floor. And a familiar sound echoed in his ears. Ding! You have defeated Buffalo Boss. You have received 5 stat points. You have received a Power Stone. You have received skill, Earth Stomp. Another notification then flashed across his vision. Apocalypse Baby kicking in. You have received an additional 5 stat points. You have received an additional Power Stone. You have received equipment, Anti-Magic Gauntlets. Chapter 73, OP Skill. Earth Stomp. With a single forceful stomp on the ground, you unleash a localized earthquake that radiates outward in a powerful wave. The tremor cracks the earth and sends it shifting violently, throwing enemies off their feet and disrupting their balance. Opponents caught in the shock wave are momentarily stunned, leaving them vulnerable to follow-up attacks. Anti-Magic Gauntlets. These enchanted gauntlets hum with power, generating a shimmering, translucent shield whenever they sense an incoming magical attack. The shield absorbs or deflects spells, rendering the wearer highly resistant to offensive magic. Explore stories and my virtual library empire. As soon as Alex read the description of the gauntlets, he grinned and wasted no time equipping them. The metallic sheen of the gauntlets wrapped snugly around his arms, the intricate runes glowing faintly as they adjusted to his energy. Alex flexed his fingers, feeling the raw power coursing through them. A smirk played on his lips. Deflecting bullets like Wonder Woman? Count me in, he muttered, picturing the gauntlets deflecting projectiles in a flurry of sparks. The rewards he'd received so far were undeniably cool, but Alex's real excitement lay elsewhere. He had been waiting to reach level 30, eager to claim a new skill. The anticipation had been building, and now it was finally here. Ding! The sound was like music to his ears. Alex immediately opened his stats window, his palms rubbing together in excitement. You have reached level 30. You have earned the chance to choose a new skill from 3 options. Alex grinned, his eyes lighting up as the notification appeared. A new skill was a big deal. It was another tool in his arsenal. But as thrilled as he was, the thought of adding yet another skill to his growing list made him pause. He sighed, ruffling his hair in frustration. Man, this is going to make deciding on my upgrade even harder. The attribute converter was a game changer, allowing him to enhance one skill to an overpowered level. But with so many good options, choosing just one felt like trying to solve an impossible puzzle. Alex leaned back, exhaling as he stared at the glowing screen displaying his skill choices. The memory of Exploding Touch and its devastating upgraded version played in his mind. He had seen firsthand what upgrading a skill could do, turning something good into something game-changing. There was no way he was passing up the chance to supercharge another ability. With a flick of his fingers, he opened the descriptions of the 3 skills he could choose from. His eyes scanned each one, the words sinking in like waves crashing against the shore. Ability Option 1, Heal. A dark ability that allows you to heal yourself by draining the life force of another. Upon touching a living being, you siphon their vitality, converting it into your own health. Each use consumes a moderate amount of mana, proportional to the health restored. Ability Option 2, Sunball. Summon a blazing orb of concentrated solar energy in your hand. The sun ball burns with intense heat, capable of melting through armor, scorching enemies, and causing explosions upon impact. It can be hurled at a target, creating an area of effect blast that inflicts severe fire damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius. Ability Option 3, One Shot, One Kill. This ultimate ability grants a single, guaranteed fatal attack. When activated, your next strike bypasses all defenses, physical, magical, or otherwise, and delivers a killing blow to the target, regardless of their level or rank. Cooldown, 2 months, making it a highly strategic ability. Condition: you must stab the opponent within 1 second of activating the ability. Alex blinked, his breath hitching as he took in the descriptions. Then it hit him like a sucker punch to the gut. Gap! The sheer power of the skill options laid out before him was almost too much to process. 3 OP skills. But one of them is on a completely different level. His eyes locked onto the description of 1 shot, 1 kill, and he felt his heart race. 1 shot, 1 kill. The chance to kill an opponent no matter how strong they are, regardless of rank or level. Alex couldn't help but let out a shaky breath. That's just stupidly powerful, he muttered. The thought hit him like a lightning bolt, making him freeze. Could it kill? A god? His fingers trembled as he scrolled back up, rereading the description with laser focus. He searched for any mention of limits, any clause that said it couldn't take down a divine being. Nothing. There was no indication that gods were immune. A chill ran down his spine, and he shivered. His mind buzzed with possibilities. Taking down an unkillable opponent with a single strike? It sounded like something out of a fantasy novel, and now it was sitting right in front of him, waiting to be claimed. But then a thought crept in. Why do I keep attracting OP skills like this? Something must be broken, he said, shaking his head. Whatever it was, Alex wanted it to remain broken. His gaze shifted to heal, and he frowned. Compared to the other 2, it seemed weaker. Yet, even as he thought that, he couldn't deny its potential. Calm down. Just calm down, Alex muttered to himself, running a hand through his hair. His heart was pounding, and he needed to think clearly. Sure, 1 shot, 1 kill was powerful, stupidly powerful, but it wasn't without its drawbacks. He reread the description one more time, this time focusing on the fine details. Cool down, 2 months. 2 months, Alex sighed, shaking his head. That's an eternity. And then there was the condition. He had to stab his opponent immediately after activating the skill. If he missed, the ability would be wasted, and he'd have to wait another 2 months to try again. That's a problem, Alex admitted. The thought of standing in front of a powerful enemy, timing everything perfectly, made his palms sweat. No strong opponent is just going to sit there and let me stab them. The more he thought about it, the more he realized how tricky it would be to pull off. It's not as easy as it sounds, he muttered. But even with all its complications, Alex couldn't bring himself to dismiss the skill. He rubbed his chin deep in thought. What would happen if I upgrade? The idea of using the attribute converter on 1 shot, 1 kill crossed his mind. But he hesitated. He had no idea what would happen, and the uncertainty made him hesitate. Finally, Alex exhaled sharply, shaking off his doubts. There was no point in overthinking it now. He'd figure out the upgrade nonsense later. All right, he said, standing tall and cracking his knuckles. I'll choose you. Alex grinned as the skill, 1 shot, 1 kill, appeared on his skill list. The sight of it filled him with a sense of satisfaction. His lips curled into a wider smile. He could feel the hunger rising within him, the need for more. More challenges, more monsters, more prey to hunt. With a determined glint in his eyes, Alex resumed his journey, stepping deeper into the forest. The thrill of the hunt and the reward that came after was intoxicating. About 30 minutes later, the air around him seemed to shift. A sharp sound echoed through the forest, a strange hooting noise, almost like a monkey's call. Alex froze, scanning his surroundings. His eyes darted upward at the sound, just in time to catch sight of multiple brown projectiles flying straight toward him at high speed. His instincts kicked in. Aegis Arcane, he called, summoning his magical barrier. The translucent shield shimmered into existence around him, absorbing the incoming barrage. The projectiles splattered against the barrier, sliding down its surface. Alex's nose crinkled as he looked closer. His expression turned to one of pure disgust. Poop. Seriously? A chorus of screeches and hoots erupted from the treetops. The forest came alive with noise. You. Alex's gaze snapped upward again, and his unease grew as he saw a troop of monkeys stared back at him from the trees, their beady eyes gleaming with mischief. Chapter 74, Damn Monkey, Trauma. The forest canopy seemed to come alive as the creatures leaped from branch to branch, making chaotic noises that grated on Alex's nerves. Their movements were erratic, their screeches relentless. Shut up, Alex muttered, clamping his hands over his ears as the screeching continued. His body trembled, and his heart pounded like a drum, a relentless rhythm that he couldn't slow. Beads of sweat rolled down his face, stinging his eyes. This wasn't fear of danger. He'd fought monsters far more threatening than a troop of monkeys. No, this was different. This was something deeper, something rooted in his past. Alex exhaled heavily, trying to steady himself. The memory clawed its way to the surface, dragging him back to a time he'd rather forget. It was a school trip back in grade school. His class had visited the city zoo for the day. The trip had started like any other. Loud chatter, laughter, and kids shoving each other in excitement as they explored the exhibits. Alex had been just as enthusiastic as his classmates, eagerly pointing out the lions, parrots, kangaroos, and giraffes. But his favorite animal was none of these. The honey badger. He'd seen documentaries about them on TV, marveling at their relentless nature. Nothing stopped a honey badger, not bigger animals, not venom, not even fear. Alex admired that kind of tenacity. The group eventually made its way to the monkey enclosure. The guy began explaining fun facts about the primates when someone noticed something unusual. "Wait, one of them is missing," the guide asked, scanning the area. One of the kids pointed excitedly. "Up there, look." Alex followed their gaze and saw it. A small monkey perched high on the railing that enclosed their habitat. The creature had slipped out of the exhibit, but something about its gaze was unsettling, sharp, almost hostile, as if the creature saw them as invaders rather than spectators. Its expression was serious, unnervingly human-like. The air grew tense. Some kids stepped back uneasy. Others stood frozen, caught between fear and awe. The teacher looked like they were on the verge of panic, trying to maintain control, but failing miserably. Alex, however, was just confused. "What's its deal?" he mumbled, tilting his head. Then the monkey snarled. The guttural sound was enough to send the entire group into chaos. Screams erupted as kids panicked and scattered in every direction, bumping into each other and knocking over backpacks. The teacher shouted something, but their words were drowned out by the rising noise. The sudden movement seemed to provoke the monkey further. With an angry screech, it leaped from the railing, soaring through the air like a tiny missile. And, of course, out of all the unlucky kids it could have chosen to land on, it picked Alex. The moment the monkey hit him, Alex was knocked flat on his back. "What the?" He barely managed to gasp before the creature pounced on him, pinning him to the ground. The monkey let out a furious shriek, slamming its tiny fists into Alex's chest and shoulders with surprising force. "Get off me!" Alex yelled, trying to push it away, but the creature was relentless. It lunged at him again, pounding its fists like Alex had personally stolen its lunch. Each hit made him flinch, his arms coming up instinctively to shield his face. "Help! Somebody!" Alex cried out, his voice cracking. But his pleas were drowned out by the chaotic noise around him. Above, the rest of the monkeys in the enclosure were whipped into a frenzy. They screamed and howled, jumping against the iron fence and rattling it violently. Some hung from the bars, pulling and yanking as if they were trying to break through. The combined sound of their screeches and the clanging metal added to Alex's growing terror. His heart pounded as he desperately tried to block the monkeys' relentless attacks. It was like the whole troop had turned on him, their shrieks echoing in his ears and making his head spin. For Alex, lying on the ground under the furious little primate, it felt like the end of the world. The wild shrieking of the monkey, the sting of its tiny fists pounding against him, the overwhelming noise of the other monkeys rattling the enclosure, all of it was too much for young Alex to process. He had felt helpless, trapped under the fury of a creature he hadn't expected to fear. His chest tightened, and terror gripped him so tightly he couldn't even scream anymore. Just when it seemed like things were going to spiral further out of control, a sharp crack broke through the chaos. The monkey stiffened, a look of shock flashing across its face before it collapsed onto Alex's chest. The zookeepers had taken it down with a stun gun just in time. Alex lay there, trembling, his ears ringing from the ordeal. Though the monkey hadn't injured him much physically, the damage had been done. That day scarred him in ways that no one could see. Now, standing in the forest as an adult, Alex stared down a troop of monsters that looked far too much like the primates that haunted his nightmares. The unsettling familiarity hit him like a punch to the gut. Their beady eyes locked onto him, unblinking and full of malice. They weren't just watching him, they were taunting him. Their wide, toothy grins only added to the mockery. Alex's vision flickered as his system analyzed the creatures. As by Pub Future. Monkeys rank CG. Monkeys rank CG. Monkeys ranked C. What? Though they all looked the same, their ranks varied, which only added to his unease. Alex's grip tightened around the hilt of his sword. His breathing grew uneven as his heart hammered in his chest. His instincts screamed at him to run, to put as much distance as possible between himself and these creatures. But no matter how much he willed his legs to move, they refused to obey. He couldn't believe it. Am I really that shaken? He muttered under his breath, his voice trembling. Alex took a deep breath, forcing his trembling hands to steady. His grip on the sword tightened as he stared at the troop of monkeys. You're stronger. There's no reason to run, Alex muttered to himself, trying to summon courage. His mind, however, wasn't convinced. The hooting and screeching of the monkeys echoed through the forest, crawling under his skin and making his body shudder despite his belief in his strength. Come on, Alex, he thought, beginning an internal dialogue to talk himself through it. I'm afraid. Yes, you are. But will you run? I'm considering it. Should you run? I don't think so. Why not? Because it's embarrassing. Embarrassing? What? They're just monkeys. I've faced worse. Exactly. Let's break it down. What's more intimidating, a cockatrice, a goblin, a tiger, a buffalo? Or a monkey? A monkey? His thoughts stuttered, but he pushed forward. Fine, so they're unnerving. But does that mean you should run? No. Then fight. It's as simple as that. Is it? Does it matter? No, it doesn't. Alex came to the conclusion. Despite the fact he was afraid, due to his trauma, he was still going to fight because that was who he is. It was as simple as that. Although his internal monologue didn't completely erase his fear, it eased the suffocating pressure that had gripped him. The memories of his past no longer had a stranglehold on his mind. Alex tightened his grip on his sword. With a deep breath, he dashed into the forest, weaving through the dense underbrush. The monkeys hooted in rage and immediately gave chase, leaping from branch to branch above him. Suddenly, brown projectiles rained down, flying at him with the speed of bullets. Alex darted and rolled, narrowly avoiding the disgusting attacks. As he ducked behind a tree, he saw the force of one poop bullet splinter the bark, leaving a noticeable dent. What the? Alex muttered, both shocked and slightly amused. That's some serious power. From poop. The monkeys seemed to be enhancing the poop with some sort of energy. But where were they getting the poop from? He looked up and caught sight of one of the monkeys, and to his horror, he saw it poop on its arm. Alex's stomach turned, and he immediately regretted being curious. Damn monkeys! Enjoy more content from my virtual library empire. Alex yelled, trying to shake the image out of his mind. Just then, one of the monkeys dropped lower to get a clearer shot, but Alex, in a flash of instinct, sprinted toward the tree. The monkey leaped onto using his legs to propel himself up the trunk in one swift motion. The monkey didn't see it coming, a look of shock on its face, and it tried to scramble away, but Alex was too fast. With a single, brutal slash, he cut through the monkey's neck. The other monkeys, enraged, aimed their poop cannons directly at him, their eyes narrowed in pure hatred. But Alex was already gone, having leaped high into the branches of another tree. He gripped a branch with one hand, sword hilt between his teeth. He was calm now, poised, watching the monkeys circle around him from every angle. Their grunts filled the air, rough and menacing, as they positioned themselves on branches surrounding him. They had him trapped. He felt fear. His heart was pounding. But despite the tense atmosphere, he grinned. This was exciting. Chapter 75, Damn Monkey. Ruthless. Alex moved like a whirlwind, his sword flashing in deadly arcs. He slashed through the arm of one monkey, silencing its shrill scream with a swift boot to its mouth, sending it crumpling to the ground. Before he could pause, another monkey lunged at him. Without hesitation, Alex grabbed it by the face and slammed it into a nearby tree with bone-cracking force. Poop bullets rained down from above, each projectile streaking through the air like a missile. Alex twisted and dodged, his movements sharp and precise as he avoided the disgusting attacks. His blade carved through the air, slicing down 3 more monkeys in quick succession. Their lifeless bodies tumbled from the treetops, thudding against the forest floor below. The remaining monkeys howled in rage, their voices echoing through the forest canopy. Enjoy new tales from my virtual library empire. More poop bullets fired, but their aim faltered, striking trees instead of their target. Alex leaped from branch to branch, his body moving with the agility of a predator. His high agility made navigating the dense forest almost effortless, each jump and dash as smooth as flowing water. He grinned to himself. It was almost like he was a monkey too. Two monkeys barred his path, snarling and ready to pounce. Alex didn't even slow down. His sword flashed twice, a blur of motion, and the creatures fell lifeless from their perches. But before he could exhale, a higher-ranking monkey appeared, a rank C beast, its eyes burning with cunning intelligence. The monkey fired a poop bullet directly at him. Alex spotted it coming and weaved to the side, narrowly avoiding the disgusting projectile. He didn't stop moving, his momentum carrying him forward. With a sharp swing of his blade, he decapitated the beast in a clean motion, its headless body collapsing onto the branch it stood on. Behind him, a group of furious monkeys gave chase, their howls growing louder as they closed in. Alex smirked, his hand slipping into his pouch. He pulled out a handful of blast shards, small explosive crystals. Without looking back, he tossed them high into the air behind him. "Eat this." The blast shards detonated mid-air, sending a shockwave through the forest. A fiery explosion ripped through the canopy, scattering splintered wood and debris. The pursuing monkeys didn't stand a chance. Those caught in the blast were flung from the trees, their bodies falling lifelessly to the forest floor. Alex landed on a sturdy branch, the aftermath of the explosion lighting up his surroundings. He didn't care about the noise. If the explosion attracted attention, so be it. The more, the better. He wasn't worried about tiring out. His skill, vigor drive, worked like a perpetual motion engine, refilling his stamina with every strike he landed. It made him perfectly suited for drawn-out battles, and this situation was exactly what he thrived on. There were still more monkeys ahead, their silhouettes visible in the dim light filtering through the leaves. Alex tightened his grip on his sword, muscles tensing, and dashed toward them, his movements a blur of speed and power. At first, his strikes were sloppy. The dense canopy and uneven terrain threw off his rhythm, and a memory of his childhood trauma lingered, making him hesitate. But as he landed each blow, slicing through the shrieking primates, his confidence grew. The nervous tremor in his hand disappeared. His strikes became sharper, more calculated, and brutally efficient. His fear melted away, replaced by a cold, ruthless determination. With every swing of his blade, Alex honed his technique. A monkey lunged at him from above. He sidestepped and cleaved it in two with a powerful horizontal slash. Another tried to flank him. He pivoted smoothly, driving his sword through its chest. Blood sprayed across the leaves, but Alex didn't slow down. His movements became a deadly dance, blending instinct and precision. Meanwhile, deeper in the forest, a larger monkey moved through the shadows. Its hulking frame set it apart from the others, its eyes glinting with intelligence. Its fur bristled with energy as it barked orders, rallying a group of subordinates. Monkey General, rank CR. The monkey general's narrowed eyes locked onto the distant glow of the explosion. It grunted, annoyed. The sound of chaos and destruction filled the air, a clear sign that something was stirring trouble in monkey territory. It suspected a knoll. Those wretched creatures were notorious for hunting monkeys for food. The monkey general swung effortlessly from branch to branch, its powerful tail acting like a spring-loaded whip, launching it forward with precision and speed. It moved through the forest canopy, getting close to the chaos. Then it landed gracefully on a clearing, its sharp claws digging into the bark of a massive tree. Its piercing eyes immediately locked onto the source of the chaos below. A human. The monkey general's gaze narrowed as it watched its troops being decimated. The human wore a long coat that flared dramatically with his movements. His blade shimmered in the dappled sunlight, each swing precise and deadly. The strikes were merciless, cutting through multiple monkeys at once. The general could see it clearly. Its troop had no chance. If this continued, they'd all fall. It growled low in its throat, its authority rippling through the air, and decided to take matters into its own hands. With a flick of its tail, the monkey general summoned a ball of dung, a grotesque yet deadly weapon, infused with its energy. The ball floated effortlessly toward its tail, glowing faintly as it began to spin. The monkey general snarled, its eyes glinting with malice. Energy coursed through the ball, causing the surface to ripple with heat. It grew hotter and hotter until flames burst to life, engulfing the sphere in a blaze of crackling fire. With a swift flick of its tail, The general hurled the flaming projectile directly at Alex. The fiery orb cut through the air, leaving a trail of sparks in its wake. Alex, deep in the rhythm of his relentless attacks, felt the incoming danger before he saw it. His instincts screamed at him to move. Without hesitation, he twisted his body, narrowly avoiding the fiery projectile as it smashed into a tree behind him, exploding in a burst of heat and embers. The explosion sent a shockwave through the forest, momentarily shaking the canopy. Alex landed lightly on a branch, his sharp gaze snapping toward the source of the attack. In the next instant, he was gone, his form a blur of speed. The monkey general blinked, and a second later, Alex was right in front of it. What? Panicked, it scurried backward, its claws scratching at the bark of the tree as it scrambled for distance. With a low growl, the monkey summoned more fireballs, its tail whipping furiously to ignite the swirling orbs of energy. But before it could release the attack, Alex muttered a single word, his voice calm and cold. Petrify. The monkey general froze mid-motion, its body locking up like stone. The fireballs hovering near its tail flickered and dissolved into harmless embers, vanishing into the wind. A crushing weight pressed down on the monkey, and its eyes darted wildly, unable to move. It felt fear. A primal fear it hadn't experienced since facing its king. Alex's boots crunched against the forest floor as he walked forward, his sword glinting ominously in the dim light. The pressure grew heavier with each step, suffocating the monkey general's will to resist. W8, the monkey managed to choke out, its voice trembling with desperation. Please. But Alex didn't hesitate. Chapter 76, Damn Monkey, Acolyte. With a smooth swing of his sword, the blade cut through the monkey's neck, the motion clean and precise. The monkey general's head tumbled to the ground, its body collapsing a second later. Ding! You have killed a monkey general. You have leveled up. You have received 5 stat points. You have received a power stone. You have received the skill, Fireball. Alex exhaled slowly, letting the tension drain from his body. He glanced at the notification about the Fireball skill, his expression neutral. Not as powerful as Sunball, he muttered, but I'll take it. Ding. You have received an additional 5 stat points. You have received a power stone. You have received clothing, Monkey's Coat. Monkey's Coat, a thick coat that provides minor resistance to physical attacks and is highly resistant to heat and cold. Not bad, Alex said with a faint smirk, ready for whatever came next. From a distance, hidden deep in the shadows of the trees, a low-ranking monkey watched Alex. Monkey Acolyte, rank Siege. Unlike others of its rank, this monkey was smarter. Despite its lower rank, it had the ability to speak and think critically. It had witnessed how easily Alex had taken down the monkey general, his movements quick and deadly. The power behind each strike was no joke. This human was someone far beyond the average threat. The Acolyte's sharp eyes darted back to Alex, who was standing still, seemingly lost in thought. He knew what he had to do, which was to warn the king. So they'll be ready for this one. He kept his eyes locked on Alex, making sure the human didn't notice him. But then, in the blink of an eye, Alex vanished. The Acolyte's eyes widened in disbelief. He hadn't seen a single movement, yet the human had disappeared entirely. What happened? The monkey was confused, but then its danger sense flared up, a primal warning deep within him. Its heart began to race. Something wasn't right. It knew it shouldn't be here, not now, and decided to leave. But before he could move, something unseen slammed into him. Wham! The force of it pinned him to the ground, his chest crushing into the dirt. His limbs went limp for a moment, stunned by the invisible weight. The Acolyte's heart pounded in terror as he struggled, gasping for breath. No, no, the Acolyte screamed, his voice filled with panic as he clawed at the earth, trying to free himself from the invisible force. But just as quickly as it came, the pressure lifted. He gasped for air, feeling the weight vanish, and without thinking, his legs sprang to life, propelling him forward in a desperate escape. Looking back, the monkey still couldn't see anything, and the emptiness made its heart pound faster, its terror growing stronger. It let out a panicked screech and picked up speed, its nimble limbs darting through the dense forest canopy. As the monkey disappeared into the distance, Alex silently disengaged stealth walk. In an instant, his form materialized from thin air, like a ghost stepping into reality. His grin was sharp and wicked, a hunter savoring the thrill of the chase. And without hesitation, he sprinted after the terrified monkey, keeping just enough distance to remain undetected. The monkey, now a blur of frantic motion, didn't stop until it reached the base. Perched atop a hill deep in the forest, the base was a marvel of primal engineering. The hill itself was riddled with hollowed-out caves and interconnected tunnels, their dark entrances like gaping mouths. This labyrinth served as living quarters for the monkey clan. Above it all stood the Grand Pavilion, a sprawling open-air structure at the hill's peak. Thick branches twisted together with vines, reinforced with heavy stones, formed its skeletal frame. It looked almost like a fortress, wild yet sturdy, a testament to the ingenuity of the monkeys. By the time the panicked monkey reached the pavilion, several of its kind had noticed its frantic arrival. They stopped what they were doing, some hanging mid-swing from vines, others perched on rocks to stare. Their curious, unblinking eyes followed the distressed creature as it scampered up the hill. A ripple of confusion spread through the group, soft hoots and chattering filling the air. Reaching the entrance of the pavilion, the monkey nearly stumbled in its hurry. But before it could pass through, a larger, more imposing monkey stepped into its path. It was a high-ranking monkey. Its fur was thicker and streaked with silver, scars decorating its muscular frame. It let out a sharp, guttural hoot, a sound that carried authority and a hint of menace. "Why do you rush here like a fool?" the guard demanded in a tone as sharp as its bared teeth. Panting, the smaller monkey stammered, "I have something to tell King." The guard scoffed, crossing its thick arms. "A weakling like you has no right to stand before the king. Speak your message to me, and if it's worth his time, I will pass it on." The smaller monkey hesitated, trembling under the piercing gaze of the guard. It had an important message, one it hoped would earn the Monkey King's favor and, perhaps, a chance to evolve into a full-fledged shaman, but the intimidating guard blocking the entrance was getting in his way. The guard stared down at the smaller monkey, eyes cold and unyielding. The smaller monkey tried to speak, but its words faltered under the weight of the guard's glare. It began to think it might never get inside when a sharp hoot rang out from within the pavilion. "Let it through," came the voice of another monkey. This one held authority, enough that the guard glanced back briefly before stepping aside with a growl. The smaller monkey took a shaky breath and stepped forward, walking carefully into the interior of the room. Its eyes widened as it took in the scene. The chamber was vast, its walls made of intricately woven branches and stone. Torches flickered, casting dancing shadows across the space. High-ranking monkeys filled the room, each one exuding power and menace. Their piercing gazes bore into the smaller monkey as it walked, the weight of their judgment nearly crushing. These were not ordinary monkeys. They were warriors, shamans, and enforcers of the king's rule. Guards stood at attention along the walls, clutching crude but deadly weapons made of sharpened bone, stone, and wood. Their threatening stares followed the newcomer as if daring it to make a wrong move. The monkey's throat went dry, and it gulped audibly, its nerves fraying under the tension. Finally, the monkey's gaze shifted to the far end of the room, where the Monkey King sat reclined on a massive throne of twisted roots and golden leaves. The throne seemed to grow from the ground itself, its natural elegance befitting the king's status. The Monkey King was feasting on a banana, every bite slow and deliberate. By his side rested a staff carved from ancient wood, its surface inscribed with strange symbols. Hanzo Monkey King, rank BG. The acolyte monkey couldn't help but notice the stark contrast. Compared to his enormous guards, the king's size was almost underwhelming. But the king's eyes, sharp, intelligent, and commanding, told a different story. Power radiated from him like an unseen force, making the acolyte's knees tremble. The king's piercing gaze fell on the trembling monkey. His chewing stopped, and the room fell silent. Every other monkey held its breath, waiting. "Speak." The Monkey King's voice thundered through the room, its sheer authority pressing down like a physical weight. The sound alone made the little acolyte shudder. Its legs gave out, and it crumpled to its knees, trembling uncontrollably. Gathering its courage, the acolyte began to speak, its voice shaky. "An enemy, a human, attacks. Kill Monkey General real easy. Powerful. Scary," it stammered, the words tumbling out in a panicked rush. The room fell silent for a moment before a scoffing sound broke the tension. A monkey shaman, its fur marked with strange symbols and its eyes glowing faintly with magic, stepped forward. "That's your report?" The shaman sneered. "A human? Humans dare not reach here. Not unless they bring an army." The Monkey King, still reclined on his throne, slowly leaned forward. His curiosity was piqued, and his sharp eyes bored into the trembling acolyte. "Did you say human?" the king asked, his voice laced with interest. The acolyte nodded frantically. "Yes, extremely fast, powerful, almost kill me. I live barely." The shaman stepped closer, circling the smaller monkey like a predator stalking prey. "How did a weak monkey like you manage to survive when a monkey general died?" The acolyte's gaze darted around the room. Its breathing grew uneven. I don't know. Me don't." Whoosh! Before the acolyte could finish, a sharp sound cut through the air. The room froze as a hole suddenly appeared in the monkey's chest, clean and precise. For a split second, the acolyte's face twisted into an expression of shock and confusion. Then it collapsed to the ground, lifeless. The Monkey King's displeasure was palpable as it slowly lowered the staff by its side. Dark smoke curled from the ancient wood, twisting upward like living shadows. Its face contorted into a deep frown, realization settling in. The reason the small monkey had been left alive was clear now. The human had followed him here. A sudden sense of unease rippled through the king's body. It activated a skill, and its eyes glowed faintly as farsight took effect, granting it the ability to see far beyond the walls of the base. The king's vision sharpened, piercing through the dense forest until it focused on a figure perched casually on a tree branch just outside their base. It was the human. The king's sharp gaze studied the intruder. The human didn't seem particularly powerful, a mere Durank, no match for the strength of the king or its elite guards. Yet, something about the human's aura was deeply unsettling. There was a cold, calculated malice radiating from the figure, sending a rare chill through the Monkey King's core. Then, as if sensing it was being watched, the human's head tilted slightly. A wicked grin spread across its face, sharp and knowing. The Monkey King's grip on its staff tightened, its muscles tensing. The human then raised a hand slowly, almost casually, and snapped its fingers. "Discover hidden stories of my virtual library empire." Snap! The sound was faint, almost insignificant, but the king's instincts screamed of danger. Its gaze shot back to the lifeless corpse of the small monkey lying in the center of the room. And then it hit. Quite literally. Boom! Chapter 77 Damn Monkey, Inferno. The monkey's corpse erupted into a fiery explosion, the flames roaring outward with enough force to consume everything in the room. The shockwave blasted through the entrance, the intense heat and light spilling out like a violent beacon. The explosion reverberated through the hill, shaking the ground and sending vibrations into the forest below. Outside, the monkeys froze, their ears ringing as they stared wide-eyed at the summit. Flames licked the sky, smoke curling ominously upward. Panic set in immediately. High-pitched hoots and frenzied screeches filled the air as the monkeys began to scatter in fear. Others yelled in their guttural language, gesturing toward the blazing peak, their concern for their king clear. The high-ranking monkeys acted swiftly, their sharp instincts cutting through the chaos. Instead of wasting time with the winding stone stairs, they leaped onto the ropes hanging from the summit's edge, climbing rapidly toward the explosion to check the king's fate. Hidden nearby, Alex grinned, crouched low among the shadows of the forest. Perfect. The trap had worked flawlessly. Earlier, when he'd pinned the monkey acolyte to the ground, Alex had activated Exploding Touch. He set the delayed detonation so it would go off when the acolyte got close to the king. And it had. The level-up notifications came one after another, his stats climbing as kill after kill was confirmed. Tutorial points racked up quickly, a satisfying bonus. But one notification was missing, the death of the Monkey King. Alex let out a disappointed sigh. So the boss survived, huh? Too bad. I was hoping to wipe them all out in one go. His grin returned, sharper than before, as he stood and rested his blade on his shoulder. No matter. This just means I get to finish the job myself. The Monkey King was strong, perhaps even stronger than the enhanced form of the cockatrice King Alex had faced before. Despite the nervous energy twisting in his chest, Alex felt a burning eagerness. He was ready to send this beast 6 feet under. Alex's sharp gaze shifted to the monkeys milling about in the outer ring below. Their panicked movements made it clear they were still distracted by the aftermath of the explosion. They hooted and grunted in confusion, trying to piece together what had happened. Alex smirked. Perfect. Let's add to the chaos. Reaching into his pouch, he grabbed a handful of blast shards, the jagged stones cool and heavy in his palm. Without hesitation, he flung them in a wide arc, scattering the shards toward the unsuspecting crowd below. The first few monkeys noticed small objects pelting the ground, one even getting struck on the head by a shard. Continue your saga on my virtual library empire. It let out a yelp and rubbed its skull, glancing upward in annoyance. Others turned their attention skyward as the shards rained down, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. One monkey tilted its head as if wondering if this was some prank by a mischievous juvenile. Then a distinct sound cut through the air. Shick! The monkeys froze, the noise chilling them to their core. Slowly, they turned their heads. Standing amidst their group was a tall figure cloaked in a long coat, his blade glinting with fresh blood. In one hand, he held the severed heads of 2 of their own. A savage grin spread across Alex's face as he locked eyes with the terrified crowd. The decapitated monkey's body crumpled to the ground with a sickening thud, its lifeless form stirring dust as it fell. The remaining monkeys stared, their faces frozen in shock and disbelief. Fear spread like wildfire through the group. How had this human, a stranger, gotten so close without anyone noticing? One of the monkeys, shaking off the paralyzing terror, let out a panicked cry. Enemy! It screeched, its hoot rising above the chaos. The warning seemed to break the spell, and the others erupted into a frenzy of hoots and growls. Among them, a particularly burly monkey wielding a massive, jagged axe stomped forward, its face twisted in fury. Human! The monkey snarled, its powerful voice cutting through the din. You'll pay for that. Alex, unfazed, let the severed heads he held drop to the ground. They hit with a dull thump, the sight only heightening the monkey's rage. Calmly, he raised a single finger, his expression ice cold. Unlikely. Boom! Another explosion tore through the base, shaking the ground violently. The shockwave sent debris flying, and a cloud of dust and smoke rose into the air. The blast was so loud it echoed throughout the entire hill. Monkeys in the middle ring of the base froze at first, their eyes wide as the realization set in. They were under attack. Their instincts took over. High-pitched hoots filled the air as they scrambled for weapons, clubs, axes, and even makeshift shields, grabbing anything they could find. Chaos erupted as they geared up, barking orders to one another while hurrying toward the source of the explosion. Meanwhile, at the summit, the high-ranking monkeys stood in uneasy silence, staring at the burning pavilion. Flames danced wildly, casting long, flickering shadows across the rocky ground. The once proud structure creaked ominously, threatening to collapse at any moment. They paced nervously, their anxious murmurs barely audible over the crackling fire. One of the monkeys, a shaman draped in tattered robes, stepped forward. Leaning on his intricately carved staff, he muttered an incantation. The air around him shimmered as he prepared to summon water magic to extinguish the flames. But before he could finish, a shadow emerged from the inferno. The figure walked with deliberate, measured steps, its outline growing clearer as it moved through the haze. Small in stature, but commanding in presence, it carried a spear in one hand, its head held high. A glint of gold reflected in the firelight. It was wearing a crown. Gasps rippled through the assembled monkeys. Some of the others let out quiet sighs, their bodies relaxing slightly. But not all of them were pleased. The more ambitious among them clenched their fists, their eyes narrowing. They had hoped the fire would take care of the king, clearing the way for their own rise to power. The Monkey King stepped into the open, his appearance both commanding and battered. Parts of his once pristine fur were singed, scorched patches stark against his otherwise golden coat. His sharp eyes blazed with fury, reflecting the fire behind him. His grip on the spear tightened as he scanned the gathered monkeys, his expression a mixture of anger and pain. He had survived, but only barely. The king had managed to use a powerful defensive skill to shield himself from the worst of the explosion. But the attack had caught him off guard, and he hadn't activated it in time to avoid injury. The burns on his body were already healing, his regenerative abilities kicking in, but the sting of pain lingered, fueling his rage. A mere D-rank human had caused this. His teeth clenched, his knuckles whitening as he gripped his spear harder. Unacceptable. The king's gaze hardened. This wasn't just an attack on his kingdom. It was a humiliation. Two more figures emerged from the smoke and flames, their movements slow and labored. It was the Monkey King's personal guard and his shaman. Both were injured, but the guard was in far worse condition. His armor was scorched and dented, his breathing shallow, while the shaman, though burned, carried himself with eerie composure. The shaman, a gaunt figure draped in dark robes adorned with feathers and bones, glanced at the fallen guard with a cold, calculating gaze. Without hesitation, he walked over, his gnarled staff tapping the ground with each step. Kneeling beside the guard, the shaman placed a skeletal hand on his companion's head. At first, nothing happened. Then, a sickening change began. The guard's body started to wither, his muscles shrinking as his fur dulled and fell away. His eyes sunk into his skull, his breath rattling before ceasing altogether. Meanwhile, the shaman's own form straightened, his wounds closing as vitality surged back into his body. The burns on his skin faded as if they had never existed, and a cruel grin spread across his face. The monkeys watching from the distance froze, their wide eyes betraying a mix of fear and disgust. Some whispered nervously, while others gripped their weapons tighter, unsure whether to stay or run. They all knew how cruel the shaman could be. They had witnessed his experiments firsthand, twisted trials where fellow monkeys were used as nothing more than test subjects. This shaman was second only to the Monkey King in rank, and he respected no one but his liege. His cruel methods and disregard for the lives of others were tolerated because of his power. The Monkey King allowed him to act freely, knowing the shaman's abilities were a weapon in their arsenal. As the shaman rose to his feet, his voice dripped with venom as he addressed the king. A mere human dares to come here alone? Don't worry, my king. We will. Chapter 78, Damn Monkey, Onslaught. A mere human dares to come here alone? Don't worry, my king. We will handle this insolence. I will ensure this fool's head is presented to you on a platter. The shaman's rage matched the king's, his body trembling with anger and bloodlust. The Monkey Kings ignored the shaman's statement, and with a deep breath, he unleashed a deafening roar that echoed across the forest. The sound was primal, powerful, and charged with energy, shaking the ground and reverberating through the trees. Every monkey in the vicinity froze for a moment, their ears twitching and their fur standing on end. Even Alex, still positioned near the base of the hill, heard the roar. He glanced upward, wondering what it was about, but before he could fully process it, multiple fireballs hurtled toward him. Reacting instantly, Alex leaped away, the flames crashing into the spot where he had been standing moments before. The explosion sent dirt and debris flying, and when he glanced back, he was surprised to see the damage was slightly greater than what he had experienced from earlier attacks. He narrowed his eyes, scanning the monkeys again. Something had changed. The once chaotic group now looked more focused and intense, their eyes gleaming with determination. Your next read is at my virtual library empire. And the change had occurred right after that resounding roar. Alex muttered under his breath, realization dawning on him. A bluff, huh? Alex launched himself into the trees, moving with lightning speed. Behind him, the monkeys surged forward, shrieking as they chased him through the branches. He was faster, but the numbers, they just kept coming. Kill after kill, Alex struck with precision, each swing and stab sending a monkey crumpling to the ground. But no matter how many he took down, more seemed to appear from the shadows, rushing in to replace their fallen comrades. The moment Alex reached the middle ring, the chaos escalated. The area was teeming with monkeys, the strongest of them all, each more determined than the last to stop him. He took a few hits here and there, jabs from spears, a heavy blow from a fist, but nothing serious. His wounds were minor, easily healed by his regeneration. It's nothing I can't handle, Alex muttered under his breath. Still, he wasn't invincible. The hits were inevitable. But Alex was fine. His regeneration worked like a charm, stitching up the little cuts and bruises as soon as they appeared. Soon, hundreds of monkeys surrounded him, their eyes gleaming with malice. This is getting crowded, Alex thought with a smirk, his eyes flashing as he activated Stealth Walk. In an instant, he vanished, leaving the monkeys confused and spinning in circles. Before they could figure out what had just happened, Alex reappeared behind them, his movements a blur. As he shot past, he tossed a few blast shards into the air. They detonated in a massive explosion, the shockwave ripping through the crowd. The monkeys closest to the blast were blown back, their bodies thrown to the ground. The rest were dazed and disoriented, their senses scrambled by the force of the attack. Landing just a few steps away in the center of the stunned monkeys, Alex wasted no time. He kept up the assault, each swing and strike a blur of motion. At one point, Alex spotted a massive gorilla-sized monkey's corpse. Its great axe lay beside it. "Don't mind if I do," Alex grinned, snatching up the weapon. With the heavy axe in his hands, Alex became a force of nature. Despite the weapon's massive size and weight, he swung it like a berserker. The axe soared through the air with deadly precision, its sharp edge cutting through the monkeys like a scythe through wheat. Each swing was relentless, fast, and powerful as Alex roared like a madman. His attacks were an unstoppable blur, tearing through the sea of monkeys that tried to get in his way. Alex's body moved like it had an endless supply of energy. Vigor's strike coursed through him, making his stamina feel limitless. He was unstoppable, consumed by the thrill of the fight. He didn't pause, didn't rest. His strikes never faltered. Bam! Another monkey dropped, then another. The bodies piled up around him, but Alex didn't slow down. His sword flashed, cutting down opponents like a scythe. Soon, the numbers of the monkeys began to thin. There were fewer of them now, their once overwhelming force starting to crumble. Alex, moving faster than the eye could track, switched back to his sword, his body blurring as he cut through the remaining monkeys. He spun a blur of steel and power, slicing through the primates like a tornado of destruction. Swish! Thud! Bodies dropped with each movement. In an instant, he landed on a high branch, catching his breath for only a second before looking up. A shadow loomed overhead. A monkey stood there, unlike the others. It wore a dark cloak, its presence commanding, and in one hand, it held a gnarled staff. Alex narrowed his eyes. Monkey Shaman, rank C. The shaman raised its staff high, and before Alex could react, vines erupted from the ground, shooting toward him like whips. Shit! Alex jumped, flipping through the trees to escape the vines' deadly reach. But the vines followed, twisting through the air and closing in on him. Thinking quickly, Alex pulled out blast shards, gripping them tightly in his hands. Without hesitation, he hurled them at the shaman, aiming for the heart of its defense. The shaman, unfazed, transformed the vines into a shield. The blast shards collided with the shield with a loud clang. But these weren't just any rocks. Boom! The explosion ripped through the vine shield, sending the shaman flying backward. The force of the blast sent the shaman flying backward, slamming it into a tree trunk with a bone-jarring thud. Alex didn't waste a second. As the shaman struggled to recover, Alex darted forward, a blur of motion, his eyes locked on his target. The shaman tried to lift its staff, desperation clear in its movements, but Alex was faster. He hurled his sword with pinpoint accuracy. Whoosh! The blade sliced through the air like a javelin and impaled the shaman's chest before it could utter another spell. The creature's eyes widened in shock, its grip on the staff faltering as it slumped against the tree. The fight was over. Alex landed softly in front of the shaman's corpse. Without a word, he gripped the hilt of his sword and pulled it free, the motion clean and deliberate. But before he could catch his breath, his senses flared. He glanced up sharply to see multiple shamans perched on the treetops, their staffs raised high, glowing ominously with power. Alex let out a low whistle, tilting his head as he smirked. "Now, that's a surprise," he said, his tone casual despite the danger. Chapter 79 Damn Monkeys, Elder. Dodging vines, fireballs, and lightning strikes wasn't a walk in the park, even for someone like Alex. But with his insane agility and stamina, it wasn't exactly hard either. He darted through the chaos, his movements a blur. The spells and strikes barely grazed him as he weaved between branches and flipped over attacks. From an outsider's perspective, it might have looked like a desperate fight for survival. But for Alex, it was a one-sided massacre. With a sharp pivot, Alex avoided a fireball, its heat singeing the air around him. Another lightning strike came crashing down, but he leaped aside, landing smoothly on a higher branch. Slash! 2 more monkey shamans fell, their bodies dropping lifelessly to the forest floor below. Only one shaman remained, and its fear was palpable. The remaining shaman hesitated, its hands trembling as it clutched its staff. Then, with a panicked cry, it turned and fled, leaping from branch to branch while flinging fireballs wildly over its shoulder in a desperate bid to keep Alex at bay. Alex smirked and sidestepped the incoming fireballs with ease, his calm movements a stark contrast to the shaman's frantic attacks. But just as Alex prepared to finish the chase, a warrior monkey armed with a spear lunged into his path. The monkey's eyes gleamed with determination, its massive body blocking Alex's advance. It thrust the spear forward with incredible force. Alex reacted instantly. He caught the spear-wielding monkey by the neck in mid-lunge, his grip like a steel vise. Before the warrior could fight back, Alex turned its struggling body into a meat shield, holding it firmly in front of him. The shaman's fireballs, still streaking toward Alex, struck the unfortunate warrior instead. The monkey screamed in agony as flames engulfed it, its thrashing futile against Alex's iron grip. Alex didn't flinch, his expression calm as he let the shaman's own attacks destroy its ally. The meat shield dropped its beak, but Alex caught feeling the weight in his hand and aimed at the fleeing shaman. With a single, fluid motion, he hurled the spear towards the shaman. Thwack! The spear tore through the air like a missile, striking the shaman square in the back. The creature let out a blood-curdling scream as it was impaled, its body arching before plummeting to the ground with a heavy thud. Ding! You have leveled up. Alex stood atop the tall tree branch, his chest rising and falling as he exhaled deeply. The faint glow of the system notification hovered in his vision. Was that the last one? He wasn't entirely sure. He'd lost count of how many he'd killed. Warriors, shamans, archers big, small, fast or strong, every single one of them had fallen before his blade. Alex glanced down at the charred body of the monkey warrior he had used as a meat shield earlier. Its fur was burned and twisted, its face frozen in a grimace of pain and disbelief. He grabbed its lifeless form by the neck, the burnt flesh rough against his hand. With little effort, he tossed it over the edge of the branch. The body plummeted, crashing through smaller branches before hitting the ground below with a sickening crunch. Alex watched for a moment, then sat down on the branch, letting his body relax for the first time in what felt like hours. The air was still, heavy with the smell of charred fur and scorched wood. But Alex's senses remained sharp. He could feel them. 2 presences still lingered in the distance. These weren't ordinary monkeys. These last 2 were going to be a real challenge. Alex then felt a sharp, searing pain in his back. He instinctively reached behind him, and his fingers closed around something solid. Pulling his hand forward, he saw the shaft of an arrow stained with his blood. Seriously, how did I not notice that? He muttered, shaking his head. Without hesitation, Alex grabbed the arrow by its shaft and yanked it out in one swift motion. His expression didn't change, not even a flinch. He simply let the arrow fall from his hand, watching it tumble through the branches before disappearing below. Minor Regan immediately kicked in, knitting the wound shut in a matter of moments. The pain dulled and then faded entirely. Alex sighed, rubbing the back of his neck, his energy dipping ever so slightly. He opened the shop menu with a flick of his wrist and scrolled through the options. Spotting what he needed, he clicked. In a flash, the bottle materialized in his hand, and he lost 10 coins. Alex cracked it open, tilted his head back, and drank deeply. He downed half of it in seconds, his throat working as he swallowed. The cool water hit the back of his dry throat, soothing the burn from hours of fighting. He exhaled, pulling the bottle away from his lips. Without missing a beat, he poured the rest over his head. The water trickled down, mixing with the grime, sweat, and faint streaks of blood, and cooled his overheated skin. The forest remained eerily quiet for a moment, save for the sound of water dripping off the leaves. Then he heard it, soft, measured footsteps approaching. Alex tilted his head, his senses sharpening. The steps were deliberate, calm, and unhurried, almost mocking in their casualness. Alex raised his head, a grin spreading across his face. His eyes glinted with amusement and challenge. "Showing up after your underlings are all dead," Alex called out. "What a bad leader you are." The figure stepped into view. It was an elderly monkey shaman, its fur streaked with silver and its posture straight and commanding. Unlike the others, this one radiated power. Its dark aura seemed to pulse with malice, and the weight of its presence made the air feel heavier. The staff it carried was carved intricately, symbols etched along its length glowing faintly. Its colorful cloak flowed behind it, decorated with elaborate patterns and shimmering threads. Grand Goblin Shaman, Rank B. Alex let out a low whistle, his lips curling into a grin that masked his slight nervousness. His heart raced with an undeniable thrill of excitement. A Rank B shaman, he muttered under his breath. Definitely not an easy foe. He adjusted his grip on his sword, feeling the weight of it steady him. The idea of facing a monster of this caliber was daunting, but Alex's grin widened. But hey, to think I'll end up killing 2 Rank B monsters in one day. Luck must be on my side. Still, he wasn't reckless. Alex knew this fight wouldn't be easy, and he wasn't foolish enough to underestimate his opponent. The Grand Goblin Shaman stood tall, its glowing staff planted firmly in the ground. Its expression was unreadable, its dark aura crackling with latent power. Alex watched as it tilted its head, as though sizing him up. The shaman's lips began to part, preparing to speak. But Alex didn't wait. With a surge of energy, he activated, fast and furious, his body becoming a blur as he shot forward like a missile. The wind roared in his ears as he closed the distance in an instant, his sword poised to deliver a lethal strike. His intent was clear, end the fight in a single swing. The shaman's eyes glimmered with something close to amusement. How brash, it said, its voice low and grating. The Grand Shaman reacted with lightning speed, raising its staff in one fluid motion, and shimmering barrier similar to Alex's Aegis Arcane erupted between them just before Alex's blade connected. The impact reverberated through the air as Alex's sword struck the barrier with a deafening clang. Alex skidded to a stop, standing on the glowing barrier, his eyes narrowing. Fast reflexes for an old monkey, he muttered, genuinely impressed. Before he could think further, a sharp alarm blared in his mind, his danger sense. The shaman moved swiftly, its staff glowing as it conjured a blazing beam of dark flame. The attack surged toward Alex like a tidal wave, its heat and malevolence palpable. Alex reacted instantly, leaping to the side with all his speed. The beam missed him by inches, scorching the air as it passed. The fiery blast struck a massive tree behind him, reducing it to ash in a single, thunderous explosion. Alex landed with a sharp thud, barely catching his breath before the elder shaman unleashed a barrage of attacks. Flaming orbs shot toward him with pinpoint accuracy. He dodged left, then right, his body twisting and turning like a leaf in the wind. Yet every time he avoided one, another flame descended in his path, as though the shaman could predict his every move. It's reading my movement, Alex realized, gritting his teeth. He darted around, constantly in motion, weaving through the forest floor and branches above, but the attacks never let up. The elder shaman's relentless assault forced Alex to think on his feet. He shifted his strategy, running in wide circles around the elder shaman, hoping to find an opening in its onslaught. His keen eyes scanned the shaman's movements, looking for any gap he could exploit. But the shaman had other plans. With a guttural chant, it raised its staff high, the air growing heavy with dark energy. A swirling mass of black flames materialized above it, twisting and forming into the shape of a dragon. The dragon's fiery eyes locked onto Alex, and it let out a deafening roar that shook the treetops. It lunged. The dragon of dark flames surged after Alex, its heat scorching the ground in its wake. Trees in its path were reduced to ash, disintegrating with each sweep of its fiery body. Alex darted away, his speed unmatched, zigzagging through the dense forest as the dragon pursued him with unrelenting ferocity. But no matter how fast Alex ran, the dragon stayed close behind, its fiery maw snapping inches from his back. "That thing's trouble," Alex muttered, glancing over his shoulder. His expression darkened as he saw the trail of destruction the dragon left behind. The sheer power of its flames sent a chill down his spine, despite their intense heat. Note to self, he thought grimly. Don't let that thing touch me. Ever. Just as the dragon surged closer, Alex activated. Discover hidden content at my virtual library empire. Chapter 80 Damn Monkey Upgrade. Stealth Walk. His body shimmered and vanished, disappearing into the shadows as if he'd never been there. The dark flame dragon slowed, momentarily confused, its fiery body twisting as it searched for its target. The elder shaman, standing tall amidst the destruction, narrowed its glowing eyes. For a moment, it scanned the area, its expression unreadable. Then its eyes flickered, the staff glowing faintly. Alex crouched behind a large branch, completely invisible, his breathing controlled and silent. But then the shaman turned its head, looking directly at him. "Damn," Alex muttered under his breath. The shaman had spotted him, despite his invisibility. Its staff pulsed with dark energy, a wicked smile curling on its face. "You cannot hide." The elder shaman's voice was deep, echoing with malice as it raised its staff. A dark flame dragon roared out in response and surged toward Alex, its fiery body tearing through the air. The dragon lunged, its searing heat almost unbearable as it closed in. Alex darted sideways, keeping just ahead of the fiery beast, his movements calculated and precise. He wasn't running aimlessly. He was closing the distance to the elder shaman. As he neared his target, Alex's voice dropped to a chilling murmur. "Continue your adventure and my virtual library empire." Petrify. A wave of energy shot out from Alex, aiming to lock the elder shaman in place. For a split second, it seemed to work. The shaman's movement slowed. But then, with a dismissive flick of its hand, the elder dispelled the skill as though swatting away an insect. "Pathetic tricks," it sneered. Before Alex could react, the shaman's staff crackled with energy, and a bolt of lightning erupted from its tip. The attack was impossibly fast, striking Alex square in the chest. The force of the impact sent Alex flying backward. He hit the ground hard, rolling several feet before coming to a stop, pain radiating through his body. But the elder wasn't done. Raising its staff, it unleashed a barrage of dark flame beams. One after another, they slammed into the ground where Alex lay. Boom, boom, boom. Alex leaped back, narrowly avoiding the dragon's fiery jaws. Its roar reverberated through the battlefield as it turned, relentless in its pursuit. Gritting his teeth, Alex raised his hand, activating Aegis Arcane. A shimmering, translucent shield formed around him, humming with energy as it braced against the dragon's assault. The dark flames crashed into the barrier with terrifying force, sparks flying as the shield began to disintegrate. Alex winced, the heat searing through even his enhanced defenses. The flames ate away at the shield, but it held just long enough. With a final burst of effort, Alex propelled himself backward, narrowly escaping the dragon's fiery wrath. The moment he landed, he crouched low, his breaths heavy, one hand pressing against the wound on his chest. "I can't brute force this," he muttered under his breath, his mind racing. His earlier attempt to use Petrify had failed miserably, but not everything had been futile. As he darted around the battlefield earlier, he'd managed to drop several blast shards close to the shaman. Alex raised his hand and snapped his fingers. Boom! The shards detonated in a brilliant explosion, flames erupting and engulfing the shaman in a fiery inferno. The blast was powerful enough to shake the trees nearby, embers scattering through the air like a storm of fireflies. Alex stood hunched over, his chest rising and falling heavily as he tried to catch his breath. His hand instinctively pressed against the wound in his chest, blood seeping between his fingers. He winced, but didn't stop moving. There was no time to rest. Through the smoke and flames, Alex squinted, trying to gauge the damage. The shaman's silhouette was obscured, but he didn't trust the explosion to have finished it off. "Assume the worst," he whispered to himself. As Alex calculated his next move, frustration began to mount. He'd been laying traps throughout the fight, but the elder shaman had barely moved from its position. His mines, which could have been devastating, were rendered almost useless. Setting traps closer to the shaman wasn't an option either. Every time Alex tried to approach, the elder's relentless attacks kept him at bay. He knew he wouldn't survive long enough to place them without being hit. Setting up a bomb took time, a luxury Alex didn't have. He gritted his teeth, his mind racing for a solution. He needed to close the distance, somehow get close enough to deal meaningful damage. But the elder shaman's relentless attacks and that dragon of dark flame made it nearly impossible. And then there was the Monkey King. Alex could feel its gaze. Somewhere out there, hidden among the trees, it was watching him, observing his every move like a predator waiting for the right moment to pounce. The smoke and fumes from the earlier explosion began to clear, and Alex's eyes locked onto the elder shaman. It was still standing. Not a scratch, not a single sign of damage. The shaman looked completely unfazed, as though the fiery blast had been little more than a breeze. Seriously? Alex muttered under his breath. The elder shaman glanced at its shoulder and casually brushed off some imaginary dust, exuding an air of unshakable arrogance. Alex's jaw tightened, his irritation bubbling over. No one gets to flex but me. You call that an explosion? The shaman sneered, its voice laced with mockery. It's laughable. Truly amusing that you've killed so many with such a pathetic display. Alex's grip on his sword tightened, his knuckles white as he glared at the elder shaman. Oh, really? He shot back, his voice dripping with defiance. Why don't you drop that fancy little barrier of yours and have a taste for yourself? I'm sure you wouldn't be laughing after you lose an arm. Or two. The elder shaman sneered, its voice dripping with menace as it tightened its grip on the staff. I don't know if you're dumb or just ambitious, human, it said, its tone laced with mockery. But if you think you're leaving this place alive, then you're sorely mistaken. Alex stared at the shaman, his expression calm, almost detached. He didn't bother responding to the taunt. His mind was elsewhere. Think. He had been doing a lot of that during this fight. The shaman wasn't just strong, it was cunning, and if Alex was going to win, he needed to use every advantage he had. Having multiple skills was a blessing, no doubt. It made him versatile, adaptable, able to respond to any situation. But there was a downside. Too many options. When you've got an arsenal of powerful abilities, picking the right one in the heat of the moment becomes a challenge. And with skills as flashy and cool as his, the temptation to try them all was hard to resist. But now wasn't the time for experiments. He needed certainty. He needed power. And if he had to bet on just one skill, one ability that had carried him through thick and thin, saving him in clutch moments, it had to be Exploding Touch. This skill wasn't just strong. It was the reason Alex had gotten this far. It had turned desperate situations into victories, giving him the edge he needed to survive and grow stronger. Sure, he'd already upgraded it twice with his precious upgrade stones, but now he wondered, what if I take it even further? 2 more upgrades? Maybe 3? What kind of destructive force would it unleash then? It wouldn't just be a bomb anymore. It'd be a nuke, a skill that could obliterate anything in its path. The thought made him grin. Decision made, Alex reached into his inventory and pulled out the attributes converter. The device shimmered in his hand, its surface glowing faintly as if sensing the importance of the moment. It's time for an upgrade.